In the enchanting realm of Meng City, nestled within the charming Meng Villa district, sat a delightful little girl who resembled a porcelain doll. She was quietly perched upon a pink sofa, her delicate figure seemingly as light as a feather. With her head slightly bowed, she was engrossed in the screen of her smartphone. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, her round, sparkling eyes widening in surprise. Pouting her petite lips in a display of discontent, she exclaimed in a sweet, melodious voice, "Xiao Yezi, this young lady is feeling a bit parched. Do fetch me some snacks." This petite girl, exuding an air of fragility, had cascading locks of snow-white hair that danced gently over her shoulders, shimmering with an enchanting luster. Her crimson eyes sparkled like two exquisite gems set against her rosy visage, radiating a sense of vivacity and playfulness with every blink. Dressed in a charming pink dress adorned with delicate white polka dots reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, she wore a matching bow at her waist that accentuated her lively demeanor. Clutched tightly in her arms was a fluffy teddy bear, whose endearing appearance mirrored her own. Her slender legs were enveloped in pristine white stockings, and upon her feet rested a pair of elegant black shoes, embellished with intricate patterns. The entire ensemble rendered her a vision of exquisite beauty, akin to a princess who had stepped straight out of a fairy tale. "Very well, miss." Lin Yi bowed respectfully and turned to walk outside. Once he stepped out, an uncontrollable smile graced his lips. "Splendid. I have finally succeeded in meeting the unlocking conditions." His name is Lin Yi, and he has traversed this realm for 18 years. Lin Yi could never fathom why, while comfortably seated at home engrossed in novels, an enormous truck appeared out of nowhere, sending him flying into this haphazard narrative of a story. Upon his arrival in this world, Lin Yi found himself orphaned, yet fortune smiled upon him as the Liu family extended their benevolence, taking him in and nurturing him to adulthood. As the years passed, Lin Yi gradually assimilated into the Liu household and, through his diligence and talent, ultimately became a valuable aide within the family, earning the moniker Yi. Initially, Lin Yi believed he would never encounter the plot of this novel, until 3 days prior when the calamity-creating system manifested before him. Unlocking condition: spend 1 hour in the company of any villain or protagonist. Fortunately, having been raised by the Liu family, he found himself in proximity to the two formidable figures, renowned antagonists within the narrative. Serendipitously, Lin Yi was assigned as a bodyguard to the young lady of the Liu family, a stroke of luck that required no effort on his part. As he strolled toward the convenience store, he reflected on the convoluted storyline of the book. The plot is a tangled web, featuring dragon kings, Azura lords, medical sages, and reincarnated celestial emperors, among countless others. Thankfully, they share a common adversary: the two young ladies of the Liu family. The first half of the narrative revolves around the protagonist's conflict with the eldest daughter, while the latter half centers on the struggle against the second daughter. To speak candidly, Lin Yi felt that if these two young ladies were to join forces, the protagonist would have surely been overwhelmed. One possesses unparalleled combat prowess, while the other wields intellect capable of determining the fate of nations. Alas, they were ultimately thwarted by the author's plot device. Otherwise, how could those dim-witted individuals ever hope to triumph over the young ladies? However, with my presence, safeguarding the young ladies should be more than ample. Lin Yi entered the convenience store, selecting snacks and beverages favored by the eldest daughter of the Liu family. Just as he was about to settle the bill, a cacophony erupted outside. Peering through the store's window, he observed a crowd gathered, at the center of which stood a young man clad in opulent attire, his gaze brimming with arrogance. Lin Yi's heart stirred as he recognized this individual as a minor antagonist from the Narrativia, sycophant devoted to the Liu sisters and a dim-witted scion of the Lin family. After completing his purchase, Lin Yi exited the store. Upon noticing the bag from the Liu family in Lin Yi's hand, the minor antagonist jeered. "Oh, isn't this the Liu family's lackey? What mischief are you up to today?" Lin Yi merely smiled faintly, clearing his throat before responding in a feigned, enigmatic manner. "Oh, isn't this the faithful little tale of the Liu sisters? What brings you here to stalk me once more?" The antagonist's face flushed crimson at this remark, his indignation palpable as he stamped his foot in frustration. "Who is a little tale? I merely happened to pass by." Lin Yi continued to tease. "Happen to pass by? Yet you always seem to appear at the most pivotal moments. How about we make a wager? I bet this time you are here solely because of the Lu sisters. If you lose, you shall be my attendant for 3 days. What say you?" Upon hearing this, the minor antagonist's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he was reluctant to admit that his presence was due to the Lu sisters. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Very well. If you lose, you must acknowledge that you are but a sycophant of the Lu family." Linny let out a hearty laugh, gesturing towards the bag in his hand. "This bag contains the favorite snacks of the Lu sisters, which I procured for them. If you can guess which one they adore the most, I shall concede defeat. But I must warn you, this information was acquired in secret, so I doubt you will know." The minor antagonist, upon hearing this, became flustered, scratching his head as he pondered for a considerable time. Finally, with a forced bravado, he exclaimed that they must surely prefer spicy strips. Lin Yi, with a mischievous grin, opened the bag to reveal an assortment of chocolates and chips. He feigned a sigh, saying, "Alas, it seems that this loyal little tail of yours is not very familiar with their preferences. It looks like you'll owe me 3 days of servitude. But fear not, I shall not burden you with strenuous tasks, merely fetching items and running errands will suffice." The minor antagonist, fuming with indignation, retorted, "Who would want to be your lackey?" He raised his hand, attempting to snatch the items from Lin Yi. Lin Yi deftly sidestepped, his expression turning icy, and with a hint of impatience in his tone, he warned, "Step aside, do not touch my belongings." Enraged and humiliated, the minor antagonist shouted, "You, a mere lackey, dare to speak to me in such a manner? Do you even know who I am?" Lin Yi let out a cold laugh, dismissively responding, "Who are you? What concern is it of mine? Keep your distance." The minor antagonist was unwilling to back down, launching a punch directly at Lin Yi. With ease, Lin Yi sidestepped the blow and retaliated with a kick to the antagonist's knee, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, while the antagonist's face turned crimson as he seethed. "You dare strike me? The Lin family will not let this slide." Lin Yi scoffed dismissively. "It seems you are the one tarnishing the Lin family's reputation. I am merely providing your family with the discipline you so desperately need." With that, he gathered his belongings, preparing to depart, his thoughts racing. "If it weren't for my current lack of time, I would assert that the Lin family is unworthy of even carrying the shoes of the Lu family." The minor antagonist glared at Lin Yi's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with resentment, silently vowing to seek revenge. Meanwhile, Lin Yi swiftly returned to the villa. "Miss, I have brought back the snacks you requested," he announced as he entered. The little girl eagerly extended her hand, demanding her treats. Lin Yi obediently handed them over, but discreetly observed her. According to the original narrative, this seemingly innocent little girl was, in fact, a concealed major antagonist, cold-hearted and ruthless. As she received the snacks, the little girl joyfully began to munch on them, her mouth full as she asked indistinctly, "Xiao Yezi, did you encounter anything fun today?" Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, uncertain whether to disclose the confrontation with the minor antagonist. Ultimately, he chose to be honest. "Miss, today a little pest sought trouble, and I gave him a proper lesson." The little girl lifted her gaze, her rosy lips smeared with crumbs, and mischievously looked at Lin Yi. "Do tell me more." Lin Yi recounted the events in great detail. The little girl giggled upon hearing the tale. "You did well. The Lin family has always been overconfident. However, in the future, there is no need for leniency. It is better to resolve such matters swiftly." Lin Yi nodded, increasingly aware of the depth and complexity of this little girl. At that moment, a shadow flitted past the window. Lin Yi became alert, positioning himself protectively in front of the young lady. As the shadow drew nearer, it revealed itself to be a carrier pigeon. The little girl gently extended her delicate, fair hand, carefully retrieving the note tied to the pigeon's slender leg. She unfurled the note, her gaze swiftly scanning the words inscribed upon it. A subtle smile graced her lips, a knowing expression emerging as she said, "There will be an interesting ball. Tomorrow you shall accompany me." "Your wish is my command, my lady," Lin Yi replied with utmost respect. "Very well. You are dismissed. Now you may return to your room and rest." The little girl waved her hand and resumed her indulgence in snacks. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss," Lin Yi said with a slight bow before turning to leave. Upon returning to the storeroom, Lin Yi sat beside the bed, contemplating his forthcoming plans. He understood that he must exercise greater caution, for in the original narrative, Miss Liu was no ordinary adversary. Chapter 2. The Ball System. Please introduce your functions. Catastrophe Creation System. Primary function. To trigger special options through the creation of various disasters. Each disaster created yields a certain reward. Currently available disasters for creation: Zombie Apocalypse Basic Edition, Monster Emergence Youth Edition, Blood Moon Simplified Edition. By completing special options, one can obtain additional disasters. The first creation is free. Please select the disaster you wish to create. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and opted for the Zombie Apocalypse Basic Edition. Success. The creation is complete. It will officially commence in 2 days. Daily points have been activated. The system space is now open. The initial mall selection has been unlocked. You have received the creation reward. Always week 1. Effect. You may choose one individual to bind with for life, and you will possess a weakened version of their strongest ability. Binding condition. Hold hands for 10 seconds. Well, this is a no-brainer. I must bind with the young lady, though the condition is somewhat challenging. Isn't there a ball tomorrow? I must devise a plan. By the way, what is the daily point system? The host can earn 10 points daily, which can be used to purchase anything in the mall. What exactly is the initial mall selection? The mall selection is now open. Please choose one from the following 3 basic malls: Minion Mall, Weapon Mall, Armor Mall. I shall choose the Minion Mall. After all, I might not be able to protect the young lady by myself tomorrow. Minion Mall has been loaded. System. Please present the minions I can currently purchase. Ordinary Minion. 1.1 person. All attributes 5. No additional abilities. The Fighter Disciple possesses attributes of 2 points per individual, with all attributes rated at 8, proficient in basic martial arts. The Throwing Knife Disciple also holds 2 points per individual, with strength and speed rated at 8, while other attributes stand at 5, possessing level 1 knife throwing skills. The Martial Apprentice Disciple has 5 points per individual, with all attributes at 12, and is adept in the foundational breathing technique. Reflecting on my journey, it appears I have yet to cultivate any martial arts. It seems the young lady embarked on her path as a warrior only after encountering the second protagonist. There remains time. By the way, once these disciples are acquired, can they be enhanced? Indeed, the system replied. Therefore, I shall procure 1 martial apprentice and 5 ordinary individuals, summoning them not far from this location. Ding! The summoning was successful. The system detected that the host has successfully summoned a disciple, granting vision synchronization as a reward. Effect: the ability to synchronize vision with one disciple and convey certain information. Additionally, all summoned disciples possess identities befitting this world, relieving the host of any concerns. Lin Yi smiled faintly upon this realization. Subsequently, he activated vision synchronization, instructing the martial apprentice disciple to impart the foundational breathing technique to the others. After ensuring they diligently practiced, he retired for the night. At the entrance of the Feng family's hotel in Meng City, Lin Yi swiftly leapt from the driver's seat, hurrying to the door of Lu Mingming's vehicle, beaming with enthusiasm as he respectfully opened the door. Lu Mingming cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yi, the corner of her mouth curling into a smirk, exuding an air of defiance. With deliberate slowness, she extended her leg from the car, and as her foot touched the ground, it was as if the very air around her had become haughty. Lin Yi, this place appears quite satisfactory. You must ensure my stay is exceedingly comfortable, or I shall not take it lightly, Lu Mingming said, brushing her hair aside with an air of arrogance, as if she were the very center of the universe. Lin Yi quickly lowered his head, wearing a professional smile that resembled that of an eager sycophant, and replied respectfully, "Rest assured, miss, this hotel is the pinnacle of luxury belonging to the Feng family, with unparalleled service and opulent facilities that will undoubtedly meet your expectations." Satisfied, Lu Mingming let out a haughty hum and strode into the hotel, her high heels clicking rhythmically, seemingly announcing her grand arrival. Lin Yi followed closely behind, softly reminding her, "Miss, there are many members of the Feng family present today. Please feel free to request anything you may need." Suddenly, Lu Mingming halted, casting a chilling glare back at Lin Yi, and coldly retorted, "Do I need you to remind me of such things? This is not my first visit to such establishments. Be mindful, or you shall bring me disgrace." Lin Yi promptly nodded, refraining from further speech and only following silently behind her. As Lu Mingming entered the lobby, the sound of her heels echoed throughout the grand space. She surveyed her surroundings, her her gaze sharp as if seeking faults. The lobby was adorned extravagantly, with crystal chandeliers shimmering brilliantly, and the staff stood impeccably straight, wearing smiles. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a plainly dressed young man. He wore a simple shirt and jeans, starkly contrasting with the surrounding opulence. "Who is that?" Lu Mingming abruptly stopped, pointing at the young man with a tone laced with disdain. Lin Yi followed her gaze and frowned slightly, whispering, "Miss, he seems to be a son-in-law of the Feng family, here for the family gathering today. However, he seldom makes appearances, so I am not well acquainted with his identity." "Humph, a son-in-law of the Feng family? He hardly looks the part. How could someone like him be allowed in such a place?" Lu Mingming scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. She turned to Lin Yi and instructed, "Go tell them to keep such people away from me. I do not wish for my mood to be spoiled." Lin Yi sighed in resignation, mustering the courage to approach the man, his mind racing with thoughts of how unfortunate this day had turned out to be. He approached the man, cleared his throat, and said with practiced ease, "Hey, you're obstructing my lady's view. Get out of here at once." The man smiled faintly, a hint of mockery in his expression. "Oh, do you know who I am?" Upon hearing this, Lu Mingming's smile widened, and she deliberately raised her voice, coldly retorting, "Lin Yi, do not concern yourself with who he is. This is my territory. If he lacks the sense to leave, he cannot blame me for being impolite." Her gaze swept over the man, her tone laced with provocation. "Who do you think you are? Here, I hold the authority." The man's expression shifted slightly but quickly returned to calm, accompanied by a smile as he replied, "Miss Lu, I do not believe I have offended you. Why must you be so confrontational?" Lu Mingming let out a cold laugh, stepping closer to him, looking down imperiously. "I simply find you displeasing. What of it? A mere son-in-law of the Feng family dares to act so arrogantly. Xiaoya, go and let him witness what true aggression is." Lu Mingming waved her hand, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Watch how I handle this." "Indeed, I shall ensure the young lady is satisfied." Lin Yi responded while internally lamenting, "What a truly unfortunate day this is. The young lady may not recognize him, but I certainly do. He is none other than the newly appointed Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall, Long Outyin. I can only hope he retains his forbearance as a son-in-law. Otherwise, it could spell trouble." As Lin Yi contacted his associates, he kept a watchful eye on the man. "It appears I must face this head-on. I hope the young lady's reputation proves advantageous, or I may find myself in dire straits." Chapter 3. Rebirth. At the same moment, Lu Mingming, seated and prepared to enjoy the spectacle, suddenly wore a dazed expression. "Wait, where is this? Is this Lin Yi? Did he not die saving me? What is happening? Damn it, Long Outyin, you are here too." "No." Lu Mingming scanned her surroundings. "This seems to be the place where I first encountered the protagonist. Am I reborn? Huh. This time, I must prioritize caution. Those wretched children of destiny, prepare yourselves. I, Lu Mingming, shall exact vengeance for my past grievances. In my previous life, after painstakingly reaching the threshold of semi-mortal emperor, I was besieged and beheaded by a dozen children of destiny. In this life, none of you shall escape." Ha! Slap. With the resounding sound of a sharp slap, Lu Mingming's gaze shifted to the source. She witnessed her little bodyguard behaving like a madman, slapping Long Outyin while laughing maniacally. "Hiss!" Lu Mingming gasped in surprise. Was her little bodyguard this deranged in her previous life? Nevertheless, splendidly done. At this moment, as Lin Yi delivered the first slap to Long Outyin, a notification chimed. "You have inflicted an attack on the child of destiny. Points 10. To my surprise, such a feature exists. Ha ha ha. My lady, you are indeed my lucky star. He he he. As long as my lady does not call for a halt, I shall not cease." Slap, slap, slap. Long Outyin's face flushed crimson, his eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and fury. Yet, recalling his identity as a son-in-law, he forced himself to endure. Although Lu Mingming found the situation peculiar, she was unwilling to let this opportunity to teach Long Outyin a lesson slip away. "Lin Yi, well done, continue the onslaught." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi exerted himself even more, leaving the onlookers in a state of stupefied amazement. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop." It was the head of the Feng family who had arrived. Upon seeing Long Outyin in distress, the family head's expression darkened. "Lu Mingming, do not go too far. Although he is a son-in-law, he is still a member of the Feng family." However, Lu Mingming remained undeterred. "Feng Laoding, today's incident is a result of his disrespect towards me." The head of the Feng family snorted coldly, on the verge of erupting, when suddenly Long Outyin rose to his feet and waved his hand lightly. No matter, let this matter rest. The crowd was taken aback. While only Long Outyin comprehended that revealing his strength would be detrimental to his plans. Hey, Lin Yi, kicking Long Outyin away is not what you call letting it rest. Lin Yi silently mused. I have only delivered 52 slaps. I have not yet had my fill. After all, you are the lady's foe. It is only a matter of time. Upon witnessing this scene, the head of the Feng family trembled with rage. Lu Mingming, does your bodyguard truly believe that my Feng family is devoid of capable individuals? Just as Lu Mingming was about to retort, Long Outyin intervened, saying, do not be angry. Esteemed head, I shall handle this matter. With that, he cast a glance at Lin Yi, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Feeling a wave of pressure, Lin Yi, spurred by thoughts of the rewards promised by the system, gritted his teeth and charged forward, determined to land a few more punches. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a bolt of purple lightning descended, aimed directly at Lin Yi. It became evident that Long Outyin had discreetly unleashed a spell as a warning. Lin Yi was taken aback, and just at that critical moment, his martial apprentice brother lunged forward to push him aside. Ding! The system detected that the apprentice had shielded the host from disaster, awarding him a skill upgrade voucher. Damn, I forgot this guy is a formidable warrior of the martial master realm. I recall he possesses the binding spirit plate as well. Gazing at his injured apprentice, a wave of guilt surged within Lin Yi. He clenched the skill upgrade voucher tightly, silently vowing to make Long Outyin pay dearly. Long Outyin, how dare you resort to a sneak attack? What sort of hero does that make you? Lin Yi bellowed, sensing the fury in Lin Yi's gaze. Long Outyin's lips curled into a faint, contemptuous smile, as if mocking Lin Yi's audacity. He slowly replied, Heh, it seems even the heavens deem your sins to be grievous. Lu Mingming furrowed her brow, astonished that Long Outyin had concealed his true strength. Yet, she refused to back down easily. Long Outyin, this matter will not conclude so simply today. Lin Yi produced a skill upgrade voucher and addressed the system. System, I wish to upgrade the foundational breathing technique of my martial apprentice. Ding! The upgrade was successful, instantly enhancing the martial apprentice's attributes to 20 and fully reviving him. Lin Yi directed his apprentice to charge once more at Long Outyin, who, just as he was about to unleash his full power, suddenly recalled that the 5-year period had not yet concluded and that he could not afford to reveal his strength so easily. Cursed be it, the energy of the spiritual plate was also running low. The martial apprentice executed a flying kick, sending Long Outyin flying. Slowly rising, Long Outyin scoffed. I shall spare you for today. He clutched his abdomen, casting a resentful glance before turning to leave. Lin Yi and Lu Mingming exchanged a glance and sighed in relief. Humph, Lu Mingming remarked, seizing Lin Yi by the ear and pushing him into the vehicle, teasing, why have I never seen you so courageous before? Hee hee. With a lady present, it feels as though one has the strength of 1,000 behind them. Naturally, little Yezi fears nothing. Lu Mingming rolled her eyes at Lin Yi. You sure have a way with words. However, I must admit, your performance today was commendable. Lin Yi chuckled, suddenly recalling the impending zombie horde. My lady, we must hasten back to prepare some supplies. Lu Mingming inquired, puzzled. Why do we need to prepare supplies when everything seems fine? Oh, never mind. With you around, what is there to fear from mere zombies? Apologies, I got a bit carried away in today's excitement, and my head is a bit muddled. Lu Mingming delivered a playful slap to Lin Yi. Let us head back now. I'm feeling rather fatigued today. As you command. Lin Yi promptly ascended to the driver's seat, steering towards the direction of Mengming's villa, noting to himself how delicate the lady's hand felt, a rather pleasant sensation. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Yi quietly commenced preparations for the impending zombie apocalypse. He utilized the services of his subordinates' marketplace, exchanging for several adept subordinates skilled in resource gathering, instructing them to scour the surroundings for food, medicine, and weapons. Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of the zombie horde. A day later, an eerie crimson glow emerged on the horizon. Lin Yi stood by the window of the villa, gazing into the distance and murmuring, the zombie tide is approaching. What nonsense about zombies? Xiao Yezi, have you lost your mind? Lu Mingming remarked, scrolling through videos while critiquing her bodyguard. Ugh, I haven't enjoyed such a leisurely life in ages. I don't want to train. She mused silently. Nevertheless, she considered fortifying her bodyguard team. In the early stages, she anticipated not facing significant danger. Hey, you insufferable Yezi, come here for a moment. Lin Yi hastily approached Lu Mingming, asking, Miss, What can I do for you? Lu Mingming looked at Lin Ye's imposing stature and said, your presence is somewhat unsettling. Without hesitation, Lin Yi squatted down, apologizing. My apologies, miss, it was my oversight. As Lu Mingming straightened up, she inquired, Xiao Yezi, are you familiar with ancient martial artists? Lin Ye's gaze drifted toward the fair expanse of her calves as he swallowed hard. Hey, insufferable Yezi, are you even paying attention to what I'm saying? Lu Mingming retaliated by kicking him with her delicate foot, clad in sheer white stockings, knocking Lin Yi down. She then stood over him, asserting, this is the consequence of your inattention. Lin Ye's face flushed crimson, and he quickly apologized. Miss, please do not be angry. I acknowledge my mistake. Chapter 4. Subtemplate. I have heard a bit about ancient martial artists. They are said to possess remarkable strength. Oh no, that's not right. I've heard they are significantly stronger than ordinary individuals. What on earth am I babbling about? Lin Yi could not help but punch himself. Lu Mingming let out a huff, retracting her foot to sit down. What is so white? You are truly perplexing. I have decided to begin training in ancient martial arts, and you must assist me with all your strength. Yes, miss, Lin Yi replied. He forced himself to regain his composure. What do you require of me, miss? Lu Mingming pondered for a moment, about to speak when suddenly a roar from outside interrupted her thoughts. What on earth is that? Lu Mingming said, somewhat annoyed. Xiao Yezi, go teach that person outside a lesson. Miss, is it possible that it is not a person? Not a person? Could it be you? Wretched Yezi, you are ignoring my commands. I believe you are in need of a good scolding. Lu Mingming pouted, feigning anger. At your command, Lin Yi said, picking up a baseball bat and immediately rushing out the door. Am I truly such a fearsome beast? Why am I running so fast? Wretched Yezi. Upon charging outside, Lin Yi was met with the sight of a horde of zombies staggering towards him. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the bat, and charged at the nearest zombie. The martial disciples followed closely behind, engaging in battle with the undead. After waiting for a while, without seeing Lin Yi return, Lu Mingming grew anxious and stepped outside to investigate. Upon witnessing the terrifying scene of zombies before her, her eyes widened in disbelief. Zombies? Did this exist in my previous life? Could my rebirth have caused some sort of upheaval? Or have I mistakenly entered a parallel world? What on earth is happening? Miss, you must run back inside. It's dangerous, Lin Yi shouted. Lu Mingming, having once cultivated to the brink of becoming an immortal emperor, quickly regained her composure. She picked up a stone and infused it with her luck, hurling it towards the zombie, astonishingly piercing through the skull of one. Lin Yi, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the young lady was formidable. Stinky Yezi, hurry back. Upon hearing Lu Mingming's call, Lin Yi swiftly extricated himself from the clutches of several zombies and dashed back. The two retreated indoors, where Lin Yi fended off the occasional intruding zombie while saying, Miss, it seems we must hold our ground here and await rescue, or until the tide of zombies subsides. Lu Mingming, momentarily dazed by the scene, instinctively replied, I'll follow your lead, Xiao Yezi. Lin Yi forcefully bolted the door, activating his vision synchronization to summon his subordinates back to their den. While referred to as a den, it was more akin to a small abode, where his subordinates had recently taken residence. Lin Yi assisted the young lady onto the sofa, marveling inwardly at how delightful her touch felt, while simultaneously accessing the system panel. Disaster Creation System. Created disaster. Zombie Tide. Basic version. Current zombie to human ratio, 9:1. Modifiable. It must be adjusted. Set the zombie ratio to the highest possible, for humans are even more repulsive than zombies. Modification complete. Current ratio 100,001. Quite satisfactory. In this world, it shall be just the two of us, with the rest being expendable. Beep. Would you like to add a subtemplate to the zombie tide? What subtemplates are within my purchasing capacity? The disaster shop has opened. Ability Awakening, 200 points. Zombie Crystal Core, 10 points. 0 to 20 times Zombie Tide, 5 points. Alien Zombie, 10 points. Nighttime Zombie Frenzy, 3 points. Zombie Evolution, 30 points. Zombie Superpower Device, 50 points. Hiss, there are so many functionalities. Firstly, I can roughly guess that those so-called protagonists are certainly invulnerable. Thus, I must devise a way to weaken them as much as possible while ensuring both my and the lady's survival. Currently, with 500 points, I will purchase the Alien Zombie, Young Hacker Edition, the Nighttime Zombie Frenzy, and the Zombie Serum. Finally, I will render all existing firearms ineffective. This will consume a total of 30 points. Perfect. I hope the lady is strong enough. Otherwise, I may end up being my own downfall. Curse it. Does this system not offer any exclusive enhancements for me? Why is everything global in nature? As Lin Yi completed the purchase of these special abilities, the zombies outside became increasingly frenzied. Night fell, and the zombies' eyes glowed red under the moonlight, moving with heightened agility, and new types of zombies emerged among them. Hey, Lin Yi, come here for a moment, Lu Mingming said, exasperated as she supported her head. Did you already know about this disaster? Yes, my lady. I have possessed the ability to predict the future since childhood. Lin Yi strained his mind to concoct an explanation. Is that so? Lu Mingming recalled that in her previous life, Lin Yi had always saved her at critical moments. Since that is the case, the path we shall take next is up to you to decide. By the way, I will now impart a mantra for a cultivation technique. You must remember it well. In the primordial chaos, yin and yang are birthed. The sun and moon shine together, and heaven and earth ride in tandem. Yang energy ascends, akin to a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Yin energy descends, resembling a tiger resting in the secluded cliffs. Harmonize the two energies, returning to the central palace. Gather essence, chi, and spirit, for the great way is boundless. Maintain tranquility and steadfastness, with a heart as still as water, balance motion and stillness, and the exquisite will manifest without limits. Absorb the essence of the sun and moon, gather the spirit of heaven and earth, refine heart and character, and achieve the ultimate fruition. In the union of yin and yang, creation lies within me. With body and Tao in harmony, one attains longevity and eternal vision. Ding! The system has detected that the host has acquired the cultivation technique Yin-Yang Creation Mantra. The Celestial Exchange template has been activated. The Points Cultivation template has been initiated. The character panel has been opened. Name, Lin Yi. Physique, 12, also known as Combat Power. Talent, 9, Ordinary Person, 5. Comprehension, 9, Ordinary Person, 5. Technique, Yin-Yang Creation Mantra Level 1, 100. Realm, Initial Clarity Mortal Realm. Hiss. Cultivating in a world of zombies. Lin Yi inwardly scoffed. Speaking of which, the original protagonist only embarked on the martial path after several months. Why is the cultivation technique being presented now? This world has ultimately transformed into something incomprehensible to me. Did you understand? Lu Mingming, with her chubby little face, looked at Lin Yi with utmost seriousness. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi felt a stirring in his heart. What to do? Suddenly, he found the earnestness of this young lady utterly adorable. Lin Yi cleared his throat with urgency, striving to shake off the inexplicable sense of adorableness that had enveloped him. With a serious demeanor, he declared, I have duly noted this, and I thank you for your graciousness, Mississippi. He continued, however, given that this world lacks spiritual energy, this technique can only be considered an enhanced martial arts formula. You must diligently cultivate it, so that you may assist me in the future. Indeed, I shall pledge my life to your service, Mississippi. Lin Yi added, by the way, I believe we should amass a considerable stockpile of food here. Fortunately, I have unlocked a spatial ability that grants me a storage space. Please allow me to act independently to secure sufficient provisions for you. An ability? Lu Mingming regarded Lin Yi with a hint of skepticism. As a prospective champion of this world, I have yet to awaken mine. Yet you have? Regardless, at least you are on my side. It seems I ought to delve into more apocalyptic novels. Very well, Xiao Yezi, please exercise caution. And remember to bring back plenty of chips. Understood. I appreciate your concern, Mississippi. With that, Lin Yi swiftly opened the door and dashed out, closing it behind him. Xiao Yezi seems to harbor some secrets, Lu Mingming mused to herself. Humph, disobedience shall not go unaddressed when time permits. Chapter 5. The search for supplies. Lin Yi navigated the desolate streets with utmost care, surrounded by an eerie silence, punctuated only by the occasional spine-chilling growl. The once thriving city had been reduced to ruins, with shattered glass littering the remnants of buildings and various debris strewn across the streets. He gripped his baseball bat tightly, the sole weapon he had for self-defense. The system space serves as his secret weapon, containing a modest collection of basic first aid supplies and a limited amount of food collected by his previous companions, though these provisions are woefully insufficient. He is uncertain how long he has been wandering until he catches sight of a supermarket sign. The entrance to the supermarket has been forcefully breached, revealing a scene of utter chaos within. Holding his breath, Lin Yi cautiously steps inside, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The shelves are in disarray, yet he manages to locate some undamaged items. He swiftly searches, placing any food and water he can find into the system space. Just as he is nearing the end of his search, he suddenly hears the sound of footsteps. A wave of dread washes over him as he instinctively hides behind a shelf, gripping his baseball bat tightly. The footsteps draw nearer, and a zombie lurches into view down the aisle. Its skin is pallid, eyes a ghastly red, and it emits a low, guttural growl. Lin Yi holds his breath, remaining motionless until the creature shuffles past him. Once the zombie is a safe distance away, he cautiously emerges from his hiding place. Thank goodness I didn't encounter a horde of 20, or I would surely have been in peril, Lin Yi muses as he continues to scavenge for supplies. He discovers several cans, some bread, and a few bottles of water, all of which he stows away in the system space. Just as he prepares to make his exit, a cacophony of noise erupts from outside. His heart leaps into his throat, and he hurriedly hides in a corner, peering through a crack to observe. A throng of zombies is advancing toward the supermarket, their numbers swelling ominously. Lin Yi realizes he must flee immediately, lest he be discovered. He cautiously circumnavigated to the back door, gently nudging it open before swiftly dashing outside. He dared not linger, sprinting until he reached a relatively safe haven. Leaning against the wall, Lin Yi gasped for breath, his garments drenched in perspiration and his face etched with fatigue. Yet, he had no time to rest, for he knew that the young lady awaited him. Gritting his teeth, he pressed onward toward home. The number of zombies on the road increased, compelling Lin Yi to navigate carefully around them. Damn it, if there are this many zombies in the villa area, what must the other places be like? He muttered to himself as he maneuvered through tight corners. At last, Lin Yi arrived home. He pushed the door open and found the young lady seated on the sofa. Her gaze still haughty, yet Lin Yi discerned a hint of concern within it. "Miss, I have returned," he said, somewhat breathless. "Now that you're back, go prepare a meal." "I am hungry," Lu Mingming replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. Lin Yi nodded and began rummaging through his room for cooking utensils. "Wait, what am I doing here? Isn't there a kitchen?" After a moment of contemplation, he quickly made his way to the kitchen, retrieving some canned goods and dried provisions from the system space. He skillfully ignited a fire and commenced cooking. Meanwhile, Lu Mingming sat on the sofa, her eyes betraying a touch of weariness. The events of the day had left her somewhat fatigued, her CPU on the verge of a meltdown. As he cooked, Lin Yi gently spoke, "Miss, please rest for a moment. The meal will be ready shortly." Lu Mingming remained silent, merely nodding slightly. One couldn't help but wonder how the Lu family fared now. Was that troublesome sister of hers all right? Sighing, he resolved to continue honing his skills. A sense of monotony lingered in the air. The meal was swiftly prepared, and Lin Yi placed the steaming dishes before the young lady. Lu Mingming gazed at the food before her, warmth flickering in her eyes. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat quietly. Lin Yi sat beside her, watching her with a faint smile of contentment. "Thank you, Lin Yi." Lu Mingming suddenly spoke, her voice imbued with a subtle tenderness. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled in return, saying, "My lady, there is no need for such formality. As long as you are well, I find my satisfaction." Lu Mingming lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Lin Yi. Her expression was a tapestry of complex emotions, as if she had an abundance of words she longed to express but did not know where to begin. "In our past life, you were just as foolish. Why were you always so kind to me, little Yi?" Ultimately, she merely uttered, "We must continue to survive." Lin Yi nodded, inquiring, "My lady, what shall we do next?" As Lu Mingming pondered, she realized that lingering here was not a viable option. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind. She had caused her considerable trouble in the past. One of Long Outyan's consorts, the campus belle, Su Jinyao, possessed an extraordinary spiritual root and was of considerable aptitude. Although her subordinates had dealt with her subsequently, her family had previously brought much vexation. It would have to be her. The crucial point was that her school was relatively nearby. Previously, these fated individuals had taken advantage of me, and this time, I would turn the tables. "Little Yi, let us proceed to Azure School." "As you command, my lady." Chapter 6. The Battle of Long Outyan and the Swamp Fire. As the sun began to rise, Lin Yi and Lu Mingming embarked on their journey to school. The streets remained eerily silent, occasionally interrupted by the sight of a few zombies wandering through the ruins. Lin Yi cautiously led the way, wielding a baseball bat to strike the ground, ever vigilant of the sounds surrounding them. Lu Mingming closely followed behind, gripping a short knife in her hand. They traversed the desolate streets, navigating through the remnants of destruction. After several arduous hours of travel, they finally beheld the gates of the school. Though the entrance had fallen into a state of disrepair, it still stood resolutely. Atop the gates, a figure slowly emerged, looming above them. Lin Yi pulled Lu Mingming into the shelter of a corner. "Miss, who could that be? I'm not sure. Should we go take a closer look?" Lu Mingming replied, her voice tinged with hesitation. Lin Yi already harbored a suspicion. It was either a protagonist or a significant supporting character, or perhaps an alien zombie. "Miss, by the way, how formidable are your current abilities?" "Humph, I could easily take on 10 of you," Lu Mingming declared, punctuating her statement by playfully punching Lin Yi on the shoulder. "Ouch, please be gentler." Lin Yi winced, rubbing his shoulder, where he felt a large red mark forming. "I wonder what rewards might come from vanquishing an alien zombie." Just then, a large truck barreled down the street, its massive tires crushing broken bricks and debris, producing a jarring screech. The occupants of the truck were the first to catch sight of the figure, their expressions filled with bewilderment. One of them rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the imposing silhouette standing at the school gates. The figure appeared tall and commanding, emanating an aura that sent chills down one's spine. The truck driver, suppressing his inner unease, leaned out and shouted upward, "Hey, who are you up there? Don't stand there. It's too dangerous." However, his voice seemed to ignite a fuse. The figure standing at the school gates slowly turned, revealing a grotesque and contorted visage. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie red light, akin to two burning flames, and a cruel smile lingered at the corners of its mouth. This was no human. It was evidently a formidable extraterrestrial zombie. Lin Yi huddled in the corner, meticulously observing the alien zombie, whose skin resembled that of withered plants. Could this be the Mancero sage? This is bad. It is the zombie swamp fire. The zombie swamp fire revealed a sinister grin, pointing its hands towards the truck, where swamp gas continued to coalesce. Two massive fireballs materialized in its grasp and were hurled towards the vehicle. The truck driver sensed the impending danger and slammed on the accelerator, the vehicle darting forward like an arrow released from its bow. Yet, the attack from the zombie swamp fire was too swift. The two enormous fireballs traced a bizarre trajectory through the air, rapidly closing in on the truck. Upon impact, the fireballs collided with the truck's body, producing a deafening roar as flames engulfed the rear compartment in an instant. The metal emitted a piercing screech under the intense heat, as if lamenting in agony. At that moment, from within the truck, a dragon's roar suddenly erupted. Long Ao Tian leapt out, exclaiming, "Damn it, I just wanted to find my wife. Why is it so difficult?" Witnessing this scene, the zombie swamp fire unleashed a continuous torrent of swamp gas from beneath its feet, surging forth like a majestic fountain, forming a colossal and murky column that ascended towards the heavens. Immediately, the zombie swamp fire flickered and soared into the sky. With hands firmly clasped, a formidable ray of flame rapidly coalesced into a dazzling fireball within its palms, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. It surged forth with the might of thunder towards Long Outyin. Undeterred by such a fierce onslaught, Long Outyin's eyes widened in defiance as he bellowed with thunderous intensity, "Nine-turn dragon god art, arise." No sooner had the words left his lips than a resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens. In an instant, 9 golden dragons emerged from all directions, their presence commanding and fierce as they converged behind Long Outyin. Each golden dragon radiated a brilliant light, rendering them nearly impossible to behold. Entwined with the 9 dragons, "Break for me," Long Outyin roared once more, and the 9 golden dragons responded in unison with a fearsome roar, intertwining around him to form an impregnable shield. Simultaneously, the 9 dragons focused their energies, merging into a cataclysmic torrent of power directed towards the airborne zombie swamp fire, unleashing their most potent assault. However, the zombie swamp fire appeared unwilling to confront Long Outyin head-on. Just as the two forces were about to clash, it suddenly darted aside, like a phantom, and positioned itself at Long Outyin's flank. Thereafter, the zombie swamp fire elevated its arms high, exerting all its strength to strike fiercely at Long Outyin. Witnessing this, Long Outyin began to chant incantations, his voice unwavering. Moments later, he unleashed a mighty cry, "Dragon Sky Sword, return!" With that resounding cry, a gleaming longsword shot through the air like a meteor, landing deftly in Long Outyin's grasp. Clutching the Longshao sword, Long Outyin moved with the grace of a swallow, nimbly evading the ferocious strike of the zombie swamp fire. Seizing the moment, he executed a stunning turn, the Longshao sword tracing a beautiful arc through the air, delivering a devastating blow once again toward the zombie swamp fire. The speed of this strike was beyond imagination, akin to a flash of lightning streaking across the night sky, fleeting and ephemeral. In the blink of an eye, the Longshao sword struck its target with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the vital spot of the zombie swamp fire. Yet, the zombie swamp fire refused to yield. Its flames surged violently, creating a wall of fire that encircled Long Outyin. The intense heat scorched the air, making it nearly impossible to breathe. At this critical juncture, Long Outyin furrowed his brow tightly, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. Drawing a deep breath, he seemed to inhale all the surrounding air into his very being. As this breath filled his lungs, his chest expanded slightly. Soon after, a powerful surge of true energy surged through his meridians like a tempestuous wave. In an instant, the long sword in Long Outyin's hand, shimmering with a cold light, was swept in a sudden arc, unleashing a fierce and unparalleled sword aura. "I will fight you." This sword aura roared forth like a mighty dragon, crashing against the wall of fire with overwhelming force. A tremendous roar echoed as the sword aura collided with the flames, unleashing a tempestuous gale. Amidst the relentless fury of the tempest, the once blazing and unassailable firewall was unexpectedly torn asunder, creating a gaping chasm. Seizing this opportunity, Long Outyin, without a moment's hesitation, darted through the breach like a streak of lightning. However, before he could even exhale in relief, the zombie-infested mire had already sensed his movements. It emitted a piercing, shrill shriek and ascended into the heavens once more. Simultaneously, its colossal form erupted with countless black seeds. These seeds rained down like a torrential downpour, swiftly taking root upon contact with the ground, rapidly sprouting into robust and formidable poisonous vines. The vines intertwined and ensnared one another, weaving an impenetrable net that surged toward Long Outyin with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. In the blink of an eye, he found himself ensnared by this toxic web. To make matters worse, the vines were adorned with razor-sharp thorns. Chapter 7. The defeat of Outyin. These thorns easily pierced Long Outyin's resilient skin, plunging deep into his muscles. With each puncture, waves of dark green zombie virus surged into his body through the wounds, voraciously eroding his flesh and consciousness. Lin Yi, witnessing this scene, realized he had erred. Perhaps he should have waited before introducing the extraterrestrial zombies, as few could withstand their onslaught in the early stages. He hoped he wouldn't inadvertently cultivate an ultimate boss. Lin Yi awoke to find Lu Mingming, lost in thought beside him. "Miss, perhaps we should leave. This feels a bit overwhelming. We may not be able to handle it." "Xiao Yezi, assist me in leaving," Lu Mingming replied, managing an awkward smile. "I was so engrossed earlier that I inadvertently cramped my leg." Lin Yi promptly extended his hand to support Lu Mingming, his concern evident as he inquired, "Miss, are you all right? Does your leg hurt from the cramp?" Lu Mingming gently shook her head, striving to make her smile appear more natural. "I'm fine. It's just that the battle was so exhilarating I became too focused and didn't move my legs, resulting in the cramp." She softly massaged her calf, attempting to alleviate the discomfort. Lin Yi cautiously aided her, gradually guiding her to a more comfortable spot to sit. "Shall I help you with a massage? I have a decent technique." Lu Mingming nodded, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. "That would be much appreciated." Lin Yi knelt down, delicately grasping Lu Mingming's calf, inquiring as he massaged, "Is this pressure suitable?" "Yes, it feels quite pleasant," Lu Mingming replied, warmth and shyness flooding her heart as she observed Lin Yi's earnestness. As he continued to knead her leg, Lin Yi pondered, "It's all the fault of this beautiful lady. Her allure distracted me from the precariousness of our situation. I can only hope Long Outyin can hold out a little longer." With that thought, Lin Yi cleared his mind, focusing solely on ensuring Lu Mingming's comfort. He persisted in his massage until her leg returned to normalcy. As the two individuals rose to their feet, Lu Mingming stretched her legs, feeling completely restored. "I'm much better now. Thank you, Xiao Yizi. It is my honor to assist you, Miss," Lin Yi replied, bowing slightly. Observing his gesture, Lu Mingming chose not to comment further. "By the way, how is the situation over there?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment, quickly retrieving his phone to message his subordinates, urging them to arrive promptly. Meanwhile, he cautiously concealed himself in a corner, revealing only his eyes as he stealthily monitored the unfolding events ahead. At that moment, the sight of Long Outyin sent a chill through Lin Yi's heart. His skin had turned a deep shade of blue-black, indicative of severe poisoning, and he appeared exceedingly frail, as though he might collapse at any moment. Lin Yi understood that this situation demanded utmost vigilance. "Miss, Long Outyin's condition is rather dire. Perhaps we should consider withdrawing." Concern laced Lin Yi's voice. "I trust your judgment. Let us retreat," Lu Mingming whispered, silently proceeding toward the distance. "Wait for me, miss," Lin Yi called out, hastily following her. Lu Mingming moved with agility and grace, reminiscent of a nocturnal leopard navigating the dimly lit alleys. Her figure darted swiftly through the narrow streets, as if she were intimately familiar with every nook and cranny of the area. Although Lin Yi trailed behind, he found it somewhat taxing, for he lacked her nimbleness. "Miss, could you slow down a bit?" he gasped, a hint of complaint evident in his tone. Upon hearing those words, Lu Mingming abruptly halted and retaliated with a swift strike. "Ah, miss, I was wrong," Lin Yi exclaimed, gingerly touching his injured head while crouching nearby, his expression one of innocence. "Humph, a mere wretch dares to command me, this young lady? Go fetch me something," Lu Mingming muttered, her adorable face contorted in displeasure as she glared at Lin Yi. Without hesitation, Lin Yi knelt partially on the ground, clasping his hands together. A hint of resignation etched on his face. "Miss Mingming, please don't be upset. I, Xiao Yezi, acknowledge my mistake. I promise to buy you an abundance of delightful snacks upon my return, enough to satisfy your appetite, all right? Humph, at least you show some semblance of conscience. This time, I shall reluctantly forgive you," Lu Mingming replied with a playful huff. "But mark my words, should there be a next time, my fists may not be so lenient." Yes, I shall heed the young lady's commands henceforth," Lin Yi responded earnestly. Lu Mingming offered a slight smile, her eyes glinting with a mix of cunning and satisfaction. She waved her hand dismissively, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. "Enough with the pretense of innocence. I am aware of your little schemes. However, I shall let you off this time. You must behave obediently from now on, or else, no matter the distance, I shall bring you back." As she spoke, a fleeting glimmer of possessiveness flickered in her gaze, quickly masked by her laughter. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a hint of resignation, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Young lady, your words suggest that I am akin to your pet." "Humph," Lu Mingming retorted playfully, placing her hands on her hips, her expression earnest. "If you are a pet, then I am undoubtedly your master. Therefore, you must obediently follow my commands." Lu Mingming spoke earnestly, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. Inexplicably, a whimsical image suddenly emerged in her mind. Little Yi transformed into an adorable pet, snugly nestled beside her. At this thought, she instinctively licked her lips, as if savoring the sweetness of that imagined delight. Meanwhile, Lin Yi gazed at Lu Mingming in a daze, marveling at how the young lady had grown even more beautiful. It was truly delightful. After succumbing to the allure of the young lady for a moment, Lin Yi snapped back to reality. Miss, he called, waving his hand in front of her. Lu Mingming shook her head, as if awakening from a dream, finally emerging from her reverie. Her delicate, fair hand instinctively grasped Lin Yi's with surprising force. At that moment, her eyes revealed a blend of confusion and shyness, akin to the mist rising gently over a tranquil morning lake, elusive and enchanting. She parted her crimson lips and playfully pouted. "What shall we do next, dear Yizi?" Lin Yi, held by Lu Mingming's hand, found himself enveloped in the extraordinary sensations she evoked. He squinted slightly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, as if relishing the unique pleasure derived from this intimate connection. Chapter 8. Journey to school. Simultaneously, his mind began to race, striving to recall the subsequent developments in the narrative of the book. Although the storyline had been somewhat distorted by his actions, it still retained a measure of reference value. At this juncture, the narrative seems to have transitioned to the tale of the divine physician descending from the mountains. However, it may have morphed into the saga of the Dragon King in search of a bride. In the realm of cultivation, I recall a protagonist who is the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. How did he procure his first spirit stones? If memory serves me correctly, it was at an antique market. It appears that more than one protagonist has secured their initial stroke of fortune. Thus, the subsequent destination is clearly established. Ding! It has been detected that the host has successfully harmed the fated child, Long Outyin. rendering him devoid of rationality. Reward: Female Lead Compendium and Destiny Shelter with built-in portal. It has been noted that the host's initial contact with the most formidable female antagonist has reached 10 seconds, yielding a reward: Eye of Fortune. The always inferior ability has been activated. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the celestial spiritual root. Lin Yi, brimming with excitement, perused the rewards he had acquired. The images within the female lead compendium shimmered with an enigmatic mist, steeped in mystery. Effect: for each female lead subdued, corresponding rewards shall be granted, and for every level of affection the female lead has for the host that is surpassed, additional rewards will be bestowed. As for the Eye of Fortune, it enables him to perceive the fortune levels of all individuals in his vicinity. The celestial spiritual root imbued him with a vibrant life force coursing through his being. Instinctively, Lin Yi activated the Eye of Fortune on Lu Mingming. Lu Mingming, fortune quality, black, fortune level, 90. Why is it merely at level 90? Surely, my lady should be at her maximum potential. Lin Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could it be that her fortune has been diminished due to the oppression from those fated children? No. I must devise a means to elevate her fortune. My lady, let us venture to the antique market. Perhaps we shall uncover treasures that can enhance our strength. Lin Yi proposed, and Lu Mingming tilted her head in contemplation. An antique market? That sounds intriguing, but I still wish to go to school. What should I do? In her heart, Lu Mingming silently pondered. Based on my years of reading post-apocalyptic novels, the female protagonist in a school setting is often in a precarious situation. What if she gets abducted? Long Outyin was just punished again. I certainly do not wish to rescue someone from a bus. Most importantly, I have recently experienced a breakthrough in my abilities. Encountering that peculiar zombie should not pose much of a problem if I need to flee. However, my dear lady, the antique market might possess artifacts capable of countering zombies. This way, we would have a better chance of returning to the school to rescue others. Lin Yi persuaded. Lu Mingming's large, expressive eyes sparkled like two translucent gems, radiating a lively brilliance. Suddenly, she let out a sharp cry and swung her delicate fist, creating a gust of wind. Ah! A shriek echoed, as Lin Yi crouched down, cradling his head, his face etched with agony. He muttered, "My lady, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake." Yet internally, he lamented. It is entirely due to the young lady's excessively sweet and adorable appearance that I was captivated by her enchanting visage, completely forgetting that her true nature is that of a merciless, ruthless, and unparalleled villain. Seeing this, Lu Mingming snorted coldly, hands on her hips, and playfully rebuked. "Humph. I just gave you a minor lesson, and you've forgotten it so quickly? I do not care about that. You must obediently accompany me to school today, no matter what." "At your command, my lady." Lu Mingming and Lin Yi stood outside the school gates, shrouded in the inky darkness of night, with the moonlight obscured by ominous clouds. Silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the occasional whisper of the wind. The school, once vibrant with laughter, now lay in eerie stillness, punctuated sporadically by distant, mournful sounds that sent shivers down their spines. "Miss, I seem to have neglected to inquire about your purpose for being here," Lin Yi murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Though generally bold, the encroaching sense of unknown peril unsettled him. "To save someone," Lu Mingming replied with a hint of exasperation. "But dear Yi, are you not usually quite brave? Why do you seem somewhat timid today?" Lin Yi scratched his head and whispered, "With you here, miss, I naturally feel unafraid." With that, he straightened his posture. The two cautiously approached the school entrance, which had been violently deformed, its iron gates adorned with tattered school uniforms still stained with remnants of blood. Lu Mingming suppressed a grimace, battling nausea, as she followed Lin Yi through the narrow gap in the gate. The campus lay in utter disarray. The basketball hoop on the playground lay toppled, while the track was strewn with various shattered remnants, alongside decaying corpses. As they advanced, Lin Yi inquired, "Miss, where have the zombies gone?" "How would I know?" Lu Mingming replied impatiently. "Be quiet. I am contemplating." Suddenly, a deep, guttural roar echoed from the teaching building, causing Lu Mingming to freeze in place. Lin Yi swiftly pulled her against the wall, signaling for her to remain silent. They beheld several zombies staggering out of the teaching building, their eyes a ghastly crimson, viscous fluid oozing from their mouths, and an overwhelming stench of decay permeating the air. "Don't move. Let them pass," Lin Yi whispered, gripping the baseball bat tightly. Lu Mingming squeezed her eyes shut, her heart pounding like a drum, almost leaping from her throat. Fortunately, the zombies did not notice their presence, merely wandering aimlessly around the campus. Once they had moved on, Lu Mingming exhaled in relief and opened her eyes, only to discover that Lin Ye's complexion appeared somewhat unsettling. "What's wrong, Xiao Yezi?" "Miss, I believe I may know where those zombies have gone," Lin Yi stammered, trembling slightly. A sense of unease washed over Lu Mingming as she glanced upward, her small face quickly paling. Above them lay a bizarre and terrifying sight. Countless human and zombie heads were ensnared by thick, twisted vines, as if suspended by invisible hands, swaying precariously. Some of the heads still had their eyes wide open, filled with terror and despair, while others had long since lost their vitality, reduced to hollow sockets stained with dried blood. The vines were covered in sharp barbs, resembling nature's vengeful hand, mercilessly binding all living beings within their grasp. Amidst this chilling tableau, the zombie marsh fiend sat atop the thickest vine, his form seemingly fused with the plant, exuding an eerie aura of dominance. Clad in a tattered black robe, stained with grime and blood, he appeared particularly menacing. Chapter 9. The feast. His visage, obscured beneath a hood, revealed only a pair of blood-red eyes that glimmered with a frigid and ruthless light, as if capable of perceiving the very essence of life and death. The air around him was thick with the stench of decay, a scent of mortality that pleased him immensely. A cruel smile played upon his lips, as though he were savoring a morbid banquet of death tailored just for him. The surrounding vines writhed incessantly, seemingly imbued with life, responding to the will of the zombie swamp fire, poised to ensnare fresh prey at any moment. Occasionally, a chilling breeze swept from afar, stirring the suspended heads that emitted creaking sounds, akin to whispers from the underworld, sending shivers down one's spine. The gaze of the zombie swamp fire swept across the ruins below, a land stained crimson with the blood of both zombies and humans. A profound sense of satisfaction filled his heart, for he knew that all of this was his creation. With these vines, he had forged a realm of death, from which neither humans nor zombies could escape his dominion. "Miss, perhaps we should retreat for now. The person you seek is likely beyond salvation," suggested Lu Mingming, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Let us search a little longer. There may still be a glimmer of hope," she insisted. Although Lin Yi was reluctant, he could not defy Lu Mingming's resolve. The two proceeded cautiously towards the teaching building. As they stepped into the corridor, a pungent odor of decay assaulted their senses. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, prompting Lin Yi to shout, "Miss, be careful." He swung a baseball bat to deflect an attack from a zombie. Lu Mingming was not one to back down. With a swift kick, she sent the advancing zombie sprawling. However, more zombies soon approached. To quell the growing chaos, Lu Mingming summoned her semi-awakened imperial spiritual root. Within a limited vicinity, all the zombies fell to their knees, their heads pressed firmly against the ground, rendered immobile. Lin Yi, wielding a baseball bat, systematically dispatched them one by one. After resolving the immediate threat, the duo delved deeper into the teaching building. At that moment, a group of students found themselves trapped in a clandestine basement within the school, their sole refuge following the outbreak of the zombie crisis. The basement was dim and damp, the air thick with the scent of mildew and palpable tension. The students huddled together, offering each other solace in a desperate attempt to grasp a glimmer of hope. Among them were 5 boys and 2 girls. Some were classmates, others friends. Yet, in this life-or-death scenario, the darker facets of human nature began to quietly emerge. One boy, named Li Ming, cast an ominous gaze under the flickering light. Observing the fearful expressions of his peers, a sinister smile crept across his lips. His attention ultimately settled on Su Jinyao, the school's widely acknowledged beauty, radiant and kind. She had always been the goddess in the hearts of her classmates. "Since we are all doomed anyway, why not indulge ourselves?" Li Ming murmured, his voice laced with lewdness. His words caused the other boys' gazes to flicker with intrigue, seemingly entranced by Li Ming's malevolent suggestion. After all, with the school beauty present, it would be all too convenient for them. Li Ming continued, his eyes brimming with avarice and malevolence. He rose to his feet and approached Su Jinyao, a repugnant grin plastered across his face. "Don't come any closer," Su Jinyao exclaimed, retreating a few steps, her visage etched with terror and indignation. She could scarcely believe that, in such a life-and-death moment, someone would conceive such a despicable idea. "Fear not, my little beauty. We merely wish to play with you," Li Ming persisted, inching closer, his tone laced with menace. The other boys encircled her, their gazes filled with desire and wickedness. "Stay back," Su Jinyao shouted, her voice echoing through the basement, yet no one came to her rescue. The other girls trembled in fright, unable to fathom that their classmates, with whom they had shared lessons, could reveal such a grotesque facade at this juncture. Just then, a voice rang out, "Stop!" It was Lu Mingming and Lin Yi, who had just entered this mysterious place. Hearing the commotion from the basement, they rushed in immediately. Upon witnessing the scene before them, Lu Mingming's countenance turned ashen, while Lin Ye's expression darkened with anger. Upon hearing the voice, Li Ming turned to see, "Oh, another beauty has arrived. Come join me in my revelry." Lin Yi, upon hearing this, felt his eyes redden with fury and launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Li Ming. Though Li Ming was left bruised and battered, he defiantly rose from the ground, glaring menacingly at Lin Yi. "Who do you think you are to meddle in our affairs? We are human. You are mere beasts," Lin Yi replied coldly. Subsequently, Lin Yi forcefully pressed Li Ming's face against the ground, compelling his forehead to collide violently with the frigid concrete surface. A wail escaped Li Ming's lips as blood trickled down from his forehead, yet he dared not resist, for Lin Ye's strength far exceeded his expectations. Leaning close to Li Ming's ear, Lin Ye's voice resonated with a deep, menacing timbre. "Rest assured, you wretch, I have dealt with your kind countless times before. I trust you will experience a most enjoyable existence." His tone dripped with mockery and disdain, as if he were merely recounting an everyday occurrence. Instantly, Li Ming's body stiffened, acutely aware of the chilling aura of death emanating from Lin Yi. He understood that Lin Yi was not jesting. He truly possessed the capability to render him worse than dead. Fear surged within him like a tidal wave, igniting a desperate will to survive that propelled him to struggle with all his might. But Lin Yi remained unyielding, a steadfast mountain pressing down upon him. "Please, spare me. I was wrong." Li Ming's voice quavered with a sob, the realization of his grievous error striking him. He should not have revealed his vile nature at such a moment. "Wrong?" Lin Yi scoffed, loosening his grip, yet not fully releasing Li Ming. He rose to his feet, towering over Li Ming with an expression that conveyed a hint of revulsion. "You do not comprehend your mistake. Rather, you are acutely aware of your impending demise." Li Ming lifted his head, his face marred by blood and tears, gazing imploringly at Lin Yi. "I truly understand my error. I shall never dare again." "Never dare again." Lin Yi let out a cold laugh as he tightened his grip on the iron rod he had picked up from the roadside. With a swift and forceful motion, he brought it crashing down onto Li Ming's shoulder. A piercing scream escaped Li Ming's lips as his shoulder was instantly reduced to a bloody pulp. The force of the blow caused his body to shudder violently before he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. "Do you think a mere "I won't do it again" will spare you from punishment?" Lin Ye's voice was low and merciless, devoid of any trace of sympathy. He raised the iron rod once more, aiming for Li Ming's legs, and struck again. The sound of breaking bones echoed sharply as Li Ming nearly lost consciousness from the excruciating pain. Chapter 10. Escape. Don't do this. Su Jinyao watched in horror, feeling a surge of anger at Li Ming's actions. Yet, witnessing Lin Ye's cruel treatment of him compelled her to intervene. He has already realized his mistake. Please let him go. Lin Yi paused, regarding Su Jinyao with a cold gaze that held a hint of complex emotion. Are all the female protagonists, aside from the young lady, so naive? He glanced at Su Jinyao before turning his attention to Lu Mingming. Lu Mingming raised an eyebrow slightly. Since this young lady has spoken, let us spare his life for the moment. Lin Yi acquiesced, discarding the bloodied iron rod from his hand. Subsequently, Lu Mingming pulled Lin Yi close to her side. Not bad, Lin Yi. It's the first time I've seen you so fierce. With a delicate flick of her porcelain-white fingers, she lifted Lin Yi's sharply defined chin. She tilted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity and doubt, and asked in a delicate voice, "Little Yi, how did you manage to bring me here with such precision?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi began to recall the events that had transpired. At that moment, he and the young lady had just arrived at the teaching building when a thought struck him. How could it be anything simple that would lead the young lady to come to his aid? Thus, he activated his luck eye to investigate entities with a probability exceeding 70. As fate would have it, when he glanced down at his feet, he spotted a series of numbers at the very bottom. Subsequently, their fortunes surged, and after a brief exploration, they discovered the entrance to the basement, fortuitously arriving at the current scene. Wait a moment, Lin Yi realized, truly the unparalleled villain, To uncover my secrets, she deliberately feigned this expression. TSK, TSK. Lin Yi quickly composed his features and said earnestly, Miss, do you not find it a tad ambiguous to be in such close proximity to me? Upon hearing his words, Lu Mingming's cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully chastised him for his smooth tongue. Just then, Su Jinyao stepped forward, looking at Lu Mingming and Lin Yi with gratitude. Thank you for saving me. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. No need for pleasantries, but we should not linger here. We must leave swiftly. Wait, Lu Mingming suddenly interjected, her gaze falling upon Li Ming. We should bind him and take him outside. We cannot leave him here. If he awakens, he may pose a threat to us. Humph. I have witnessed such scenarios countless times. In the past, when dealing with the companions of the Fated One, they would often flee at the slightest provocation. In this world, I shall prioritize caution above all. Even if it is merely an ant that provokes me, I shall cleave it in twain to find solace. Lu Mingming silently resolved in her heart. A splendid idea, indeed. Lin Yi nodded. Having secured Li Ming tightly with the wires and strips of cloth he salvaged from the ruins. Although Li Ming was on the brink of losing consciousness from the pain, they nonetheless dragged him out of the basement. We shall leave him in the corner outside, awaiting the arrival of the zombies to deal with him, Lin Yi stated coldly, devoid of any compassion in his gaze. He understood that this was the most fitting punishment for Li Ming. Elder brother, are you truly going to do this? Su Jinyao asked, her voice trembling with reluctance as she looked at Li Ming. Lin Yi paid her no heed, instead dragging Li Ming to a corner outside the basement, where he secured him against the wall with wire. I hope you remember everything that has transpired today, Lin Yi warned Li Ming, his eyes reflecting a hint of admonition. If you ever have the chance to start anew, I hope you cherish it. With that, Lin Yi and Lu Mingming departed alongside Su Jinyao. The others in the basement, taken aback by Lin Yi's ruthlessness, chose not to pursue them. We must leave this place swiftly, Lin Yi urged, urgency lacing his voice, aware that the zombie-infested mire could take notice of them at any moment. Indeed, we must hasten our departure, Lu Mingming affirmed, her gaze resolute. She was acutely aware that they could not linger here for too long, lest they fall into even greater peril. The trio cautiously navigated the campus, striving to evade the lurking zombies. The night enveloped them in darkness, with the moon obscured by ominous clouds, leaving the surroundings eerily silent, save for the occasional whisper of the wind and the distant groans of the undead. Lin Yi led the way, gripping a metal rod tightly, his vigilant gaze scanning the area. Lu Mingming supported Su Jinyao, her face etched with concern, yet her eyes radiated determination. Where do you intend to go? Su Jinyao inquired softly, her voice somewhat feeble, yet tinged with gratitude. We must seek a secure location, preferably one inhabited, Lin Yi replied, his tone calm, though a flicker of anxiety danced in his eyes. I personally lean towards the antique market. May I ask for your thoughts on this, miss? He slightly turned his head, casting a hopeful glance at Lu Mingming. Taken aback for a moment, Lu Mingming soon realized Lin Yi was soliciting her opinion. She offered a faint smile, her tone playful. When did you become so polite, Lin Yi? Nevertheless, the idea of the antique market does sound appealing. Su Jinyao nodded in agreement. Though unfamiliar with the antique market, she trusted the judgment of Lin Yi and Lu Mingming. I think it's worth a try. It's certainly better than remaining here. Lin Yi exhaled in relief, a glimmer of reassurance flashing in his eyes. That is splendid. The antique market has a complex layout, providing ample places to conceal ourselves, and perhaps we might even uncover some useful supplies. Then let us set off without delay. Lu Mingming spoke, her voice tinged with urgency. Time waits for no one. We must swiftly find a safe haven. The three swiftly organized their backpacks and checked their essential supplies before cautiously departing from their temporary hideout, advancing towards the antique market. As night enveloped the surroundings, the outline of the market gradually came into focus. The towering walls and the intricate architectural structures afforded them a modicum of reassurance. Lin Yi led the way, gripping a metal rod tightly, vigilantly scanning the vicinity. Lu Mingming and Su Jinyao followed closely behind, though anxiety stirred within them. They had no alternative. We have arrived, Lin Yi whispered, a note of relief evident in his tone. They stood before the entrance of the antique market, where the imposing iron gate stood firmly shut. However, Lin Yi observed that the lock had been tampered with, indicating that others had ventured ahead. Let us proceed, Lu Mingming declared, her voice resolute. The trio carefully pushed open the door and stepped into the market. Inside, An eerie silence prevailed. Most shop doors were tightly shut, though faint sounds could occasionally be heard from afar. Chapter 11. The unremarkable antique shop. Lin Yi and Lu Mingming guided Su Jinyao to a relatively secure corner, where a larger antique shop awaited them. The shop's door had been forced open, revealing an assortment of miscellaneous items piled within. Let us rest here for a while. We shall assess the situation when dawn breaks, Lin Yi suggested, his voice laced with fatigue. They fashioned a makeshift refuge using the shop's clutter, though rudimentary. It provided a temporary sanctuary from danger. Thank you, Lu Mingming expressed gratefully. Su Jinyao whispered, her voice imbued with a hint of gratitude. Without you all, I truly do not know what I would do. Do not say such things. We are friends and should assist one another, Lu Mingming replied with a faint smile, her tone radiating warmth. As long as we stand united, we shall surely find a safe haven. Oh, thank you, Mingming, Su Jinyao exclaimed, unable to restrain herself as she rushed into Lu Mingming's embrace. Lu Mingming gently stroked Su Jinyao's head while softly offering her comfort. Indeed, we are friends, Lin Yi nodded, casting a resigned glance at Lu Mingming. Truly the unparalleled female antagonist. In such a short time, she has cultivated such a bond with the protagonist. How enviable. Just as the three sat together, exchanging solace, a faint sound emanated from the corner of the shop. Lin Yi immediately became alert, gripping the iron rod tightly in his hand, and murmured, "Do not move. It seems something is nearby." Lu Mingming and Su Jinyao tensed at once, with Su Jinyao instinctively drawing closer to Lu Mingming, her eyes reflecting a trace of fear. Lin Yi cautiously advanced toward the source of the sound, each step measured to avoid disturbing any lurking danger. It could be something like a rat, Lu Mingming quietly reassured Su Jinyao, though her own voice quivered slightly. In such an environment, any unknown noise could signify a threat. Lin Yi crouched down, inching closer to the corner, where he discovered a dilapidated wooden box. He gently nudged the box, and a faint rustling sound emerged from within. Suddenly, a small figure darted out from the wooden crate. Lin Yi instinctively swung his iron rod, only to quickly realize it was merely a stray cat. Oh, just a cat. Lin Yi sighed in relief, retracting the rod as he observed the frightened feline flee the shop. How peculiar. Logically, it should have been a zombie cat, right? I had almost forgotten about the existence of such undead creatures among animals. Thankfully, this time it wasn't a zombie. Otherwise, we might have suffered casualties. That was quite alarming. Lu Mingming also exhaled in relief. She glanced at Su Jinyao and comforted her. It's all right, just a cat. Su Jinyao nodded, yet her eyes still reflected a hint of unease. She surveyed their surroundings and murmured, although we are temporarily safe here, many unknown dangers still lurk. Then let us venture to the market tomorrow. Perhaps we can uncover some useful supplies and weapons, Lu Mingming suggested, her voice imbued with determination. We cannot remain here indefinitely. We must take the initiative. Very well, we shall set off at dawn, Lin Yi replied, his gaze resolute. We need to find a more secure location as swiftly as possible. I will do my utmost. Su Jinyao nodded in agreement, her voice carrying a note of conviction. I believe we will surely find a way out. As the night deepened, the trio took turns resting, remaining ever vigilant to the sounds around them. They understood that while the antique market was currently safe, it still harbored unknown perils. They had to stay alert at all times to survive in this world overrun by zombies. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the dilapidated window, illuminating the three companions. Lin Yi was the first to awaken. He gently roused Lu Mingming and Su Jinyao, saying, "Daylight has arrived. We must hasten our departure." The trio swiftly organized their backpacks, meticulously checking their essential supplies. Lin Yi grasped a metal rod. Lu Mingming brandished a baseball bat, while Su Jinyao firmly held onto a wooden stick that Lin Yi had handed her. They were acutely aware that the journey ahead might pose greater peril, yet they had resolved to confront whatever challenges lay in wait. Let us proceed, Lin Yi declared, his voice imbued with determination. With utmost caution, the three stepped out of the shop, making their way deeper into the antique market. The interior of the market was desolate, most shops tightly shut, though a few doors had been pried open. They advanced along the street, striving to evade any lurking dangers. Just as they neared the heart of the market, an ominous growl resonated from ahead. "Quick, hide!" Lin Yi shouted, immediately pulling Lu Mingming and Su Jinyao behind a shop. They held their breath, anxiously observing the unfolding scene. Before them, a horde of zombies emerged from the market center, their eyes a blood-red hue, viscous fluid dripping from their mouths as they emitted low, guttural growls. Lin Yi clutched the metal rod tightly, poised to charge forth at a moment's notice, yet Lu Mengmeng restrained him. "Stay still, let them pass," she whispered, her tone laced with composure. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, understanding that now was not the time for confrontation. The zombies remained oblivious to their presence, aimlessly wandering through the market. After they had walked far away, Lin Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at Lu Mengmeng and Su Jinyao, softly suggesting, "Let us depart swiftly from this place." The trio continued onward until they reached the heart of the antique market. It was a spacious plaza, surrounded by an array of stalls and odds and ends. Lin Yi and Lu Mengmeng guided Su Jinyao to a relatively secure corner where a larger antique shop stood. The entrance had been pried open, revealing an interior cluttered with various items. Standing at the doorway of the shop, Lin Yi paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on the shop's sign. The sign appeared somewhat weathered, the inscriptions eroded by time, yet he could still faintly discern the words, "Ordinary Antique Shop." This must be the place. I recall that two protagonists have frequented this establishment, one a reincarnated celestial emperor and the other a possessive owner of a divine system. In the original tale, the celestial emperor absconded with antiques imbued with spiritual energy, while the affluent individual took the shopkeeper's daughter. TSK. Perhaps the shopkeeper should consider rebranding himself as the village chief of a novice village. Lin Yi stepped inside, scanning the surroundings. The shop's lighting was dim. Beneath the yellowish glow, chaos reigned. Antique figurines lay shattered across the shelves, and fragments and dust littered the floor. Clearly, this place had recently endured a tumultuous upheaval. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the interior, quickly settling on a middle-aged man behind the counter. The man appeared somewhat disheveled, his hair unkempt, eyes betraying a blend of weariness and shrewdness. Chapter 12. A heart torn by longing for a daughter. "Welcome." The shopkeeper lifted his head, and upon seeing Lin Yi, a weary smile graced his face. "Are you here to seize supplies?" he inquired regretfully. "Not long ago, a group of individuals vandalized my store." "Who were those people?" Lin Yi asked, furrowing his brow. The shopkeeper sighed and shook his head. "I have no idea. They arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, almost as if they were organized. I suspect they belong to a nearby survivor faction, intent on plundering the antiquities shop's resources. However, they found nothing, as it had long been ransacked." Lin Yi nodded, his gaze falling upon a photograph behind the counter. The image depicted a young woman, her eyes shimmering with vitality. Undoubtedly the shopkeeper's daughter. A thought struck him, and he inquired, "Where is your daughter?" The shopkeeper's expression darkened instantly. She has been missing for several days. I have searched everywhere, but there is no news of her. I fear that those who vandalized the shop may have taken her." "Of course," he sighed. "It is also possible that she has turned into a zombie. I will help you find her," Lin Yi declared with unwavering determination. He turned to leave, but suddenly halted. "Wait," the shopkeeper called after him. "Can you truly help me find her?" Lin Yi turned back, his gaze profound. "I will do my utmost. But I need you to tell me if anything unusual has occurred recently." The shopkeeper pondered for a moment before his expression shifted dramatically. A peculiar person visited the shop a few days ago. He appeared quite ordinary, yet he emanated an unsettling aura. He purchased numerous items and specifically inquired about my daughter." Lin Yi felt a shiver run through him. It appeared that the situation was far from simple. He nodded affirmatively, stating, "I will uncover the truth." Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a jade pendant resting on the counter. Though it appeared ordinary, Lin Yi could sense a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from it. He picked up the pendant, examining it closely. "What is its origin?" Lin Yi inquired. The shopkeeper sighed. "This is an old relic from our store, said to be passed down through generations, though I cannot delineate its precise lineage. Yet, I have always felt that it possesses an extraordinary quality." Lin Yi mused to himself. This must be the first opportunity bestowed upon the celestial emperor, the spirit jade. He resolved to take it, considering it a token of gratitude for the search for the shopkeeper's daughter. The shopkeeper lifted his head, his gaze filled with resignation and despair, his voice raspy and subdued. "If you find it useful, then take it. This item holds no significance for me anymore." His eyes reflected a profound weariness, as though he had lost all hope for life. Lin Yi stood silently by, observing as the shopkeeper gradually rose and retrieved a yellowed photograph from the counter. Trembling, the shopkeeper clutched his daughter's picture tightly, the familiar smile captured within it seemingly whispering tales of warmth from the past. He gently caressed the photograph, his fingertips yearning for the warmth of his daughter, yet it was merely a futile illusion. His eyes gradually welled with tears, which fell silently onto the photograph, blurring the image of his beloved daughter. Daughter. The voice of the shopkeeper was choked with emotion, nearly rendering him speechless. With great difficulty, he spoke, each word seeming to be extricated from the depths of his heart. I miss you so much. Please come back, I beg you. He took a deep breath, attempting to compose himself, but the tears continued to surge uncontrollably. He continued, in the past, I never understood you. I always thwarted your endeavors. But now, I am willing to embrace anything, as long as you return. Whatever you choose to pursue, I will support you. His voice dwindled, ultimately transforming into a whisper, yet within those words lay an ocean of despair and helplessness. His body trembled slightly, as if on the verge of being overwhelmed by the endless longing and anguish. Tears cascaded onto the photograph, blurring his daughter's visage and obscuring the shopkeeper's vision. It was as though he was transported back in time, to the moments when his daughter was still by his side. Back then, he often quarreled with her over trivial matters and failed to comprehend her dreams and aspirations. Now, he realized that those arguments and misgivings were merely the trifles of life, while the true treasure was the companionship of his daughter. I was wrong, my dear daughter, please return. The shopkeeper's voice diminished to a mere sigh, echoing within the dilapidated antique shop. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's murmurs, Lin Yi let out a gentle sigh. He did not look back, but silently exited the antique shop. Night had fallen, and the cold wind carried a hint of desolation, brushing against him. He gazed up at the sky. The night was profound, and the stars twinkled. Yet they appeared painfully distant and indifferent. Lin Yi slightly furrowed his brows, his heart brimming with a tumult of emotions. He recalled the manageress words, the smile of the girl in the photograph, and the manager's despair and helplessness. Have I truly erred? Lin Yi murmured, his voice tinged with perplexity and anguish. His gaze appeared particularly profound in the night, as if engaged in an intimate dialogue with his own soul. At that moment, a cool voice resonated from behind. Lin Yi, cease your futile pondering. He turned to see Lu Mengmeng standing a short distance away, clad in a black trench coat, her petite figure exuding an air of formidable sternness. A hint of pride graced her features, yet her eyes revealed a glimmer of concern. What expression is this? Lu Mengmeng scoffed lightly, striding closer to Lin Yi, looking down upon him. The outbreak of the zombie crisis is a flaw of this world, not solely your burden to bear. Lin Yi lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Lu Mengmeng. Did you overhear my conversation with the manager? A flicker of complex emotions crossed his visage, swiftly replaced by resolve. This world has long been afflicted. The zombie crisis is merely the final straw. Lu Mengmeng paid little heed to Lin Yi's reaction, continuing with a tone laced with disdain. Those individuals are greedy, selfish, and ignorant. They have long deserved to bear the consequences of their actions. After a brief silence, Lin Yi suddenly chuckled, his laughter carrying a note of relief. You are right. It is not I who am in the wrong, but this world. His gaze transformed, growing resolute, as if he had rediscovered the faith within himself. Lin Yi took a deep breath, raised his head, and gazed steadfastly into the distance. The world has descended into chaos, but I shall not allow it to remain so. I will restore order to this realm and guide it back onto the right path. Lu Mengmeng slightly arched an eyebrow, a faint smile playing upon her lips. This is the Lin Yi I know. If you truly wish to save this world, release yourself from the shackles of unwarranted guilt. Chapter 13. Lu Mengmeng's reminiscence. Lin Yi nodded, his steps light and buoyant as he ventured into the darkness. Lu Mengmeng remained rooted in place, watching his retreating figure, her smile deepening. What a fool he is, yet I find myself fond of such fools. Of course, it is merely a mutual admiration. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping this once thriving city now marred by devastation. Lin Yi's silhouette appeared particularly solitary against the shadows, yet he moved with unwavering determination. Lu Mengmeng stood still, her gaze fixed on his form until he vanished into the depths of the night. Lin Yi, do you genuinely believe you can alter this world? Lu Mengmeng murmured to herself, her tone tinged with mockery, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of complexity. She turned and walked in the opposite direction, the sound of her small shoes echoing crisply on the empty streets, as if accompanying her solitude in a melancholic symphony. From a young age, Lu Mengmeng had always been enveloped tightly by loneliness. Those who once lavished her with tenderness and care seemed to vanish from her life without warning, leaving her to confront the hollow echoes of memories alone. She once believed that those warm moments of companionship would last forever. Yet fate seemed to play a cruel joke on her. Each beautiful encounter resembled a shooting star streaking across the night sky, brief yet dazzling, ultimately dissolving into infinite darkness. She began to dread every approach, to fear each cherished moment, for every loss felt as though a blade had cruelly sliced through her heart. Nevertheless, life would not halt its course due to her trepidation. One day, she encountered a person unlike any other. He made no grand promises, nor did he perform earth-shattering deeds. He simply stood quietly by her side, accompanying her through each dawn and dusk. He seemed to perceive her solitude without ever mentioning it, instead demonstrating through his actions that some companionship is not easily extinguished. When she felt sorrow, he would offer her a warm cup of tea and sit beside her, listening intently as she poured out her heart. During her moments of confusion, he would gently encourage her, imparting strength. He never pried into her past, nor did he pressure her to emerge from her own world. He merely warmed her heart bit by bit in his own way. One day, Lu Mingming stood by the window, watching the gentle patter of rain outside, suddenly feeling a sense of long-lost tranquility. She turned to see him seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, a feeling unprecedented surged within her. Companionship could indeed be so comforting. However, the good times were short-lived. As Lu Mingming approached the age of 12, the Lu family began to grow concerned. They feared that a bond beyond mere friendship might blossom between Lu Mingming and Lin Yi, for they had shared countless moments together, nurturing profound feelings for one another. Consequently, the Lu family resolved to transfer Lin Yi, removing him from Lu Mingming's life. On the day Lin Yi received the transfer order, the sky was shrouded in gray, as if mourning their impending separation. Standing before Lu Mingming, his eyes brimmed with reluctance, he said, "Mingming, I must leave for a distant place." In an instant, tears streamed down Lu Mingming's cheeks as she grasped Lin Yi's hand tightly, choking back her sobs. "Why? Why must you leave me?" Lin Yi gently wiped away her tears, speaking softly, "Mingming, you must believe that no matter where I go, my heart will always be with you. I will write to you, sharing tales of my life there. And you will tell me your stories, won't you?" Lu Mingming nodded, yet her tears continued to flow unabated. On the day of Lin Yi's departure, she stood at the doorway, watching his figure fade into the distance. Her heart was heavy with despair and helplessness, as if she had been thrust back into the days enveloped by loneliness. Clutching the book he had left her, his favorite, she felt the warmth still lingering on its pages. After Lin Yi's departure, Lu Mingming's world became desolate. Each day, she would sit by the window, gazing into the distance, yearning for his letters. Finally, the day arrived when she received Lin Yi's first letter. It was brief yet suffused with warmth. "Mingming, everything is well in my new place, but I miss you dearly. You must be strong and not fear solitude. I shall return to you swiftly." Yet, in the blink of an eye, 6 years have elapsed. Lu Mingming has transformed from an innocent girl into a proud young lady. She waited in vain, yet no letter ever arrived. The passage of time has silently flowed like water, and Lin Yi's promise seems to have grown vague with the fading of the years. Lu Mingming's heart gradually filled with indifference and disappointment. She no longer easily trusted anyone, nor did she reveal her vulnerabilities. Until recently, a dashing young man unexpectedly entered Lu Mingming's life. His name is Lin Yi, the newly appointed bodyguard of the Lu family. His arrival was like a beam of light, illuminating Lu Mingming's heart that had been shrouded in coldness. He remained as gentle as ever, with a gaze that exuded determination, as if he had never departed. Upon their first meeting, Lu Mingming felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. With a cold demeanor, she feigned pride and scrutinized him, saying, "So, you are the new bodyguard? You don't seem that impressive." Lin Yi smiled slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of affection. "Indeed, I am the unimpressive bodyguard, but I shall do my utmost to protect you." Lu Mingming initially believed him to be like the others, merely seeking to curry favor with her. Yet Lin Yi demonstrated his uniqueness through his actions. He never sought to ingratiate himself, nor did he indulge in flattery. He simply stood quietly by her side, always the first to appear and assist her whenever she faced troubles. Until recently, Lu Mingming, through certain peculiar means, finally ascertained that the handsome bodyguard before her was none other than Lin Yi, the familiar figure etched in her memory. In that moment, Her heart was a tumult of emotions. Elation at their reunion mingled with the bitterness of being overlooked. She couldn't help but silently lament. You still fail to recognize me. You insufferable Lin Yi. Lu Mingming began to intentionally test him. She would casually mention past events, keenly observing his reactions. She would perform familiar gestures before him, hoping he would recognize her. Yet, Lin Yi seemed utterly oblivious, continuing to guard her with tender vigilance, as though he were protecting a stranger of noble birth. On one occasion, Lu Mingming deliberately stumbled before Lin Yi, feigning a pitiful demeanor as she looked at him. He promptly assisted her, his concern evident as he inquired, Miss, are you all right? How could you be so careless? A pang of sorrow struck Lu Mingming, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Chapter 14. Anger. She raised her gaze to his familiar yet foreign face, whispering, Lin Yi, do you not remember me? Lin Yi paused momentarily, then smiled gently. Miss, you must be mistaken. I am your bodyguard, Lin Yi, and my duty is to protect you. His gaze bore no hint of recognition, as if he truly did not know her. A wave of despondency washed over Lu Mingming. She bit her lip, forcing herself to remain composed as she pushed away his hand, retorting, Humph. It seems my eyes deceive me. You heartless wretch. With that, she turned and fled. Lin Yi watched her retreating figure, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. He lowered his head and let out a gentle sigh, then continued to follow her, silently guarding her. In truth, Lin Yi was well aware of Lu Mingming's true identity. He had recognized her long ago, yet he chose to keep this knowledge from her. He understood that Lu Mingming was no longer the naive little girl she once was. She had grown strong, independent, and even a tad proud. He feared that his presence might shatter the tranquility of her current life, drawing her back into the depths of past memories from which she could not escape. Thus, he opted to protect her from the shadows, allowing her to feel warmth and security without her conscious awareness. He hoped that one day, when she was truly ready to confront her past, he would return to her side in the most fitting capacity. Under Lu Mingming's comforting presence, Lin Yi felt as if he had been reborn. Indeed, the young lady was remarkably gentle. However, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Recently, the focus should have been on the narrative of the immortal Emperor Shao Chun. He wondered if the emperor had yet freed himself from the memories of his former life. In this age of dwindling spiritual energy, the path of immortality was fraught with challenges. Even for the immortal Emperor Shao Chun, opportunities were not easily obtained. Lin Yi was acutely aware of this, for the opportunities available to Shao Chun were seldom directly accessible, aside from a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, he resolved to take a chance, for opportunities often favor those who are prepared. Just as Lin Yi pondered his course of action, a soft, delicate hand gently tapped his shoulder. Startled, he turned to find Su Jinyao standing before him, her small face slightly raised, gazing intently at him, her eyes reflecting a hint of reproach. Humph, have you upset Mingming? Su Jinyao inquired, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. She pouted slightly, her body radiating an aura of chill and solitude upon her return. I had never witnessed her in such a state. What exactly did you do to her? Lin Yi felt somewhat bewildered and hurriedly clarified. No, how could I possibly make her angry? Didn't we just get along well? He recalled their previous conversation, finding no apparent misstep. However, Su Jinyao remained unconvinced, hands on her hips, exuding an air of relentless determination. Well, think carefully. Regardless, Mingming is quite upset. She specifically asked me to fetch you. Hurry, don't let her become angrier. Upon hearing Su Jinyao's words, a wave of concern washed over Lin Yi. He was acutely aware of Lu Mingming's character. She was inherently strong-willed and seldom revealed her emotions. The fact that she was distressed for an unknown reason was troubling. This is not right. Something is amiss. I must go check on her. Lin Yi swiftly made his way to the room where Lu Mingming was situated, gently knocking on the door. Upon hearing a soft come in from within, he pushed the door open and entered. The room was permeated with a subtle air of melancholy. Lu Mingming sat by the window, her gaze vacant as she stared into the night sky, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Lin Yi cautiously approached her side and softly inquired, Miss, are you all right? Lu Mingming blinked in surprise, then managed to muster a faint smile as she replied, I'm fine, just reflecting on some past events. It's nothing more than a moment of sentimentality. Lin Yi listened to Lu Mingming's words, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gently clasped her hand. His tone softer. Miss, if you are feeling distressed, do not bottle it up. If you feel oppressed, feel free to unleash your frustrations upon me. I can withstand it. Lu Mingming was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of complex emotions dancing in her eyes. Biting her lip, she suddenly sprang to her feet and yelled at Lin Yi. Do you have any idea how heartbroken I am? Lin Yi did not flinch. He simply gazed at her quietly, his eyes filled with understanding and acceptance. I know you are hurting. So let it out. Do not keep it locked within. In an instant, tears cascaded down Lu Mingming's cheeks as she seemed to lose her composure, raising her fist to strike Lin Yi, followed by a kick. Lin Yi did not evade. He only furrowed his brow slightly, allowing her to vent her emotions. He understood that what Lu Mingming needed was not consolation, but liberation. How can you expect me not to be upset? Those memories haunt me like a nightmare, suffocating me. Lu Mingming cried, her tears streaming down her face, dripping onto the ground as she continued to lash out. Memories? What memories? Lin Yi was momentarily bewildered, yet he remained by her side, gently holding her hand and tenderly saying, no matter how deeply you are hurting, I will be here with you. If there is anything you wish to share, please feel free to express it. It may alleviate your pain. Humph. Lu Mingming disregarded Lin Yi's words and lunged at him, sinking her sharp teeth into his arms with fervor. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the pain coursing through his body as he gently grasped her wrist and enveloped her tightly in his embrace. Mingming, please stop. I understand you are in distress, but this will only exhaust you further. I am here by your side, ready to confront those memories together. Lu Mingming struggled momentarily before ultimately surrendering into Lin Yi's arms, her sobs growing more intense. She clung to him fiercely, burying her head in the crook of his shoulder, as if this act alone could provide her with a semblance of solace. Lin Yi gently patted her back, whispering words of comfort. It's all right. It's all in the past now. The sorrowful events that weigh upon you, we will face them slowly and resolve them in due time. For now, allow yourself to cry and let out all the grievances that burden your heart. As Lu Mingming's cries gradually subsided, she lifted her head, her eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and fatigue. Lin Yi, it's all your fault. Lin Yi paused momentarily, then offered a helpless smile. My fault? What have I done? Lu Mingming bit her lip, a flicker of grievance flashing in her eyes. It's precisely because of you that I am reminded of those matters. If you hadn't come to console me, I might have forgotten those troubling thoughts long ago and wouldn't feel this way. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a chuckle, reaching out to tenderly ruffle her hair. Mingming, you are mistaken. Those matters were already hidden in your heart, and they would have surfaced eventually. I merely provided you with an opportunity to release them. If you continue to suppress your emotions, that would truly lead to greater sorrow. Lu Mingming, upon hearing his words, exhibited a fleeting flicker of uncertainty in her gaze, seemingly reflecting on whether her previous statements had been somewhat capricious. After a brief silence, she softly replied, perhaps you are right. I have simply been overwhelmed with emotions and sought someone to confide in. Lin Yi nodded, his tone becoming even gentler. I understand that you are hurting inside, and it is entirely natural to seek an outlet for your feelings. However, now that you have shed your grievances through tears, do you not feel somewhat relieved? Lu Mingming slightly nodded, a hint of gratitude illuminating her eyes. Indeed, it seems I am not as burdened anymore. Thank you, Lin Yi. She lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Lin Yi, do you know that I have been taught since childhood to be strong, to never display a semblance of weakness before others? Thus, even when my heart is heavy, I can only endure. Today, I found myself crying so profoundly in front of you, and I am genuinely afraid you might look down upon me. Lin Yi gently grasped her hand, speaking earnestly. Mingming, rest assured, I will never look down upon you. On the contrary, I find you incredibly brave. The willingness to trust me in your most vulnerable moments is a tremendous honor for me. Moreover, you are inherently strong. It is merely natural to require occasional respite. Lu Mingming nodded slightly, a glimmer of relief crossing her features. Thank you, Lin Yi. With you by my side, I truly feel different. Lin Yi smiled softly, patting her shoulder. There is no need to be overly formal. We are friends. Should you encounter any further distress, do not hesitate to seek me out. Though I may not be a remarkable figure, I can at least stand by you in facing challenges. Lu Mingming lifted her head, her gaze imbued with a hint of determination and reluctance. All right, with you here, I feel much more at ease. Then, she softly murmured, is it just friends? Did you just say something, miss? Lin Yi inquired, a note of confusion in his voice. Nothing at all, you mischievous little rascal. It's evident you deserve a good scolding. Lu Mingming playfully raised her delicate fist, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Yi. Humph. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Lin Yi chuckled and took a few steps back, jesting, "Spare me, my lady." Lu Mingming lowered her fist and turned away, muttering softly, "Humph, you truly lack romantic sensibility." "Well then, my lady, I shall take my leave to rest," Lin Yi said hesitantly. Go on, I was just about to sleep anyway," Lu Mingming replied, rubbing her eyes, weariness evident in her voice. After Lin Yi exited the room, Lu Mingming sat alone on the edge of her bed, pondering quietly. When will this fellow finally remember me? Meanwhile, Lin Yi leaned against the wall, taking a deep breath. After all, she is the most formidable female antagonist in this narrative. How could she possibly harbor feelings for me? It must be an illusion. She is destined to remain at the pinnacle of this world, and whether I can accompany her depends on the plans that lie ahead. At that moment, the system panel unexpectedly appeared before him. It detected a significant emotional fluctuation from the strongest female antagonist. The system has automatically upgraded. Ding! The disaster creation system, temporal version, has successfully recalibrated. Lin Yi paid little heed to the system's upgrade, realizing she was genuinely distressed. This could pose a problem. Her earlier smile, could it have been feigned? Lin Yi furrowed his brows, resolutely deciding that he must expedite the progress of their plan. If Lu Mingming were to suffer harm once again due to him, it would be an outcome he could not bear to witness. By the way, what new functions have you added, system? Due to the hosts and primary binding object, Lu Mingming, reaching a bottleneck in their power, the system has automatically activated interdimensional travel. This requires the consent of both individuals. An alternate world? Is our traversal to this realm random, or can we actively choose? That depends on Lu Mingming. Everything will be determined by her. Miss, there should be no issue. After all, she is the most formidable female antagonist. I have faith that she will remain invincible, even in another world. The bizarre space has been activated. Please prepare, host. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a brilliant light engulfed them, pulling Lin Yi and Lu Mingming into the peculiar realm. Surrounding them was a kaleidoscope of vibrant and enchanting sights, with various strange energies intertwining and shimmering. Lu Mingming, initially taken aback, quickly regained her composure. Lin Yi, where exactly are we? Lin Yi gazed at Lu Mingming with surprise, reflecting inwardly. Miss, it has been a long time since you called me by my given name. It seems you are genuinely distressed. I am not entirely certain where we are either. Since we have arrived, we might as well acclimate ourselves. At that moment, a large screen materialized before them. Please select the fragment of the world for traversal. Starting point. Safe building. Starting point. Banquet. Starting point. Train. Starting point. Shelter. Starting point. Gathering. Miss, which one should we choose as our starting point? Lu Mingming pondered for a moment, then replied, let us select the safe building. The others seem rather dubious. Selection successful. As Lu Mingming's voice fell, a burst of light flashed, and they were transported to a fragment of the world known as the safety building. Dear players, welcome to the Sunshine Game. Participants must be 18 years or older. In order to maintain relative fairness, all of your attributes will be fixed at the age of 18. This game's theme, safety building. Currently, the global number of surviving players is 10 billion. Good luck to you all. With another flash of light, Lin Yi and Lu Mingming materialized within the safety building. Lin Yi stood in the dilapidated room, surveying his surroundings. The mottled marks on the walls seemed to narrate the vicissitudes of time, while the dust and cobwebs accumulating in the corners lent an air of desolation to the place. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, his tone laced with a mixture of resignation and jest. How long has this place been abandoned? It looks as though it has been forgotten by the world. The room was indeed rather small. Lu Mingming cautiously maneuvered her steps, carefully observing the layout around her. She murmured softly, the space is quite limited. It appears there is only one bedroom, one bathroom, and one living room. Her voice carried a hint of regret, as if she were taken aback by the dereliction of the place. Suddenly, as if recalling a delightful thought, Lu Mingming's lips curled into a teasing smile, and she playfully remarked to Lin Yi, Xiao Yezi, you usually sleep in the bathroom, right? How does it feel? Her gaze was filled with mischief, as if she were eagerly awaiting Lin Yi's reaction. Lin Yi, upon hearing this remark, displayed a hint of an awkward smile. Miss, I believe it wouldn't be too much trouble for me to sleep on the sofa. He attempted to infuse his tone with a semblance of ease, yet a trace of helplessness lingered beneath. Chapter 16. The rules suddenly A cacophony erupted from outside. Lin Yi became alert, approaching the window to peer out, only to be met with a shroud of fog that obscured his vision. Lu Mingming delivered a playful punch to Lin Ye's head. Xiao Yezi, you've misjudged the direction. The sound clearly emanated from the door. Come on, be a bit more cautious, Lin Yi remarked, rubbing his head. Miss, next time, just speak up. There's no need for physical action. At that moment, something fell from Lin Yi, striking the ground with a clatter. Miss, it appears to be a mobile phone. Lin Yi picked it up and began to unlock it. Let me see. Lu Mingming leaned in to join him. Metal extraction, communication channel, trading platform, friends, personal panel. Beep. With the system's assistance, metals can be transformed into permanent talents. Hurry, Xiao Yi, extract a metal for me to see. Without hesitation, Lin Yi tapped on the metal extraction icon. You have drawn the metal, card summoner, which will automatically convert into a talent. This identity seems quite promising. Lin Yi refrained from hastily reviewing the information and instead turned his gaze to Lu Mingming. Upon realizing she could not view Lin Ye's information, she retrieved her own phone and began her extraction. Ha! Lu Mingming held up a medal, unable to contain her laughter. Xiao Yi, at this rate, you shall surely submit to my prowess. Miss, am I not already yours? It matters not. Come, let us first become friends. After much tapping on their phones, they realized they seemed unable to add each other. What could be the reason? Lin Yi turned his gaze to the instructions, noting that entering the room number of the friend one wished to add would allow for successful addition. It appears we are residing together, he remarked. Then, never mind. This trivial friendship request can be overlooked. Lu Mingming pouted in dissatisfaction. Curiosity suddenly piqued within Lin Yi. Were they truly the only two individuals together? He swiftly opened the communication channel. 601 Li Ming. What does safe zone mean? Must we find this so-called safe area to survive? 605 Zhongming. A global player count of 10 billion? This figure is utterly exaggerated. Are we but a drop in the ocean? 703 Huair. Isn't that obvious? By the way, has anyone found a note within the room? I have, and you might want to look for it as well. Upon reading these messages, Lin Yi immediately began searching the room for the note, with Lu Mingming following suit, rummaging through everything. At last, they discovered a yellowed note beneath the bed. Rules of the safe zone 1. As time passes, your hunger and hydration levels will gradually decrease. Only by consuming the appropriate items can they be replenished. 2. Neighbors may visit one another, but be wary of the unknown. 3. Home is an unequivocally safe haven, devoid of other inhabitants. 4. Please refrain from allowing your sanity to drop below 50. This game has no end. The game concludes when the death toll exceeds half. Some of the rules are false. Please exercise sound judgment. Lin Yi and Lu Mingming exchanged glances, each discerning the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. The veracity of these rules, being a blend of truth and deception, presents a challenge, Lin Yi remarked with a frown. However, Lu Mingming scoffed, asserting that regardless of their authenticity, she would not be constrained by such regulations. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door, startling both of them. Lin Yi signaled for Lu Mingming to conceal herself behind him as he grasped the baseball bat retrieved from the system's storage, cautiously approaching the entrance. Peering through the peephole, he spied an unremarkable man standing at the threshold, his demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety. Lin Yi cracked the door open slightly, warily inquiring, "Who are you?" The man hurriedly replied, "I am from room 502 next door. My name is Wang Chong. I just saw someone in the communication channel mentioning the notes, and I found one as well. I wish to discuss it with you." Lu Mingming leaned forward, asking, "Is your note the same as these rules?" Wang Chong nodded affirmatively. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi opened the door wider to allow him entry. The three of them gathered around to examine the note. Yet Lin Yi couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Chong's arrival was too coincidental, though he couldn't pinpoint any flaws in his story. Suddenly, Lu Mingming pointed at rule number 7, declaring, "This one must be true. Otherwise, the preceding rules would be utterly meaningless." Lin Yi nodded contemplatively, while a glimmer of desire flickered in Wang Chong's eyes. Lin Yi noted this fleeting glint of yearning with quiet apprehension, tightening his grip on the baseball bat. Meanwhile, Lu Mingming continued her analysis of the rules, entirely oblivious to the underlying tension. "I believe there is certainly much to be uncovered regarding the source of food in the first rule," Lu Mingming remarked. Wang Chong immediately concurred, yet his body instinctively shifted closer to Lu Mingming. Observing this, Lin Yi deliberately knocked over a cup, and as he bent down to tidy up, He whispered to Lu Mingming, "Be cautious of him." Lu Mingming raised an eyebrow, abruptly standing up and striding towards the bedroom. "I am hungry. I shall seek something to eat." Wang Chong promptly followed suit, with Lin Yi trailing closely behind. Upon entering the bedroom, Lu Mingming seized a knife and turned to face Wang Chong, coldly stating, "Speak. What is your true intention?" Wang Chong grinned wickedly. "It seems you have uncovered my secret." He brandished a medal, affixing it to his chest, and swiftly activated his ability. In an instant, his stature surged, transforming from a mere 1.70 meters to an imposing 2.30 meters. A long blade materialized in his hand, his greedy gaze fixated upon Lu Mingming. "In my entire life, I have never encountered such a stunning beauty as you." Lin Ye's heart tightened at this sight, his grip on the baseball bat tightening resolutely. He shouted, "Wang Chong, do not act recklessly." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he charged forward, swinging the bat forcefully towards Wang Chong's knee. Taken aback by the sudden assault, Wang Chong stumbled momentarily but quickly regained his balance, relying on his immense size and strength. He swung the long blade in his grasp towards Lin Yi, the glint of the blade accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Standing to the side, Lu Mingming gritted her teeth and lunged at Wang Chong's back with the knife. Though her movements were somewhat unrefined, the tip of the blade accurately pierced Wang Chong's back. Wang Chong, in agony, let out a furious roar and turned to strike at Lu Mingming with his blade. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi delivered another blow with his bat, striking Wang Chong's arm and slowing his attack. Lu Mingming swiftly evaded and lunged towards Wang Chong's leg. "You two truly lack tact." Wang Chong gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with ferocity. "Today, you shall pay dearly." Lin Yi and Lu Mingming exchanged a knowing glance, understanding that their only chance lay in uniting against this formidable foe. Chapter 17. Confrontation. Lin Yi wielded the baseball bat, relentlessly targeting Wang Chong's lower limbs in an effort to destabilize him. Meanwhile, Lu Mingming deftly wielded her knife, searching for a chance to strike at Wang Chong's vulnerabilities. Just as the battle reached its fever pitch, Lin Yi recalled the previously mentioned rules and the significance of the medals. A thought struck him, and he shouted to Lu Mingming, "Miss, his medal. We must find a way to remove it." Lu Mingming nodded, instantly grasping Lin Ye's intent. They began to consciously direct their assaults towards Wang Chong's chest, aiming to shatter his medal. Sensing their strategy, Wang Chong retaliated with even greater ferocity, brandishing his long blade in an attempt to force them back. "Looks like I have to resort to this," Lu Mingming sighed with resignation. Channeling the power of the Imperial Spirit Root once more, Wang Chong was momentarily incapacitated, collapsing to his knees. Observing this, Lin Yi pondered deeply. As the power of the Spirit Root surged forth, a wave of energy coalesced around his bat. With a vigorous swing, Wang Chong's head shattered like a watermelon. "Ah, how dare you!" Lu Mingming shouted, delivering a punch that sent Lin Yi crashing to the ground. "Don't you realize how troublesome it is to tidy up the bedroom? I'm covered in blood because of you." As she vented her frustrations, she continued to rain down punches upon Lin Yi. Fortunately, apart from the initial blow, the subsequent strikes were merely gentle taps that inflicted no real harm. Lin Yi exhaled in relief. It appeared that Lu Mingming was merely expressing her pent-up emotions. Dazed from the onslaught, Lin Yi soon regained his composure, rubbing the sore spots where Lu Mingming had struck him. With a wry smile, he implored, "Mingming, please don't be angry. I didn't mean to." "Didn't he mean to?" Lu Mingming retorted, her eyes widening in indignation. "Just look at this blood-stained floor and my ruined clothes. It's utterly disgraceful. You know very well whether it was intentional." Realizing that Lu Mingming was genuinely upset, Lin Yi hastily rose to his feet, clasping his hands together in a pleading gesture. "Mingming, I understand you're upset. I sincerely apologize. I promise to be more careful in the future and will never soil your clothes again." Observing Lin Ye's pitiful demeanor, Lu Mingming felt a mix of anger and amusement. She paused her assault, shooting him a fierce glare as she warned, "If you dirty my clothes again, I truly will not spare you." Lin Yi nodded fervently, "I understand. I understand. I swear I won't dare to do it again." Lin Yi rubbed his shoulder, which had been hurt by Lu Mingming's strike, and forced a wry smile as he said, "Mingming, I understand your anger, but let us not forget that Wang Chong is dead. This is not the time for fury. We must promptly attend to the scene." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Lu Mingming paused momentarily. She cast her gaze down at the bloodstains marring her attire, and then glanced at Wang Chong, sprawled lifelessly on the ground, realizing that Lin Yi spoke the truth. With a resigned sigh, she discarded the knife she held and, donning a pair of gloves that seemed to have appeared from nowhere, grasped Wang Chang's arm, stating, "Very well. Let us first move this fellow aside." Lin Yi swiftly rose to his feet, and together they dragged Wang Chang's lifeless body to a corner of the bedroom. They meticulously avoided touching the injuries on Wang Chang's corpse, mindful not to soil their own garments further. Once they had relocated the body, Lu Mingming surveyed the pool of blood that now stained the floor, her brow furrowed in concern. "What shall we do about this blood? We cannot simply leave it here," she remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi replied, "We need to find something to clean up the blood and then seek a suitable place to dispose of the body. However, we must exercise caution to ensure that no one discovers our actions." Lu Mingming nodded in agreement and entered the bathroom, retrieving a towel along with a basin of water. After soaking the towel, she handed it to Lin Yi, saying, "Let us first attend to the blood on the floor." The two began to meticulously wipe away the crimson stains. As they worked, Lin Yi remarked, "Miss, that punch you threw was quite formidable. I was nearly left dazed by your strength." Lu Mingming cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "Isn't it due to your negligence that my clothes are sullied? This blood is indeed difficult to remove. I must teach you a proper lesson. By the way, miss, have you seen Wang Chang's medal?" Lin Yi suddenly recalled the matter of the medal and inquired. Lu Mingming shook her head and replied, "I was too preoccupied with my anger to notice. However, I suspect it should still be on the floor." The two began to meticulously search the room for the medal. At last, they discovered it in a corner. Lin Yi picked up the medal, examining it closely in his palm, and said, "This object appears quite significant. It may prove useful." Lu Mingming nodded in agreement, stating, "Regardless, we should clean up the scene first. Once we have dealt with these troublesome matters, we can thoroughly investigate this medal." The pair continued to tidy the room until the bloodstains were eradicated and Wang Chang's body was concealed within a cabinet. Ultimately, after considerable effort, the blood in the bedroom was cleaned away and Wang Chang's remains were hidden. Although a faint metallic scent lingered in the air, the room no longer appeared so distressing. Lin Yi and Lu Mingming sat on the sofa, both exhibiting signs of exhaustion. Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Mingming, we need to devise a plan to explain Wang Chang's disappearance." "Explain what? Why should we feel compelled to offer them an explanation?" Lu Mingming retorted with indignation. "They should be grateful that we haven't harmed them, let alone provide an explanation." "Humph, do they deserve it?" Just as Lin Yi was about to respond, a piercing alarm blared outside, startling both of them. They exchanged astonished glances and hurried to the window to investigate. Outside, a group of masked individuals had gathered, their intentions unclear as they searched house by house. Who were these people? Were they perhaps in pursuit of Wang Chang? Lin Yi furrowed his brow in concern. Lu Mingming, however, scoffed dismissively, stating, "Let them come. I am not afraid of them." Before long, the mysterious figures reached their floor. Lin Yi hastily shoved his medal into his pocket, gripping his baseball bat tightly, while Lu Mingming unsheathed a small knife from her waist. The door was pounded violently, a chilling voice demanding, "Open the door and submit to inspection." Lin Yi exchanged a glance with Lu Mingming, who nodded in agreement. Slowly, he opened the door, feigning confusion as he inquired, "Who are you? On what grounds do you intend to search our home?" The leader of the masked figures sneered, "Enough nonsense. We suspect there are imposters here." As he attempted to force his way inside, Lu Mingming stepped in front, declaring, "You cannot enter without evidence." Infuriated, the mysterious figure reached out to seize her, but she deftly dodged, slashing her knife toward his arm. Tension crackled in the air. Chapter 18. The boss. The masked man's arm was cut, blood seeping from the wound. He bellowed in rage, "How dare you resist?" More masked figures surged forward. Lu Mingming cast a disdainful glance at them, activating her extraordinary spiritual root. A formidable aura instantly enveloped the room, causing all to kneel before her, too intimidated to raise their heads. With a cold huff, she proclaimed, "You dare to be so arrogant with such pitiful strength?" Just as the leader of the masked individuals prepared to respond, a man suddenly struck him, rendering him unconscious with a swift blow. The man smiled faintly and said, "I apologize. This is our rather inept leader. His mind tends to wander at times. Please bear with us." He turned to the crowd, his tone serious yet laced with a hint of jest. "We have received a report indicating the presence of a creature known as a pseudo-human within this secure building, and we have come to conduct an inspection. Of course, I trust that someone of your caliber could not possibly be a pseudo-human. Lu Mingming raised her brow slightly and replied coldly. Since you are aware that I am not a pseudo-human, what purpose do you serve by remaining here? The man hurriedly explained, we are merely following protocol. After all, everyone is familiar with the rules of this secure building. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, we shall take our leave. He waved his hand, ushering his companions to depart swiftly from the scene. Lu Mingming gazed at their retreating figures, a flicker of disdain passing through her eyes. What a nuisance. These individuals are becoming increasingly audacious. Lin Yi approached from the side and asked, Mingming, are you all right? Lu Mingming shook her head and replied, I am fine. It is merely these pseudo-humans that vex me. We must be cautious and avoid drawing their attention. Lin Yi nodded, intending to say something further when suddenly, Lu Mingming's complexion turned pale and she nearly collapsed. Lin Yi quickly supported her, his voice filled with concern. Miss, what is wrong? Humph. Lu Mingming swatted Lin Yi's hand away and said weakly, it's just exhaustion. She breathed heavily and continued. The power expended from utilizing the imperial-grade spiritual root was too great. I need to rest. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was amiss. He helped Lu Mingming to sit down and said, rest on the sofa for a moment. I will find something for you to eat. You need to replenish your energy. Lu Mingming nodded, leaning against the sofa, closing her eyes in an attempt to alleviate her discomfort. Lin Yi entered the kitchen, fetched some biscuits and water, and presented them to Lu Mingming. Have a little something. It may help you feel better. Lu Mingming accepted the biscuits, forcing herself to eat a few, and took a few sips of water. After a while, her complexion improved slightly, yet she still appeared somewhat frail. Lin Yi sat beside her and inquired, did you exert yourself too much while using your powers earlier? Lu Mingming shook her head and replied, there was no other choice. In that situation, I had to intimidate those people. However, I did not anticipate feeling this weak. With a sigh, she continued, it seems I must be more cautious in the future and not overextend myself so easily. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, your health is paramount. You cannot continuously push yourself like this. If anything feels amiss, you must inform me without delay. Lu Mingming offered a faint smile and reassured him, I understand. But do not worry too much. I will be fine after a bit of rest. She glanced around and added, we need to take care of things here swiftly, so we can both rest properly afterward. Lin Yi nodded once more, acknowledging, you are right. I will handle these matters promptly. Rising to his feet, he stated, you stay here and rest while I check the situation outside. Detecting that the host and Lu Mingming successfully navigated their first crisis in the other world, they were rewarded with 2 shards of divine essence for talent enhancement, which are non-stackable. Lin Yi silently extracted the divine shards. One entered his mind, while the other was absorbed into Lu Mingming's metal, which subsequently transformed into powder and merged with her body. Almost forgetting, he recalled the existence of talents and accessed the talent information provided by the system. Talent, Card Summoner. Level 1, Ability 1. You are proficient in the mysteries of card summoning, initially possessing 5 basic cards. Each hour, you may randomly draw 1 card from the card pool to add to your hand. Whenever a mysterious event occurs in the scene, such as anomalies in the eerie domain or the activation of special mechanisms, you will gain an additional 2 cards. Ability 2, Summoning Amplification. You can enhance the abilities of summoned creatures. When summoning a creature, you may choose to expend additional eerie coins or life to enhance its attributes. Card Resonance. Unlock condition. Successfully summon and utilize 10 rare cards during this survival endeavor. Card Inheritance. Unlock condition. Successfully summon and utilize 5 epic cards during this survival endeavor. This enhanced talent appears remarkably potent. The forthcoming primary objective is to acquire eerie coins while ensuring one's own survival. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment before picking up his phone and accessing the personal panel. Lin Yi, Life, 10, Regular Attributes, 12, Hunger Level, 195, Moisture Level, 192, Sanity Level, 100. The initial attributes for normal players are uniformly set at 10. Let me take a look at the cards I possess. Lin Yi summoned the card library with sheer willpower. Card Library, currently available for 13 draws. A 10 consecutive draw guarantees a rare card. 100 consecutive draws guarantees an epic one. Lin Yi stroked his chin, pondering. It seems prudent to focus on accumulating for 100 draws. However, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, I should first obtain a rare card. He placed his hand on the drawing interface, praying to the heavens for a fortunate draw. Open for me. Resource card X6. Common Summon Card X1. Common Magic Cards. Shield Card X1. Healing Light X1. Rare Summon Card. Firebird. Firebird summons a Firebird with an attack power of 20 and a life value of 30, dealing 5 points of flame damage to surrounding enemies every 20 seconds. Healing Light restores 10 life points to the target. Sprite summons a sprite with an attack power of 5 and a life value of 10. Shield Spell provides a shield to the target that absorbs 10 points of damage. Lin Yi gazed at the cards in his hand, a slow smile spreading across his face. To my surprise, among the 5 initial basic cards acquired, 2 are of the summoning variety. Casually, Lin Yi tossed the 2 cards onto the ground, and before his eyes appeared a hefty black bull weighing at least 500 pounds and a lively little yellow dog bounding with energy. Not bad. One can occasionally glance at home. You may refer to them as Big Black and Little Yellow. However, it wasn't long before Lin Yi sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere around him. The large black cow began to moo restlessly, while the little yellow dog barked furiously at a particular direction. A chill ran down Lin Yi's spine, realizing that danger might be approaching once again. Chapter 19. The young lady. At this moment, Lu Mingming also sensed something amiss, struggling to rise. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the remaining cards, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The wooden cabinet door trembled slightly, a strange light seeping through the cracks, flickering like the eyes of some creature, casting an ominous glow in the darkness. The air around seemed to grow heavy, as if infected by that unseen force, causing the entire room to quiver ever so slightly. Suddenly, the trembling of the cabinet reached its zenith, as if something within could no longer contain itself, ready to break through the final barrier. The cabinet door jolted violently, emitting a deep, thunderous sound akin to the roar of a colossal beast, causing dust to cascade from the room's surfaces. Subsequently, the cabinet door began to open slowly yet inexorably, a chilling aura instantly spreading, sending shivers down one's spine. Lu Mingming discerned that the noise originated from the bedroom. Xiao Yezi attacked the bedroom. Without hesitation, Lin Yi unleashed the Firebird card, and the fiery creature soared towards the wooden bed. Suddenly, a decaying hand emerged, grasping the Firebird's talon. The Firebird struggled desperately, its wings creating gusts of scorching wind, yet that hand remained unyielding. Lin Yi was struck with astonishment. What manner of monster possessed such formidable strength? Lu Mingming clenched her teeth, disregarding her frail condition, and summoned the last remnants of her spiritual energy to shoot a beam of light towards the ominous hand. As if provoked, the hand relinquished its grip on the Firebird and retaliated with a dark ray aimed at Lu Mingming. Observing this, Lin Yi swiftly deployed a shield card, conjuring a translucent barrier that shielded Lu Mingming from the hand's onslaught. At that moment, a low, guttural roar erupted from within the wooden cabinet, followed by the gradual emergence of a colossal figure. It exuded a putrid stench, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, grasping the remaining cards tightly in his hand, bracing himself for a desperate fight. The monstrous creature bared its cavernous maw and expelled a mass of black slime, which sizzled upon contact with the ground, eroding it into deep pits. Lu Mingming whispered to Lin Yi, urging him to concentrate their firepower on the creature's head. Nodding in agreement, Lin Yi commanded the Firebird to launch its assault. The Firebird soared through the air, its feathers transforming into blazing blades as it relentlessly attacked the decaying monstrosity. At that moment, Lin Yi flung out a standard summoning card, and a giant ape materialized, lunging fiercely at the creature, joining the Firebird in targeting its head. The monster swung its massive arms, easily swatting the giant ape aside. However, the Firebird seized the opportunity, pecking at the creature's eyes with its sharp beak. In agony, the monster let out a furious roar, spewing black slime that engulfed the giant ape. With a flash of white light, the giant ape gradually vanished from sight. Seizing the moment, Lu Mingming expended her final ounce of spiritual energy to unleash a brilliant flash of light, temporarily restraining the creature's movements. Lin Yi hastily threw out several resource cards. The materials transformed into various weapons. He seized a great sword and charged fiercely at the monster's neck. Green blood splattered from the creature's throat, inciting its fury as it violently swung its tail, sending Lin Yi flying. Lu Mingming attempted to catch Lin Yi, but was suddenly overcome by dizziness. Just as the monster was about to lunge towards her, a radiant light flashed, revealing a woman clad in silver-white knight armor. Talent, young lady. Level 1, Ability 1, Noble authority. As a young lady of noble birth, you inherently possess a formidable presence that can intimidate those around you. Under your authoritative gaze, enemies will be gripped by fear, while your servants will exhibit heightened loyalty. Ability 2. Servant summoning. As a young lady, you wield immense control over resources, enabling you to summon loyal servants to attend to your needs at any moment. Initially, you can summon 2 ordinary servants, and for each rare item or above that you acquire, you may summon an additional servant with a maximum of 5. Servants can transform their own possessions into corresponding combat power. Ability 3. Noble privilege. As a young lady, you enjoy the privileges of nobility, allowing you to leverage your family's resources and influence for advantage. Once per day, you can utilize the family support skill to summon a carriage, swiftly transporting you to any safe location within the scene. 24-hour cooldown. Whenever you encounter opportunities for trade or resource acquisition, you may invoke your noble privilege to purchase items at a reduced price, enjoying a 10 discount. When confronted with peril, one may invoke familial protection skills, summoning a high-ranking guardian to engage in battle on one's behalf for a duration of 5 minutes, with a cooldown period of 12 hours. Graceful stance. Unlock condition. Successfully command servants to complete 3 high-difficulty tasks during this survival challenge. Family honor. Unlock condition. Successfully safeguard the honor of the family during this survival endeavor. The woman clad in silver-white knightly armor bore a stern gaze. With a subtle uplift of her hand, 2 servants emerged from behind her, seizing the long sword that lay upon the ground and charging towards the monstrous foe. Although the creature was fearsome, it faltered momentarily in the face of this unexpected onslaught. The servants demonstrated remarkable agility, deftly evading the monster's attacks while persistently thrusting their weapons. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi rose from the ground and played a healing light card to mend his wounds. Lu Mingming steadied herself, gazing in astonishment at the newcomer. Oh, how did my metal transform into a talent? No wonder I couldn't find it after searching for so long. It seems to have grown even more powerful. Miss, shall we press on? Lin Yi inquired, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Just let the summoned beings handle it for now. Zaiwai easy, could you conjure some food? I find myself rather hungry, Lu Mingming remarked, patting her stomach with anticipation. Lin Yi produced a supplies card and casually tossed it to the ground. Yangzhou fried rice. X2. Eating restores 10 hunger points. Milk coffee X2. Consuming restores 3 sanity points and 8 hydration points, my lady. Having anything to eat at this moment is quite fortunate, so please refrain from being picky, if you would, Lin Yi replied. Lu Mingming pouted but swiftly began to eat nonetheless. As Lin Yi ate, he couldn't help but voice his discontent, remarking that the atmosphere felt rather dissonant. Here they were, indulging in food while a battle raged on nearby. Lu Mingming smiled faintly, dismissing his concerns. It matters not. I have faith in their ability to prevail. With the assistance of the silver-clad woman, the 2 attendants gradually gained the upper hand, forcing the monsters into retreat. Just as victory seemed imminent, the creatures suddenly mutated, their size doubling and strength surging. The attendants found themselves at a disadvantage, with one being sent flying. Observing this turn of events, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and resolved to take a risk by drawing a card. He placed his hand on the extraction interface, silently praying for fortune to favor him. May Lady Luck grant me gold. Let the cards reveal themselves. As radiant light flickered, a rare magic card, Purifying Light, appeared in his grasp. Exultant, he knew without needing to examine the card's details that it was perfectly suited to counter such a creature. With a shout, Lin Yi hurled the Purifying Light at the monster. The card transformed into a beam of sacred illumination, enveloping the creature, which writhed in agony. Seizing the opportunity, the silver-clad woman coordinated with another attendant to deliver a fatal blow. The monster collapsed with a resounding crash, vanishing into thin air. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Lu Mingming patted her chest, relieved. Thank goodness. That was truly perilous. Lin Yi glanced at the remaining cards in his possession, realizing that their fate now rested upon the lady and the fiery bird. He hoped that no further surprises lay in wait. The silver-clad woman gathered her attendants and gradually faded from sight. Chapter 20. Food Miss, what shall we do now? Lu Mingming pondered the chaos before them and the large crater on the ground, lost in thought. Lin Yi was somewhat taken aback. Such a large hole had not penetrated the floors above and below. It seemed that this security building was indeed quite resilient. Lu Mingming sat on the sofa and clapped her hands, and two tall servants materialized. "Clean up the battlefield for me now?" The servants nodded and began to tidy the room. "By the way, miss," Lin Yi glanced at the monstrous corpse on the floor, "how shall we deal with this? Why do you keep asking me? Just handle it yourself." Lu Mingming pouted, a hint of impatience in her voice. "Very well," Lin Yi clapped his hands and, with the assistance of Firebird, transported the corpse onto the back of Dehei and carried it to the rooftop. With a swift kick, he sent the monster's body tumbling down from the rooftop. He hoped there was no one below, otherwise it would be quite the ordeal. He then summoned a large bucket of water using a supply card, cleansing himself and the summoned creatures on the rooftop. That should suffice. Lin Yi clapped his hands once more and sat down on the sofa, opening his phone. 201 Lu Yang. "Brothers, come out and take a look. Food can be exchanged on the first floor." Upon reading this message, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He turned to Lu Mingming and said, "Miss, we can exchange food on the first floor. Let us go and investigate." Lu Mingming lazily stretched. "All right, I was just thinking of finding something more delicious." The two, accompanied by their summoned creatures, descended to the first floor, where a throng of people had gathered. In the shadows stood a faceless entity, holding a sign that read, 100 pounds of ordinary flesh for 1 portion of food. 100 pounds of premium flesh for 5 portions of food. Seeing this, Lin Yi tugged at Lu Mingming, taking a step back. "Miss, this seems rather suspicious." Suddenly, a man summoned a katana and, with a swift stroke, severed the head of the person beside him. The surrounding air appeared to freeze instantaneously, suffused with the metallic scent of blood. The dark creature holding a sign seemed unfazed by the gruesome spectacle, coldly fixating on the crowd as if anticipating something. The throng began to stir, with some shrieking in panic to flee, only to be pressed down by an even larger number, resulting in utter chaos. After beheading the individual next to him, the man swiftly dragged the corpse before the dark entity and shouted, "Give me food." The creature remained expressionless, mechanically retrieving a package from behind and tossing it to the man. Upon receiving the parcel and glancing inside, the man displayed a look of satisfaction before swiftly vanishing into the crowd. At that moment, the surrounding people regained their senses, their gazes shifting with murderous intent. Lin Yi's expression turned gravely serious. He tightly grasped Lu Mingming's hand and whispered, "Miss, no matter what happens, do not leave my side." Lu Mingming, somewhat shy, bit her lower lip and nodded. The crowd had descended into complete madness. The once relatively calm trading area had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. The only thing reflected in people's eyes was an insatiable hunger for food, as they disregarded those around them, even resorting to mutual slaughter. Lin Yi witnessed a woman hesitate for a moment before suddenly drawing a dagger and plunging it into a nearby man. He screamed as he collapsed, and the woman swiftly dragged the corpse to the dark creature in exchange for food. Immediately thereafter, he was beheaded by another man who seized their provisions. Lin Yi understood that if they did not take decisive action, they would soon be overwhelmed by the encroaching crowd. He took a deep breath and quietly said to Lu Mingming, "We must fight our way out to find a chance for survival." Lu Mingming nodded firmly, gripping Lin Yi's hand tightly, her eyes glimmering with determination. Without hesitation, she summoned 2 sword-wielding attendants clad in light armor, their eyes radiating unwavering resolve. Lin Yi, equally resolute, swiftly called forth his formidable Black Bull and Firebird. He hoisted Lu Mingming onto the back of the Black Bull, then mounted it himself as the beast let out a low roar and charged toward the periphery of the throng. The Firebird circled above, occasionally diving down to unleash fiery assaults on those who dared to approach. The 2 sword-wielding attendants followed closely behind, their blades flashing as they repelled the greedy assailants one by one. One man, upon sighting the Black Bull, revealed a glimmer of avarice, thinking to himself, "Such a large creature would sustain me for quite some time." He promptly summoned 2 treants, while another companion transformed into a colossal bear, charging toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi's brow furrowed as he commanded the Firebird to unleash flames upon the treants. The fire engulfed them in an instant, and they flailed their branches in a futile attempt to defend themselves. The Black Bull charged headlong into the giant bear, the 2 colliding fiercely, locked in a struggle. Lu Mingming's attendants adeptly maneuvered through the crowd, their blades slicing through the air, blood splattering in their wake. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi drew a card, Frozen Gale. As he cast the card, a chilling gust swept toward the enemy, immobilizing many and slowing their movements considerably. Lin Yi grasped the baseball bat, dismounted the ox, and instructed Dehei, Take the young lady back. I have a plan to escape. Dahei nodded, charging towards the staircase with its imposing horns. The power of the celestial roots within Lin Yi surged as he swung the bat at the colossal bear, shattering its skull in an instant, blood splattering over him, leaving his complexion pale. Shaking his head to regain composure, Lin Yi inhaled deeply and leaped into the air, swiftly adjusting his grip to seize the firebird's leg. The firebird sensed its master's weight and emitted a sharp cry, flapping its wings vigorously, lifting Lin Yi swiftly into the sky. In the air, Lin Yi felt the wind whip past him. He clung tightly to the firebird's leg and shouted, "Firebird, take me higher to survey our surroundings." The firebird seemed to comprehend its master's command, flapping its wings with increased vigor, soaring with Lin Yi to greater heights. Below, Lu Mingming watched anxiously, fully aware that Lin Yi had a plan. She gripped the reins tightly, guiding Dahei to follow closely beneath the firebird, ready to assist at a moment's notice. As the firebird carried Lin Yi through the skies, it unleashed flames upon the approaching crowd, carving a path for them. Observing Lin Yi's actions, Lu Mingming swiftly grasped his intent. She called out, "Dahei, keep up." Dahei let out a low growl, striding forward with heavy steps towards the newly formed passage. Lin Yi noticed several humans guarding the entrance of the passage and promptly drew a short sword from his waist, urging the firebird, "Firebird, accelerate." The fiery bird emitted a ferocious roar, its wings beating with increased intensity as it surged towards the humans like a blazing meteor. Chapter 21, Coexistence. In the fleeting moment before reaching the entrance of the passage, Lin Yi leaped decisively from the fiery bird, his short sword glinting with a chilling light as it struck the foremost individual, wounding him. The man clutched his injury and staggered back a few steps, prompting the others to converge. Yet, Lin Yi stood resolute, clutching his dagger, his focus unwavering on the card library, prepared to retaliate at a moment's notice. Lu Mingming arrived, riding the great black bull, with her servants trailing closely behind. Together, they charged at the obstructing figures. The servants plunged into the fray first, their swords dancing through the air, bringing two adversaries to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi targeted the weakest of the remaining foes, deftly evading an attack before delivering a powerful punch to the man's abdomen, followed by a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Lu Mingming commanded the great black bull to toss one assailant aside, clearing the path ahead. They hurried forward, eager to distance themselves from the bloody scene. Lin Yi summoned the great black bull back into the card, grasping Lu Mingming's hand as they sprinted towards the staircase. Two servants led the way, vigilant against any unforeseen threats. The fiery bird trailed behind, engaging those who pursued them. Just as they reached the corner of the staircase, an eerie laughter echoed through the air. Lin Yi and Lu Mingming halted in alarm, witnessing a figure in a black cloak materialize slowly. "Did you think you could escape so easily?" The cloaked figure intoned icily. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the card, while Lu Mingming positioned her servants protectively in front of her. With a wave of his hand, the cloaked figure summoned a swarm of shadowy sentinels that surged toward them. Lin Yi tossed out a supply card, and a few flashbangs appeared. He shouted, "Close your eyes." As the flashbangs detonated, the shadowy creatures were momentarily blinded. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi unleashed a firebird, which dashed into the mass of shadows. Lu Mingming commanded her minions to attack. The cloaked figure snorted coldly, producing a wand and reciting an incantation. Vines suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring both the minions and the firebird. Just then, an idea struck Lu Mingming. She summoned a carriage and charged towards Lin Yi. With a flash of light, the carriage transcended space, returning them home, while the summoned creatures, distanced from their master, automatically returned to her hand. Lin Yi, feeling somewhat weakened, reclined on the sofa. "Miss, if you possess such abilities, why not utilize them sooner? I am utterly exhausted." Lu Mingming slapped him away and settled onto the sofa, declaring, "My abilities are not something you can simply inquire about." Lin Yi shook his head in resignation, about to voice a thought when a bell tolled softly, followed by an announcement from an unknown source. "It is now 11 o'clock. Residents, please return to your rooms. Secure your doors and windows, and extinguish all lights. Any resident who fails to return to their room within the designated time will be deemed in violation and subject to corresponding penalties." Lin Yi and Lu Mingming exchanged glances, a flicker of unease passing between them. Lin Yi murmured, "It seems the time management here is exceptionally strict. We must tread carefully." Lu Mingming nodded in agreement. We must comply with the requirements swiftly, or we may encounter trouble. She swiftly approached the window, forcefully shutting it before drawing the thick curtains to ensure that not a sliver of light seeped through. Lin Yi then made his way to the door, meticulously verifying that it was securely locked. He noticed a peculiar latch on the door, seemingly designed to thwart any forcible entry from the outside. With a firm motion, Lin Yi secured the latch and conducted a final inspection, ensuring absolute certainty. All is well, the doors and windows are secured, came Lu Mengmeng's voice, ethereal in the darkness. Now, we can only wait, Lin Yi sighed, taking a seat on the edge of the bed. He ignited a candle, its faint glow flickering in the shadows. The room enveloped itself in silence, save for the lingering echoes of a clock's chime reverberating in the air. Lin Yi and Lu Mengmeng remained silent, the stillness punctuated only by their soft breaths resonating in the obscurity. Both were engaged in rapid contemplation about their next course of action. This strange and eerie place instilled within them a profound unease, and at that moment, a pressing question arose in their minds. Was this bedroom truly safe? Should they remain in the same room? Miss, Lin Yi and Lu Mengmeng's voices broke the stillness simultaneously, their gazes locking in surprise. Please, you go first, Lin Yi offered with a slight smile, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. No, you go first, Lu Mengmeng replied, her smile imbued with a hint of anticipation and resolve. Lin Yi cleared his throat, shattering the brief silence, and stated, I believe it is prudent for us to remain in the same room. This way, we can look out for one another. Everywhere exuded an air of strangeness. Perhaps separation would pose an even greater peril. He paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, we remain oblivious to the rules that govern this place. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, two individuals together possess a greater assurance than one alone. Lu Mengmeng nodded in agreement. After a moment's reflection, she suggested, should we not establish some regulations? For instance, taking turns to stand guard at night, or devising a contingency plan in the face of danger. Lin Yi acknowledged her idea with a nod, responding, that is an excellent suggestion. We can alternate our watch every 4 hours. This arrangement will ensure that vigilance is maintained at all times, while allowing us ample opportunity for rest. He pondered for a moment before adding, if we encounter peril, we should strive to avoid confrontation. However, should it become unavoidable, we shall resort to our summoned entities. Nonetheless, we must refrain from revealing our true capabilities unless absolutely necessary, to avoid drawing unwarranted attention. Lu Mengmeng listened intently, nodding as she said, I understand. Let us proceed with this plan tonight. I shall rest first, and you can take the initial watch. How does that sound? Lin Yi agreed. Very well, you should rest now. I will remain vigilant. Lu Mengmeng approached the bedside and gently lay down. She closed her eyes, yet unease lingered in her heart. Lin Yi took a seat, his gaze scanning every corner of the room with heightened vigilance. He recognized that in this foreboding place, even the slightest lapse in attention could herald dire consequences. Time slipped by in silence, and Lin Yi remained intensely focused, unwilling to allow even a moment of complacency. The firebird circled in the sky, seemingly vigilant on his behalf. The large black bull lay quietly in the corner, occasionally emitting a low growl to demonstrate its alertness. 4 hours later, Lin Yi gently roused Lu Mengmeng from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, Lu Mengmeng sat up and inquired, is there any movement? Lin Yi shook his head and replied, everything is normal. I will take my rest now. The watch is yours. Lu Mengmeng nodded, rising to take a seat on the chair. Lin Yi approached the bedside and reclined. Despite his physical exhaustion, he dared not fully relax his vigilance. He closed his eyes, yet his mind remained alert, ready to confront any potential dangers that might arise. At that moment, Lu Mengmeng suddenly sensed something amiss. A flicker of surprise crossed her mind as she realized her earlier actions seemed somewhat out of character. Chapter 22. A Turbulent Mind. She had always been the proud young lady, accustomed to being cared for and protected, while Lin Yi, though her bodyguard, had never been someone she genuinely considered following. Yet just moments ago, she had unhesitatingly nodded in agreement to his suggestion, even proactively offering for him to rest while she kept watch. A ripple of introspection stirred within Lu Mengmeng. Raised in the indulgence of her family, her proud disposition had never permitted her to bow easily to anyone. However, in this unfamiliar and perilous environment, she found herself trusting Lin Yi's words to an unexpected degree, even feeling a hint of dependence. This sensation left her perplexed and somewhat uneasy. Sitting in the chair, she furrowed her brow, silently pondering. Why did I heed his counsel? He is merely my little bodyguard. Why should I heed his arrangements? Is it because he instills in me an unprecedented sense of security? Lu Mingming's heart is tender. Although she appears haughty on the surface, deep within lies a kindness and gentleness. She recognizes that Lin Yi is a trustworthy individual, and his suggestions are indeed for their mutual safety. Yet, her pride makes it difficult for her to accept this feeling of being protected. Taking a deep breath, she strives to calm the turmoil within, then raises her head and addresses Lin Yi. Xiao Yezi, you should rest first. I will take watch for the time being. Lin Yi was on the verge of closing his eyes when he heard Lu Mingming's words. He paused slightly, then lifted his head, looking at her in surprise. Miss, are you certain? You've scarcely had any sleep. I can manage for a while longer. Lu Mingming tilted her chin slightly, her eyes reflecting a touch of arrogance. Yet her tone was unexpectedly gentle. I am your master. When a master speaks, a servant has no place to interject. You should rest. This is an order. Lin Yi gazed at Lu Mingming, feeling a warmth in his heart, yet also a hint of helplessness. He understood her character, despite her pride. There exists a kind and gentle side within her. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied, Very well, Mississippi. Since you have said so, I shall obey your command. Upon hearing Lin Ye's response, Lu Mingming felt a slight relief, and a barely perceptible smile graced her face. She knew that Lin Yi was a sensible person who would not truly press her. She nodded gently and said, All right, you go rest. I will be careful. Lin Yi approached the bedside, gently reclined, and closed his eyes. Although he was aware that truly relaxing might prove to be quite challenging, Lu Mingming's insistence offered him a modicum of comfort. He silently resolved that should any disturbance arise, he would awaken immediately and confront it alongside Lu Mingming. Lu Mingming, seated upon a chair, vigilantly surveyed the room before her gaze shifted back to Lin Yi. In her mind, she pondered, this place is indeed peculiar. How did Xiaoya accompany me here? Could he possibly have brought me? That seems unlikely. Gradually, she leaned closer, noting that he possessed quite an appealing appearance, albeit a touch unruly. Yet, observing his foolish demeanor, she dismissed the notion that he could be responsible for their current predicament. Just as Lu Mingming's thoughts wandered, an unusual sound suddenly emanated from outside the window, reminiscent of claws scratching against the glass. Startled, she instinctively clenched her fists. Stealthily, she approached the window, peering through the curtain's gap, yet was met only with an abyss of darkness. Just as she intended to scrutinize further, the sound abruptly ceased. Confounded, she remained rooted in place, unwilling to lower her guard. At that moment, a chilling sensation crept upon her from behind. Whirling around abruptly, she beheld nothing. She questioned whether her heightened anxiety had conjured an illusion. Lin Yi, stirring in his slumber, seemed to sense something amiss and groggily inquired, Miss, is something wrong? Lu Mingming softly replied, It's nothing. Please continue to sleep. However, when she turned back once more, a hazy outline of a face materialized upon the glass, its eyes aglow with a ghostly green light. Overwhelmed with terror, she nearly screamed. She stifled her fear and quickly retreated a few steps, inadvertently colliding with the table. The noise startled Lin Yi, instantly heightening his vigilance. Upon noticing Lu Mingming's terrified expression and the face at the window, he promptly drew a card. At that moment, the face abruptly vanished, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching the room, one step at a time. Lin Yi and Lu Mingming exchanged a glance, both recognizing resoluteness in each other's eyes. They prepared for battle, their gaze fixed on the door, awaiting the impending danger. The heavy footsteps drew nearer, and Lin Yi whispered to Lu Mingming, I will first create a smokescreen with the card. You should have the servant attack in the meantime. Lu Mingming nodded in agreement. As the footsteps halted before the door, Lin Yi cast the card, and thick smoke instantly filled the corridor. Lu Mingming summoned the servant to charge towards the entrance. Suddenly, Lin Yi had a troubling thought. Could it be that the creature outside was deliberately luring them out? He hastily called off the servant. Just then, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing a massive black claw appearing before the door, its tips glinting ominously. What manner of beast is this? Lu Mingming questioned, perplexed. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and whispered, Let us not act recklessly. The claw scraped against the door several times, producing a grating sound, yet it did not break through. Suddenly, the claw retracted, and a low growl emanated from outside, followed by receding footsteps. Lin Yi exhaled in relief and said to Lu Mingming, It seems to have temporarily departed. but it is undoubtedly still lurking nearby, watching us. Lu Mingming nodded, still shaken. The two remained on high alert. Resuming their discussion of countermeasures, Lin Yi hesitated and said, "By the way, could this be what those people referred to as a false human?" Lu Mingming shook her head. "How could that be? I've read a few horror novels, and isn't a false human supposed to resemble a real person? I believe it is a different kind of monster." After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi replied, "Regardless of what it is, we must devise a way to escape this place. Although this house is temporarily secure, it is by no means a long-term solution." Lu Mingming nodded in agreement, then added, "Should we eliminate half of the people in this building?" Lin Yi shook his head. "Isn't there a rule stating that some of the rules are false? What if Rule 6 is a lie? We might as well leave it to chance and let the others help share some of the burden." She continued, "By the way, do you remember the people who came to inspect the rooms during the day? I think we should focus our efforts on them next. They might possess the information we need, and we must rely on them to understand the situation in the safe building." Lu Mingming scrunched her lips. "All right then. You can handle the communication with them. I have no interest in doing such things." Chapter 23. A prank, all right. "Miss, leave it to me," Lin Yi confidently promised. Standing tall. However, Lu Mingming paid no attention to him and instead led the big black cow to the side of the sofa, instructing it to sit quietly. She gently patted the cow's back and then cradled the little yellow dog behind her, using it as a pillow as she leaned against the big black cow. She soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. For some reason, this act inexplicably bestowed upon her a sense of safety. Lin Yi observed Lu Mingming's actions with a faint smile. Yet soon his gaze fell upon the bedroom that stirred a sense of unease within him. He approached the door, gently pushing it open. The dim lighting within the room enveloped him in a subtle oppression. Stepping inside, he surveyed every corner. Everything appeared so ordinary, yet an eerie aura lingered in the air. The bed, the desk, and the cabinet, scarred from battle, all seemed like commonplace furniture, yet Lin Yi could sense an invisible weight pressing upon him. He walked to the bedside, carefully seated himself, and lightly patted the mattress, which emitted a faint creak. A slight frown marred Lin Yi's brow as unwelcome memories surged forth. He recalled a time when he had been trapped in a similar room, the feelings of helplessness and terror still haunting him. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, though the unease continued to linger in his heart. Was it the influence of the creature he had encountered earlier? Perhaps it was best to leave things to fate. He turned and returned to the living room, finding Lu Mingming soundly asleep, a serene expression gracing her features. Lin Yi let out a soft sigh as he approached a chair and sat opposite her. Gazing at her tranquil visage, a wave of warmth enveloped him. Lu Mingming's brow gently unfurled, a faint smile adorning her face, as if even in slumber she sensed safety. Lin Yi's gaze softened, and he whispered, "Miss, you are at your most beautiful when you sleep." His voice carried a hint of fondness and tenderness, reminiscent of one gazing upon their most cherished treasure. Although Lu Mingming was deep in slumber, she seemed to subconsciously sense Lin Yi's gaze, causing her smile to widen ever so slightly. Lin Yi, observing her serene expression, couldn't help but chuckle softly, silently vowing to himself, "No matter how perilous this situation may be, I shall protect you and shield you from any harm." He rose from his seat and quietly approached Lu Mingming, delicately draping a light blanket over her, careful not to disturb her rest. The room lay enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the occasional sound of breathing and the distant whisper of the wind. Lin Yi's eyes frequently wandered toward the window, vigilant against any potential threats. As he continued to gaze, his vision gradually became hazy, and before he realized it, he had succumbed to sleep while seated in his chair, his head tilted slightly forward, his breathing steady and even, exuding an aura of tranquility. After an indeterminate period, Lu Mingming stirred, sitting upright as she rubbed her eyes and stifled a soft yawn. Stretching her limbs languidly, she surveyed her surroundings, her expression reflecting a hint of confusion, which quickly gave way to composure. When her gaze landed on Lin Yi, she momentarily froze, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Little Yezi, how dare you fall asleep in my presence? Let us see if I don't tease you a little," she murmured playfully, her eyes glinting with mischief. Stealthily, she rose from the sofa and tiptoed toward Lin Yi, determined not to rouse him. Lu Mingming first gently pinched his cheek, savoring the softness of his skin. In his slumber, Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, but did not awaken. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Mingming's courage swelled. She extracted a small handkerchief from her pocket and gently placed it over Lin Yi's eyes. With a delicate prod to his forehead, using her fingertip, she whispered, "Xiao Yezi, awaken, and behold who I am." Yet, Lin Yi remained unresponsive, only emitting a soft murmur in his slumber. Sensing this, Lu Mingming felt a surge of satisfaction and resolved to intensify her antics. She gently grasped Lin Ye's hand and mimicked his voice, saying, "Miss, please do not disturb. I am still on watch." Lin Ye's hand stirred slightly, as if acknowledging her gesture. Witnessing this, Lu Mingming could not suppress a giggle, but quickly covered her mouth, fearing she might rouse him. After contemplating, she decided to escalate her playful teasing. She delicately retrieved a coin from Lin Ye's pocket and leaned in close to his ear, softly uttering, "Xiao Yezi, if you can guess whether this is heads or tails, I shall grant you a little more time to slumber." In his dreams, Lin Yi furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought, yet ultimately remained asleep. Observing his lack of response filled Lu Mingming with delight, prompting her to continue her playful torment. She gently placed the coin in the palm of Lin Ye's hand, then lightly flicked his knuckles with her finger, saying, "Xiao Yezi, awaken quickly and see what this is." Lin Ye's hand moved slightly, but he did not awaken. Disappointment flickered within Lu Mingming upon his continued unresponsiveness, yet her mischievous smile soon returned. She resolved to execute one final prank. Carefully, she extracted a pen from Lin Ye's pocket and proceeded to draw a few lines upon his face, fashioning a small mustache. After completing her masterpiece, Lu Mingming gazed at her creation with satisfaction, unable to suppress a laugh. She gently patted Lin Ye's cheek and said, "Xiao Yezi, wake up and see how you look now." Startled by Lu Mingming's actions, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes to find her standing before him, a playful smile adorning her face. He rubbed his eyes, feeling somewhat dazed, and asked, "Miss, what's the matter?" Suppressing her laughter, Lu Mingming feigned seriousness and replied, "Xiao Yezi, take a look at yourself." Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi felt a slight shock and quickly reached up to touch his face, only to discover several lines drawn upon it. He paused for a moment before realization dawned upon him, and a wry smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Miss, you truly are." Seeing the helpless expression on Lin Ye's face, Lu Mingming couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Xiao Yezi, you look absolutely adorable." As Lin Yi watched Lu Mingming's joyful demeanor, a wave of warmth surged within him. He understood that although she often exhibited pride, her heart was genuinely kind and mischievous. He smiled slightly and said, "All right, miss, you win. However, please do not tease me like this again." Lu Mingming nodded, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief, and her tone playfully elongated as she teased, "That depends on whether you behave in the future, Xiao Yi." Upon hearing Lu Mingming address him in such a manner, Lin Ye's cheeks flushed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 24. Shyness. He cleared his throat and feigned seriousness, saying, "Miss, this behavior is rather inappropriate." However, Lu Mingming remained unfazed, her confidence blossoming as she chuckled, "Xiao Yi, you're blushing. Are you feeling shy?" She deliberately enunciated the name Xiao Yi with exaggerated clarity, seemingly relishing Lin Ye's embarrassment. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Yi couldn't help but let a slight smile escape the corners of his mouth. "Miss, you truly are." Seeing that Lin Yi was not angered but rather amused, Lu Mingming felt a surge of pride. She approached him, gently patting his shoulder with a tone laced with affection. "All right now, Xiao Yi, I know you are trying to protect me, but you must also take care of yourself. As my little bodyguard, how can you safeguard me if you wear yourself out?" Upon hearing her words, warmth flooded Lin Ye's heart. Indeed, the young lady was a gentle soul. Her previous fierceness must have been an anomaly. He offered a faint smile and replied, "I understand, Mississippi. I will be mindful in the future." Lu Mingming nodded, a satisfied smile gracing her features. "That's more like it. We must look out for each other and face challenges together." Lin Yi stood up, stretching languidly as he said, "Very well, Mississippi. Since you have said so, I shall certainly comply." She returned his smile and added, "That's good. We must prepare swiftly and consider our next steps." After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi proposed, "We currently have two options. One is to remain here and wait, and the other is to venture outside and assess the situation." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingming pouted and playfully struck Lin Yi with a gentle punch, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Isn't this just as good as saying nothing at all?" Lin Yi, lightly tapped on the shoulder by Lu Mingming, feigned pain, rubbing his shoulder as he said helplessly, "Oh dear, I am merely trying to comfort you. Look, We have already uncovered some clues, which is certainly better than knowing nothing at the outset. Lu Mingming huffed, her tone tinged with playful reproach. You always resort to meaningless words. You are driving me to the brink, and yet you still offer consolation. Lin Yi smiled faintly, his eyes reflecting a hint of affection. I understand, my lady. You are concerned that we might remain trapped here indefinitely. But trust me, I will surely find a way to lead you to safety. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's mind was calculating. After all, I possess the system, since it brought us here. It surely can assist us in our escape. Lu Mingming, gazing into Lin Yi's resolute eyes, felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She nodded slightly and declared, I believe in you, Xiao Yi. However, we must not rely solely on you. I will do my utmost as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smiled gently and replied, Of course, we are partners. We shall face this together and leave together. Lu Mingming, upon hearing these words, felt her lips curl in a slight pout. That infuriating Xiao Yi always knows just what to say, making it impossible to stay angry, though she voiced otherwise. A glimmer of tenderness flickered in her eyes, evidently touched by Lin Yi's words. As Lin Yi observed Lu Mingming's pout, a chuckle bubbled within him, yet he maintained a serious demeanor. Miss, if you find my words excessive, I shall refrain from speaking further. Lu Mingming shot him a glare at this remark. Who said you talk too much? I merely think you can be quite deceitful at times, which makes you seem unreliable. Lin Yi smiled faintly, his eyes glimmering with a hint of affection. Rest assured, miss, while I may occasionally utter sweet nothings, please believe that I will always protect you. Lu Mingming felt a warmth blossom in her heart at Lin Yi's words. She lowered her gaze slightly to conceal her blush and murmured, I know, Xiao Yezi. After a brief pause, she added, You may go about your business now. I do not wish to see you at the moment. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback before realizing that Lu Mingming was indeed shy, but reluctant to show it. He offered a gentle smile, imbued with tenderness, and replied, Very well, Mississippi. I shall first assess the surroundings for any potential danger. Lu Mingming lifted her head, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and remarked, Now that sounds more like it. Xiao Yi, go ahead. I will wait for you here. Lin Yi nodded and summoned the Firebird to scout the area. The Firebird cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yi, as if to say, How did I end up with such a demanding master? Yet, it begrudgingly took flight out of the house. Before long, the Firebird returned, chattering incessantly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's expression grew increasingly grave as he addressed Lu Mingming, saying, Miss, the situation is dire. A multitude of creatures has gathered outside, seemingly plotting something. Lu Mingming furrowed her brow and inquired, What should we do? Chapter 25. Communication. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi realized they could only wait. Just then, he recalled the existence of a communication channel. He swiftly activated it. 601 Zhongming. I don't know why, but watching you all chat gives me a sense of familiarity. 302 Kai Kunkin. Is it possible that we are all from the same class? 703 Lin Xingli. Indeed. I have observed everyone who has spoken and discovered that at least 12 individuals are classmates of ours, although there are also some who are not, but their numbers are comparatively fewer. 601 Zhongming. I had always thought you were merely namesakes. I haven't recognized all my classmates either. 703 Huer. While I do not wish to intrude upon your reunion, it is imperative to inform you that our channel originally had 40 members, but now only 28 remain. 302 Kai Kunkin. What? 12 people are missing? Where could they have gone? 601 Zhongming. Could something have happened? Were any of our classmates among them? If I'm not mistaken, they should have gone to the first floor. 703 Lin Xingli. The first floor? What makes you think they have gone there? 601 Zhongming. Class monitor, you haven't seen the previous messages, have you? Previously, someone divulged information about food being located on the first floor. Although I am currently unaware of the situation, it is highly probable that they perished there. Kai Kunkin, what? They died on the first floor? This is utterly terrifying. We must devise a plan quickly. We cannot venture down to the first floor. Lin Xingli. Let us not panic. We must maintain our composure. We are all confined to our respective rooms at present. Let us first inspect our surroundings for any clues or tools for escape. Zhang Ming. I finished my search long ago, aside from a note. There is nothing to be found. I have been starving for nearly a day. If this continues, I may have no choice but to risk it on the first floor. Li Rue. Guys, our class's little tyrant, Huang Yin, is knocking on my door outside. I have decided to let him in, as we are classmates. Perhaps we can assist one another. Lin Xingli. Exercise caution in such matters. With the current disarray among us, who can discern his true intentions? Zhang Ming, wait. Do not open the door. Lin Xingli is correct. The circumstances are unclear, and we cannot afford to trust anyone lightly. Kai Kunken, Li Rue, do not open the door. Huang Yin has always been unreasonable. In this environment, who knows what he might do? Li Rue, voice filled with urgency, but he has already entered. The moment I opened the door, he rushed in, wielding a baseball bat. Li Rue, no. This is bad. He is charging at me. I must fight back. Zhang Ming, voice urgent, Li Rue, do not give up. Delay as much as possible. We will find a way to get through this soon. Li Rue, bring it on. I'll take down anyone who comes at me. Ha ha ha. In this cruel world, killing is often the most effective solution to problems. This foolish lad, even in his final moments, still clutches his phone, preparing to type. I cannot fathom what goes through your minds. Zhang Ming. Upon receiving the message, his tone tense. This is bad. Huang Yin has obtained Li Rue's phone. Everyone be cautious. He may use the information within to locate us. Huang Yin. Greetings, everyone. I am Huang Yin. I have dealt with Li Rue, and now I possess his phone. I will find each of you one by one. Do not think of resisting. Huang Yin. After all, I believe you all wish to conclude this game swiftly. Let me see. We still require 7 individuals. Who among you wishes to be the first to step forward? Liao Sun. It has been quite some time since I checked the messages. I cannot believe this has occurred. However, I would like to remind everyone that 2 individuals can share a room. Du Ziyu. Indeed, on the very first day of our transmission, I moved from room 605 to room 604 to stay alongside Liao Sun. A day has passed, and if there were to be an issue, it would have arisen by now. Liao Sun. Analytically. Thus, I propose that we unite with familiar friends and share accommodations. This way, we can look out for one another and enhance our sense of safety. Let us not be intimidated by Huang Yin. United, we stand a chance. Lin Xingli nodded and affirmed, Liao Sun is right. We must not be intimidated by Huang Yin's threats. It is advisable for everyone to stay with those they trust, as this will allow us to support one another. Kai Kunken added resolutely, indeed, we cannot allow him to succeed. Let us all be vigilant and avoid acting alone. It is best to remain in the company of others. If anyone catches sight of Huang Yin, they must inform the group immediately. Zhang Ming, maintaining his composure, suggested, all right, let us take action. I propose we choose rooms near the stairwell or hallway for easier mutual assistance. Additionally, please inspect your rooms for any items that might serve as weapons. Huang Yin provocatively remarked, very well, since you are all unwilling. I shall hunt you down one by one. However, I must remind you, there is only one opportunity. Let me see. I shall start with Liao Sun. Lin Yi, observing from the side, couldn't help but scoff. If you wish to kill, then do so. Why speak so much, but merely prepare others for a counterattack? Is this what it means to be a villain, to perish through verbosity? Never mind, with my enhanced abilities alongside the young lady. The strength of these humans is trivial in comparison. Suddenly, Lin Yi recalled something important and hastily opened the subordinate marketplace. It can still be used. This is invincible. Ding. The system detected that the foolish host finally remembered its existence, and a long-awaited function began to unlock. Subordinate fusion device. Usable once per day. It allows the fusion of a subordinate with any single item. Lin Yi was filled with excitement. Although he had arrived a bit late, he appeared quite formidable. Unconsciously, Lin Ye's gaze shifted to the medal of Wang Chong in his hand, pondering whether it would suffice. If it did, he would have to forego beef. System. Fuse Wang Chong's medal with the Sword Master S subordinate. As Lin Yi executed the command, a faint glimmer flickered, and Wang Chong's medal melded into the body of the Sword Master S subordinate. The subordinate underwent a complete transformation, and with a resounding thud, the yellow turban bandit emerged. Gazing at the towering figure of the bandit, standing at 2 meters and 8 centimeters, Lin Yi found himself deep in thought. It appeared that the previous medal was indeed connected to the yellow turban bandit, but could a regular bandit be so immense? Could this possibly pertain to some mythical tale of the 3 kingdoms? Lu Mingming curiously leaned in to observe the bandit-like subordinate. Xiaoyi, is this your new summoning? He certainly doesn't look like a good person. Miss, please don't jest. At least he is a rather rare humanoid summon. I don't care. No matter how strong he is, can he possibly surpass my strength? Indeed, the miss is the strongest existence in the world, Lin Yi replied. unable to suppress a fond smile directed at Lu Mengmeng. Chapter 26. Liao Sun. At this moment, outside Liao Sun's door, Huang Yin approached with an insidious grin, slowly drawing near to Liao Sun's chamber. His eyes betrayed a chilling intent, as though he regarded the door before him as mere parchment. With a cold sneer, Huang Yin lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the door. The tremendous force produced a deafening bang, shaking the entire room. Yet, the door remained steadfast, unyielding against the assault. Upon hearing the commotion, Liao Sun bellowed from within the room, "Huang Yin, cease your arrogance. We are fully prepared." Huang Yin, upon hearing Liao Sun shout, let out a cold snort, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. He forcefully kicked the door once more, each blow resonating with immense power, as if he intended to shatter the door entirely. Once I breach this threshold, I shall delight in tormenting you." Du Ziyu, filled with trepidation, glanced anxiously at Liao Sun and stammered, "What shall we do? Huang Yin is already here. I should have refrained from being the one to stick my neck out." Liao Sun lowered his voice deliberately. "There is no turning back now. We must confront him head-on. Du Ziyu, you go brace the door while I fetch something to counter him." Du Ziyu swiftly positioned a heavy table against the door, simultaneously retrieving a small knife from the drawer, gripping it tightly in his hand. His hand trembled slightly, yet his gaze hardened with resolve. Liao Sun, too, produced a fire extinguisher from an unknown source, resting it upon his shoulder, poised to strike. He whispered to Du Ziyu, "Do not fear, we shall endure this. Should he dare to enter, we shall confront him together." Huang Yin continued to assault the door with forceful kicks, each impact echoing ominously. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, as Du Ziyu and Liao Sun fixated on the door, prepared to repel Huang Yin's advance. Liao Sun shouted, "Huang Yin, do not squander your efforts. We will hold out until the very last moment." Upon hearing Liao Sun's declaration, a flicker of rage crossed Huang Yin's features. He ceased his relentless assault, suddenly breaking into a derisive laugh. "Humph, do you truly believe this will deter me? I am a master of Qigong. Your petty tricks are utterly futile." Upon finishing his words, Huang Yin suddenly pressed his palms together, emanating a potent white aura that enveloped his entire being. His hands began to tremble slightly, as if harnessing an immense force. Du Ziyu and Liao Sun, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. With a sudden roar, Huang Yin thrust his hands forward with great vigor. An overwhelming torrent of energy erupted from his palms, hurtling directly towards the door. The door, struck by this formidable gust, reverberated with a deafening crash, shaking violently. Liao Sun anxiously shouted, "Du Ziyu, brace yourself." Du Ziyu gripped his small knife tightly, his body tensing in anticipation. Liao Sun aimed the fire extinguisher toward the door, ready to unleash it at a moment's notice. Once more, Huang Yin concentrated his qi, unleashing another thunderous shout as he thrust his hands forward again. This time, the force was even more potent, and the door began to splinter under the immense pressure. Your resistance is futile. You might as well come out sooner. After all, the sooner one dies, the sooner one transcends, Huang Yin proclaimed, as his hands coalesced with a powerful black energy. Drawing a deep breath, he thrust forward once more. With a resounding bang, the door was obliterated by the sheer force, splintering into shards and causing the entire room to tremble. Huang Yin stepped into the room with a chilling smile, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He surveyed the surroundings slowly, finally fixing his gaze upon Liao Sun and Du Ziyu. How dare you defy me? You truly do not know the meaning of life and death." His voice was deep and frigid, reminiscent of whispers from the abyss. Liao Sun gripped the fire extinguisher firmly, his tone resolute as he declared, "Huang Yin, do not underestimate us. We shall not allow you to succeed so easily." Du Ziyu tightly gripped the small knife in his hand, leaning slightly forward, poised to launch an attack. Although a hint of tension flickered in his eyes, there was predominantly an unwavering resolve. Huang Yin let out a cold chuckle, gradually advancing towards the two. With each step he took, the air within the room seemed to be stifled by his formidable presence. "Do you believe this will deter me?" Huang Yin's voice dripped with derision. "I am a master of Qigong, and your petty tricks are utterly futile." Liao Sun did not falter, instead stepping forward. We shall not fear you." "Very well. Then I shall see what abilities you truly possess." Huang Yin's tone brimmed with excitement, as if the two before him were merely toys in his hands. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a surge of white energy erupted from it, hurtling towards Liao Sun and Du Ziyu. Both reacted swiftly, quickly separating to evade the powerful stream. "Be careful," Liao Sun shouted, aiming the fire extinguisher towards the oncoming energy and pressing the release button. A frothy white foam burst forth, colliding with the energy stream and producing a sizzling sound. Seizing the opportunity, Du Ziyu charged at Huang Yin, the blade of his knife glinting ominously as it sought the vulnerable flesh of Huang Yin's throat. With a dismissive smirk, Huang Yin slightly tilted his body, effortlessly dodging Du Ziyu's attack. "Humph, with such feeble skills, do you truly believe you can harm me?" Huang Yin's voice was laced with contempt. Yet, Liao Sun and Du Ziyu remained undeterred, once more uniting to launch their offensive. Liao Sun unleashed a torrent of foam from the fire extinguisher, attempting to obscure Huang Yin's line of sight, while Du Ziyu seized the opportunity to launch an assault. Enhanced technique, air cannon. Huang Yin thrust his hands forward once more, and a formidable surge of black energy erupted forth, hurtling directly towards Liao Sun and Du Ziyu. Confronted with Huang Yin's nearly unstoppable black current, both Liao Sun and Du Ziyu were enveloped by a profound sense of helplessness. The flow seemed to contain boundless power, instantly surrounding the two. As the energy approached, Du Ziyu instinctively sought to evade it, but Liao Sun suddenly shouted, "Du Ziyu, run!" In that fleeting moment, Liao Sun forcefully pushed Du Ziyu aside, positioning himself to confront the lethal torrent. His body was struck by the overwhelming force, and he was sent crashing against the wall like a kite severed from its string, slowly sliding to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze began to dim. "Liao Sun!" Du Ziyu cried out in terror, yearning to rush to him, but Huang Yin's current had already ensnared him. Du Ziyu felt an immense power constricting him, rendering him immobile, forced to witness Liao Sun's fall. "No!" Despair tinged Du Ziyu's voice as tears streamed down his face. He watched Liao Sun's body descend, his heart heavy with guilt and rage. Liao Sun had sacrificed his own life to secure a final glimmer of hope for him, yet Du Ziyu could not bear to accept this harrowing truth. Chapter 27. Bravery. Huang Yin coldly observed the unfolding scene, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Truly touching, but your resistance ends here." Du Ziyu struggled to rise, yet his body remained firmly suppressed by Huang Yin's overwhelming force. An icy aura emanated from Huang Yin's hand, that power akin to an invisible blade piercing straight to his heart. "Stop struggling. You have already lost." Huang Yin's voice dripped with mockery as his hand slowly lifted, a surge of black energy coalescing in his palm once more. Du Ziyu shut his eyes, fully aware of his inability to escape. In the final moments of his life, the visage of Liao Sun surfaced in his mind, along with the faces of the classmates with whom he had once fought side by side. He regretted not heeding Liao Sun's advice sooner, lamented his lack of courage in facing this ordeal. In an instant, the powerful gale hurled him away, sending him spiraling through the air like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. His body was battered by the force, leaving him nearly insensible, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth and nostrils, his form trembling in excruciating pain. Huang Yin stood motionless, coldly gazing at the two. His eyes held no trace of sympathy, only a frigid intent to kill. He slowly approached Liao Sun, lifting his foot to brutally stamp down upon Liao Sun's chest. A pained groan escaped Liao Sun, his body convulsing violently before falling still. Huang Yin withdrew his foot and turned his gaze towards Du Ziyu. Though Du Ziyu still clung to life, he had lost all capacity for resistance. Lying on the ground, his eyes brimmed with despair, yet flickered with a hint of unwillingness. "Do you truly believe that resisting me will grant you survival?" Huang Yin's voice was chilling and cruel. "At last, you comprehend my prowess." He raised his foot, poised to deliver a final blow to Du Ziyu. Du Ziyu closed his eyes, fully aware that his life was drawing to a close. Yet, his heart brimmed with guilt for his companions and an unwillingness to accept the future. "If there is a next life, Liao Sun, I shall be brave for you. Do not blame my ruthlessness. This is the path you chose." Huang Yin's tone carried a hint of derision. He brought his foot down forcefully upon Du Ziyu's head. In that final moment, Du Ziyu's body quivered slightly before succumbing to eternal darkness. Only Huang Yin remained in the room. He stood still, coldly gazing at the two lifeless corpses. A faint smile crept across his face, as if the recent slaughter had bestowed upon him a sense of fulfillment. "Next, it shall be your turn." Huang Yin's voice was laced with excitement as he slowly turned, advancing toward his next target. His laughter echoed down the corridor as he exited the room of Liao Sun and Du Ziyu, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The sound of his footsteps resonated sharply in the empty hallway, each step seemingly treading upon the hearts of the survivors. He moved down the corridor at a leisurely pace, pausing at each door to gently knock. His voice was cold and composed. "Open the door. I know you are inside." The occupants within the rooms were filled with dread upon hearing Huang Yin's voice. They gripped their weapons tightly, striving to maintain their composure. Yet Huang Yin's aura was overwhelmingly formidable, his voice imbued with an intangible sense of oppression that rendered resistance futile. The echo of his footsteps reverberated through the corridor as he approached room 601, adorned with a chilling smile. His eyes sparkled with a cruel glint, as if Zhang Ming were already within his grasp. He rapped heavily upon the door, his tone laced with menace and mockery. "Zhang Ming, come out at once. I know you're inside. Aren't all the united forces here to resist me? Hurry up." Inside the room, Zhang Ming's complexion had turned ashen, his heart pounding like a drum. He clutched his phone tightly, the screen illuminating recent messages that pierced his heart like daggers. He was acutely aware that Huang Yin had already slain Liao Sun and Du Ziyu, and his own fate loomed ominously close. What to do? What to do? Zhang Ming repeated in his mind, his gaze fraught with terror and unease. He recognized he could not confront Huang Yin with the same bravery as Liao Sun and Du Ziyu. He feared death and the insurmountable dread that accompanied it. In that moment, he recalled his teammate, Zhao Chong from room 602. Zhao Chong was not only his classmate, but also his closest friend, and Zhang Ming believed he would not abandon him in his hour of need. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Ming called out towards the door, "Huang Yin, do not be so smug. We will not sit idly by." Simultaneously, he discreetly messaged Zhao Chong for assistance. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's retort, Huang Yin sneered derisively. "Humph. Your bravado is futile. I will inevitably come in and deal with you." He raised his hand, channeling his energy, and forcefully breached the door. With a resounding crash, the door was forcefully kicked open, fragments scattering in all directions. Huang Yin stepped into the room, his gaze brimming with derision. "Ha ha ha, Zhang Ming, I have arrived. If you were to kneel and plead for mercy, I might consider sparing you." Zhang Ming, despite his trembling legs, feigned composure as he regarded the intruding Huang Yin. "You can dream. Zhao Chong will come to my rescue soon." Huang Yin laughed heartily. "Him? I shall deal with you first." He quickly regained his composure, raising the iron rod in his hand, preparing for a confrontation. Yet, Huang Yin's strength far exceeded Zhang Ming's expectations. With a contemptuous sneer, Huang Yin waved his hands, and a powerful gust of force shattered the iron rod in Zhang Ming's grasp. "Humph, with your kind, you dare to resist me?" Huang Yin's voice dripped with disdain. Zhang Ming felt a wave of despair wash over him, yet he was unwilling to surrender so easily. As he witnessed Huang Yin raise his hand, poised to deliver a fatal blow, a flicker of fear coursed through him. In that moment, he recalled Zhao Chong, their past friendship, and the trust Zhao Chong had placed in him. "Zhao Chong, please hurry." Zhang Ming silently prayed, though his voice was drowned in terror. Chapter 28. Futility. Just as Huang Yin's attack was about to descend upon Zhang Ming, a figure suddenly burst through the door. It was none other than Zhao Chong. As Zhao Chong entered Zhang Ming's room, before he could react, Zhang Ming abruptly seized his shoulder and thrust him forward, shielding him from the initial strike. Zhao Chong coughed up blood, turning in shock to face Zhang Ming, his eyes filled with confusion and rage. What are you doing?" Zhang Ming's face contorted into a grimace, a flicker of madness gleaming in his eyes. "Do not blame me, Zhao Ming. I merely wish to survive. You are my dearest friend, yet I cannot accompany you into death." At that moment, Huang Yin stood at the doorway, his gaze tinged with disdain as he slowly raised his hand, summoning a formidable surge of black energy. Zhang Ming recoiled in terror, while Zhao Ming instinctively positioned himself in front of him. "Zhao Ming, be careful." Zhang Ming's voice trembled, though his eyes darted away, unable to meet Zhao Ming's. The dark energy unleashed by Huang Yin erupted instantaneously, striking Zhao Ming with immense force, as if an invisible giant fist had collided with him, sending him crashing against the wall. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes reflecting a mix of pain and bewilderment as he turned his gaze slowly towards Zhang Ming. "Zhang Ming, you." Zhao Ming's voice grew fainter, filled with disappointment and heartbreak. Zhang Ming fell to his knees, tears streaming down uncontrollably. He watched as Zhao Ming's body gradually slid down, his heart overwhelmed with guilt and remorse. He realized the weight of his actions. He had betrayed his friend, severing the bond forged over many years. Zhao Ming. I did not mean to. Zhang Ming's voice quivered with sobs, attempting to crawl towards Zhao Ming, yet his body remained paralyzed by fear. Zhao Ming struggled to lift his head, gazing at Zhang Ming, a glimmer of forgiveness flickering in his eyes. Zhang Ming, you must live on. Do not forget our promise. His voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately succumbing to silence. Zhang Ming knelt on the ground, his tears blurring his vision. He gazed at Zhao Ming's lifeless form, his heart engulfed by an infinite anguish and regret. Huang Yin observed the scene with a cold smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. How pitiful it is that, in the name of survival, one can betray even a friend. Nonetheless, your resistance ends here. He slowly raised his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming lifted his head, his eyes brimming with despair. He understood that he had nowhere to flee, and Zhao Ming's demise had become an everlasting ache within him. Zhao Ming, I am so sorry. Zhang Ming's voice trembled with sorrow, his body quivering as he awaited the inevitable conclusion. Huang Yin's gaze flickered with contempt as he mockingly remarked, humans are indeed peculiar. For the sake of so-called friendship, some are willing to sacrifice their lives, while others, at the brink of life and death, can only resort to futile betrayal. How tragic. Standing before the corpse, Huang Yin looked down upon them with a cruel smile gracing his lips. His voice was icy and derisive, as if he were commenting on something trivial. Zhao Chong, you are truly a fool. He bent down, gently tousling Zhao Chong's hair with his fingers, his tone laced with scorn. To protect a traitor, you would forsake your own life. Individuals like you are utterly unworthy of existence in this world. He then turned his attention to Zhang Ming, a tinge of mockery in his gaze. And you, Zhang Ming, are even more lamentable. You betrayed your friend, yet lacked the courage to confront his death. You are nothing but a coward who fears even his own shadow. Zhang Ming knelt upon the ground, his body trembling slightly, tears cascading down his cheeks uncontrollably. He dared not raise his gaze, nor confront Huang Yin's frigid stare. His heart brimmed with fear and despair, for he knew he had nowhere left to flee. Huang Yin rose to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, and slowly retreated a few steps. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes, as if the recent carnage had bestowed upon him a perverse delight. However, your demise has rendered this game far more intriguing. Huang Yin's voice echoed through the room, laced with exhilaration. Your terror, your struggles, your betrayals, all serve to make this world seem so delightfully entertaining. He pivoted, leisurely making his way towards the door, each step exuding an air of calmness. His figure gradually blurred at the threshold, ultimately vanishing into the corridor's depths. Silence enveloped the room, leaving only the still forms of Zhang Ming and Zhao Chong sprawled upon the floor. Zhang Ming's tears continued to flow, his heart weighed down by an abyss of pain and regret. Zhao Chong's lifeless body lay beside him, as if silently condemning his treachery. In that moment, Zhang Ming comprehended the profound loss he had suffered, the trust of a friend and the integrity of his own conscience. Yet, all was irrevocably lost. After Huang Yin's silhouette faded from view, the room remained a mausoleum for Zhang Ming and Zhao Chong's corpses. Zhang Ming remained on the ground, his body quaking ever so slightly, as silent tears coursed down his face. He felt an unprecedented sense of solitude and despair, as if the entire world had crumbled around him in that instant. Slowly, he lifted his head, his gaze landing upon Zhao Chong's lifeless form. A faint expression of anguish lingered on Zhao Chong's face, as if he could not comprehend Zhang Ming's choice until the very last moment. Zhang Ming was engulfed by guilt. He attempted to reach out and touch Zhao Chong's face, yet his hand hesitated in midair. He lacked the courage, fearful of confronting the eyes that once brimmed with trust. Zhao Chong, I am so sorry. Zhang Ming's voice was barely audible, his throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force, rendering him speechless. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the corridor, shattering the silence that enveloped the room. Zhang Ming abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of terror crossing his gaze. He was oblivious to the identity of the newcomer and uncertain of what he might still have to face. The footsteps drew nearer, quickening Zhang Ming's heartbeat, compelling him to instinctively retreat. He could not fathom what he would do should another person arrive. The thought of surviving became increasingly unimaginable. At that moment, Zhang Ming was abruptly struck by a bizarre, chill creeping up his spine. He instinctively turned around, but found Zhao Chang's lifeless body still lying there, blood having already stained his clothing. Yet, it appeared as though his gaze lingered on the final moment, imbued with a hint of reluctance and disappointment. A wave of fear coursed through Zhang Ming. He attempted to rise, but his body remained paralyzed by overwhelming terror. His eyes fixated on Zhao Chang's corpse, as if it concealed some horrific secret. Suddenly, Zhao Chang's body twitched ever so slightly. Chapter 29, Stingy. Zhang Ming's heart leaped violently. He widened his eyes, unable to believe the reality before him. Zhao Chang's fingers twitched faintly, and then his entire body seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, gradually sitting up. Impossible. Zhang Ming's voice trembled, his eyes wide with terror, as though he had witnessed the most horrifying sight imaginable. Zhao Chang's lifeless form slowly turned its head, his eyes hollow and frigid, devoid of any sign of life. Yet the corners of his mouth curled into a faint, sinister smile. A chill crept up Zhang Ming's spine, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Zhang Ming. Zhao Chang's voice suddenly resonated, deep and icy, reminiscent of whispers from the depths of hell. In an instant, Zhang Ming's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks, and he stumbled backward, yet an invisible force held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. You are not Zhao Chang. Despair tinged Zhang Ming's voice, his eyes brimming with fear. Zhao Chang's corpse gradually rose to its feet, advancing step by step towards Zhang Ming. There was no trace of emotion in his gaze, only a chilling emptiness. Zhang Ming felt an invisible grip tightening around his throat, choking off his breath, leaving him powerless to do anything but watch as Zhao Chang's form drew nearer. You betrayed me. Zhao Chang's voice echoed once more, laced with resentment and fury. Now, it is your turn to pay the price. Zhang Ming sensed a formidable force dragging him towards Zhao Chang, his eyes filled with terror and hopelessness. He struggled in vain, but his body remained unresponsive, leaving him helplessly watching as Zhao Chang's corpse approached. No, please. Zhang Ming's voice trembled with sorrow, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Suddenly, Zhao Chang's lifeless body loomed before Zhang Ming, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. Slowly, he extended a hand and pressed it against Zhang Ming's forehead. An icy force surged into Zhang Ming's body, and his consciousness began to blur, as if being devoured by an unseen power. Your soul shall remain here forever. Zhao Chang's voice echoed in Zhang Ming's mind, laced with a chilling mockery. Zhang Ming's body abruptly stiffened, his gaze gradually hollowing, as if all vitality had been drained from him. He slowly collapsed, ultimately lying on the ground beside Zhao Chang's corpse. The room once again fell into a profound silence, with only Zhao Chang's body still standing, his eyes shimmering with an eerie light, as if awaiting the next target. The carnage wrought by Huang Yin persisted, leaving one to ponder how many true souls remained within this building. At this moment, over with Lin Yi, Lu Mingming sat curled up on the sofa, her legs tucked beneath her, cradling a large box of snacks filled with an assortment of treats. Her eyes were fixated on the television screen, a potato chip lodged in her mouth, appearing completely immersed in her own world. Meanwhile, Lin Yi stood beside her, deep in thought. It seemed the resource card could manifest everyday necessities, but what about the earlier flashbang? Would it be impossible to materialize a weapon later on? Was it limited to non-aggressive items? Regardless, with the young lady present, why should he concern himself with such trivialities? Lin Yi snapped back to reality, gazing at the table laden with an array of snacks, and shook his head in resignation. Lu Mingming was seated on the sofa, cradling a bag of potato chips in her arms, indulging in them with great delight, occasionally producing a satisfying crunch. She glanced up at Lin Yi, her eyes glinting with a hint of defiance, as if to proclaim, "Well, I shall enjoy my snacks without your interference." Lin Yi approached and sat beside Lu Mingming, reaching out to seize the bag of chips from her grasp. Instantly, she clutched the bag closer to her chest and shot him a warning glare. "Don't touch my chips," she exclaimed. With a chuckle, Lin Yi refrained from further attempts to pilfer her snacks. Instead, he retrieved a packet of wafers from his pocket and offered it to her. "Here, take this in exchange for your chips." Lu Mingming cast a sideways glance at the wafers and scoffed. "What is so special about wafers? I only have a taste for potato chips." Nevertheless, she accepted the wafers, setting them aside while hugging the bag of chips tighter to her chest, muttering softly, "Umph. I want to share with you." Lin Yi, unperturbed, leaned back against the sofa, finding her possessive demeanor even more endearing. He then pulled out a piece of chocolate from his pocket, playfully shaking it. How about this? Would you consider a trade? Instantly, Lu Mingming's eyes sparkled with interest. She fixated on the chocolate, hesitated for a moment, then raised her head, her tone begrudgingly conceding. Fine, since that chocolate looks rather appealing. I suppose I could reluctantly trade for it. With a smile, Lin Yi took the bag of chips from her and handed over the chocolate. All right then. I shall gladly take advantage of this opportunity. Lu Mingming eagerly accepted the chocolate, hastily unwrapping it and taking a bite, her face lighting up with delight. As she chewed, she cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yi, who was munching on potato chips, and muttered softly, "Humph, don't eat too quickly. Those are my chips." Lin Yi looked up at her, his eyes brimming with affection. "Rest assured, I'll save some for you," he replied. Upon hearing this, the proud expression on Lu Mingming's face vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. She lowered her head and murmured, "You fool." Lin Yi, catching her whispered words, couldn't suppress a wider smile. He intentionally paused his chip eating, raising an eyebrow and asking, "What did you say?" Flustered by his question, Lu Mingming's cheeks flushed deeper. She turned her head away and stammered, "Nothing, you heard wrong." Yet, moments later, she couldn't resist sneaking a peek at Lin Yi. Her eyes sparkling with mischief as she added softly, "I just meant you look like a fool when you eat." Lin Yi was thoroughly amused by her comment. Bursting into laughter, leaning closer to Lu Mingming, he lowered his voice playfully. "Oh, should I perform an even more foolish act for you?" Startled, Lu Mingming recoiled slightly, gripping the sofa cushion tightly, her eyes reflecting a mix of wariness and anticipation as she protested softly, "No, stop it. If you keep teasing me, I might get angry." Lin Yi gazed at her appearance, his heart swelling with sweetness. He reached out and gently pinched Lu Mingming's cheek, teasingly remarking, "If you're angry, just be angry. I'm not afraid. After all, you are utterly adorable when you're upset." Lu Mingming felt her cheeks warming under his touch. She forcefully swatted his hand away, pouting her lips and feigned indignation, saying, "I am not adorable at all. You're becoming increasingly arrogant." Humph. Chapter 30. Do not fear. I am here. Lu Mingming could not help but leap up, delivering a punch that sent Lin Yi sprawling to the ground. He knelt there, pretending to be in great pain, exclaiming, "Ouch. Miss, your strikes are far too severe." With her hands on her hips, Lu Mingming retorted angrily, "Who told you to speak recklessly?" At that moment, a chilling wail echoed from outside. They exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting to one of grave seriousness. Huang Yin's figure moved slowly down the dark corridor, his eyes glimmering with a disquieting light, as if he were entirely absorbed in his own world. A sinister smile played at the corners of his mouth, each step he took radiating an unsettling calm, as though he had already mastered every aspect of the building. As his footsteps grew nearer, faint cries and pleas for help emanated from the room at the end of the corridor. Huang Yin halted, tilting his head slightly, seemingly attuned to those sounds. A flicker of excitement crossed his gaze, as if he had heard the most exquisite music in the world. "Do not fear, I am here." Huang Yin's voice was deep and frigid as he slowly approached the source of the sound emanating from an ordinary room, marked simply by the number 505. He gently pushed the door open, and the scene within elicited a faint smile from him. A young girl was curled up in the corner, her arms tightly clutching her knees, her eyes brimming with fear and despair. Her body trembled slightly, tears tracing down her cheeks. "Please, spare me." The girl's voice quavered with a sob as she lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a flicker of terror upon seeing Huang Yin's figure. He stepped into the room, his gaze imbued with a hint of pity, yet beneath that pity lay a more profound malevolence. He crouched down, gently stroking her hair, his movements tender as if soothing a frightened child. "Do not be afraid, dear one. I am merely here to take you to a better place." Huang Yin's voice was low and soothing, yet his eyes were as cold as ice. The girl shivered, attempting to retreat, but fear held her captive. She raised her eyes to meet his, a glimmer of survival flickering within them. Are you telling the truth?" Her voice quivered, laced with a thread of hope. Huang Yin smiled subtly, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. "Of course it is true. I shall lead you to a realm devoid of pain." The girl hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately chose to believe him. Slowly, she rose to her feet, her body trembling as she moved toward Huang Yin. However, at the very moment she drew near to Huang Yin, a sinister grin suddenly spread across his face. "Die?" His voice turned frigid and cruel, as his hands swiftly coalesced a formidable stream of dark energy, forcefully propelling it towards the girl. struck by this overwhelming force. Her body was sent crashing against the wall, akin to a kite severed from its string. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she slowly slid down, ultimately collapsing into a pool of crimson. Huang Yin gradually rose to his feet, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. He gazed upon the lifeless form of the girl, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel smile. What a delectable soul! His voice carried a hint of exhilaration, while his gaze shimmered with an eerie light. He approached her corpse, crouching down to gently caress her face. His fingers, cold and stiff, exuded a chilling warmth that was unsettling. Your flesh and blood shall become my strength. Your soul will serve as my puppet. Huang Yin's voice was low and icy, his eyes glinting with a strange crimson glow. Suddenly, a dark mist began to emanate from his hands, slowly entwining around the girl's body, as if in search of something. With a slight wave of his hands, an immense force instantly tore the girl's body apart, blood splattering in all directions. An excited smile graced Huang Yin's face, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. He gradually immersed his hands in the blood, as if savoring an endless pleasure. His body began to tremble slightly, filled with an overwhelming power. My strength is ever increasing. Huang Yin's voice resonated with a hint of excitement, his gaze flickering with an eerie crimson light. He rose slowly, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, as if entirely succumbed to the malevolent forces. His eyes betrayed no semblance of humanity, only a chilling malice and an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. There were still more souls awaiting my salvation. Huang Yin's tone was deep and frigid, his eyes gleaming with an uncanny luminescence. He gradually exited the room, his footsteps echoing in the silent corridor. His figure gradually faded into the darkness, as if he had merged with the very essence of the building itself. I am Huang Yin, an ordinary lost soul, perceived by others as merely a typical high school student. Within the confines of the school, I am a small tyrant, instilling fear in my peers while leaving the teachers at a loss. I habitually resolved conflicts with my fists, indulging my desires through intimidation. I relished the sensation of wielding control over others, savoring the thrill of their terror. Never did I imagine that such days would one day come to an end. Until that fateful day, everything transformed. It was an ordinary afternoon when an inexplicable rumble echoed through the school. The entire teaching building began to shake violently, as if a formidable force were tearing the world apart. Students panicked and fled in all directions, while I stood in the corner of the classroom, observing coldly. What was happening? I furrowed my brow, a sense of unease swelling within me. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through the window, illuminating the classroom in an instant. I felt an overwhelming force binding me tightly, rendering my body immobile, leaving me to helplessly observe as the light enveloped me. Welcome to the new world, Huang Yin. A cold voice resonated within my mind, laced with a hint of mockery. My consciousness began to fade, my body being torn apart by an unseen power. When I awoke once more, I found myself standing in an unfamiliar place. It was a colossal building, surrounded by an eerie silence, the air thick with a stifling sense of oppression. Where's this? I murmured softly, scanning my surroundings in search of a trace of familiarity. At that moment, I heard a faint cry emanating from a short distance away. Following the sound, I discovered a girl huddled in a corner, her body trembling slightly, her eyes filled with fear. Do not be afraid. I have merely come to take a look. I crouched down in an attempt to comfort her. Yet a glimmer of malevolence flickered in my gaze. The girl lifted her head, and upon meeting my eyes, a flash of terror crossed her face. She attempted to retreat, but her body remained firmly ensnared by fear. Chapter 31. Huang Yin. Who are you? The girl's voice quivered, her body slightly shivering. I offered a faint smile, a glimmer of cruelty passing through my eyes. I am Huang Yin, your nightmare. Slowly, I extended my hand, and an immense force instantly bound the girl tightly. She struggled in terror, yet could not escape my grasp. As I gazed into her eyes, a wave of exhilaration surged within me. Do not struggle, you cannot escape. My voice resonated with a deep, chilling timbre, and an eerie red glimmer flickered in my gaze. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged through me, propelling me backward. I lifted my head, only to behold a figure gradually entering the room. His eyes shimmered with a frigid light, as if capable of piercing through all facades. Who are you? I inquired coldly, a hint of wariness flashing in my eyes. I am the sovereign of this realm. The figure replied, his voice deep and icy, his gaze illuminated by an unsettling red glow. I felt an immense power constricting me, rendering my body immobile. As I looked up at him, a wave of fear surged within me. What do you intend to do? My voice trembled, betraying a flicker of unease in my expression. The figure approached me slowly, his eyes gleaming with that chilling light. He raised his hand, and in an instant, an overwhelming force bound me tightly. I sensed my body being torn apart by an invisible power, my consciousness beginning to fade. "Welcome to my world, Huang Yin," echoed the figure's voice in my mind, laced with a hint of mockery. I felt myself being consumed by a formidable force, my awareness slipping away. When I regained consciousness, I had transformed into a wholly new entity. My body surged with a potent energy, and the eerie red light flickered in my eyes. "This is my new world," I murmured softly, my gaze radiating a cold brilliance. Slowly, I rose to my feet, enveloped by a shroud of black mist. A formidable force coursed through my veins, and an insatiable desire for bloodshed flickered in my gaze. My slaughter had merely commenced. My voice resonated, deep and frigid, while an eerie crimson light danced in my eyes. I slowly emerged from the room, my footsteps echoing in the stillness of the corridor. My silhouette gradually blurred into the darkness, as if I had melded with the very essence of the building. "Miss, something seems amiss outside," Lin Yi murmured softly as he approached Lu Mingming. She nodded anxiously, and together they cautiously made their way towards the door. Lin Yi peered through the peephole, noticing a faint haze of black smoke enveloping the corridor, with shadowy figures subtly shifting within. "It appears there is something perilous. We should find a place to conceal ourselves," he whispered. Just as they turned, the door was suddenly flung open with a loud creak, and Huang Yin stood at the threshold, dark mist swirling around him. "You cannot escape," he uttered coldly. "Alert! Half-awake inspector," the butcher detected. "Elimination may yield an epic card." "Damn it!" Lin Yi swiftly shielded Lu Mingming behind him and bellowed at Huang Yin. "Are you Huang Yin?" With a mocking smirk, Huang Yin retorted, to speak defiantly at the brink of death. With that, he raised his hand, unleashing a stream of black energy. Lin Yi pulled Lu Mingming aside just in time, as the black energy struck the wall, creating a gaping hole. "This place is hardly sturdy," Lin Yi thought as he quickly summoned 30 cards with his mind. Fortune favored him, as 5 of those cards were rare. "Ah!" As Huang Yin laughed heartily, his black energy surged once more, instantly transforming into countless slender black threads that entwined towards Lin Yi and Lu Mingming. "Quick dodge!" Lin Yi exclaimed, forcefully pushing Lu Mingming aside, while swiftly selecting a rare card from his deck. Upon activation, a golden barrier unfolded before him, effectively repelling all those black threads. Huang Yin, taken aback for a moment, swiftly regained his composure, intensifying the output of his dark energy. The golden barrier began to waver, and beads of cold sweat formed on Lin Yi's forehead. Seeing this, Lu Mingming hastily summoned 2 sword-wielding attendants, who charged towards Huang Yin, their blades slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. With a disdainful snort, Huang Yin directed a portion of the black energy towards the attendants, instantly shredding them into luminous fragments. However, this brief distraction allowed Lin Yi to gather his strength, summoning a triple life-enhanced beast, the Firebird. The Firebird soared into the sky, engulfed in flames. With a piercing cry, it dove towards Huang Yin. Feeling the intense wave of heat, Huang Yin quickly crossed his arms to shield himself. Merely a trivial skill, he bellowed, as the black mist around him thickened, forming a dark shield. The Firebird collided with the shield, igniting a fierce clash of flames and darkness. Meanwhile, Lu Mingming activated her Imperial Spirit Root, channeling her spiritual energy into her dantian. With a series of explosive sounds, she effortlessly broke through 3 realms, ascending to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Following her breakthrough, her power significantly increased. She formed hand seals and murmured incantations. Soon, the surrounding spiritual energy wildly converged, manifesting into a flurry of spiritual arrows that shot toward Huang Yin. The black shield of Huang Yin trembled under the assault of the spirit arrow. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi commanded the Firebird to launch another attack. The Firebird's claws lunged forward, fiercely grasping at Huang Yin's shield. Huang Yin felt an overwhelming pressure, and with a roar, he summoned forth more dark mist from within, attempting to fortify his shield. Just as the 2 sides reached a stalemate, a melodious chime resonated from within the building. Huang Yin's expression suddenly altered. It appeared his powers were somehow constrained. Lin Yi and Lu Mingming seized this opportunity, combining their forces to unleash their most formidable strike. Lu Mengmeng poured all her spiritual energy into the spirit arrow, forming a luminous projectile in an instant. Meanwhile, Lin Yi urged the firebird to unleash its most intense flames, which surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the spirit arrow. The potent attack shattered Huang Yin's shield, and with his arms crossed, he released a dark cross-shaped beam, barely managing to fend off the assault. However, he was forced to retreat, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I shall return." Subsequently, he transformed into a shadow and swiftly fled. Boom, boom, boom. The noon hour had arrived. "Everyone, please return to your rooms. You may move freely after 2 hours." Lin Yi and Lu Mengmeng exhaled in relief, exchanging smiles. "Huang Yin is indeed a formidable opponent," Lin Yi remarked. Lu Mengmeng nodded, "Yet we are not lacking either." With a glint in her eyes, Lu Mengmeng mused, "Is this what they call a safe 2 hours?" Lin Yi scratched his head. "It seems so. But we must remain vigilant." Lu Mengmeng replied, "Agreed. Let's head back to our room and regroup." After the two returned to the bedroom, Lin Yi began to organize the cards he had used during the recent battle. Chapter 32, The Masked Man. It appeared that the quality of the cards enhanced by life was quite satisfactory. With 7 points of life remaining, he could contemplate their use, preferably in conjunction with summoned entities. Lin Yi reclined on the bed, crossing his legs, pondering how to level up, feeling somewhat inadequate at the moment. Meanwhile, Lu Mengmeng sat cross-legged on the bed, focusing on consolidating her recently attained realm. How infuriating! If it weren't for that inexplicable individual earlier, I wouldn't have expended so much of my imperial spiritual power. I must find a place rich in spiritual energy in the future. You audacious fellow. How dare you jump straight onto the bed and act so brazenly? Lu Mengmeng clenched her fists, ready to strike at any moment. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately sprang up from the bed, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, "Miss, I apologize. Next time, I shall ensure your consent before undertaking such actions." Lu Mengmeng, seated on the bed with her arms crossed, raised her chin slightly, a hint of pride in her gaze. Though her tone was soft, "Humph, it's good that you recognize your mistake. You ought to consider whose territory this is before behaving so recklessly in my presence." Lin Yi found her little adult demeanor utterly charming. The young lady looked exceptionally lovely when she was upset. Just as he was about to utter a playful remark to lighten the mood, the temperature in the room plummeted abruptly. Strange runes appeared on the window pane, emanating a chilling blue light. Lu Mengmeng, feeling anxious, leaned closer to Lin Yi. What was happening now? Lin Yi, equally bewildered, instinctively shielded Lu Mengmeng behind him. At this moment, heavy footsteps echoed outside the door, each step resonating like a heartbeat. Could it be Huang Yin returning? Lin Yi furrowed his brow. The door creaked open, revealing a man adorned with a mask and clad in a flowing yellow robe. As he entered the room, he slowly lifted his head, the patterns on his mask taking on an even more sinister appearance under the blue glow. He remained silent, standing at the threshold as if scrutinizing the two young individuals before him. Lin Yi tightly grasped Lu Mengmeng's hand and whispered, "Who are you? What brings you here?" His voice carried a note of caution, yet his tone remained resolute. The man did not respond. Instead, he raised his hand slowly, and a ghostly blue light flickered from his fingertips, coalescing into a glimmering long sword. With a cold snort, he thrust the sword forward, aimed directly at Lin Yi's chest. Lin Yi reacted swiftly, shoving Lu Mengmeng aside while drawing a defensive card from his deck with remarkable speed. A transparent shield materialized before him, effectively blocking the spectral blue blade. The sword collided with the shield, producing a crisp sound before dissolving into a flurry of azure sparkles. What formidable power! Lin Yi marveled inwardly, yet he quickly recognized that the adversary before him was far from benevolent. Lu Mengmeng peeked out from behind Lin Yi, her voice tinged with urgency. "Xiao Yezi, what should we do?" Lin Yi contemplated their strategy, acutely aware of their limited strength in the face of such a mysterious and powerful foe. He replied quietly, "Let's hold him steady and ascertain his true nature." The man appeared unhurried as he sheathed his sword and spoke slowly. "You too, accompany me." Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. "On what grounds?" "We do not know you." The man responded with a chilling smirk, his voice low and frosty beneath the mask. "You have already become entangled in matters that do not concern you. It is too late for regret now." Lin Yi's heart stirred, realizing he might be connected to Huang Yin, or perhaps to an even more formidable force. He swiftly drew an attack card, poised to retaliate at any moment. Just then, a deep, resonant buzzing emanated from the corner of the room. Lin Yi and Lu Mingming turned simultaneously, witnessing a colossal black spider emerge from the shadows. Its eyes glimmering ominously, seemingly ready to strike. It seems fortune has not favored you. You shall remain here today. The man's voice dripped with derision. Lin Yi and Lu Mingming exchanged a glance. Miss, it appears we must fight with all our might. Lu Mingming's face paled slightly, yet she quickly steeled herself. Drawing a short sword from behind her, its blade glinting coldly in the dim light, she whispered to Lin Yi, "Fear not. We shall endure." Lin Yi nodded, taking a deep breath as he rapidly sifted through his cards, seeking a means to confront the imminent peril. The man, still unperturbed, slowly raised his hand, once again conjuring a spectral blue light. This time, however, the light did not coalesce into a weapon but transformed into a multitude of tiny runes, floating in the air, as if weaving a powerful spell. Meanwhile, the black spider began to stir. Its 8 legs scraped against the floor, producing a piercing sound as it slowly approached Lin Yi and Lu Mingming. "Beware of that spider," Lin Yi shouted, swiftly activating a card. A fierce flame erupted from the ground, attempting to obstruct the spider's advance. However, the spider appeared undeterred by the fire. Its body trembled slightly within the flames. Then it continued to crawl forward, as if the flames posed no threat to it. Lu Mingming gripped her short sword tightly, her gaze resolute as she focused on the man. Suddenly, she shouted, channeling her spirit energy into the sword, which instantly burst forth with a dazzling radiance. She lunged toward the man, seeking to strike while he was off guard. The man let out a cold laugh, seemingly having anticipated her move. With a gentle wave of his hand, the runes floating in the air coalesced into a blue wall of light, standing firm before Lu Mingming. The short sword collided with the light wall, emitting a crisp sound, and then the brilliance dissipated, sending Lu Mingming reeling backward. "Your resistance is futile." The man's voice dripped with disdain. "This is not for you to decide." Lin Yi, witnessing Lu Mingming being thrown back, felt a flicker of anger in his eyes. "Dare to harm the lady? You shall perish." He swiftly drew a rare card, activating it, and a golden light instantly enveloped the entire room. From within that light, a colossal firebird soared forth, emitting a clear, melodious cry. As its wings flapped, the room was engulfed in searing flames, the temperature skyrocketing. "Life reinforcement, mirror image." Lin Yi bellowed, casting the card once more. The golden light gathered around him, forming 2 identical ethereal projections of the firebird. 3 silhouettes suddenly transformed into a torrent of blazing flames, surging towards the man and the spider. The man's expression shifted to one of grave concern. He clearly had not anticipated the formidable nature of Lin Yi's assault. Crossing his arms, he unleashed a cross-shaped ray in an attempt to thwart the overwhelming inferno. Yet, the fiery bird and its ethereal counterpart seemed to possess boundless strength, and the cross-ray was swiftly torn asunder under their onslaught, dissolving into specks of light. Chapter 33. Soul Devourer. The black spider also sensed the impending threat. It emitted a piercing shriek, its body inflating instantaneously as it expelled a strand of black silk, attempting to ensnare the torrent of flames. However, the moment the silk made contact with the fire, it was incinerated, reducing to ashes that drifted through the air. "Damn it!" the man growled, his body staggering backward from the shockwave of the fiery surge. The yellow robe he wore was singed, and a fine crack appeared on his mask. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yi swiftly grasped Lu Mingming's hand and rushed towards the exit. He understood that they had to escape while they could, otherwise, should the man regain his composure, he himself might be fine, but the young lady could face far greater peril. "Run!" Lin Yi shouted, propelling Lu Mingming out of the room. The man seemed to comprehend Lin Yi's intent, unleashing an enraged roar as he attempted to pursue them. Yet, the fiery bird's assault was too overpowering, forcing him to defend himself with all his strength, unable to divide his focus. Lin Yi and Lu Mingming burst out of the room, where the suffocating black smoke had dissipated, leaving behind an eerie silence. They did not linger, swiftly making their way towards the staircase. "Let us depart from this place before we continue," Lin Yi spoke while fleeing. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged, the Soul Devourer, Zhao Chong. His silhouette appeared particularly towering and ominous in the darkness, his presence seemingly invoking an intangible sense of oppression. His visage was shrouded in shadows, with only a pair of cold eyes radiating a chilling luminescence, as if capable of piercing through the very essence of one's soul. Do you think you can escape from my grasp? Zhao Chang's voice was low and hoarse, imbued with an undeniable authority. His hands gradually ascended, and the air was thick with a peculiar tremor. Lin Yi felt as though his spirit was being inexorably drawn, inducing a profound discomfort. Lu Mingming, possessing memories from her past life, found this minor affliction trivial. After all, she had faced numerous near-death encounters at the hands of those fated individuals in her former existence. Lin Yi and Lu Mingming halted, their gazes fixed warily upon Zhao Chang. Lu Mingming recognized that the adversary before them was far from ordinary. His powers appeared intimately connected to the realm of souls, a force considerably more elusive than that of Huang Yin. Who are you? Lin Yi inquired loudly, attempting to mask his inner trepidation with his voice. Zhao Chang sneered. I am the Soul Devourer, a being that specializes in consuming souls. I have set my sights upon yours. Lu Mingming tightened her grip on the short sword in her hand, her body trembling slightly. Damn it! The instincts of this body are utterly uncontrollable. Nevertheless, it is at least stronger than before. She resolutely stood beside Lin Yi, declaring, We shall not allow you to succeed. Zhao Chang appeared unfazed by her threat, and his hands moved once more. Suddenly, black threads emerged in the air, resembling invisible chains, winding towards Lin Yi and Lu Mingming. These threads were not tangible, yet they exuded a bizarre allure, as if capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Lin Yi swiftly drew a defensive card from his deck. Upon activation, a golden barrier unfurled instantaneously, enveloping both him and Lu Mingming. The black threads collided with the barrier, producing eerie sounds as if attempting to tear apart this protective shield. This was merely an appetizer. Zhao Chang's voice dripped with sarcasm. I can hardly wait to savor your souls. Cursing inwardly, Lin Yi thought, with wolves ahead and tigers behind, it seems this expedition must come to an end. The golden barrier began to tremble slightly under the onslaught of the black threads, and Lin Yi sensed an intangible force striving to penetrate the barrier, aiming directly at their souls. Gritting his teeth, he whispered to Lu Mingming, Do not be afraid. I shall find a way to withstand this. See if you can discover a method to counter his attack. Lu Mingming nodded, her gaze darting around in search of a flaw. If only I had practiced diligently earlier. With my current level of cultivation, I am unable to summon any means. She fervently lamented within. If I survive this battle, I shall certainly become a figure of authority next time, inviting all my fellow cultivators for a discussion. At that moment, her expression turned exceptionally grave, determination flashing in her eyes. She grasped Lin Ye's hand tightly and softly declared, Xiaoye, if there is a next time, you shall not escape my grasp. Her voice carried a hint of tenderness, yet resonated with unwavering resolve. Before Lin Yi could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Mingming had already released his hand and swiftly retreated a few steps, raising her arms high as she began to chant an incantation. Her voice echoed through the night sky, imbued with an air of mysterious power, soul's secret art, cocoon transformation. As she articulated the spell, a soft radiance began to shimmer around Lu Mingming, gradually coalescing into a luminous cocoon that enveloped her entirely. Simultaneously, a formidable surge of soul energy emanated from her being, as if it threatened to rend the very air surrounding her. Zhao Chang's expression shifted slightly. He clearly did not anticipate such formidable prowess from Lu Mingming. With a disdainful snort, he conjured black threads once more, attempting to thwart her spell. However, upon contact with the light surrounding Lu Mingming, these threads were instantly shredded, dissolving into nothingness. Do you truly believe that such a rudimentary spell can contend with me? Zhao Chang scoffed, poised to unleash a more potent attack. Yet, at that precise moment, Lu Mingming completed her incantation. She cried out with fervor, Subdue. As her voice resonated, the cocoon erupted in a brilliant blaze of light, and a powerful shockwave of soul energy surged forth from her, sweeping across the entire space. Zhao Chang was struck directly by this overwhelming force. His body flung backward to crash violently against a nearby wall. His robe was torn to shreds, and his mask shattered, revealing a contorted and furious visage. It is impossible. Zhao Chang's voice trembled with disbelief as he attempted to rise, only to discover that his very soul seemed ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him utterly immobile. Meanwhile, Lu Mingming's body, cocooned in a shroud, succumbed to a prolonged slumber. Lin Yi gasped in alarm, rushing to Lu Mengming's side and cradling her in his arms. Mengming, Mengming, please wake up. Yet, Lu Mengming had descended into a profound coma. Her breathing remained steady, but her body was unresponsive. A tide of guilt and self-reproach surged within Lin Yi as he lifted his gaze, glaring furiously at Zhao Chong. You scoundrel! I will not let you escape unscathed. Zhao Chong struggled to rise, yet his body remained unyielding. Gritting his teeth, he spat. Do you think you can triumph? This is merely temporary. I shall return. That opportunity will no longer exist, Lin Yi retorted, his eyes blazing with a resolve that embraced death. He bellowed. Full life enhancement. Eruption of fiery flames, roar of the fire dragon. With Lin Yi's thunderous cry, a torrent of searing flames erupted from his being, instantly transforming into a colossal fire dragon. The dragon, fierce and ferocious, lunged toward Zhao Chong, its maw agape, unleashing a torrent of scorching fire like a cataclysmic deluge. Zhao Chong's eyes widened in terror. He sought to evade, yet his soul remained shackled, his body unresponsive to his will. In an instant, the flames engulfed him, eliciting a scream of agony. Moments later, Zhao Chong was reduced to nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Lin Yi, cradling Lu Mengming, bore an expression etched with exhaustion and concern, his entire being resembling that of a lifeless husk. He understood that this place was not suitable for prolonged stay and that he must swiftly find a way to rescue Lu Mengming. With utmost care, he cradled her in his arms. However, just as he was about to seek a safe refuge, a sudden wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, and darkness enveloped him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Within the confines of the system's space, Lin Yi awakened slowly, fully revitalized. He rubbed his temples, attempting to dispel the fog clouding his mind. Once his consciousness was fully restored, his first instinct was to search for any sign of Lu Mengming. Lin Yi sprang to his feet, his gaze immediately drawn to a large cocoon resting upon his chest. The cocoon emitted a gentle luminescence, seemingly alive. As it lay quietly against him, he reached out to touch it lightly. The surface was warm and smooth, as if a comforting energy flowed within. What is this? Lin Yi pondered, striving to recall the events leading to his fainting. Lu Mengming had employed a soul-secret technique, successfully repelling their foes, yet had succumbed to a prolonged slumber, transforming into this cocoon. It appeared that he had fainted due to the excessive depletion of his life force. Lin Yi endeavored to sense the cocoon's essence with his mind. Everything within the system's space was intricately linked to him, and he was confident he would uncover the truth. Gradually, he began to perceive the faint pulse emanating from within the cocoon. It was a familiar and warm sensation. It was Lu Mengming's essence. Miss, can you hear my voice? Lin Yi whispered, his tone imbued with anticipation and anxiety. The cocoon seemed to quiver slightly, and then a faint voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Yezi. I am here. Lin Yi's heart surged with joy, and he immediately replied, Miss, do not worry. I will find a way to awaken you. You must hold on. From within the cocoon, Lu Mengming's weak voice reached him. I am fine, just temporarily asleep. You must be careful. The enemies outside are formidable. I understand. I will protect myself and discover a method to rouse you, Lin Yi declared resolutely. Rest assured, I will not leave you alone in the cocoon. The cocoon trembled once more, as if acknowledging his promise. Lin Yi took a deep breath, aware that he could not linger here for long. He must swiftly seek a way to rescue the young lady. I will return, Mengming, wait for me, Lin Yi murmured, then closed his eyes, withdrawing his consciousness from the system space. When his awareness returned to the realm of reality, he found himself lying in a corner of a desolate room, surrounded by silence, with only the faint moonlight casting shadows on the ground. He quickly rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings, concluding that he was temporarily in a safe location. Yet, something felt amiss. Was the flow of time different? Where had Su Jinyao gone? Just as Lin Yi was about to search for her, he suddenly heard a soft sobbing sound. Following the sound, he quietly approached and discovered Su Jinyao huddled in the corner of the staircase, her hands clutched tightly around her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly as she struggled to suppress her tears. Moonlight cascaded upon her, enveloping her silhouette in a delicate silvery halo, rendering her both fragile and solitary. An inexplicable wave of compassion surged within Lin Yi as he softened his footsteps, gradually approaching her side, and gently inquired, Jinyao, what troubles you? Have you encountered some misfortune? Su Jinyao lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice slightly choked. I thought you all had abandoned me, leaving me here alone. Lin Yi knelt beside her, tenderly patting her shoulder, offering solace. How could that be? We recently faced some peril, but for now, we are safe. Upon hearing his words, Su Jin Yao gradually ceased her weeping. She raised her head, her eyes shimmering with a flicker of hope as she looked at Lin Yi. Extending her pinky finger, she gently swayed it and softly proposed, "Shall we make a pinky promise? A promise that lasts 100 years without change." Lin Yi smiled faintly, his gaze cool yet earnest as he extended his own pinky to intertwine with hers. He gently shook their linked fingers and solemnly declared, "A pinky promise. 100 years unchanging. I shall uphold my vow, ensuring you will never worry again." A faint smile graced Su Jin Yao's face, her tears still lingering at the corners of her eyes, rendering her all the more enchanting. She nodded softly, appearing considerably reassured. Is this the allure of the heroine? Yet, she pales in comparison to my own lady. After comforting Su Jin Yao, Lin Yi stepped aside and activated the system panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the first fragment of the world. The detection of the world's fragment completion reached 60%. Granting rewards, a one-day tour to Wangfellows, a dual entrance to the god-slaying realm, and the arcane art of soul cultivation. The essence of soul cultivation involves expending one's own soul power to nurture other souls. Lin Yi gazed at the system's rewards, his heart settling slightly. With this method of soul cultivation, he might awaken Lu Mengmeng. Entering the system's spatial realm, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, placing the cocoon that had transformed from Lu Mengmeng before him, and began to activate the soul cultivation technique. Threads of soul power surged from within him, gradually enveloping the cocoon. It seemed to respond to the nurturing, its radiance becoming increasingly gentle and luminous. After a period, Lin Yi returned to reality, his complexion pale. This technique could only be employed once every 10 days, as its toll on oneself was considerable. Fortunately, with my assistance, she should grow stronger upon regaining her powers. I wonder if the god-slaying realm possesses any spiritual energy for cultivation? Alas, it is best to first arrange matters in this world. System, activate the disaster arrival template. I shall expend 200 points to purchase the disaster, a surge of parasitic insects and an evolution of plant frenzy, and consume 300 points to summon the blood moon along with the previous 2 templates. Expected to formally descend in 3 days. Lin Yi believed that under the influence of these calamities, those so-called fated individuals would not endure for long. Chapter 35, Blood Moon. In this lifetime, as long as he safeguarded those close to him, it sufficed. As for the others, they would merely serve as nourishment for his advancement. A wicked smile crept upon Lin Yi's lips. How thrilling it would be to witness the outcome of these combined disasters. Ha ha ha. Surely, a steady influx of points will soon arrive. Now the only concern is how to handle Su Jin Yao. I wonder if the dual crossing gate of the god-slaying world can facilitate our passage. It should be feasible. Perhaps we shall test it when the opportunity arises. For now, there are 3 days left to oppose those protagonists. I shall also search for the so-called second miss, renowned for her ability to absorb myriad spirits. I believe that with the assistance of the zombies, she has likely created a considerable number of supernatural beings. Let me ponder what other opportunities one can seize in the vicinity. As Lin Yi was deep in thought, he suddenly sensed an unusual aura approaching. He raised his head warily, only to behold a strange crimson light spreading across the distant sky. The power of the blood moon seemed to be infiltrating ahead of schedule. This is not good. The influence of the blood moon has arrived sooner than anticipated. Lin Yi's heart raced with alarm. At that moment, Su Jin Yao also sensed something amiss and, trembling with fear, hid behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi, what should we do? What is happening? Her voice quivered, her grip on Lin Yi's garment tightening, her eyes filled with terror. Do not be afraid. I shall protect you, Lin Yi whispered soothingly, swiftly formulating a strategy in his mind. He understood that the immediate priority was to find a secure location to evade the blood moon's onslaught. It is uncertain what version of the blood moon this is. If it is related to Cthulhu, we would be in grave peril. However, the likelihood seems slim. It is likely intended to enhance monsters, possibly just some derivatives. Jin Yao, we cannot remain here idly. We must quickly locate a place that can withstand the blood moon. Lin Yi stated gravely, then took Su Jin Yao's hand and sprinted towards a nearby thicket. The trees there are lush and verdant, perhaps capable of temporarily shielding one from the ominous glow of the blood moon. Who can discern the potential repercussions of its light upon oneself? It would also be prudent to observe the manifestation of the plant frenzy. However, the moment they set foot into the dense thicket, a chilling aura surged forth from all directions. Lin Yi keenly sensed that this was no ordinary natural essence. It was most likely a contrived malevolence. "Stop! Do not move." A voice, cold as ice, reverberated from the shadows, followed by several figures slowly emerging from the gloom of the trees. Their presence exuded a sinister and eerie energy, evidently tainted by the corrupting power of the blood moon. A weight settled in Lin Ye's heart, yet he maintained an exterior of composure. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path?" he inquired in a low, steady tone, while discreetly channeling his inner spiritual energy, prepared to counter any sudden assault. "Humph. You shall soon discover our identities." The leader of the malevolent beings let out a chilling laugh, his eyes gleaming with avarice and bloodlust. "Under the blood moon, all living beings shall become our offerings, and you shall be no exception. Are you cultists? Could this blood moon be linked to an outer deity? This is troubling." Before he could finish his thought, the malevolent beings lunged simultaneously at Lin Yi and Su Jinyao. In a swift motion, Lin Yi pushed Su Jinyao aside to safety, bracing himself against the onslaught of the malevolent entities. A flash of light illuminated his hand as a glimmering longsword materialized, its blade shimmering with a frosty radiance, effectively parrying the attacks aimed at him. "Run! You are too weak now. Your presence here will only hinder me," Lin Yi shouted to Su Jinyao, all the while fending off the relentless assault of the dark forces. Su Jinyao gritted her teeth, suppressing the terror that welled within her, and hurried towards the direction pointed out by Lin Yi. She understood that her only chance of survival lay in obeying his directives. With a quiver in her voice, she paused, leaning against a tree trunk, tears welling in her eyes. Confronted with this sudden peril, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and fear. Watching Lin Yi engage in combat with the malevolent entity ahead, her heart was heavy with concern for him, while simultaneously, she grappled with her own inadequacy. "Why am I so useless? They are all so strong." Su Jinyao murmured softly, her voice laden with self-reproach and resentment. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palms, she still could not mask the frailty that resided within her. At that moment, a gentle yet resolute voice resonated in her ear. "Jinyao, do not speak of yourself in such a manner. You are not useless, you are significant." Lin Yi thought to himself, how could the heroine be deemed useless? Once I conquer this planet, those with high fortune will undoubtedly awaken powerful abilities. Su Jinyao raised her gaze, only to find Lin Yi had inexplicably moved beside her. Though he bore some wounds, his eyes radiated an unwavering determination that seemed capable of dispelling the shadows clouding her heart. "Lin Yi." A flicker of surprise danced in Su Jinyao's eyes, only to fade quickly as she lamented, "I truly am useless, burdening you with the need to protect me." Lin Yi gently shook his head, crouching down to meet her gaze, and earnestly declared, "Jinyao, listen to me. Everyone possesses their own value. You are no weaker than anyone else. You possess a tenderness, kindness, and resilience that constitute your strength. Moreover, you are my significant companion, and I shall protect you until you grow formidable enough." He extended his hand, gently wiping away the tears from Su Jinyao's face, softly saying, "Do not weep. We have more pressing matters to attend to. The threat of the blood moon lingers, and we must confront it together. How I wish the young lady were here. I wonder if she would pummel me into the ground upon witnessing this scene. Nevertheless, the likelihood is slim. With her fate as a villain, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, she rarely concerns herself with those around her." Alas, Su Jinyao was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that Lin Ye's words would envelop her in such warmth and strength. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions, then lifted her head, her gaze infused with newfound determination. "All right, I understand. Lin Yi, let us face this together." She gripped Lin Ye's hand tightly, as if clutching the last vestige of hope. Lin Yi slightly tilted his head, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the blood moon hanging in the sky. It resembled a deep red gem embedded in the nocturnal canvas, radiating an enchanting and eerie glow. The clouds surrounding the blood moon appeared to be tinged with a faint red hue, drifting gently like gossamer. This blood moon was in stark contrast to the usual luminous moon, its intense color almost suffocating yet undeniably captivating. Lin Yi stared at it, an inexplicable emotion swelling within him, as if he were profoundly entranced by this bizarre and mysterious spectacle. Suddenly, A whisper gently echoed in his ear. All hail, Lord of the Blood Moon. Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply, as the voice seemed to emanate from the abyss, instilling an indescribable sense of oppression within him. This is not good. Could it truly be connected to the outer gods? Chapter 36. Parasite. At that moment, the air around him began to distort, as if something were descending from the blood moon. Lin Yi felt an overwhelming mental pressure, his consciousness blurring as if drawn by some indescribable force. Hold on. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, striving to resist this power, fully aware that losing consciousness could mean losing himself. Beside him, Su Jinyao, lost in her own emotions, sensed something was amiss and urgently called out Lin Ye's name, attempting to pull him back from his confusion. However, her strength was insufficient, proving futile in the face of the overwhelming force. Just as Lin Yi was on the brink of succumbing, the cocoon formed by Lu Mengmeng in his mind suddenly burst forth with a brilliant light. This radiance surged like a cleansing stream into Lin Ye's awareness, dispelling a portion of the malevolent force emanating from the blood moon. Regaining some clarity, Lin Yi seized the moment, concentrating all his spiritual energy to combat the remaining oppressive sensation. With a fierce roar, he finally broke free from the control. Thank you, Mengmeng, Lin Yi murmured softly, caressing the cocoon, surprised that it was you who saved me in the end. Rest assured, I will rescue you as soon as possible, and together we shall venture into the world of slaying gods. Once he steadied himself, Lin Yi cautiously scanned his surroundings. The terrifying force from the blood moon still raged on, while Su Jinyao fearfully nestled against him. We must seek a sanctuary, Lin Yi declared, pulling Su Jinyao deeper into the dense forest. As they ventured further into the thicket, the signs of civilization dwindled, suggesting that any lurking dangers might be less formidable. With each step into the shadows, the light grew dimmer, and the eerie glow of the blood moon filtered through the treetops, casting an unsettling crimson hue upon the ground. Lin Yi, is it truly safe here? Su Jinyao's voice trembled in the darkness as she closely followed him, casting anxious glances behind. Fear not, for it is at least quiet for now, Lin Yi reassured her while remaining vigilant, scanning their surroundings. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword, poised to confront any potential threat. However, just as he was about to close his eyes and gather his thoughts, a subtle discomfort surged within him. What is it? Su Jinyao inquired, noticing the change in Lin Ye's demeanor, concern etched across her face. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss within his body. It felt as if something were stirring beneath his skin, sending chills down his spine. He pressed his fingers gently against his arm, only to discover slight protrusions beneath the surface, as though an entity were growing inside him. I feel somewhat strange, Lin Yi murmured, uncertainty lacing his voice. Su Jinyao's complexion paled instantly, her anxiety palpable. Is it the influence of the blood moon? I am uncertain, yet I suspect it is connected to the blood moon. Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. He struggled to maintain his composure, but the unsettling sensation intensified with each passing moment. He felt as though countless tiny tendrils were writhing beneath his skin, as if something were attempting to burst forth from within him. We must find a solution quickly, Su Jinyao urged, gritting her teeth as she endeavored to calm herself, searching her mind for potential remedies. Lin Yi gradually closed his eyes, striving to summon the spiritual energy within him. He sensed a warm force rising from his dantian, swiftly coursing through his limbs and bones. As the spiritual energy circulated, the discomfort within him seemed to intensify, the protrusions beneath his skin becoming increasingly pronounced. Lin Yi could not suppress a gasp as his body began to tremble violently. He felt the entities parasitizing him desperately resisting, attempting to break free from his spiritual suppression. Damn it! If I were not devoid of any cultivation, relying solely on my innate spiritual roots and the energy I possess, I would have eradicated you by now. And what is this? It resembles a parasite. Hold on. Su Jinyao grasped Lin Ye's hand tightly, her voice tinged with emotion. You can do it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi understood that he could not surrender. If these parasites could not be expelled, he would not only lose his life, but also become a puppet of the blood moon's power. He clenched his jaw, channeling his spiritual energy relentlessly towards the writhing tendrils, striving to expel them completely. At that moment, Su Jinyao suddenly recalled an ancient incantation she had encountered in a venerable family tome, a spell designed to exorcise malevolent entities from within. She immediately recited the incantation, her voice trembling slightly, yet each syllable rang with utmost clarity. Evil spirits retreat, spirits return to their rightful place. In my name, banish the unclean. As the words flowed from Su Jinyao's lips, an invisible force emanated from her, enveloping Lin Yi. He sensed that the writhing tentacles were ensnared by a formidable power, rendering them incapable of struggle. Quickly now, Su Jinyao urged. Lin Yi unleashed his spiritual energy with full force. The parasites could no longer withstand it and were expelled from beneath his skin. They transformed into clumps of viscous black liquid, dripping from his flesh and emitting repulsive sounds. Cough, cough. Lin Yi gasped weakly, his body utterly drained from the recent struggle. Yet, upon witnessing the successful expulsion of the parasites, a grateful smile graced his face. Are you all right? Su Jinyao anxiously supported Lin Yi, her eyes filled with concern. I'm fine, just a bit weary. Lin Yi replied with a faint smile, feeling a sense of tranquility returning within him, the malevolent entities vanquished. That is wonderful. Su Jinyao exhaled in relief, a glimmer of tears sparkling in her eyes. You finally made it through. It seems these destined daughters are no ordinary beings. They possess such extraordinary methods. This time, we have truly accomplished something significant. Alas, as a minor antagonist, encountering such events is rather commonplace. Those blessed with fortune are unlikely to face such troubles unless it serves their interests. Otherwise, they would not dare to venture into such matters. It remains uncertain whether the system can assist me in seizing some fortune, as my luck appears to be woefully low, making every endeavor fraught with difficulties. Chapter 37. The Scholar System Beneath the Blood Moon. Lin Yi traversed the desolate expanse alone. The night wind howled, imbued with an eerie chill, as if the very air was saturated with a sense of unease. His gaze was resolute and piercing, his hand firmly grasping a long sword, its blade glinting with a ghostly shimmer under the moonlight. As for Su Jinyao, she had been rendered unconscious and placed within the confines of the system's space. To his surprise, the system could accommodate living beings. He pondered whether her state would remain constant within that realm. Nonetheless, it mattered little. The primary objective at this juncture was to locate a secure haven for cultivation, requiring at least a foundation of qi refinement at the 3rd level. Concerning the god-slaying world, Lin Yi was now certain that he was an undocumented entity, having materialized directly in a city. To avert unforeseen circumstances, it was prudent to address the issues of this world before proceeding further. Beep. A designated child of destiny has been detected within 100 meters of the host, currently under investigation. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully inflicting severe injury upon the child of destiny, Hu Tang, and for eliminating 2 children of destiny. Reward: 1,000 points and 1 capturing device for protagonists. Capturing device for protagonists can be used to secure the child of destiny in a containment facility once Hu Tang's will to survive diminishes to 20. Basic information has been released. Hu Tang, owner of the Scholar System. Strange. Why is this reward so meager compared to before? Last time, even when Long Outyin survived, I received far more substantial rewards. Is it possible that these children of destiny are categorized by levels? Furthermore, regarding the timing of the reward announcement, could it be that only upon encountering them does the reward get calculated? What of the rewards for the deceased children of destiny? Must I truly search for their corpses one by one? Lin Yi pondered the matter of the Son of Destiny's rewards while vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Where had Hu Tang gone? At that moment, a faint rustling emerged from the grass. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the long sword and whispered, "Who is there?" Step forth. From the underbrush, Hu Tang emerged, clutching his wound, appearing disheveled and pitiable. His eyes were filled with terror and resentment, yet he dared not make a reckless move. Observing Hu Tang's dismal state, Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight, mocking smile. "Ah, isn't this the illustrious scholar who? What is the matter? Bitten by a wild dog? Or has your ambition tripped you up?" Hu Tang's complexion turned ashen, his teeth clenched as he glared at Lin Yi, his eyes flickering with fury and indignation. Blood continued to seep from his wound, staining his garments, yet he no longer possessed the audacity he once had. Damn it! If not for this suddenly bizarre world, previously, a mere bodyguard like you would have been no challenge for me. Huh? Lin Yi scoffed disdainfully. Merely a man reliant on women. And what of the 2 behind you? Surely they haven't perished? Ha! You still wish to pursue my lady? Perhaps you should gaze into your own mirror and behold your grotesque and twisted visage. Do you think your trivial schemes are beyond the notice of others? You consider yourself remarkable, yet you are not but a frog at the bottom of a well. unaware of how vast the sky truly is. With a cold laugh, Lin Yi's tone dripped with contempt. Do you truly believe you know who stands behind me? Let me enlighten you. They are not of the ilk that a worthless fool like you could ever fathom. You are nothing but a mere jester, overly self-assured yet utterly oblivious to your own insignificance. Hu Tang's countenance darkened, and with gritted teeth, he declared, Do not presume that I am unaware of your connections with those two women. Do you truly believe that in this chaotic era, they would still hold you in high regard? Lin Yi, upon hearing these words, could not help but erupt into laughter. What do you know? My worth is beyond your comprehension. With that, he stepped forward, his sword aimed directly at Hu Tang. You are in no position to safeguard yourself, yet you dare to sow discord? Lin Yi paused, his tone growing ever more frigid. As for your so-called power, it is nothing more than your own jealousy. You cannot even manage your own affairs, yet you fantasize about ascending through the favor of women? Hu Tang, you are truly pathetic, unable to see your own shortcomings while spouting such nonsense. His gaze sliced through Hu Tang like a blade, and he continued, Do you truly believe my lady would ever take an interest in a worthless wretch like you? Spare yourself the delusion. She has never been drawn to someone who relies solely on empty words. Your inability to govern your own life and your vain aspirations to rise through women are utterly laughable. Hu Tang's face grew increasingly ashen, his teeth clenched in fury, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Lin Yi's words were like a sharpened dagger, piercing straight to his core, leaving him with no means of escape. Ha ha ha. Hu Tang erupted into a frenzied, maniacal laughter, his voice laced with boundless resentment and bitterness. He raised his head, his eyes alight with a twisted madness, as if he had lost all sense of reason. Lin Yi, do you believe you have triumphed? Do you think you can rest easy? Ha ha. In this world, there are no eternal victors, and you are no exception. His laughter echoed through the vast grasslands, sounding particularly jarring. Lin Yi halted his steps, a faint frown creasing his brow, yet he did not turn back. A cold sneer escaped his lips, laced with disdain. Hu Tang, your laughter resembles that of a rabid dog. Do you truly believe your madness can alter anything? It is merely an excuse you fabricate for yourself. Hu Tang's laughter abruptly ceased. He surged up from the ground, pointing at Lin Yi, his voice hoarse and distorted. Just wait. I will not let you go. I will not spare you. Lin Yi slowly turned, his gaze piercing like ice directed at Hu Tang. Spare me? Do you think you possess that capability? Hu Tang, you are nothing but a failure, a worthless being incapable of even safeguarding yourself. Your era has come to a close, while mine is only just beginning. He raised his hand, brushing off the dust from his attire, his tone saturated with mockery. Cease your futile struggles, Hu Tang. Your madness only serves to render you more pitiable. Do you think your insanity can instill fear in me? What a farce. Hu Tang's expression twisted in rage. He glared at Lin Yi through gritted teeth, his eyes alight with a frenzied spark. Lin Yi, you will regret this. You will surely regret it. Lin Yi chuckled derisively and turned to leave, abandoning Hu Tang to his frenzied state amidst the grass. His silhouette gradually receded, while Hu Tang's laughter grew increasingly wretched, as if it were a lamentation of his bitterness and resentment towards the world. Ha ha, you will regret it. You will undoubtedly regret it. Hu Tang's voice reverberated in the air until, in the end, even he could not discern whether it was the laughter of madness or the wail of despair. The destined child, Hu Tang, bereaved of his closest kin and subjected to the scathing verbal assaults of his host, has succumbed to a state of madness. Reward, Destiny Shelter, Random Faction Transformation Card. Almost there, Lin Yi turned away, and with a mere flick of the protagonist's capture device, he ensnared Hu Tang in an instant. Chapter 38, Containment System. Activate the portal to the Destiny Shelter. As a flicker of ethereal light enveloped him, Lin Yi stepped into the Destiny Shelter. The atmosphere was shrouded in gloom, permeated by an oppressive aura. The spaces, reminiscent of cells, lay barren, devoid of any substance. Only the occasional muffled echoes reverberated, as if recounting the endless tales that had unfolded within these walls. Lin Yi cast his gaze around, seeking even the faintest trace of a clue. The air was thick with a damp, chilling essence that sent a shiver down his spine. He advanced cautiously, his footsteps resonating in the hollow corridor with an unsettling sharpness. A fleeting glimmer of phosphorescence occasionally flickered across the walls, reminiscent of ancient ruins, only to vanish in an instant. Suddenly, a subtle sound emanated from ahead, prompting Lin Yi to halt, holding his breath as he strained to listen. The sound seemed to originate from one of the cells, akin to the low whimper of a creature, mingled with the grinding of metal. He approached with utmost care, discovering that the door of a particular cell was slightly ajar, as if something within was struggling. Lin Yi grasped the doorknob and pushed with determination. The door creaking opened slowly. The sight before him caused him to gasp in astonishment. A bizarre crimson light enveloped the cell, and at its core, a vague figure huddled in the corner, its body trembling intermittently. "Who are you?" Lin Yi's voice echoed in the desolate cell, attempting to capture the attention of the figure before him. Yet, the shadowy presence remained unresponsive, merely raising its head to reveal a pair of hollow, blood-red eyes that fixated on him. At that moment, a strikingly handsome man with golden hair and azure eyes, his long locks tied into a single ponytail, appeared before Lin Yi. He wore a purple cloak adorned with gold trim, the collar and cuffs white, complemented by a red scarf. He slightly bowed and spoke softly. "Welcome, esteemed director, to the Celestial Fate Repository. I am both the bishop and the warden here. You may call me by my full name, Otto Apocalypsis, or simply Otto." "Otto. That name feels oddly familiar," Lin Yi mused, scrutinizing Otto Apocalypsis with a sense of caution. "I am certain I have never encountered him before, yet he does not seem benevolent. What is the purpose of this place?" he inquired. Otto smiled and replied, "Esteemed director, this facility serves to contain individuals with extraordinary destinies and fortunes." Lin Yi nodded, then turned his gaze toward the enigmatic figure within the cell. "And who is that? Why does he appear so peculiar?" "Oh, him? Merely a failed specimen. If you find him unsatisfactory, I can dispose of him at your request." Otto continued, "But why bother? There are plenty of vacancies here. One more makes little difference. By the way, regarding Lin Yi's expulsion of Hu Tang, how shall we deal with that fellow?" Otto leaned in for a closer look. "Just an ordinary urban protagonist, it seems. Yet, he may still prove useful. Esteemed director, please follow me," Otto beckoned, guiding Lin Yi down a lengthy corridor, where occasional rustles emanated from the cells on either side. Lin Yi could not help but inquire, "What kind of individuals are confined within?" Otto chuckled softly and replied, "Most of them are unique entities that disrupt the balance of the world. Much like the Destiny Child you have captured." They entered a slightly larger chamber, which housed an array of peculiar instruments. Otto approached one of the devices and began to operate it, explaining, "Through these apparatuses, we can extract the external abilities or powers of the Destiny Child to enhance ourselves." Lin Yi stepped forward to examine the instruments closely, feeling a twinge of hesitation. "Will extracting their powers have any adverse effects on us?" Otto let out a light laugh. "Director, you worry too much. As long as the operation is executed properly, there will be no issues. Furthermore, this serves as a means to control those dangerous individuals." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi decided, "Then let us begin with Hu Tang." Otto acknowledged the command and commenced preparations. Without hesitation, Otto activated the device. In an instant, Hu Tang's once robust and towering physique appeared to be ensnared by an invisible and overwhelmingly powerful force. His flesh and blood began to contract and compress in an extraordinarily bizarre manner. In the blink of an eye, Hu Tang was grotesquely reduced to a minuscule crimson sphere, barely the size of a palm. The surface of this sphere flickered with a faint luminescence, as if it still contained Hu Tang's lingering life force. Concurrently, a faint and mournful wail emanated from the sphere, the sound intermittent, at times piercingly sharp, at others low and oppressive, sending chills down one's spine. The wailing echoed as though it emerged from the very depths of hell, imbued with agony and despair, seemingly narrating the inhumane torments endured by Hutong. A chill ran down Lin Yi's spine, rendering him momentarily unsettled. Otto, however, remained unfazed, assuring, "There is no need for concern, director. This is a commonplace occurrence." He then indicated that it was time to harness his power. With that, Otto produced a conduit, inserting one end into the blood cell. A luminous stream gradually flowed through the conduit into a nearby vessel. Lin Yi, observing the radiant flow, felt an insatiable curiosity about the nature of this power. Ding! The academic genius system has been successfully extracted. Congratulations to the host for securing the first system, evolution of the Little Brother Shop Tier 1 Legion Mall. Otto retrieved the luminescent orb from the container and respectfully presented it, stating, "Your spoils, director, are ready." Lin Yi held the orb in his hand, stroking his chin in contemplation. Even at its pinnacle, the academic genius system was merely a trifle. "I require something that can enhance my strength." The system employed a random faction conversion card on the orb. Ding! Conversion successful. given that the host has summoned the 3 calamities. A random selection of 1 calamity has been infused within. Basic information has been released. Darkside Supreme Sacrifice System. Level 1. Primary function. Allows the sacrifice of any item in exchange for formidable power, such as sacrificing a substantial amount of flesh and blood to obtain darkside summons, etc. Rewards for sacrificing darkside items are doubled. Secondary function. None. Binding object. None. Congratulations to the host for acquiring their first subsystem. The task has been issued. Having my first black slave. Reward. Double return of subsystem rewards. Hee. In the past, I was merely the one enslaved. Who would have thought that this time I could assume the role of a slave master? My foremost objective now is to locate a human with a dark heart, willing to resort to any means to achieve my aims. In this apocalyptic world, such individuals should be plentiful. Let me ponder. Are there any characters like that in the original work? Excluding the protagonist, of course. The character Lan Yueshi, under the second miss, seems fitting. As a member of the mechanized race, she should harbor no qualms about sacrificing living beings. I was somewhat moved when I saw her sacrifice for the second miss. But this time, none shall escape my grasp. I must devise a strategy to lure her to the side of the eldest miss. After all, who wouldn't desire a gentle, elder sister gazing at them with joy? After bidding farewell to Lin Yi and Otto, he returned to reality. Damn. The original text does not indicate the current whereabouts of the second miss. I can only inquire if anyone knows of a safe zone nearby. If the eldest miss were present, she would surely know the location. Side Chapter 39. The search. Lin Yi stood amidst the ruins, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and the stench of decay. He gripped his long sword tightly, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The streets were littered with shattered vehicles and crumbling walls, and occasionally, he glimpsed bodies mangled beyond recognition, sending chills down his spine. Is anyone there? Lin Yi called out, his voice echoing through the desolation, yet only the whispering wind responded. He felt a sense of urgency. Only a handful knew the location of the safe zone, and he needed to locate a living soul quickly to obtain the route to it. Otherwise, he risked attracting formidable alien zombies, and with his current capabilities, confronting them would be exceedingly challenging. At that moment, a faint rustling sound emerged from the nearby ruins. Lin Yi instinctively held his breath, slowly raised his weapon, and cautiously approached the source of the noise. Suddenly, a figure poked its head out from the debris. Lin Yi instinctively aimed his weapon at the individual, only to discover that it was another survivor like himself. Brother, calm down. I'm a survivor too. Please don't make a mistake, the person exclaimed, raising their hands. Only then did Lin Yi lower his weapon, exhaling in relief. Did you come from the safe zone? Lin Yi inquired anxiously. The individual shook their head and replied, I did not, but I know the direction of the safe zone. I was also searching for someone to ask for directions, and I didn't expect to encounter you. That is wonderful. Do you know how to get there? A glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. I have a general idea of the direction, but the journey is perilous. Zombies are everywhere along the way. The person gestured toward the distance. The safe zone lies to the north of the city. We must traverse this rubble and pass through an abandoned factory. As long as we have a direction, what are we waiting for? Let us go. The two proceeded cautiously through the ruins, each step taken with the utmost care, striving to avoid the areas infested with zombies. Though the distant roars of the undead occasionally reached their ears, Lin Yi gripped his weapon tightly, silently imploring that they would not encounter any extraordinary circumstances, lest they fall into dire peril. Just as they were on the verge of exiting the ruins, a horde of zombies unexpectedly surged forth from the nearby buildings. Their eyes glowed a sinister crimson, and they emitted bone-chilling, guttural howls as they lunged toward Lin Yi and his companion. Run, Lin Yi shouted, seizing his companion's arm and darting into a nearby alleyway. They fled desperately, yet the zombies pursued them with relentless speed, closing the distance rapidly. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Lin Yi realized one of the zombies was alarmingly close. Without hesitation, he pivoted and struck the creature's head with his weapon, delivering a brutal blow. The sickening crunch of bone echoed as the zombie crumpled to the ground, its skull shattered. However, more zombies pressed on from behind, leaving them no time to linger. They had to continue forward. At last, they reached the entrance of an abandoned factory. The massive door was in a state of disrepair, yet an eerie silence suggested that no zombies lurked within. Lin Yi exchanged a glance with his companion, a silent agreement passing between them before they heaved the door open and dashed inside. They concealed themselves in a corner of the factory, panting heavily, having temporarily eluded their pursuers. Lin Yi sensed that something was amiss. Typically, in such situations, either survivors had cleared the area or a dominant creature had claimed the territory as its own. What should we do next? His companion inquired. Lin Yi lifted his gaze to the factory ceiling, a spark of determination flickering in his eyes. We shall rest for a moment, then continue onward. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a shadow lurking in the corner of the factory. In the dim light, a sinister figure was slowly advancing. It possessed a spider-like form, yet bore the head of a monkey, its body cloaked in a coat of grayish-brown fur. For slender legs scurried across the debris, producing an unnerving rustling sound. Lin Yi gasped, having never encountered such a terrifying creature. What is that? His companion, equally unnerved, quivered as he spoke. I don't know, but it appears to be a mutated being. No, it seems to be a spider monkey. This extraterrestrial life form hails from the planet Arikana, endowed with remarkable agility and formidable silk-spinning abilities, capable of traversing smooth vertical surfaces with ease. The zombie spider monkey before them evidently inherited these traits, becoming even more ferocious. It suddenly emitted a low growl, its forearms flailing as it lunged towards them. Lin Yi and his companions swiftly dodged, yet the silk had already been ejected from its tail, ensnaring his companion's legs like steel wire. Run, Lin Yi shouted, fervently brandishing his weapon in an attempt to sever the silk. However, the strands were exceedingly resilient, impervious to ordinary weaponry. The zombie spider monkey moved with astonishing agility, darting through the factory's ruins as if unimpeded by any obstacles. Lin Yi realized they must discern its weakness, or their escape would be perilous. Its silk is emitted from its tail. We must find a way to sever it. Lin Yi urged his companion. You speak so lightly of it, but even a heavy machine gun might prove futile against such a foe. Why must I endure such misfortune? Lamented his companion, despair etched across his face. No, Lin Yi bellowed, interrupting his friend's complaints. This is not the time for lamentation. We must remain composed and devise a plan. Lin Yi activated the magic card, Flame Surge, incinerating the web that ensnared his companion. He swiftly surveyed their surroundings. The factory was a desolate expanse of rubble and debris. Perhaps these elements could be utilized to construct a trap. His gaze fell upon a pile of iron chains and obsolete machinery nearby, and suddenly an idea sparked. You draw its attention, and I shall find a way to sever its tail. Lin Yi declared to his companion. Are you mad? I have no desire to be captured. His companion retorted in terror. Trust me, this is our only option. Lin Yi asserted resolutely. I will support you from behind. If we coordinate our efforts, we shall surely succeed. After a moment's hesitation, his companion nodded, understanding that he had no alternative but to place his faith in Lin Yi. Lin Yi dashed over to the pile of chains and discarded machinery, swiftly entwining the iron chains around the mechanical components to fashion a rudimentary trap. He secured one end of the chain to a sturdy pillar, while concealing the other within the debris, prepared to trip the spider demon monkey. Hey, you hideous creature, come and face me, his companion shouted, brandishing his weapon to draw the attention of the zombie spider demon monkey. Chapter 40. The Spider Demon Monkey. Instantly, the spider demon monkey redirected its focus toward his companion, its forearms thrashing as it lunged in his direction. As the companion evaded, they retreated towards Lin Yi, deftly luring the spider demon monkey into the trap. Lin Yi watched intently, his heart racing, as the creature approached the snare. With a forceful tug on the iron chain, he ensnared the spider demon monkey's hind leg. It let out a furious roar, its balance lost, and it crashed heavily to the ground. Now, Lin Yi shouted, seizing his sharp longsword and charging towards the creature's tail. Simultaneously, he summoned the fiery bird, which emitted a piercing cry as flames erupted from its wings, transforming into a pillar of fire that surged towards the spider demon monkey. However, as Lin Yi drew near, he realized that ordinary weaponry was utterly ineffective against the beast. The spider demon monkey's skin was as hard as rock, and the blade merely left a superficial mark upon contact. Although the fiery bird's flames scorched its hide, they seemed incapable of penetrating its formidable defenses. Damn it, its defense is too strong. Lin Yi gritted his teeth in frustration. The spider demon monkey, seemingly enraged by the fiery bird's onslaught, let out a deafening roar, its four eyes gleaming with a fierce light. It swung its forearms, launching simultaneous attacks at Lin Yi and the fiery bird. Lin Yi swiftly retreated, dodging its strikes, while the fiery bird adeptly maneuvered through the air, continuing its fiery assault. We must discover its weakness. Lin Yi exclaimed to the fiery bird, fully aware that it might not comprehend his words, yet he believed it could sense his intent. He quickly withdrew, reassessing the situation. The tail of the spider demon monkey serves as a crucial weapon, yet its body and tail are enveloped in a formidable exoskeleton, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective against it. We must identify its vulnerabilities. Lin Yi exclaimed to his companions, suggesting that its silk could be melted by intense heat. Perhaps we can exploit this. What should we do? His anxious companion inquired. We need to generate a higher temperature. Lin Yi mused rapidly. Realizing that the flames of the firebird might not suffice, we require a more potent force. Suddenly, he recalled that the silk of the spider demon monkey becomes brittle and can even melt when subjected to extreme heat. Lin Yi resolved to take advantage of this, instructing the firebird to concentrate its attacks on the monkey's tail while simultaneously searching for additional combustible materials. Quickly, let us see if there's anything flammable nearby. Lin Yi urged his companions. We need to create a high-temperature zone. He summoned a regular-grade creature, the giant ape, to buy them some time. His companions sprang into action, gathering discarded oil barrels and other flammable items, stacking them near the tail of the spider demon monkey. Lin Yi directed the firebird to ignite these materials, and in an instant, flames erupted, raising the temperature dramatically. The spider demon monkey seemed to sense the impending danger, emitting a furious roar. Its four eyes glinted with a menacing light as its tail lashed out violently, launching strands of silk towards Lin Yi and his companions like steel wires. Lin Yi sensed the impending peril, realizing that the spider demon monkey had been thoroughly provoked, and its subsequent assault would be even more ferocious. Take cover. With a thunderous shout, Lin Yi pushed his companion aside, urging him to seek refuge in a nearby safe zone. Simultaneously, he swiftly retrieved a shield card from his pocket and crushed it with fervor. Instantly, the shield card activated, enveloping him in a radiant blue protective barrier. Without a trace of hesitation, Lin Yi plunged into the inferno. He understood that he must draw the fire of the spider demon monkey, luring it into this perilous environment to secure an opportunity for his comrade. The searing heat of the flames scorched his skin, yet the shield card's protection momentarily spared him from harm. The spider demon monkey, taken aback by Lin Yi's audacity as he charged into the flames, quickly regained its composure, its four arms flailing as it lunged towards him. Its silk was incessantly ejected, attempting to ensnare Lin Yi, but the shield card's defense rendered the silk impotent. Come forth, you hideous beast, Lin Yi bellowed, taunting the spider demon monkey. He deftly evaded the silk attacks while skillfully maneuvering through the blazing sea, shielded by the card as protection. Chapter 41. Burns. The intense heat of the inferno slowed the movements of the spider demon monkey, and scorched marks began to mar its skin, indicating its struggle to withstand such an extreme environment. Lin Yi, be careful, his companion called out from a distance, concern lacing his voice. Lin Yi refrained from glancing back, confident that his comrade would seize the moment. He knew he must buy them time, pushing the spider demon monkey into an even more disadvantageous position. With the shield card's protection time limited, Lin Yi had to act swiftly. At that moment, he noticed the tail of the spider demon monkey beginning to fissure under the oppressive heat. He realized this was its vulnerability. He swiftly adjusted his position, charging towards the tail of the spider demon monkey. The protective shield enabled him to approach the perilous creature, while the searing heat of the inferno weakened its defenses. Now was the moment, Lin Yi shouted, thrusting his long sword fiercely towards the tail of the spider demon monkey. This time, his strike was unimpeded. The blade pierced through the tail's exterior, severing it with precision. The spider demon monkey let out a chilling scream, its body recoiling violently as it lost its balance. Come quickly, let us unite, Lin Yi called to his companion. Without hesitation, his ally rushed over, and together they launched a final assault on the spider demon monkey. Lin Yi relentlessly targeted its vulnerabilities with his sword, while his companion ensnared its limbs with burning chains, restricting its movements. Ultimately, under the relentless heat of the inferno and their combined onslaught, the body of the spider demon monkey began to succumb. Its skin charred, and its webbing melted away in the flames, until it collapsed within the blaze, motionless. We did it, Lin Yi gasped, turning to his companion, his eyes brimming with the joy of victory. Indeed, we did, his ally nodded, a weary yet gratified smile gracing his face. However, only after the battle had concluded did Lin Yi notice the severe burns that had marred his companion's hand from wielding the flaming chains. Lin Yi immediately urged his companion to cease any movement and swiftly examined the wound. The skin on his companion's hand was swollen and reddened, blisters forming. The pain excruciating, clearly indicative of a deep second-degree burn. Lin Yi understood that immediate first aid was imperative. Lin Yi swiftly utilized the resource card to summon a large bucket of pristine water, gently rinsing his companion's burn for approximately 15 minutes to lower the skin temperature and alleviate the pain. He carefully trimmed away the charred remnants of clothing from his companion's hand, taking care to avoid inflicting further harm on the wound. Subsequently, he immersed his companion's hand in the cool water until the pain significantly diminished, then delicately covered the injury with a clean cloth to prevent infection. Lin Yi understood that while initial treatment could ease the symptoms, severe burns necessitated professional medical attention. He resolved to transport his companion to the nearest medical facility as swiftly as possible. Fortunately, he had acquired some skills from the family doctor in the Liu household. Otherwise, that hand might have been irreparably damaged. In the future, should he draw a healing card, he could assist further, though it seemed unnecessary with the second miss present. He pondered how her restorative abilities would activate in the presence of zombies, and whether they would become more potent. Hold on. We are on our way to find a doctor, Lin Yi reassured his companion while scanning the surroundings for any available means of transportation or communication devices. During the wait for rescue, he advised his companion to keep the injured hand elevated above the heart to minimize swelling. He was acutely aware that the first aid measures following a burn were crucial, not only to alleviate suffering, but also to prevent the wound from worsening and becoming infected. Do not worry, we have done all we can. The rest is up to fate, Lin Yi said, his tone imbued with resolve and comfort. The companion nodded, his eyes brimming with trust in Lin Yi. Despite the excruciating pain he endured, it appeared he was indeed a partner capable of long-term collaboration. They continued their arduous journey through the ruins, each step resembling a struggle against fate. Are you all right? Lin Yi frequently glanced back to assess his companion's condition. His voice laced with concern, for the severity of the injuries bore a shared responsibility. I'm fine. I can hold on, the companion gritted his teeth, striving to present a facade of strength. They traversed several dilapidated streets, the surrounding environment growing increasingly desolate. Most buildings had collapsed, occasionally revealing abandoned vehicles lying silently, as if testament to a cataclysmic event. A pall of gray smoke hung in the air, with sunlight filtering through the clouds, casting an eerie gloom. Look, the companion abruptly halted, pointing towards a partially destroyed structure not far ahead, where signs of activity appeared to emerge. Lin Yi followed the direction of his finger and noticed a faint glimmer of light flickering at the building's entrance, suggesting the presence of someone within. They exchanged glances, a flicker of hope igniting in their eyes. Let us go take a look, the companion urged, his tone imbued with urgency. They quickened their pace towards the edifice. As they approached, Lin Yi discerned a cacophony of voices emanating from within, reminiscent of conversation. He cautiously edged closer to the door, peering through the gap to glimpse inside. Within the makeshift refuge, the walls were adorned with rudimentary medical supplies, while several individuals sat upon the floor. Their appearances weary, yet their expressions tinged with a semblance of reassurance. A middle-aged man was tending to an injured individual. Upon noticing Lin Yi and his companion at the threshold, he lifted his gaze, a flicker of vigilance evident in his eyes. Who are you? The middle-aged man inquired, his tone laced with caution. We are survivors in search of a safe zone, Lin Yi replied, carefully assisting his companion into the sanctuary. My friend is injured and requires assistance. Upon observing the burn on his companion's hand, a glimmer of sympathy crossed the man's face. Come in. We have basic medical equipment available, he offered, his demeanor softening considerably. As Lin Yi and his companion entered the refuge, the other occupants turned their curious gazes upon them. The middle-aged man gestured for them to sit, then proceeded to a corner where he retrieved a first aid kit. Let me have a look, he said, gently unwrapping the fabric from his companion's hand. After examining the wound, he nodded. This is a second-degree burn and requires proper care, otherwise, it is prone to infection. He meticulously extracted disinfectant and gauze from the kit, beginning to cleanse the injury with great caution. Lin Yi observed from the side, his heart brimming with gratitude, realizing that there are still good souls in this world. Where do you hail from? The middle-aged man asked as he continued to tend to the wound. We journeyed from the south, Lin Yi responded. Lin Yi replied, on our journey, we encountered a mutated spider-like creature, and during the battle, my friend sustained injuries. Spider demon monkey? The middle-aged man lifted his gaze, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Such a creature is no ordinary zombie. Your survival is indeed fortunate. Chapter 42. The safe zone. We are fortunate. Lin Yi smiled faintly, yet deep within, he recognized that their survival stemmed not solely from luck, but from the trust and courage they shared. Are you headed to the safe zone? The middle-aged man inquired. Yes. We have heard that there are more people and resources there, Lin Yi responded. The safe zone is not far from here. We should reach it in about 2 hours, the middle-aged man stated. However, the journey is fraught with peril, so you must remain vigilant. We will, Lin Yi nodded, his heart brimming with hope. After tending to the wounds, the middle-aged man handed Lin Yi a bottle of water and some food. Take these. They may prove useful on your journey, he advised. Thank you. Lin Yi accepted the provisions, filled with gratitude. We will remember your kindness. No need for thanks. We are all survivors. And it is only right that we assist one another, the middle-aged man replied with a smile before turning to care for the other injured individuals. After resting for a while in the shelter, Lin Yi and his companions awaited their friend's spirits to revive slightly before resuming their trek towards the safe zone. As they departed the shelter and continued on their path, twilight gradually enveloped the surroundings. The ruins on the street appeared even more eerie under the dim light, and the occasional sound of the wind, coupled with distant howls, intensified the unease of the two companions. However, after a rudimentary treatment of his wound, the pain had considerably subsided, allowing their steps to become somewhat lighter. Do you truly believe the safe zone is as secure as the legends suggest? One companion suddenly queried, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet laced with a glimmer of hope for the future. Lin Yi remained silent for a moment before offering a faint smile. I don't know, but I trust it will surely be a far better place than out here. There will be more people, more resources, and perhaps even doctors and medicine. At the very least, we won't be fighting this battle alone. The companion nodded, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. You're right. We must not relinquish our hope. Regrettably, Lin Yi mused internally, I have my own matters to attend to and must find a way to gather others. We cannot remain in this shelter indefinitely. He contemplated that once he escorted his companion to safety, they would part ways. They pressed onward, navigating through the debris with caution, ever vigilant of lurking dangers. Just as they were about to exit a narrow alley, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps broke the silence, followed by a figure bursting forth from the shadows. Lin Yi instinctively shielded his companion, gripping the hilt of his short knife tightly, eyes fixed on the approaching individual. Yet as the figure drew near, they realized it was another survivor, just as weary as themselves. He appeared to be in his 20s, burdened with a tattered backpack, his face etched with fear and exhaustion. Do not kill me, the young man exclaimed upon seeing Lin Yi's knife, immediately raising his hands, his voice tinged with desperation. I am not a bad person. I merely seek a safe haven. Lin Yi exhaled in relief, lowering the short blade in his grasp. Fear not, we are survivors as well. Are you also heading to the safe zone? The young man nodded, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Yes, I have been traveling for quite some time, and the road is fraught with peril. I can hardly endure any longer. Lin Yi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not worry. We are also bound for the safe zone. Fortune smiles upon you for encountering us. We can journey together and look out for one another. The young man nodded again, a glimmer of hope illuminating his gaze. Really? I am immensely grateful to you. It is nothing. We are all survivors and should extend our assistance to one another. Lin Yi replied, then turned to his companion. What do you think? His companion smiled faintly. Indeed, an additional companion brings added strength. Thus, the trio continued their journey together. The young man introduced himself as Xiao Jie, a university student who, during the onset of the apocalypse, was studying for exams in the library, only to find himself ensnared in this ceaseless flight. He had encountered myriad dangers along the way, but had never relinquished hope, perpetually searching for a sanctuary. I perceive the safe zone as a legendary refuge, Xiao Jie remarked as they walked. I have heard it is safeguarded by the military, with provisions of food and water, and even doctors to tend to the injured. That sounds promising, Lin Yi replied with a smile. We have heard similar tales. Let us hope they are true. Regardless of the circumstances, we have come too far to abandon our journey, Xiao Jie declared, his eyes brimming with determination. The sky grew increasingly dark as night descended. The ruins on the street appeared even more desolate under the moonlight, yet the trio did not falter in their stride. They understood that as long as they persevered, they would inevitably reach the safe zone. Look! Xiao Jie suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, "There is a light." Lin Yi and his companions followed the direction of his finger and beheld a faint beam of light flickering amidst the ruins not far ahead. Although the light was dim, it shone remarkably bright in the enveloping darkness, symbolizing hope. "It is the light of the safe zone." One of the companions exclaimed excitedly, "We are almost there." Lin Yi nodded, his heart swelling with exhilaration and anticipation. They quickened their pace towards the luminous beacon. As they drew nearer, the light intensified, and they could even hear voices resonating from afar. "We have arrived," Xiao Jie shouted with excitement, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. The three finally emerged from the ruins, revealing a makeshift camp constructed from barbed wire and shipping containers. At the entrance of the camp stood several armed soldiers, who eyed Lin Yi and his companions warily. "Halt!" One soldier barked, "Who are you?" Lin Yi came to a stop, raising his hands in a gesture of goodwill. "We are survivors seeking the safe zone. We have heard that there is a refuge here, and we hope to find shelter." The soldiers exchanged glances, and one of them contacted the camp's interior via a walkie-talkie. Before long, a middle-aged man dressed in uniform emerged. He appraised Lin Yi and his companions with a glance, then nodded slightly. "Come in. We will arrange a place for you to rest." Lin Yi exchanged a glance with his companions, a flicker of relief passing through their eyes. They had finally arrived at the safe zone, though it appeared modest. It signified a fresh beginning for them. "Welcome to the safe zone," the middle-aged man announced. "While the conditions may be limited, we strive to provide shelter for everyone. Please take some rest. Tomorrow we will arrange for a doctor to examine you." "Thank you," Lin Yi replied gratefully. "We will not forget your assistance." His companions and Xiao Jian nodded in agreement, their faces breaking into long-awaited smiles. Chapter 43. Mark. They followed the middle-aged man into the camp, their hearts brimming with hope for the future. Upon entering the safe zone, Lin Yi, his companions, and Xiao Jia were led to a makeshift tent area. Though rudimentary, it was significantly safer than the desolate world outside. Inside the tent, simple army cots were set up, and the ground was covered with thin blankets. Despite the harsh conditions, for those who had endured countless tribulations, it felt like paradise. "This is the temporary resting area. You may rest here," the middle-aged man stated. "Tomorrow, we will arrange for a doctor to tend to your wounds, and we will also provide some food and water." "Thank you. This is already quite sufficient." Lin Yi expressed his gratitude, carefully helping his companion to sit down. Though his companion's hand had undergone only minimal treatment, the wound still throbbed with a dull ache. "You all rest. I shall find something to eat," Lin Yi declared. Xiao Jie glanced at his companion's injury, concern etched upon his face. "I noticed a food distribution point over there by the camp." "No need. You should rest." Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. "I can manage." Xiao Jie nodded, appearing somewhat fatigued, yet hope sparkled in his eyes. Lin Yi exited the tent and made his way toward the heart of the camp. It was far more expansive than he had anticipated, featuring not only the temporary tent area, but also a medical zone, a supply storage section, and a small command center. Soldiers patrolled the camp, maintaining order. Despite the hurried and makeshift nature of everything, a sense of organization prevailed. Upon reaching the food distribution point, Lin Yi found a long queue awaiting him. He stood patiently, thoughts focused on his companions and Xiao Jia. It had been quite some time since they had enjoyed a proper meal, and he hoped the food here would help them regain some strength. At last, his turn arrived, and he received a ration of dry food, canned goods, and a bottle of water. While not extravagant, it was sufficient to satiate their hunger temporarily. Returning to the tent, Lin Yi found his companions and Xiao Jie resting on their cots with closed eyes. "I have brought food," he whispered, placing the dry rations and cans beside his companion. "You should eat a little." His companion opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips upon seeing the food. "Wonderful. I felt as though I might perish from hunger." Xiao Jie also sat up, accepting the can that Lin Yi handed over, his eyes reflecting gratitude. "You are truly a good person, Lin Yi. Do not mention it. We are in this together," Lin Yi replied with a smile, tearing open a ration and offering it to his companion. "Hurry and eat. Replenish your strength." The trio began to consume the simple fare, which, despite its lackluster flavor, tasted exquisite to them. These provisions served not only as sustenance for their bodies, but also as a balm for their spirits, imparting a sense of warmth long forgotten. "Do you think this place could be our final home?" Xiao Jie inquired, chewing on his ration. Lin Yi paused in contemplation before shaking his head. "I am uncertain. While the safe zone is secure for the moment, The world outside continues to deteriorate. We may need to seek a more permanent refuge. His companions nodded in agreement. You are right. However, at least here, we can rest temporarily, regain our strength, and then decide on our next course of action. Indeed, Xiao Jie sighed. At the very least, we are still alive, and we still have a chance. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the tent's seams and kissed Lin Ye's face, he slowly opened his eyes. The tent had fallen silent, with his companions and Xiao Jie still enveloped in slumber. Lin Yi carefully rose, making an effort not to disturb them, and stepped outside the tent, stretching as he inhaled the long-mist morning air. The camp had already commenced its daily bustle. Soldiers were on patrol, some survivors were collecting food and water, while others queued outside the medical area, awaiting treatment. Lin Yi observed that new survivors continually arrived at the entrance of the camp, dragging their weary bodies. Their faces a blend of terror and hope as they entered this relatively safe haven. Good morning, a familiar voice echoed behind him. He turned to see a middle-aged man approaching, holding a folder, seemingly recording some information. Good morning, Lin Yi replied, mentioning that he had slept reasonably well the previous night. Although the conditions were rudimentary, at least he felt secure. The middle-aged man nodded, acknowledging, this is a temporary refuge. The conditions are indeed limited. However, we are striving to improve them. You are Lin Yi, correct? Yes, Lin Yi affirmed. I am one of the individuals in charge here. You may call me Mark. The man extended his hand, and Lin Yi shook it. I reviewed your registration information last night. Your experiences have been quite remarkable. Lin Yi smiled modestly. We were merely fortunate to encounter some kind people. Mark sighed, stating, in this apocalyptic world, both luck and courage hold equal significance. How is the condition of your companion's injuries? They are better now. After some basic treatment, the pain has diminished considerably, Lin Yi responded. But he still requires professional medical attention. Rest assured, a doctor will arrive this morning to conduct an examination, Mark assured him. Although our resources are limited, we will do our utmost to care for each survivor. Lin Yi nodded, filled with admiration. He surveyed his surroundings, observing the individuals within the camp busily engaged in their tasks. Despite the evident fatigue etched on each face, there lingered a semblance of reassurance. Mark, how long do you think this safe zone can endure? Lin Yi inquired suddenly. Mark remained silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. To be honest, I do not know. Our resources are limited, and the outside world continues to deteriorate. The number of zombies is increasing, and we may face new threats at any moment. Do you have a plan? Lin Yi pressed further. We are considering the search for a more permanent refuge, Mark replied. This place is merely temporary. We require a stronger, safer location where survivors can rebuild their lives. Lin Yi nodded, contemplating his own thoughts. He understood that they could not indefinitely rely on this transitory haven. Preparations for the future were imperative. Once my companions have seen the doctor, I must devise a way to leave. Chapter 44, Lu Wuwei Mark. I would like to inquire about an individual. Do you know where Lu Wuwei is? Meanwhile, Lin Yi pondered internally. The reputation of the second miss of the Lu family is too prominent. Inquiring too boldly might provoke unnecessary trouble. However, one of her subordinates, Lu Wuwei, could serve as a suitable entry point. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Mark furrowed his brow slightly, a look of confusion in his eyes. Lu Wuwei? I haven't heard much about this person. Many survivors come and go here every day, and there are too many names to remember. What do you need him for? Lin Yi felt a tightening in his heart, yet maintained an air of composure. Oh, he is merely an acquaintance from the past. I thought that if he were here, we could look out for one another. Mark nodded in understanding. You might inquire around the camp. Perhaps someone has information. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Yi began to weave through the camp, posing his questions. Most individuals responded with bewildered shakes of their heads. Just as Lin Yi was on the verge of losing hope, a tall, slender man in a corner suddenly whispered, I believe I've seen that person before. He went to the abandoned warehouse behind the supply storage area. Lin Ye's heart stirred, and he hastily made his way in that direction. Upon nearing the warehouse, he faintly heard the sound of an argument within. He stealthily approached and peered through the crack in the door, witnessing Lu Wuwei quietly scolding a group of burly men. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi resolved to push the door open. The sudden entrance startled everyone, and Lu Wuwei, upon seeing Lin Yi, first displayed surprise, followed by a wary demeanor. Who are you? What brings you here? Lin Yi replied calmly. Have you forgotten me so soon? Lu Dogleg, spare the pretense. I have but one question. Where is the second young lady of the Lu family? The atmosphere within the warehouse instantly froze. The burly men, upon hearing the term Lu Dogleg, exchanged glances filled with malice, instinctively reaching for their weapons, the tension palpable. Lu Wuwei's expression darkened, clearly unprepared for Lin Ye's appearance at this moment, and even more so for the direct address of his nickname. Who on earth are you? How do you know my name? Lu Wuwei's voice trembled slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure, his tone laced with menace. This is not a place you can freely enter. Leave at once, or do not blame me for being unkind. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Lu Wuwei. Stop pretending, Lu the sycophant. I have long known you to be a treacherous coward. All I wish to ascertain is the whereabouts of the second young lady of the Lu family. After all, in the original narrative, your actions have caused quite the trouble for the Lu clan. Lu Wuwei's expression darkened further as he realized that Lin Yi had uncovered too much. At that moment, he needed to devise a means to stabilize the situation. He feigned calmness and replied, I do not understand what you are talking about. Which second young lady of the Lu family? Have you mistaken me for someone else? Lin Yi scoffed, taking a step forward, his eyes radiating an unwavering conviction. Stop the charade, Lu Wuwei. Do you think I am unaware of your background? Everyone knows the infamous reputation of the second young lady sycophant. Lin Ye's words struck like daggers, piercing Lu Wuwei's heart. The burly men surrounding them, witnessing the exchange, drew their weapons and encircled Lin Yi. Lu Wuwei felt a surge of satisfaction. He understood that he needed to resolve this predicament swiftly. It seems you are unwilling to leave, Lu Wuwei said darkly. Brothers, seize him. What is happening? I merely sought directions. Why has it come to this? Is there something I am unaware of? Lin Yi mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Regardless, the pressing matter is to locate the second young lady. Just as he finished speaking, the group of men lunged toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi paid little heed to the situation. He swiftly evaded the attack while drawing a dagger from his waist. With a deft flick of his wrist, he inflicted a gash on the wrist of a burly man. His movements were precise and fluid, clearly the result of extensive training. Do not force my hand, Lin Yi warned loudly as he dodged. Lu Wuwei, you would do well to inform me of the whereabouts of the second miss at once, or I shall not hesitate to be less than courteous. Lu Wuwei, recognizing the challenge posed by Lin Yi, felt a surge of panic. Yet he quickly regained his composure and bellowed, What are you waiting for? Kill him. As Lin Yi defended himself against the onslaught of the assailants, he sought an opportunity to close in on Lu Wuwei. He understood that seizing Lu Wuwei would compel him to reveal the location of the second Mississippi. However, Lu Wuwei was acutely aware of Lin Ye's intentions, retreating steadily in an effort to maintain distance. Amidst the scuffle with the burly men, a sudden cacophony erupted from the opposite side of the warehouse. Lin Ye's heart raced as he recognized a chance to leverage the distraction. Seizing the moment, he shouted, Lu Wuwei, you are surrounded. Reveal the location of the second miss, or you shall meet a gruesome end. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Lu Wuwei's complexion drained of color. He realized he might truly be cornered, yet surrender was not an option. He shouted, Brothers, hold your ground. Kill him, and I shall reward each of you with 1,000,000. Lin Yi scoffed, recognizing Lu Wuwei's desperate final gambit. With a sudden sidestep, he evaded an attack from one of the hulking men, countering with a punch that sent the assailant crashing to the ground. Immediately, he swiftly approached another burly man, his dagger slicing across the man's arm, compelling him to relinquish his weapon. Lu Wuwei, your time is running out, Lin Yi exclaimed, charging toward Lu Wuwei. Realizing he had no escape, Lu Wuwei gritted his teeth and reluctantly raised his hands in surrender. Observing this, his subordinates also discarded their weapons. Lin Yi advanced to stand before Lu Wuwei, pressing the dagger against his throat, and coldly demanded, Now, tell me where the second miss is. Lu Wuwei's face turned pale. He understood that his scheme had utterly collapsed. In a hushed tone, he confessed, She is in the basement behind the warehouse. The basement? Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's mind exploded with countless thoughts. His gaze turned frigid, the blade of his dagger pressing firmly against Lu Wuwei's throat, nearly drawing blood. His voice was low and perilous, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. The basement? You wretch, what have you done to the second miss? Lu Wuwei's complexion turned ashen. He sensed Lin Ye's fury and the chilling intent emanating from the dagger. He understood that his life hung by a thread, yet he still attempted to defend himself. I did not harm her. I merely acted on orders to hide her. Chapter 45. The second miss acting on orders? Lin Yi scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain and rage. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? A scoundrel like you would do anything for profit. Lin Yi exerted a slight pressure, causing a shallow gash to appear on Lu Wuwei's throat, from which blood dripped down the blade. Lu Wuwei gasped in pain, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. I swear, I have not harmed her. She is merely confined there, untouched. Lin Ye's gaze sliced through Lu Wuwei's face like a razor, sensing the fear emanating from him, yet his fury remained unabated. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to steady himself, acutely aware that the paramount task was to locate the second miss and ensure her safety. If even a single hair is missing from her, I will make you wish for death. Lin Ye's voice resonated, deep and frigid, each word a solemn vow emanating from the depths of his heart. He released Lu Wuwei and turned to summon his subordinates, the yellow turban thieves and a few novices in chi refinement, commanding, hasten to the basement and retrieve the second Mississippi. Should you encounter any anomalies, report to me immediately. The subordinates sprang into action, fully aware that Lin Ye's wrath was not unfounded and that the safety of the second miss was of utmost importance. They swiftly dashed toward the rear of the warehouse, while Lin Yi kept a vigilant watch on Lu Wuwei, ensuring he did not make any sudden moves. Lu Wuwei felt a chill under Lin Ye's unwavering gaze and attempted to retreat, only to be swiftly restrained by other soldiers. In a low voice, he cursed. Do not celebrate too soon, Lin Yi. Do you believe capturing me will resolve the issue? The matters here are far more intricate than you can fathom. Lin Yi scoffed, dismissing his threats entirely. His attention was entirely focused on the second young lady, who was about to be rescued from the basement. A singular thought occupied his mind, to ensure her safety. Damn, he nearly forgot that her extraordinary abilities had only awakened after the demise of the eldest young lady. Given the current circumstances, could it be that there was a traitor within the Lu family? It made sense. In the previous lawful society, the bodyguards surrounding the young lady had been countless. Now, with the apocalypse upon them and accidents occurring frequently, this scoundrel had managed to seize an opportunity. Damn, I'm fortunate to have arrived early. Otherwise, who knows what might have transpired? Lin Yi felt a pang of fear as he touched his head. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. He stood at the warehouse entrance, anxiously awaiting. At last, he saw soldiers emerging from the direction of the basement. Supporting a figure in the middle, it was none other than the second young lady of the Lu family. She appeared somewhat frail, but fortunately, she was unharmed. Upon seeing Lin Yi, a glimmer of relief flickered in her eyes as she softly said, Yi, I'm all right. Lin Yi hurriedly approached, scrutinizing her closely. Only after confirming there were no visible injuries did he exhale a sigh of relief. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, Are you truly unscathed? Did they harm you? The second young lady shook her head, her gaze resolute. They merely confined me in the basement. They did not lay a hand on me. However, the conditions were dire, and I almost couldn't endure it. Lin Yi grasped her hand tightly, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. Fear not, you are safe now. I will protect you and ensure you suffer no further harm. The second young lady nodded, gratitude shining in her eyes. Thank you, Yi. If it were not for you, I might not have been able to escape. We have been good friends since childhood. How could I possibly forsake you? Lin Yi forced a smile. Yet a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Lu Ziqing gazed at the man before her, and memories of the past began to flood her mind. When she was 12 years old, this gentle and charming boy unexpectedly entered her life. It was a sunny afternoon, and she was seated in her backyard, engrossed in a tattered fairy tale book, lost in her own world. Suddenly, the tranquility was disrupted by the sound of light footsteps. She looked up to see a boy in a white shirt, his hair slightly disheveled, standing at the door with a radiant smile on his face. He shyly extended a bouquet of wildflowers towards her, saying, Hey, I am your personal bodyguard. My name is Lin Yi, and these flowers are for you. Lu Ziqing was momentarily taken aback. She had never encountered such a tender-hearted boy. His eyes sparkled like clear lake water, and his smile seemed capable of dispelling all gloom. From that day forward, Lin Yi became a beacon of light, illuminating her otherwise mundane existence. They chased butterflies in the yard, flew kites by the riverbank, and shared their little secrets with one another. Lin Yi always had a way of making her feel warmth and joy through his gentle demeanor. However, as time passed, they each embarked on different paths. Lin Yi went away to study, participating in bodyguard training, while Lu Ziqing remained in her hometown. Although they occasionally communicated through phone calls and letters, the intimacy they once shared gradually faded away. Until today, when she once again beheld him standing before her. A flood of cherished memories surged within her heart. Knight, I know you returned long ago, so why did you not choose me? Lu Xiling's heart brimmed with confusion and anguish. She had once struggled in darkness, enduring captivity without shedding a tear. Yet now, tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes, cascading onto the cold ground with a faint yet weighty sound. Why did you become my sister's bodyguard? What about me? How do you truly regard me? Her voice trembled slightly, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, as if fearing that once she lost control, the pent-up emotions would burst forth like a deluge breaching a dam. Lin Yi stood before her, his gaze heavy with guilt and helplessness. He sighed softly and stepped closer, wishing to grasp her hand, only to have her instinctively recoil. A heaviness settled in Lin Ye's heart. He understood that he owed her far more than just an explanation. Xiling, you must know that upon my return, everything had changed. His voice was deep and gentle, akin to soothing a frightened fawn. By the time I returned, you were no longer in your former home. I searched for you for a long time, yet I could find no trace of you. Meanwhile, your sister extended her hand to me in my moment of peril. Lu Xiling's tears flowed more profusely, and she choked out. Then why did you not come to find me? Even just to ask, I would have told you where I was. Pain flickered in Lin Ye's eyes as he gently crouched to meet her gaze, speaking in the softest tone. Xiling, I have always been searching for you. I ventured to the places we once frequented, inquiring of every soul I encountered, yet I could not find you. I presumed you had departed from this realm, or perhaps you no longer wished to see me. He paused, inhaling deeply, and continued. When I witnessed your sister being mistreated and feeling utterly helpless, my instinct was to protect her first. I believed that as long as I remained here, you would inevitably return. Yet, I never anticipated that my negligence would cause you such profound suffering. Lu Xiling's tears blurred her vision, her heart laden with conflict and turmoil. She comprehended Ye's helplessness, yet the sensation of abandonment pierced her heart like a dagger. Lin Yi tenderly wiped away the tears from her face, his gaze resolute yet gentle. Xining, my return is not to choose between anyone, but to safeguard the happiness of us all. My love has always been for you, and it has never wavered. I only hope you can grant me the chance to make amends for all that has transpired. Lu Xiling's heart trembled slightly. She raised her head, her tear-filled eyes meeting his. In that moment, she seemed to catch a glimpse of the boy who had once tenderly protected her, his eyes brimming with remorse and affection. Yi, I am truly terrified. Her voice was scarcely audible, yet it resonated with dependence. I apologize, miss, for I cannot let go of any of you. Hence, I can only refer to you as miss, a term that encompasses both of us. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. He firmly grasped her hand, enveloping her in his embrace, and softly declared, Do not fear, I shall not allow you to endure even a modicum of injustice again. I will devote my entire life to safeguarding you. In her heart, she silently reflected, with Meng Meng. Chapter 46, Memories of Lu Xiqing. His voice resonated with a deep and unwavering tone, akin to a beam of light piercing through the darkness, dispelling the gloom that had enveloped Lu Xiqing's heart. Leaning against him, her tears gradually subsided, and her body ceased to tremble. She gently lifted her gaze to behold Ye's familiar yet foreign visage, a warm current surging within her. In that moment, she felt as though she had returned to her carefree childhood, a time tenderly safeguarded by him. Yi, I am truly frightened. Her voice was barely a whisper, yet it brimmed with reliance. Yi tenderly wiped away the traces of her tears, his gaze imbued with the gentleness reserved for the most precious of treasures. Xiqing, I am aware of the suffering you have endured, but I shall lead you from this abyss of darkness. From this moment forth, I will remain by your side, ensuring you never again feel solitude or fear. He released his embrace, gently grasped her hand, and together they ventured towards the door. The moonlight cascaded upon them, illuminating the elongated corridor as if adorning it with a silver carpet. Let us depart from here first, shall we? Ye's voice was both tender and resolute. This place is not your sanctuary. I will guide you to a haven of safety. Lu Xiqing nodded, allowing him to hold her hand. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, resentment, anger, yet predominantly trust in him. She understood that Yi was a person worthy of reliance. Despite the disappointment he had previously caused her, he had returned, imbued with sincerity and love. As they stepped through the heavy iron door, Lin Yi glanced back, his eyes shimmering with a resolute determination. This place was once a prison for Lu Xining, and he is the hero who came to rescue her. Xining, In the days to come, I shall make amends. Lin Ye's voice echoed in the night sky, resembling a tender yet resolute promise for the future. His gaze gently fell upon Zining, filled with remorse and tenderness. Zining offered a slight smile, her eyes reflecting a hint of reassurance. I believe in you, Lin Yi. As long as we remain together, the future will surely brighten. Lin Yi nodded, yet his expression swiftly turned icy. He gently released Zining's hand. Turning his attention towards the direction where Lu Wuwei had been taken away, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. As for now, let us collect some interest. His tone was low and chilling, as if it emanated from the depths of hell, causing those around him to shiver involuntarily. Lin Yi strode towards Lu Wuwei, who was now restrained by his subordinates in an open area outside the warehouse, hands bound and terror etched across his face. Lin Yi, what do you intend to do? Lu Wuwei exclaimed in panic upon seeing Lin Yi approach. I have already divulged everything. You cannot treat me this way. Lin Yi scoffed, slowly stepping before Lu Wuwei, looking down upon him. Lu, you dog. Do you think revealing the whereabouts of the second miss will grant you immunity? You kidnapped her and made her suffer. Do you truly believe I would let you off so easily? Lu Wuwei's complexion turned ashen, struggling to speak. I was merely following orders. It was all the idea of the young master of the Lu family. It has nothing to do with me. Following orders? Lin Ye's lips curled into a smirk of derision. Do you truly believe I would fall for such nonsense? You, a wretch driven by self-interest, would resort to anything. Did you think I would let you off so easily? His tone was laced with an unmistakable malice that made Lu Wuwei tremble involuntarily. He realized he had thoroughly provoked Lin Yi, who had no intention of sparing him. Master, what are you planning to do? One of his subordinates asked hesitantly. Lin Yi cast a glance at the subordinate, his gaze icy. Fear not, I shall not take his life. However, he must pay the price for his actions, to remain eternally engulfed in suffering. With that, Lin Yi drew a length of hemp rope from his waist and approached Lu Wuwei. He let out a cold chuckle as he tightly bound the rope around Lu Wuwei's ankles and then yanked it forcefully, sending him crashing to the ground. What do you intend to do? Lu Wuwei gasped in terror, struggling futilely against his restraints. Lin Yi remained silent, securing the other end of the rope to a pillar outside the warehouse. He took a few steps back, his gaze fixed on Lu Wuwei with a hint of malevolence. Lu Dogleg, are you not fond of running? Then allow me to give you a proper run. With that, Lin Yi picked up a wooden stick from the ground and approached Lu Wuwei once more. He let out a chilling laugh and struck Lu Wuwei's ankle with force. Lu Wuwei screamed in agony, but the rope held him fast, leaving him utterly unable to escape. Lu Dogleg, do you know what I find most detestable about you? Lin Ye's voice was deep and frigid, as if echoing from the depths of hell. You may believe yourself to be clever, yet in truth, you are merely a jester hiding behind others. Lu Wuwei's face was etched with terror and pleading. He struggled in vain, the ropes binding him tightly, rendering him utterly immobile. Lin Yi, I realize my mistakes. Please spare me, he implored. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh, disregarding his pleas entirely. Gradually, he crouched down, his gaze fixated on Lu Wuwei's ankle. Upon witnessing Lin Ye's movement, a flicker of fear crossed Lu Wuwei's eyes. He fought desperately against his restraints, but to no avail. Did you think that by binding Ziching, you could rest easy? Lin Ye's voice dripped with derision. Someone like you has no right to exist in this world. With that, Lin Yi abruptly grasped Lu Wuwei's ankle and twisted it with force. Lu Wuwei emitted a piercing scream as his ankle was grotesquely fractured. The sound of breaking bone echoed painfully in the stillness of the night. The onlookers gasped in horror at the anguished cry. Although Ziching found the scene unbearable, she understood that Lin Ye's fury was not unfounded. Lu Wuwei's actions had stripped him of any right to survive. Lin Yi did not relent. He coldly regarded Lu Wuwei, his eyes reflecting a chilling resolve. Did you think I would let you off? You kidnapped Ziching and subjected her to torment. Do you really believe I would easily pardon you? He rose abruptly and stamped down forcefully on Lu Wuwei's shattered leg. Lu Wuwei let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsing in intense agony, yet the coarse ropes bound him tightly, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. Lin Yi, Zining could not help but exclaim, her voice tinged with a hint of compassion. Lin Yi turned to cast a gentle glance at Zining, his eyes reflecting a measure of tenderness. Do not worry, Zining. I am merely ensuring he pays the price he deserves. He must bear the consequences of his actions. Furthermore, your benevolent nature should be tempered as well. Perhaps it was the drawback of not having fully embraced darkness. He pondered whether he could sacrifice himself before the young lady to awaken her latent abilities. Zining bit her lip, feeling a pang of reluctance, but she understood that Lin Ye's fury at this moment was justified. She nodded softly, her gaze revealing a glimmer of trust. I believe in you, Yi. Lin Yi smiled faintly, his eyes emanating a sense of resolve. Rest assured, I shall protect you. This scoundrel will no longer harm you. With that, Lin Yi turned his attention back to Lu Wuwei. He regarded the once arrogant wretch with cold disdain, now reduced to a pitiful struggle upon the ground. Lin Ye's foot remained firmly planted upon Lu Wuwei's shattered leg, devoid of any pity. Did you not revel in tormenting others? How does it feel to taste despair now? Lin Ye's voice dripped with derision. You believed yourself exceptional. Yet you are nothing but a worthless fool. Lu Wuwei's face was streaked with tears, his voice quivering with desperation. Lin Yi, I realize my mistakes. Please spare me. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh, entirely dismissing his pleas. His foot struck with ferocity, fracturing Lu Wuwei's already broken leg further. Lu Wuwei emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsing violently in response to the excruciating pain, yet the coarse ropes held him fast, leaving him utterly incapable of escape. Chapter 47. The cry of Lu Wuwei, do not rush. There is more to come. With that, Lin Yi abruptly lifted his foot and forcefully stomped down on Lu Wuwei's groin. Lu Wuwei let out a piercing wail, his body writhing in agony. His face contorted in a grotesque expression. His voice trembled with sobs, but Lin Yi paid no heed to his pleas. This should suffice. Hey! Lin Yi summoned a few underlings, instructing them to sever his precious jewels right before his eyes and force-feed them to him. Do you understand? Yes. The underlings stood tall, shouting towards the heavens with fervor. A glint of cold determination flickered across Lin Ye's face as his gaze lingered momentarily upon Lu Wuwei's distorted visage. He then slowly raised his foot, allowing Lu Wuwei to writhe in torment upon the ground, emitting desperate howls. Lin Yi averted his eyes, turning instead toward Ziqing, his expression softening once more. All right, Ziqing, it is time to depart. His voice was gentle yet resolute, as though the preceding brutality had never transpired. Ziqing stood there, her eyes reflecting a tangle of emotions. She watched Lu Wuwei's anguished struggle on the ground, though her heart ached for him. Lin Ye's words made it clear that some consequences must be borne by someone. With a slight nod, a hint of relief washed over her gaze. Yes, let us go. Lin Yi extended his hand, gently clasping Ziqing's, offering her a silent gesture of support and solace. His gaze was filled with unwavering determination and tenderness. Let us go, Ziqing. Everything here has come to an end. We still have a long journey ahead and much to accomplish. Ziqing nodded, feeling the warmth radiating from Lin Ye's palm, a comfort that instilled a sense of security within her. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes reflecting gratitude. Thank you, Lin Yi. I cannot fathom how I would have fared without you. Lin Yi smiled gently, his eyes betraying a hint of affection. Do not be foolish, Ziqing. We are together. No matter what transpires, I will stand by your side. They walked toward the camp, the night deepening around them, yet their steps remained resolute. Everything surrounding them seemed irrelevant, as Lin Yi and Ziqing harbored a singular thought, to leave this place and embark on a new chapter of their lives. Lin Yi, do you truly believe we can find a safe haven? Ziqing inquired softly, a trace of uncertainty in her voice. Lin Yi smiled reassuringly, his eyes reflecting steadfastness. Indeed, Ziqing, as long as we are together, we will surely discover a place that belongs to us. We shall rebuild our lives and allow everything to begin anew. Ziqing nodded, feeling the strength in Lin Ye's words. She understood that with him by her side, fear would no longer haunt her. She gently grasped Lin Ye's hand, her eyes shining with determination. I believe in you, Lin Yi. Whatever the future holds, I will be with you. Lin Yi smiled faintly, his gaze imbued with tenderness. Rest assured, Zining, I shall protect you, no matter what transpires. They continued their journey, their silhouettes gradually fading into the night. The anguished cries of Lu Wuwei echoed in the night sky, yet Lin Yi and Zining did not look back. They understood that all that had transpired was now concluded, and the future awaited their penmanship. For now, dear Zining, please take a moment to rest. Lin Yi said softly, placing his hand gently on Lu Zining's back before delivering a swift strike. Lu Zining swayed precariously, her gentle gaze fixed upon Lin Yi as she murmured, "It's all right, I trust you," before collapsing into his embrace. Alas, How could I ensure your safety when you are so exquisitely beautiful? He thought, as he placed the unconscious Lu Zining into the confines of the system's space. His eyes, like stars, fixed upon the heavens. What a farcical figure Lu Dasha is, a mere illegitimate son who dares to harm my lady. Such folly, he reflected. If memory serves, the original narrative described him as an utterly inept protagonist, easily dispatched by the young lady. How surprising that such a wretch could cast a shadow over the present. It appears the butterfly effect remains profoundly significant. For now, let us attend to the doctor. He decided. Afterward, I shall leave them a token before it is time to depart. Within the medical tent, a doctor toiled diligently. A middle-aged man, weary yet resolute. He gestured for Lin Yi and his companions to take a seat upon their arrival. Your companion's injuries require careful attention, he stated. The doctor remarked. Although yesterday's treatment was commendable, burns are susceptible to infection, and we require more specialized care. The physician commenced the meticulous process of cleansing the wounds of his companion, delicately applying ointment before rebandaging. Throughout this ordeal, his companion gritted his teeth, enduring the pain without uttering a single groan. Now, try to avoid touching the wound and keep it dry, the doctor advised. Should the situation deteriorate, it is imperative to return promptly. Thank you, doctor, the companion replied. His voice somewhat feeble, yet his gaze radiated gratitude. The doctor nodded and then turned to Lin Yi and Xiao Jia. You must also exercise caution. The outside world is fraught with peril. We will, Lin Yi assured. Thank you for your treatment. Upon exiting the medical area, Lin Yi, his companion, and Xiao Jia returned to their temporary refuge. Night had fallen, and the camp was illuminated by a few dim lights, exuding an air of tranquility. The trio entered the tent, which housed rudimentary cots and some emergency supplies. Lin Yi set down his belongings and turned to face his companion and Xiao Jia, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. After such a long time, it was indeed time to bid farewell. Lin Yi's voice was low and calm, as though recounting the most ordinary of events, yet tinged with a hint of reluctance. Xiao Jia paused for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Say goodbye? Lin Yi, are you leaving this place? Lin Yi nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yes, I must depart. Though this place is temporarily safe, the world outside continues to change, and I cannot remain here indefinitely. I have more pressing matters to attend to. My companion fell silent for a moment, then exhaled deeply. I understand. You have always been a person of great responsibility. It's just, we have only just found a relatively safe place. And now you are about to leave, which leaves me with a sense of reluctance. Lin Yi approached his companion and gently patted him on the shoulder. I comprehend your feelings, but I cannot allow you to be drawn into greater peril because of me. There are still others outside waiting for my return. Jia also stepped forward, his eyes reflecting a hint of emotion. Lin Yi, you have always been the backbone of our group. Though you depart, we understand that it is for the sake of a brighter future. Lin Yi nodded, his gaze imbued with a glimmer of determination. I shall return, if all goes well. But for now, I must accomplish what I am meant to do. He retrieved a supply card, placed it in his backpack, and conjured forth some provisions, laying them upon the folding bed. This is my final farewell gift to you. Here are some food, water, and a few basic medical supplies. Though it may not be much, I hope it will assist you in enduring the days ahead. Xiao Jie gazed at the supplies, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Lin Yi, do you truly not need these? Lin Yi shook his head. I am prepared. These items will serve you better. Remember, no matter what transpires, hold steadfast and do not relinquish hope. The companions nodded, their eyes reflecting a shared resolve. We will. Lin Yi, take care, and do not let us worry about you. Lin Yi smiled faintly, warmth glimmering in his eyes. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself. You must also look after one another. Xiao Jia nodded, a hint of reluctance in his gaze. We will. Lin Yi, you must return. Lin Yi acknowledged with a nod, and then turned to stride towards the tent's exit. He paused, glancing back at the two with a touch of tenderness in his eyes. No matter what happens, we are friends. I will not forget you. With that, he inhaled deeply and stepped out of the tent. In the night, his silhouette gradually faded into the distance, leaving his companions and Xiao Jia standing inside, their hearts brimming with complex emotions. We must also strive for the future. Xiao Jia murmured softly. His companion nodded, determination shining in his eyes. Indeed, for the future and for ourselves. As Lin Ye's figure vanished at the edge of the camp, it seemed to merge with the darkness. Chapter 48. The Great Xia in the city of Tsangnan. Great Xia, the night descended, engulfing the bustling metropolis in a shroud of darkness, leaving only the occasional wail of sirens and distant barks of dogs. The streets, illuminated by the dim glow of street lamps, cast mottled shadows that whispered tales of the city's weariness and helplessness. A striking young man stood in the shadows of a derelict building, an air of resignation and fatigue evident in his demeanor. Dressed in a black trench coat with the collar turned high, obscuring half of his face and revealing only his deep, piercing eyes, he held a card in his hand. With a gentle squeeze, the card emitted a faint glow, and a soft blue shield enveloped him. Alas, being undocumented is indeed troublesome. It renders one incapable of accomplishing anything, not even securing a hotel room. The man murmured softly, laced with a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. His voice, deep and resonant, felt particularly jarring amidst the stillness of the night. He glanced around to ensure he was alone before swiftly slipping into the entrance of a nearby sewer. The air within was thick with dampness and decay, yet the man appeared unfazed, navigating the narrow passage with practiced ease, the glow from his shield card illuminating the path ahead. However, being undocumented has its own advantages, he mused quietly, a sly smile playing at the corners of his lips. At least no one knows who I am, nor can anyone find me. I wonder how those fellows are faring now. Suddenly, he halted, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his gaze, hoping they would endure. Shaking his head, as if to dispel these unwelcome thoughts, he pressed onward. At the end of the sewer, he encountered a rusted iron door. Approaching it, he gently pushed, and the door emitted a harsh creaking sound as it slowly swung open. What could possibly be the purpose of such a place in the sewer? Perhaps it is the base of the Anqing fish? It hardly matters. I have no notion of the current time. Just in time, my 100 draws are about to conclude. I hope the guaranteed reward yields an epic card that can be recycled, and I remain uncertain about how to upgrade my talents. Sighing, Lin Yi murmured to himself, attempting to regain his composure. He opened the system panel, gazing at the countdown displayed on the screen. Less than a minute remained until the guarantee would activate. At last, it has arrived. Lin Yi's heart raced as his fingers gently glided across the screen, bringing forth the card library interface. He fixated on the countdown numbers, 10, 9, 8. His breath quickened in tandem. In that moment, he seemed to forget the peril of being in the sewage system, his mind consumed with the imminent revelation of the lottery results. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Lin Yi took a deep breath and clicked to commence the card draw. Instantly, the screen was enveloped in a radiant golden light, countless shards swirling rapidly to coalesce into the silhouette of a card. Lin Yi's heart leapt to his throat, his eyes unwaveringly glued to the screen. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired an epic card. Summoning, 18 rare cards, 59 common cards, 21 resource cards, and 1 special card. Summoning, upon use, can awaken its true name. When used on animals, it can invoke their spirit. When used on humans, it can awaken the latent power within. Usage limit, once every 10 days. In the distant realm of eternity, the power of summoning is drawn forth by a mysterious entity. Special card, identity. O traveler from a far-off realm, the reality of your existence requires rewriting. Upon use, you shall possess a true identity in this world. Rather than gaze at the summoning, Lin Yi erupted into joyous laughter. At last, I need not live as an invisible entity. What a relief. However, as reality settled back in, a sense of trepidation washed over him. The ability to alter the existence of one who was once non-existent. One could only marvel at such a system. A shiver coursed through him. This power was undeniably formidable. Fortunately, this system belongs to me. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He took a deep breath, calming his excited heart, and then glanced at the peculiar card in his hand. The card shimmered with an enigmatic glow, as if awaiting his command. Lin Yi cautiously placed the card against his chest, closed his eyes, and began to silently articulate his desires. I require an identity that allows me to draw near to the protagonist of this world. The better, the better. As he murmured, the light upon the card intensified, resonating with the forces of the universe. Lin Yi felt a warm and mysterious wave emanate from the card, swiftly merging with his body and then expanding throughout the space. When he opened his eyes again, the card had vanished without a trace. Yet his body was suffused with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, a fragment of memory scattered like dust in his mind. I declare, The plan to embody Lin Yi officially commences. Ha ha ha. My name is Lin Yi. My parents are deceased, leaving me with no living relatives. Lin Yi organized the new memories in his mind, discovering that his parents had died under mysterious circumstances, yet they had bequeathed him a substantial fortune and a villa. He is currently a student in Class 2, Grade 2 at Sangnan No. 2 Middle School, and also the prospective desk mate of Lin Xie. He wondered if sabotaging Lin Xie would yield points. The shopping mall offered many enticing items. The present moment was just after Lin Xie's aunt had distributed eggs to everyone. Tomorrow, Lin Xie would officially arrive at school. Lin Yi picked up a phone that had seemingly appeared from nowhere and checked the time. It was 5 a.m. Damn. School is about to start, and I am still in the sewer. What a miserable predicament. Lin Yi hurriedly retraced his steps back to the surface, sprinting fervently towards home. Upon arrival, he quickly refreshed himself and donned his school uniform before dashing off to school. Fortunately, the shield card insulated him from the effects of the sewer. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. As he entered the classroom, he found his classmates chattering animatedly about the rumors surrounding Lin Xie. Lin Yi took an empty seat, pondering how to initiate a conversation with Lin Xie in a manner that felt natural. At that moment, a cacophony of noise erupted from the campus. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and turned towards the source of the commotion. A crowd had gathered in the open space in front of the teaching building, seemingly captivated by something. Is that Lin Xie? How beautiful. Wow, Lin Xie has really come to school. My goodness, she is stunning, completely unlike a boy. What a pity she is blind. Otherwise, her beauty would be unparalleled. Shoo, keep your voice down. Let us refrain from mentioning the word blind in the future. Understood, understood. Upon hearing these exclamations, Lin Yi felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that Lin Xie had arrived? Were these remarks indicative of some change in her? Chapter 49, Lin Xie. He hastily dashed down the stairs and squeezed into the crowd, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary Lin Xie. Li Yifei nearly stumbled as he exclaimed, "Hey, watch where you're going." "Oh, isn't that Lin Yi? Why the rush today?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Lin Yi paused, turning to see Li Yifei rubbing his shoulder, wearing an exasperated expression. Li Yifei had been Lin Yi's friend since childhood. Their bond had always been strong. And although Li Yifei enjoyed teasing him, Lin Yi never took offense. "Hey, Li Yifei, my apologies for not noticing you." Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. Li Yifei rubbed the spot where he had been bumped and grimaced. "What is wrong with you? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" Lin Yi disregarded his jest and followed his gaze to the center of the crowd. There stood Lin Xie, surrounded by students who were continuously expressing their astonishment, while Lin Xie slightly bowed his head, appearing somewhat flustered. Has Lin Xie arrived? How did I miss that? Li Yifei also spotted Lin Xie, his eyes widening in shock. Wow, is this truly the legendary Lin Xie? Lin Yi nodded and replied softly, I didn't expect it either. He looks nothing like a boy, but rather resembles a girl. Li Yifei nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xie, seemingly captivated by her beauty. After a moment, he regained his composure, patted Lin Ye's shoulder, and remarked, You've certainly struck gold with this deskmate of yours, but you'd better be cautious with Lin Xie's looks. She will undoubtedly attract a multitude of admirers. Lin Yi chuckled, though his heart felt somewhat conflicted. Watching Lin Xie surrounded by the crowd, he pondered, how should he approach this deskmate? Should he leverage her to gain points, or should he strive for a genuine friendship? A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Hey, stop daydreaming. Let us go see the excitement. Li Yifei nudged him, pulling Lin Yi into the throng. Dragged along by Li Yifei, Lin Yi finally found himself at the forefront of the gathering. He stood there, gazing intently at Lin Xie. Lin Xie's eyes, shrouded in a dark cloth, swept across the crowd before finally resting on Lin Yi. Their eyes met for a fleeting second. Lin Xie offered a gentle smile and nodded slightly. A stir coursed through Lin Ye's heart as he suddenly realized that although Lin Xie appeared fragile, there was an undeniable sense of reassurance emanating from her gaze. He couldn't help but return the smile, feeling a measure of his hesitation dissipate. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, emerged from the throng, patting Lin Xie on the shoulder and saying, Lin Xie, welcome to Tsangnan No. 2 High School. Lin Xie smiled modestly and replied, Thank you, Mr. Li. I will do my best. Mr. Li nodded in satisfaction before turning to the crowd, instructing, All right, everyone, let us return to the classroom. He then addressed Lin Xie. Come with me. I will take you to your classroom. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Lin Yi and Li Yifei followed suit back to the teaching building. Li Yifei, still savoring the earlier moment, couldn't resist saying to Lin Yi, "Hey, your desk mate is quite the beauty. I must admit, I'm a bit envious." Lin Yi smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. He was acutely aware that Lin Xie's arrival might herald significant changes in his life, and he would have to make choices. At that moment, it felt as though a mischievous little devil had emerged in Lin Ye's mind, grinning slyly as it clapped its hands and said, "Hey, Lin Yi, just look at Lin Xie, so beautiful and so popular. If you could manage to take advantage of her, you'd surely earn a wealth of points. Reflect upon the exquisite treasures found within the bustling markets. If one possesses sufficient points, they may effortlessly acquire them." The mischievous laughter of a little devil echoed within Lin Ye's mind, stirring a sense of intrigue within him. His eyes narrowed slightly, unconsciously tracing the silhouette of Lin Xie. She seemed to sense something amiss, glancing back at him with a hint of curiosity and confusion in her gaze. Lin Yi hastily diverted his eyes, feigning nonchalance. Yet, internally, he found himself ensnared in a tumultuous conflict, as a sudden question emerged in his thoughts. Isn't it true that Xie can only perceive within a radius of 10 meters? Could it be that this is merely a manifestation of a woman's intuition? The little devil's voice lingered in his ears. "Do not hesitate. Lin Xie appears so innocent. Surely she would be easily deceived. A mere flicker of ingenuity on your part could lead her to comply, and the points would be yours. What a bargain." However, just as Lin Yi was on the verge of succumbing to the little devil's persuasion, a small angel emerged within his heart, clad in a pure white gown. Her wings fluttered gently as she gazed at Lin Yi with solemnity, proclaiming, "Lin Yi, you must not proceed with this course of action. Lin Xie is a person too. She radiates such kindness, and should you betray her trust, her heart would surely ache. Moreover, can you truly justify such actions against her?" The angel's voice was gentle yet resolute, causing Lin Ye's heart to tremble slightly. He recalled the genuine smile Lin Xie had bestowed upon him moments ago, a smile devoid of any defenses, brimming only with sincerity and warmth. A profound inner turmoil began to unfold within Lin Yi as the little devil and the little angel engaged in a fervent debate within his mind. The little devil incessantly emphasized the merits of accumulating points, while the little angel reminded him to be kind and not to harm others. Just as Lin Yi found himself in a quandary, Lin Xie had already followed Teacher Li into the teaching building. Lin Yi stood rooted to the spot, gazing at her retreating figure, when suddenly a resolution formed in his mind. Silence. He inhaled deeply, momentarily casting aside both the little devil and the little angel within him, and hastened to catch up. He understood that he could not make a hasty decision. It was imperative that he spent some time with Lin Xie to truly understand her before determining his course of action. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Yi found Lin Xie already seated beside him. She looked up as he entered, offering a faint smile, and remarked, "Lin Yi, you've arrived." Lin Yi nodded, taking his seat and returning her smile. "Yes, I'm here." "Wait, Lin Xie, little brother? How do you know me?" Lin Xie momentarily froze at the appellation before a hint of an awkward smile graced her face, her voice slightly faltering. I am Lin Xie, the new transfer student. We just met today, how could you ask that?" Realizing his address was somewhat misplaced, Lin Yi scratched his head, a sheepish smile appearing on his face. Haha, perhaps I was just too nervous. It's my first time meeting a new classmate, and I felt a bit flustered. You seem very approachable, which caught me off guard. He attempted to alleviate the awkwardness with humor. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xie felt her embarrassment slightly dissipate, and with a gentle smile she replied, "So that is how it is. Now I can rest assured. I find you quite amiable as well, Lin Yi." The two exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. It is only natural for Lin Xie to have undergone a transformation, given her change in demeanor. I am rather curious if anyone can discern the relationship between Lin Yi and Lin Xie. Lin Yi silently exhaled, realizing he had narrowly avoided a rather embarrassing faux pas. Could it be that we share some connection? Both bearing the surname Lin and the character for night. How peculiar. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, the school bell rang. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, entered the classroom, cleared his throat, and gestured for everyone to settle down. Lin Yi and Lin Xie quickly composed themselves, redirecting their focus to the lesson at hand. Mr. Li surveyed the class and announced, "Students, today we welcome our new classmate, Lin Xie. I hope you all can get along harmoniously and lend each other support. Lin Xie has transferred from another school and may not yet be familiar with our environment. I trust you will show her kindness." The students nodded in agreement, expressing their warm welcome, while Lin Xie slightly lowered her head, appearing somewhat bashful. All right, let us commence with our lesson, Mr. Li continued, initiating the day's curriculum. Please turn to page 91, as we will discuss the history and challenges of modern-day Xia. In this current era, Xia resembles an isolated island on this planet, while we may very well be the last survivors of this world. Thus, the day the mist descended, which falls on March 9th each year, is referred to as the Survival Day. As the class bell rang, students began to engage in lively conversation, filling the classroom with an air of excitement. Lin Xie set down her pen, turned to Lin Yi, and softly inquired, Lin Yi, how are you adapting to the courses here? Lin Yi nodded in response, it's quite manageable. I have been studying here for some time, and am fairly familiar with the curriculum. However, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Lin Xie smiled gently. Thank you, Lin Yi. I may have some queries, and I appreciate your willingness to assist. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's no trouble at all. We are all classmates, and it is only natural to help one another. While they were conversing, Li Yifei entered from outside. Upon seeing Lin Yi and Lin Xie seated together, his eyes brightened, and he approached them directly, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder. Hey, Lin Yi. Is this the legendary Lin Xie? She is indeed quite beautiful. Hearing this, Lin Xie felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks and smiled politely. Hello. I am Lin Xie. It is a pleasure to meet you. Li Yifei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Wow, Lin Xie, hello? My name is Li Yifei, and I am a good friend of Lin Ye's. Should you need any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Lin Xie nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Li Yifei. Lin Yi gazed at Li Yifei, who wore an infatuated expression and couldn't help but roll his eyes. All right, enough with the advertising. Lin Xie is not the type of person you can easily attract with your frivolous charm. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei immediately retorted, what frivolous charm? I simply find Lin Xie extraordinarily beautiful. Lin Xie, overhearing their exchange, revealed a hint of a helpless smile. You two are quite amusing. It was said that Lin Xie, in the original narrative, should possess a rather aloof demeanor. Yet now, she appeared rather cheerful. Indeed, given her striking beauty, it was only natural that she interacted with more people than in the original tale. Convincing himself of this, Lin Yi redirected his gaze towards Lin Xie, feeling that she was comparable to a young lady of noble birth, each possessing their unique allure. Just then, Li Yifei posed a question. Xie, are you really a guy? You're so stunning. Li Yifei's remark prompted Lin Yi to roll his eyes once more. Irritated, he said, can you please stop fixating on that question? Does it truly matter whether Lin Xie is male or female? What holds significance is character and integrity, not mere appearance. Ugh, why is my tone shifted like this? It feels somewhat hypocritical. Lin Yi couldn't help but mentally critique. Li Yifei scratched his head, his expression serious as he stated, while that is indeed true, Lin Xie's beauty is simply too captivating. It naturally piques curiosity. Moreover, I've heard that in his previous school, he was often misunderstood due to his striking looks. Lin Xie listened to their conversation, a faint blush appearing on her face, revealing a hint of shyness. She softly stated, in truth, whether I am male or not is of little consequence. I am simply myself, and I hope everyone can embrace the authentic me. Lin Yi nodded, gazing earnestly at Lin Xie as he replied, we will certainly accept you, Lin Xie. Regardless of whether you are male or female, you are our classmate, and we will coexist harmoniously. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of gratitude flashed in Lin Xie's eyes, and she offered a gentle smile. Thank you, Lin Yi and Li Yifei. I too believe that outward appearances are trivial. What truly matters is our ability to understand and respect one another. Li Yifei, slightly embarrassed, chuckled in response. Haha, well said. Lin Xie, your words leave me speechless. But rest assured, I, Li Yifei, am certainly not one to judge by appearances. Lin Yi could not help but laugh, playfully patting Li Yifei on the shoulder. All right, enough of your banter. Lin Xie, ignore him. He speaks sweetly but has no idea what he truly thinks. Li Yifei immediately retorted, Hey, Lin Yi, you are slandering me. I, Li Yifei, am a paragon of virtue. How could I? Before he could finish, Lin Xie interrupted, enough of the quarrel. I believe that our coming together is a matter of fate. We should cherish our time together and support one another. Should we not? Lin Yi and Li Yifei exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Li Yifei chuckled and said, Indeed, Lin Xie is absolutely correct. We will certainly get along well in the future, and we shall never treat anyone differently based on their gender. Lin Xie smiled gently, warmth radiating from his eyes. Thank you all. I believe I will be quite happy here. At that moment, the class bell rang, and the classroom fell silent once more. Chapter 51, Escorting. Lin Yi and Li Yifei returned to their seats, while Lin Xie turned around to attentively listen to the lecture again. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, lost in thought, suddenly had a fleeting notion. Could it be a transgender person? Just as this thought crossed his mind, before he could retract it, Li Yifei slammed his hand on the desk and exclaimed loudly, "Transgender." Lin Yi was instantly petrified, his expression frozen as if encased in ice. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at Li Yifei, as if to say, "You big mouth." I said nothing. Panic surged within him, leaving him utterly at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the classroom turned bizarre in an instant. Surrounding classmates halted their activities, collectively gazing in this direction, their expressions filled with confusion and astonishment. Even the teacher set down his book and turned his attention towards them. Lin Xie also spun around, wearing a look of perplexity, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi and Li Yifei. Realizing he had caused a commotion, Li Yifei's face flushed with embarrassment. He scratched his head, attempting to lighten the mood. Haha, I was just joking. Everyone, please don't take it seriously. Yet, the atmosphere in the classroom had turned tense, with the students' gazes tinged with scrutiny, seemingly awaiting Lin Xie's response. Standing there, Lin Xie's expression shifted from confusion to a more intricate mix of emotions. She slightly lowered her head, attempting to conceal her feelings. Observing Lin Xie's reaction, Lin Yi felt a surge of anxiety. He hastily rose to his feet, striving to clarify. "No, it's not what you think." Li Yifei was merely speaking out of turn. I didn't say anything." However, his explanation appeared feeble, only exacerbating the awkwardness in the air. Lin Xie lifted her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of resignation as she softly replied, "It's all right, Lin Yi. I understand you were just joking. I don't mind." Lin Yi gazed at Lin Xie's smile, yet his heart was laden with guilt. He realized her words were merely a comfort to him, concealing the discomfort she truly felt. Lowering his head, he murmured so softly it was nearly inaudible, "I'm sorry, Lin Xie. I didn't mean to." Lin Xie offered a gentle smile, lightly patting his shoulder. "It's really fine. I understand you all. However, please be more cautious with your words in the future, as they can hurt others." Lin Yi nodded, silently vowing to be more mindful of his actions and words, determined to prevent Lin Xie from enduring such indignities again. Li Yifei, too, recognized his mistake. Scratching his head, he approached Lin Xie with a contrite expression, saying, "Lin Xie, I sincerely apologize. I didn't mean it. Sometimes, I just speak without thinking." Lin Xie smiled faintly and shook her head, saying, "It's all right, Li Yifei. I understand it was not intentional. However, do be more cautious in the future." Li Yifei sighed in relief and nodded repeatedly. "I understand, Lin Xie. I will certainly be more attentive from now on." The atmosphere in the classroom finally lightened, and the students returned to their seats to continue with the lesson. Lin Yi and Li Yifei were also ushered out. In the corridor, Lin Yi couldn't help but whisper to Li Yifei, "Could you refrain from speaking so much in the future? I would prefer to avoid such embarrassing situations." Li Yifei scratched his head innocently and replied, "I never anticipated it would escalate like this. I simply speak without thinking." Lin Yi shot him a glance and fell silent. Turning to gaze at Lin Xie's departing figure, her heart swirling with myriad thoughts. The moon was bright and the stars sparse, with the night imbued with a tranquil essence. A luminous moon hung high in the sky, casting a soft and resplendent glow that illuminated the entire night. The stars twinkled faintly, seemingly overshadowed by the moonlight's brilliance, revealing only sporadic glimmers. Beneath the moon's gentle light, the contours of the campus were outlined in a serene silver radiance, exuding an air of tranquility. After school, Lin Xie packed her bag, preparing to leave the classroom. However, upon reaching the door, she discovered a group of classmates waiting for her. Lin Yi and Li Yifei were among them, standing at the forefront of the crowd, their faces marked by a hint of regret and concern. Lin Xie paused, looking at them in confusion. "Why are all of you here?" Jiang Qian exclaimed with a hint of excitement. "We promised your aunt that we would take good care of you. How could we possibly leave you unattended?" Her gaze was filled with concern, as if she had already embraced Lin Xie as one of her own. "Indeed, Xie, our homes lie in the same direction. It's all on our way." Lin Yi chimed in, though the reality was quite different. "I feel the same. Li Yifei patted his chest with a hearty demeanor, assuring her, rest assured. With us by your side, you will reach home safely. Lin Xie observed their fervent expressions, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly, revealing her helplessness. She softly replied, actually, I can walk back by myself, truly. I can see. I just have difficulty with bright lights. No need to say more, Xie. Jiang Qian interrupted, her tone leaving no room for dissent. We have made our decision. We shall walk together today and continue to do so in the future. You have just transferred here, and everything is unfamiliar. It is only right for us to help you acclimate to your surroundings. Exactly, Xie, don't be shy. We are classmates, and it is only natural to assist one another. Furthermore, considering your sensitivity to light, we can help you navigate any inconvenient spots along the way. Li Yifei joined in the chorus. Yes, yes. Don't refuse us. It'll be more lively and safer if we all go together. As Lin Xie gazed upon their enthusiastic faces, a flicker of gratitude glimmered in her eyes. She slightly lowered her head and softly replied, all right then, I'll trouble you. Thank you. Jiang Qian immediately broke into a broad smile. That's the spirit. Let us proceed to the school gate and await, suggested one among them. A group of a dozen individuals gathered their belongings and exited the classroom, encircling Lin Xie. Throughout their journey, Jiang Qian and Li Yifei chattered incessantly, while Lin Yi occasionally interjected, creating an atmosphere that was both lively and warm. Lin Xie trailed behind, offering little in the way of conversation. Yet a gentle smile adorned her face, seemingly touched by the exuberance surrounding her. Upon exiting the school gates, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed them in warmth. Jiang Qian grasped Lin Xie's hand, sharing insights about their surroundings. Over here is a small supermarket, and just beyond is a park. Should you find yourself bored, feel free to explore. Li Yifei chimed in, and there's a street filled with an array of snacks. I shall take you there next time. As Lin Yi walked alongside them, he noticed the faint blush upon Lin Xie's cheeks, which filled him with a sense of warmth. He understood that, despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, Lin Xie was quite independent, albeit somewhat overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy that she was open to their assistance. Perhaps this marked the beginning of something new. Chapter 52. The Old Town. As they ventured further from the school, the classmates surrounding Lin Xie gradually bid their farewells, leaving only 6 individuals by her side. At that moment, Li Yifei suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, I've heard that the Old Town has been rather unsettled lately. There's a deranged killer on the loose. A deranged killer? Is that true? Jiang Qian questioned skeptically. Indeed, it is true. Li Yifei glanced around, lowering his voice. You may not be aware, but in the old city, there have been reports of over a dozen deaths in recent days. If it weren't for my father working at the police station, I would be oblivious to this matter. It is said that the manner of death was exceedingly brutal, with the faces resembling those mauled by a dog, mere flesh and blood strewn across the surface. Li Yifei, are you out of your mind? Discussing such things at this hour? Jiang Qian's complexion paled as she instinctively surveyed the silent street, her annoyance evident. Lin Xie, noticing Jiang Qian's pallor, grew intrigued and leaned closer, playfully suggesting, could it be possible that this was not the work of humans? Xie, Jiang Qian shuddered. She then firmly grasped Lin Xie's face with her hands. Oh, Lin Xie was taken aback by the sudden gesture, instinctively stepping back. Hee, Xie, you are like a soft and fragrant little cake. If they bully me, that's one thing, but you too? Humph. Before Lin Xie could react, Jiang Qian had already lunged at her, wrapping her arms tightly around her waist and burying her head in her bosom. The unexpected assault left Lin Xie momentarily disoriented, her body swaying slightly as she struggled to maintain her balance. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Qian to prevent her from falling, exclaiming helplessly, Little Qian, what are you up to now? However, Jiang Qian, as if having found a perfect confidant, clung to Lin Xie, murmuring, Humph. You bullied me, I don't care. I just want you to hold me. She lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Xie, her expression one of utter innocence. Lin Xie was both amused and exasperated by this scene. She let out a gentle sigh, affectionately ruffled Jiang Qian's hair, and softly said, All right, my dear Qian. I acknowledge my mistake. Please get up, otherwise, I might lose my balance. Only then did Jiang Qian release her grip, leaning out from Lin Xie's embrace, her eyes blinking playfully, infused with a touch of feigned annoyance. Humph, that's more like it. If you dare to bully me again, I will tell Li Yifei. and he'll come to give you a taste of your own medicine. Hey, class monitor, when did I become such a villain? Li Yifei interjected, observing the exchange with a hint of sarcasm. Lin Xie couldn't help but laugh at her antics, shaking her head helplessly. You little rascal, there's simply no dealing with you. Fine, fine, I promise I will no longer bully you, all right? At this, Jiang Qian beamed with satisfaction, hopping to the side and playfully raising her middle finger at Li Yifei while tilting her head to scrutinize Lin Xie. Suddenly, she remarked, Xie, you seem particularly cheerful today. Is it because you feel warm walking home with us? Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, then a faint smile graced her lips as she nodded. Yes, I am indeed quite happy. Your enthusiasm makes me feel as though this place is not so unfamiliar after all. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qian's eyes sparkled with delight as she rushed over, grasping Lin Xie's hand. That's wonderful. Xie, from now on, we are good friends. If anything bothers you, come to me, and I will help you deal with it. As Lin Xie gazed at Jiang Qian's earnest expression, a warm current surged within her heart. She gently nodded. All right, Qian, I shall trouble you then. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qian immediately cheered and leaped up. Yay, I'll head back now, or my mother will start to worry. See you tomorrow, Qi. Goodbye, Lin Qi responded with a smile, waving her hand. Just as Jiang Qian turned to leave, Li Yifei, standing nearby, suddenly exclaimed, Hey, I say, ladies, have you forgotten something? Both Jiang Qian and Lin Qi were taken aback, turning to look at Li Yifei with puzzled expressions. With his arms crossed, Li Yifei, wearing a look of exasperation, remarked, Are you just going to leave like that? Have you forgotten that there are 4 gentlemen standing right here watching you? Lin Qi finally comprehended, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks as she sheepishly replied, Oh dear, I was so engrossed in conversation with Jiang Qian that I forgot you were still here. Jiang Qian, realizing her faux pas, felt her face heat up and quickly waved her hand. Haha, I was just too excited. Qi, you just arrived, and I couldn't quite contain myself. Li Yifei, however, unabashedly teased. Come on, are you unable to control yourself, or are you just showing off your affection? Lin Yi, don't you agree? Lin Yi burst into laughter at his remark, playfully patting Li Yifei on the shoulder. All right, stop teasing them. It's only natural for everyone to be a bit more enthusiastic since Qi Yi just arrived. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi Yi expressed a hint of regret. I'm sorry, Li Yifei, I didn't mean to neglect you all. How about this? Allow me to treat you all to dinner as a token of my gratitude for escorting me home today. Li Yifei's eyes sparkled with excitement, instantly revitalized. Wow, Qie, you have perfectly captured my sentiments. Let us indulge in some delightful cuisine. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Sounds good to me. I haven't yet dined, so it's a perfect opportunity. Although Jiang Qian felt somewhat reluctant, she did not wish to dampen the group's spirits, hence she chimed in. All right, I shall accompany you for a meal, but do ensure we do not eat too late. I would rather avoid my mother's nagging. Lin Xie smiled gently, rest assured. I am aware of a splendid eatery nearby, renowned for its delectable dishes and convenient location. Thus, the 6 of them ventured outside the community. Along the way, laughter and chatter filled the air, creating a lively ambience. Li Yifei and Lin Xie led the way, occasionally debating which restaurant offered the best fare. Jiang Qian grasped Lin Xie's hand, chattering away with numerous inquiries, while the other 2 young men followed closely behind, contributing to the conversation now and then, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. At that moment, Jiang Qian shot a glare at the troublesome Li Yifei, took a few steps forward, and abruptly halted. She inhaled deeply, her brow furrowing slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Turning to her companions, she asked, Do you detect an unpleasant odor? An unpleasant odor? You mean that putrid stench of something decaying? Is that so? I don't seem to. Ugh, what is that smell? Wang Xiao could not help but lean against the wall, beginning to retch. It appeared that the malevolent entity was approaching. One could only wonder how they would confront it in the present moment. Lin Yi silently clutched a card in his hand. Chapter 53, The Faceless Ghost. To my astonishment, I had not felt it while reading before, but now, experiencing it firsthand, I am utterly appalled by the foul stench. Lin Yi instinctively pinched his nose, leaning against the wall to steady himself. What on earth could be so horrid? Li Yifei shouted, covering his nose. Damn it, isn't this the way to my home? Has someone sealed my house with excrement? Wang Xiao could not help but yell. It shouldn't be that bad, Lu Yin mused. Considering that it must be more than just feces. Feces are far more tolerable than this. Damn it, Why did you have to say that? How am I supposed to get home now? Wang Xiao lamented, helplessly rubbing his forehead. What is that thing? Li Yifei exclaimed, pointing ahead. The group collectively turned their gazes in that direction. They beheld a dark silhouette slowly writhing in the shadows, accompanied by an overpowering stench that drew ever closer. Is that a creature with a ghostly visage? Brothers, run. Li Yifei was the first to bolt, grabbing Lin Ye's hand and sprinting away. Lin Yi, yanked suddenly by Li Yifei, nearly lost his balance. Upon glancing back, he was immediately struck by the grotesque sight of the shadow, sending chills down his spine. Instinctively, he followed Li Yifei in a frantic dash, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Run!" Jiang Qian and the other two boys reacted as well, screaming in terror before taking off. Lin Xie stood frozen in place, paralyzed by the sudden turn of events, her eyes wide with fear. She instinctively wanted to flee, but her legs felt as if they were weighed down with lead, rendering her unable to move. "Xie, run!" Lin Yi turned back to see Lin Xie still standing in place, his heart racing with urgency as he shouted, "Don't just stand there." Upon hearing Lin Ye's call, Lin Xie snapped back to reality. Gritting her teeth and suppressing her fear, she began to run forward. Yet, her pace was markedly slower than the others, and the dark figure seemed to sense her presence, its movements quickening ominously. "Xie, hurry!" Jiang Qian yelled as she ran, glancing back, "Don't fall behind." Lin Xie clenched her teeth, striving to quicken her pace. Her vision blurred, and she could only discern her direction by the faint glow of the streetlights. The shadow drew nearer, the stench of decay growing more pungent, as if it would pounce upon her at any moment. Just as Lin Xie felt it was about to catch up, Lin Yi suddenly halted and rushed back towards her. He grasped her hand firmly and declared loudly, "Don't be afraid, I'll get you out of here." With Lin Yi pulling her along, Lin Xie's speed surged significantly. She clutched his hand tightly, her heart swelling with gratitude. Li Yifei glanced back while running, casting a fierce look at the dark figure and cursing, "What is that thing, daring to frighten us? And you, Lao Yi, even at a time like this, you still think of heroically saving the damsel in distress. I don't even know what to say to you." Lin Yi paid no heed to Li Yifei's jesting, focused solely on propelling Lin Xie forward with all his might. His heart raced like a drum, with the only sounds in his ears being the wind and his own heavy breaths. However, the dark figure's speed inexplicably increased, closing in on them. Lin Yi could feel Lin Xie's hand trembling slightly, her breathing becoming increasingly frantic. "Quick, there's a shop over there." Lin Yi suddenly noticed a grocery store by the roadside still illuminated, and a spark of inspiration struck him. He tugged at Lin Xie and rushed into the shop. Observing this, the others swiftly followed suit, while Jiang Qian and Li Yifei shouted in unison, "Hurry, don't let that thing catch up." Upon entering the store, Lin Yi quickly secured the door and locked it. The shadowy figure outside appeared incensed by this unexpected obstruction, forcefully slamming against the door, producing a dull thud that suggested it could break through at any moment. Lin Yi and Lin Xie pressed against the door, their hearts racing, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. "Ha!" Li Yifei gasped for breath, leaning against a shelf, his complexion pale. "What on earth is that? Why is it so terrifying?" Jiang Qian, equally frightened, clutched Lin Xie's hand tightly, seeking solace in her presence. Although Lin Xie was also gripped by fear, she endeavored to maintain her composure, softly reassuring, "Do not be afraid, it shouldn't be able to get in." The group remained in a state of panic when the shopkeeper poked his head out from the back room, his expression one of confusion as he regarded them. Dressed in an old nightgown with disheveled hair, it was evident he had just been roused from sleep. "What is going on? Why are you all in such a rush at this late hour?" The shopkeeper rubbed his eyes, his tone tinged with impatience. Lin Yi hastily explained, "Sir, we apologize for disturbing you. We just encountered something very frightening outside, and it was chasing us. We had no place to hide, so we rushed in here." The shopkeeper furrowed his brow, glancing at the firmly shut door, seemingly aware of the ominous thuds resonating from outside. His expression instantly turned grave. "What do you mean by thing?" Lin Yi shook his head. "We know not what it is. All we know is that it is terrifying and emits a foul stench, resembling a moving shadow." The boss's countenance darkened further, as if a realization dawned upon him. He whispered, "Do not move. Allow me to take a look." He retrieved a wooden stick from behind the counter and cautiously approached the door, peering through the crack. The crowd held their breath, anxiously observing the boss's actions. The sounds of impact outside grew increasingly loud, as if the shadow was reaching a boiling point of rage. Lin Xie tightly grasped Lin Ye's hand, her eyes filled with concern. After a moment, the boss turned back, his face marked by seriousness. You are fortunate tonight, for you encountered me. He exhaled deeply. I have seen this creature before. It is called the Face Eater, a monster that feeds on human faces. One wonders where the city's night watchmen have gone. His voice was low and grave, tinged with a sense of helplessness. Monsters roam the streets, yet no one intervenes. Are these night watchmen merely idle? At the mention of the Face Eater, an involuntary shiver coursed through the crowd. Lin Xie furrowed her brow and inquired, "What are the night watchmen?" The boss did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly retrieved a medal from the cabinet. The medal appeared somewhat antiquated, adorned with a complex design that resembled a protective emblem. He cradled the medal in his palm, gently caressing it, his tone imbued with a hint of nostalgia and a trace of resolve. The Night Watchers are the guardians of our city, tasked with confronting these monstrous entities. They patrol the nights to ensure our safety. Lin Yi accepted the medal, examining it meticulously before inquiring, "Then why have the Night Watchers not appeared of late?" The proprietor sighed, a flicker of concern glinting in his eyes. "I cannot say. In recent months, the presence of the Night Watchers has dwindled while the monsters have proliferated. I had hoped it was a temporary setback, yet the situation has only worsened." Chapter 54. The Proprietor? Lin Yi pondered, stroking his chin. Could it be that the narrative had shifted once more? What was happening? Li Yifei interjected. Unable to contain himself, "What shall we do? If these monsters continue to multiply, are we not in peril?" The proprietor shook his head, his gaze returning to the medal in his hand, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "For now, we must rely on ourselves. Fear not. I shall face the end before you, for that is the duty of a sentinel." Lin Yi observed the medal in the proprietor's grasp, a wave of unexplainable emotion surging within him. He softly asked, "Sir, were you also a night watcher?" The proprietor smiled faintly, reattaching the medal to his chest. "I once was. However, age has rendered me incapable of patrolling the night as I once did. Yet, as long as I draw breath, I shall strive to protect the inhabitants of this city." His voice, though subdued, resonated with an undeniable strength. Lin Xie was deeply moved by her boss's words. She softly remarked, "Boss, you are truly remarkable. We will remember you." The boss waved his hand, a gentle smile gracing his face. "There's no need to remember me. What matters is that you all remain safe. This world requires not remembrance, but guardianship." Li Yifei could not help but add, "Rest assured, boss. We will strive to protect ourselves and those around us. If the opportunity arises, we shall join the ranks of the Night Watchers." The boss nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. "Good children, this world needs more brave souls like you." Lin Yi gazed at the boss, as if he could see the shadow of Zhao Kongqing within him. Indeed, this world has never lacked those who sacrifice for the sake of protection. He recalled Zhao Kongqing from the original story, and those who silently safeguarded in the darkness. They may be ordinary, yet they protect this world in their own way. The boss seemed to sense Lin Ye's thoughts, gently patting his shoulder. "Child, do not overthink. Everyone has their own path to tread, and yours is still long. Remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, never relinquish the light within your heart." Lin Yi nodded, a flicker of determination in his gaze. "I understand, boss. I will remember." Lin Xie approached, gently grasping Lin Ye's hand. "We will all remember. This world needs us, and we, too, need this world." Lin Yu cast a gentle gaze towards Lin Xie, imbued with a tender strength that seemed to convey the message that they were not alone. A faint smile graced Lin Yi's lips as he nodded in agreement, affirming, "Yes, we are in this together." Jiang Qian and Li Yifei approached, with Jiang Qian giving Lin Ye's shoulder a reassuring pat, saying, "Do not overthink it. We are all here for you. In the days to come, we will face everything together." Li Yifei chimed in with a nod. "Indeed, we are united in this. Let us not forget my exuberant presence." Lin Yi chuckled at their camaraderie, feeling the heaviness in his heart gradually lift. He turned to the boss and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sir. We will remember your kindness." The boss offered a subtle smile, warmth flickering in his eyes as he replied, "No need for thanks, my child. Remember, wherever you go, carry courage and kindness within you. This world needs you, just as you need it." Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the need to help Lin Qi awaken the divine ruins, uncertain of the efficacy of Qi Ling. "All right, my young friends, now watch closely." The boss's voice suddenly deepened, resonating with an undeniable authority. He rose slowly, gripping the medal tightly in his hand, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. you are still young. It is my frail body that shall pave the way for you. The boss's gaze fixed intensely upon the door, soon to be breached by the masked specter. Lin Yi, Lin Shiyi, Jiang Qian, and Li Yifei stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by the unexpected declaration from their boss. Lin Yi hurriedly exclaimed, "Boss, please don't do this. We cannot allow you to face this danger alone." The boss waved his hand, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Do not worry, I am not courting death. This old body of mine can still endure. Rest assured, I will not permit that monster to harm you." He paused for a moment before adding, "You are still young, with a bright future ahead of you to forge. What I can do, as an old man, is to clear the path for you." Lin Xie, filled with urgency, grasped the boss's hand and softly implored, "Boss, we cannot let you confront such a creature by yourself. We can assist, truly." The boss gently patted Lin Xie's hand, his gaze imbued with tenderness. "Child, I know you are all good-hearted, but some matters must be handled by us old folks. Remember, this world needs you. You have more significant tasks to undertake." Li Yifei could no longer contain himself and said, "Boss, we cannot let you venture into danger alone. We shall accompany you. At the very least, we can share some of the burden." The boss shook his head, his tone resolute. "No, you cannot go. That monster is beyond your capabilities. I have my methods, trust me." He retrieved a battered fire axe from behind the counter, lamenting that his own weapon had been given to another, hoping it would be used wisely. Lin Yi wished to say more, but was interrupted by the boss. "Do not worry, I will return. Remember, no matter the obstacles you face, never give up. The world requires your presence. You must endure and forge a future that belongs to you." After the boss spoke, he turned and walked towards the door, pushing it open with resolute steps as he stepped into the light. The sun bathed him in its glow, as if cloaking him in a golden armor. He glanced back at the crowd, his eyes reflecting a blend of determination and warmth. "Wait for me. I shall return." Lin Yi, Lin Shiyi, Jiang Qian, and Li Yifei stood at the threshold, watching the figure of their boss gradually fade into the distance. Their hearts brimmed with concern and reluctance, yet the boss's words shone like a beacon, illuminating their spirits. "We cannot simply wait idly," Lin Yi murmured, his gaze filled with resolve. "We must take action, at the very least, to share some of the burden with the boss." Meanwhile, the power of Qiling drifted gently around the boss like a soft breeze. Lin Shiyi nodded in agreement. "Yes, we can prepare some resources here. It might assist the boss." Upon hearing Lin Shiyi's suggestion, the group promptly sprang into action. Jiang Qian and Lin Shiyi scoured the shop for useful items, while Lin Yi and Li Yifei kept watch at the doorway, alert to the happenings outside. Armed with a fire axe, the boss charged towards the ghoul-faced man. Sensing the threat, the ghoul-faced man abandoned the shop's entrance and turned to confront the boss. Though the boss was seasoned, his age began to weigh upon him, and he gradually found himself struggling against the tide of battle. Chapter 55, The Shadowy Hand. At that moment, everyone seized their weapons and rushed outside. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. The specter, cloaked in terror, seized the opportune moment and unleashed a deep, resonant growl as it lunged forward with ferocity. The proprietor, rather than retreating, surged forth to meet the apparition head-on. Gripping a hefty fire axe with unwavering determination, he bellowed, "With my 6-foot frame, I shall illuminate the darkness." His voice resonated with resolute courage. The axe struck the specter with a thunderous clash, momentarily staggering it back. Yet, it quickly regained its composure, emitting a more chilling howl. Witnessing this harrowing encounter, the onlookers gasped in unison, their hearts leaping into their throats, crying out, "Boss!" After enduring the blow, the specter, filled with rage, swung its colossal claws, delivering a powerful strike that sent the proprietor hurtling through the air. He arced painfully before crashing against the wall, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Qian nodded, urgency in her expression. "We must devise a strategy. We cannot just stand by helplessly." Li Yifei clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with indignation and defiance. "Damn it! This creature is too formidable." With great effort, the proprietor rose from the ground, blood trickling down his chin. Wiping his mouth, he displayed no trace of fear, but rather an unyielding resolve. "Monster, you shall not harm these children. I will lay down my life to protect them." He hoisted the fire axe once more, bracing himself for battle. The specter emitted a low growl, seemingly incensed by the proprietor's bravery. It lunged again, its movements more ferocious than before. The proprietor swung the fire axe, engaging in a desperate struggle for survival against the malevolent entity. Each collision reverberated with a deafening roar, as if the very air around them had been torn asunder. "Let us advance together," Lin Yi shouted, having finally reached his position, leading the charge to fend off the attacks of the ghastly figure. Lin Xie, Jiang Qian, and Li Yifei followed closely behind, encircling their boss and shielding him from harm. "Children, you." The boss's eyes widened in surprise at their sudden bravery, quickly replaced by a look of profound relief. "You must be cautious. Boss, you have done too much for us already. This time, let us fight together," Lin Xie declared, brandishing his short sword, his gaze resolute. Jiang Qian and Li Yifei each seized their tools, bracing themselves for battle. They understood that this might be their sole opportunity. "To protect this world, we shall advance together," Lin Yi shouted once more, leading the charge towards the ghastly figure. Jiang Qian and Li Yifei followed suit, pouring their utmost strength into a fierce struggle against the apparition. Though injured, the boss wielded a fire axe, providing crucial support. In that moment, they transcended their identities as mere students, transforming into warriors fighting to defend their homeland. Their courage and determination seemed to resonate through the very atmosphere. "We shall not be defeated," Lin Yi roared, plunging his short sword once again towards the ghastly figure. The creature emitted a heart-wrenching screech, sensing an unprecedented threat. It began to retreat, yet Lin Yi and his comrades showed no signs of relent, continuing their relentless assault. At last, through their collective might, the ghastly figure let out a desperate howl, its battered form collapsing to the ground. "We have triumphed." Jiang Qian let out a cheer, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Lin Yi sighed with relief, turning to the boss, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Boss, are you all right?" The boss smiled faintly. Though injured, his gaze still radiated warmth. "I'm fine, as long as you all are safe." Lin Shi approached the boss, whispering, "Boss, you are truly remarkable. We will remember you." The boss shook his head gently, patting her shoulder. "Remember courage, remember hope. This world needs you. You must continue to protect it." Sunlight bathed them, dispelling all darkness. They understood that this battle was merely the beginning, yet as long as there was light in their hearts, nothing was insurmountable. Just then, a cacophony of laughter erupted from all directions, cackling. "Ah, the protagonists indeed. I even went so far as to seal your mundane divine realm and delay those figures. Yet you still managed to survive. Truly unexpected." Instantly, everyone became alert, scanning their surroundings for the source of the voice. Lin Yi tightened her grip on her short sword, murmuring, "Who is there? Show yourself. No need to be anxious. I merely came to witness the spectacle." As the voice faded, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows, seemingly coalescing from the darkness. Clad in a black robe, a hood obscured most of his face, revealing only a pair of cold, cunning eyes. His pace was unhurried, as if completely unconcerned with the situation before him. "Who are you?" Lin Yi asked warily, her short sword poised for an attack. The figure came to a halt, slightly lifting his head to reveal a pale, yet strikingly handsome visage. A hint of a playful smile graced his lips, yet his gaze exuded a chilling demeanor. "Me? I am merely a passerby who enjoys observing the spectacle," he remarked. "However, your ability to escape the clutches of the faceless specter does surprise me. Who exactly are you?" Lin Yi pressed once more, a trace of anger lacing his tone. "You have sealed others' powers and deliberately delayed the Watchers. What is your true intention?" The man chuckled softly, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes. "I am simply one who relishes manipulating the rules. Your fates are quite intriguing, prompting me to meddle a little. What do you aim to achieve?" Lin Ye's voice bore an edge of fury, for he sensed that the individual before him was far from benevolent. The man merely smiled faintly, a hint of amusement dancing in his gaze. "A purpose? Perhaps I am merely curious to see how far you can go. This world is dreadfully dull and calls for a touch of excitement. Wouldn't you agree? You are toying with us." Lin Xie could not help but exclaim, his voice tinged with indignation. The man raised an eyebrow, directing his attention toward Lin Xie, a spark of interest flashing in his eyes. "Oh, you seem rather exceptional. Young lady, perhaps I should pay you a bit more attention." Seeing this, Lin Yi swiftly positioned himself in front of Lin Xie, his tone icy. "Do not even think about her. This is not for you to decide," Gua Shiming retorted, his expression hardening, yet a sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth. As if Lin Ye's warning only heightened his amusement, he slowly raised his hand and gently clapped, a hint of derision lacing his voice. "How intriguing, how intriguing." It appears you possess quite the fighting spirit. Chapter 56. Guashiming. A glimmer of mockery danced in his eyes, as if he were relishing an exquisite performance. Suddenly, his smile deepened into a more playful demeanor, his voice dropping to a low, magnetic tone. Let us engage in a game, shall we? Let us wager on whether you can survive under my watch before they arrive. Lin Ye's expression instantly turned grave. He gripped his short sword tightly, warily regarding Guashiming. What exactly are you intending to do? Guashiming smiled slightly, an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. Do not be anxious. I merely wish to observe your potential. The rules of the game are simple. I shall grant you a brief respite. And your objective is to endure until those night watchmen arrive. Should you succeed, I shall grant you a chance at survival. If you fail, he paused, a cold smile curving his lips, then the outcome may be rather unfortunate. Lin Yi glanced back at Lin Xie, Jiang Qian, and Li Yifei, noting the tension and unease reflected in their eyes. He understood that Guashiming's prowess far exceeded theirs, yet retreat was not an option. They were left with no choice but to confront him head-on. Very well, we accept your challenge. Lin Yi bit down on his resolve, his voice infused with determination. But we shall not be defeated. Guashiming raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly pleased with Lin Ye's response. Excellent. A young man should indeed possess such courage. However, let us not forget that courage does not always alter the course of events. He slowly raised his hand, and a dark radiance emanated from his fingertips, instantly enveloping the entire grocery store. The air around them grew heavy, an invisible pressure weighing down upon everyone, leaving them nearly breathless. The game has begun. Guashiming's voice echoed in the atmosphere, his figure gradually becoming indistinct, as if merging into the surrounding darkness. Everyone, be careful, Lin Yi shouted, brandishing his short sword in an attempt to dispel the encroaching shadows. Yet, the black luminescence surged forth like a tide, surrounding them completely. Ding. Detection of the antagonist's power. Basic information is being loaded. Name, Guashiming. Auxiliary, Game Controller, Esoteric Chapter. Current professional title, Illuminator, Agent of the Keeper. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi found himself lost in contemplation. A glimmer of sharp insight flickered in his gaze, as if he had suddenly grasped Guashiming's true intentions. Could it be that Guashiming first transformed this place into a gaming realm with the power of the Keeper, and then laid the foundation of fear with the strength of the Illuminator? Lin Yi mused softly, a note of certainty lacing his voice. He recalled Guashiming's previous actions, the eerie darkness, the sudden appearance of ghostly figures, and his confidence that seemed to command everything. All of this appeared intricately linked to the auxiliary abilities he possessed. The Agent of the Keeper can create and control various monsters, which likely explains the frequent incidents occurring in Songnan City. Lin Yi continued his analysis, a glint of cold light in his eyes. He harnessed the capabilities of the game controller to transform the real world into a game, with us as mere pawns within his intricate play. Moreover, it appeared that he could also import the mysterious into his material repository, facilitating the creation and enhancement of his constructs. Guashiming stood at the heart of the darkness, a chilling smile gracing his lips. The brilliance of the game controller in his palm intensified, seemingly responding to his commands. As he whispered, the surrounding shadows began to undulate violently, as if stirred by an invisible force. Since you are so spirited, I shall make the game all the more intriguing. Guashiming's voice echoed through the darkness, imbued with a disquieting thrill. Come forth, my little monsters, and give them a warm welcome. In the obscurity, it felt as if countless eyes flickered, followed by a deep roar resonating from all directions. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if some colossal creature were drawing near. Lin Yi and his companions immediately became alert, standing back to back, warily surveying their surroundings. Everyone, be careful, Lin Yi shouted, gripping his short sword tightly, which emitted a faint glow. Suddenly, countless monstrous figures surged forth from the depths of darkness. Some resembled distorted humanoid forms, their skin rotting, eyes emanating a blood-red glow. Others were immense shadows, their shapes indistinct yet exuding an oppressive aura that rendered the air stifling. There were also creatures seemingly forged from darkness itself, lacking a fixed form, yet capable of effortlessly tearing apart anything that obstructed their path. It seems fortune has not favored you, Guashiming's voice echoed once more, laced with a hint of mockery. These monstrosities are far from being as simple as the ghost-faced man. They are summoned from the esoteric arts, each endowed with formidable power. You must exercise caution. Lin Yi gripped his short sword tightly, determination flickering in his gaze. He turned to his companions behind him and whispered, "Be vigilant. These monsters are perilous. We must not separate. We must confront them together." Lin Xie nodded, a faint glimmer of light dancing in her eyes. "I will use projectiles to fend off their attacks. You must remain cautious." "I have no time to indulge in lengthy discussions." Guoximing waved his hand lightly, and the creatures seemed to receive their command, lunging toward the group. In the shrouded darkness, the monsters' roars echoed in a cacophony, as if intent on tearing them to shreds. "Charge!" Lin Yi shouted, brandishing his short sword as he charged at the nearest creature. Simultaneously, he crushed numerous ordinary summoning cards with his mind. As the cards shattered, faint glimmers began to emerge in the darkness. These lights gradually coalesced, forming ethereal figures. Although they lacked the strength of the creatures summoned by Guoximing, their sheer numbers and indomitable fighting spirit were formidable. "Go!" Lin Yi shouted, directing the summoned figures towards the monsters. In an instant, these figures transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards the beasts. Though their movements were simplistic, their sheer number plunged the monsters into chaos. "What kind of power is this?" Guoximing's voice resonated with a hint of fury. "Do you think this will enable you to triumph over me?" Ignoring him, Lin Yi persisted in his battle against the creatures. He wielded his short sword, engaging in a fierce struggle with a massive monster. The blade clashed against the creature's scales, producing a sharp, ringing sound. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, Jiang Qian, and Li Yifei each faced their own monstrous foes. Just then, a colossal beast suddenly charged forth from the shadows, its strength far surpassing that of the others, and sent Lin Yi hurtling through the air. He crashed heavily against the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Lin Yi!" Lin Xie exclaimed in alarm, attempting to rush to his aid, only to be obstructed by the gigantic monster. "Ha! Do you think this will lead to your victory?" Guoximing's voice echoed once more, laced with derision. "These monsters are merely the beginning of the game. The true challenge lies ahead." He slowly raised his hand, and once more, rifts appeared in the darkness. Chapter 57. The Keeper's Agent. More monsters surged forth from the fissures, their strength greater and their forms more terrifying than before. "Advance, shattered corpses, silent revenants," Guoximing commanded, his tone imbued with authority, as if these creatures were mere pawns in his grasp. At his bidding, the monsters launched a more ferocious assault against Lin Yi and his companions. "It is imperative that we devise a solution. If this continues, our endurance will be severely tested." Lin Yi's mind raced with thoughts, and his gaze unintentionally fell upon Li Yifei. I still possess this. Summoning his true form might yield remarkable results. He activated the rare card, Spirit Guardian, directing it towards his second persona, Li Yifei, and unleashed his full potential. As Lin Yi invoked the rare card, a peculiar luminescence enveloped Li Yifei. He tightly shut his eyes, and after a brief moment, he abruptly opened them, revealing a gaze imbued with a chilling brilliance. Those were no ordinary eyes. They were an enchanting pair of vertical pupils, tranquil yet profoundly deep. "It seems I have grasped the essence of it all. At this moment, I, Li Yifei, am the primary persona," cackling with delight. Li Yifei's physique swelled rapidly, akin to a balloon, as black scales emerged upon his skin. His form gradually contorted, his lower half swiftly transforming into a colossal serpentine tail, the scales glimmering with an eerie radiance in the shadows. In the blink of an eye, he morphed into a monstrous entity, part human, part serpent, exuding an overwhelming aura. "What in the world is happening?" Lin Xie inquired, her voice tinged with trepidation. Jiang Qian was equally taken aback, rendered speechless as she widened her eyes, unable to fathom the transformation of her former classmate and companion into a creature before her. The sight of their once familiar peer, now manifesting as a monster, sent their minds into a frenzy. The true form of the Nanduo serpent demon. At the pinnacle of the pool realm, Li Yifei's voice resonated with a low echo from the creature's mouth. A flicker of confusion danced in his eyes, soon supplanted by unwavering resolve. "Do not fear, it is I." Lin Yi quickly regained her composure and exclaimed, "Do not be afraid. He is still Li Yifei." Lin Xie and Jiang Qian felt somewhat reassured upon hearing Lin Ye's words. Lin Xie softly inquired, "Li Yifei, can you still maintain control?" Li Yifei nodded, a hint of fatigue evident in his voice. "I can still control myself, although I am somewhat weary after devouring the dominant persona. However, there is no need for concern. I shall fight alongside you." Jiang Qian exhaled lightly, brandishing the wooden stick in her hand as she declared loudly, "That is excellent. We cannot do without you." Wang Xiao also nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction in his gaze. "Wonderful, Li Yifei. Together, we shall confront those monsters." Li Yifei offered a faint smile, determination flickering in his eyes. "Rest assured, I will not let you down." At that moment, Guo Ximing's voice echoed once more, laced with derision. "It appears your fortune has favored you, awakening the power of the Nantua serpent demon. But will this truly aid you in victory?" Li Yifei lifted his gaze, a cold glimmer shining in his eyes. "Do not underestimate us, cloaked figure. My strength may not be formidable, yet I shall wield it to protect my friends and safeguard all that I hold dear." Guo Ximing smiled slightly, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Then let me witness whether the power of the Nantua serpent demon can shatter my rules." With a subtle wave of his hand, more monsters surged forth from the darkness, their strength surpassing that of their predecessors, their forms more grotesque than ever. The shattered corpses and silent dead launched their assault once more, and this time, their numbers swelled and their strength magnified. "Be cautious," Lin Yi shouted, brandishing his short sword as he charged toward the nearest creature. His blade aimed unerringly at the monster's vulnerabilities, each strike executed with remarkable precision. Lin Xie and Jiang Qian followed closely behind, wielding their tools in accordance with Lin Ye's guidance, targeting the monster's weaknesses. As the battle raged fiercely, a silent dead stealthily approached Lin Xie. Its movements were so hushed that they were nearly imperceptible. Lin Xie, utterly absorbed in scrutinizing the creature's frailties, remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. "Watch out!" Lin Yi suddenly sensed something amiss and shouted, attempting to rush over to shield Lin Xie. However, the moment he took a step forward, a blow from a shattered corpse forced him back. "Xie!" Jiang Qian also noticed the looming threat. She swung her wooden stick toward the silent dead. Yet her attack was effortlessly evaded by the creature. The claws of the silent dead lunged toward Lin Xie's back in an instant. A sharp sting coursed through her, and her balance faltered, sending her sprawling to the ground. The silent dead did not relent. Its claws arced toward Lin Xie's head once more. "Xie!" Li Yifei roared in fury, his serpentine tail sweeping violently toward the silent dead. The immense force sent the creature flying, yet Lin Xie remained in peril. "Xie, are you all right?" Lin Yi rushed to her side, helping her to her feet. Lin Xie's complexion was ashen, her back marked by a deep wound inflicted by the claws of the silent dead, blood staining her garments. I'm fine." Lin Xie forced a faint smile, yet her voice bore a hint of frailty. "Everyone, be cautious. These monsters are too powerful. Do not worry. We shall protect you." Jiang Qian rushed forward, attempting to shield Lin Xie with her body. Yet, at that moment, more monsters surged forth from the shadows, encircling them. "Damn it!" Li Yifei roared in fury, his serpentine tail relentlessly striking at the creatures, but their sheer numbers rendered resistance futile. "Everyone, be careful." Lin Yi swung his short sword, striving to fend off the monsters. But a sudden assault from a shattered corpse struck his shoulder, instantly staining his attire with crimson. "Lin Yi!" Lin Xie exclaimed in alarm, wanting to rush forward, but was firmly restrained by Jiang Qian and Li Yifei. "Stay put, Xie. We must protect you," Jiang Qian said loudly, her voice trembling. "I am fine." Lin Yi gritted his teeth, attempting to rise, yet his body succumbed to the pain of his injury, rendering him immobile. "You pests are truly bothersome." Guo Ximing's voice echoed once more, laced with derision. "It seems your unity cannot save you. The time for the game to end has arrived." Chapter 58. Awakening, he slowly raised his hand, and once more, fissures appeared in the darkness. More monsters poured forth from these crevices, their strength surpassing that of their predecessors, and their forms more terrifying than ever. Among them was even a fusion of the ghost-faced man and the Nanda serpent demon. Witnessing this scene, Li Yifei expressed his astonishment, questioning whether the serpent species could indeed be utilized against the ghost-faced man. At that moment, Lin Xie unexpectedly let out a low murmur. Her body began to tremble slightly, as if a dormant power within her was awakening. Suddenly, her wounds emitted a faint glow, which gradually intensified, as though striving to dispel the surrounding darkness. "This is..." Guo Ximing's voice carried a hint of surprise. "The power of the divine ruins?" Lin Xie was enveloped in the radiant light, her injuries beginning to heal. A fleeting expression of pain crossed her face, swiftly replaced by determination. She opened her tightly shut eyes, which had been closed for a decade. In that moment, her gaze met another pair of eyes, the eyes of the seraph. In an instant, a brilliant beam of scorching light erupted from the alley at the edge of the old city, soaring towards the heavens. It shattered the domain engulfed in darkness completely. At this moment, the night shone as bright as day. Her voice resonated with the deep-seated power, seraph, divine might. As her words fell, a tremendous force surged forth from Lin Xie, instantly permeating the entire space. The surrounding monsters began to emit anguished roars, as if suppressed by this overwhelming power. In the darkness, beams of light began to flicker, seemingly intent on tearing apart the endless shadow. This is the power of the divine ruins. Guo Ximing's voice was laced with shock. This is impossible. I sealed your power. How could this be? Lin Xie slowly rose to her feet, her form enveloped in light. Resembling a deity, her voice shimmered with a hint of cold brilliance. Guo Ximing, the game must come to an end. She slowly raised her hand, and light surged forth from her palm, instantly coalescing into a massive beam. The pillar of light shot skyward, banishing the surrounding darkness entirely. The monsters, under the weight of this overwhelming force, emitted anguished howls before dissipating into a shroud of dark mist, vanishing into the air. Impossible. Guo Ximing's voice was laced with fury. How could you awaken the divine ruins? Lin Xie replied with a slight smile, her voice imbued with unwavering resolve. Because we shall not yield. No matter how formidable you may be, we will never surrender. Guo Ximing's figure grew increasingly indistinct within the shadows, his tone tinged with reluctance. You have triumphed. But the game can never truly conclude. As his words faded, the darkness began to recede, and light enveloped the entire space once more. Lin Yi, Jiang Qian, and Li Yifei rose to their feet, their wounds gradually healing under the radiant glow. Xie, are you all right? Lin Yi approached Lin Xie, concern etched on his face. Lin Xie smiled gently and nodded. I am fine, merely a bit fatigued. The power of the divine ruins is immense. I still require time to acclimate. Jiang Qian and Li Yifei also joined them, weariness evident upon their faces, yet their eyes sparkled with joy. We have won, Jiang Qian exclaimed, her voice tinged with exhilaration. Li Yifei nodded in agreement, determination gleaming in his gaze. We have triumphed, but the game will never truly end. We must remain ever vigilant. The radiance gradually fades. The darkness recedes entirely, replaced by the first rays of dawn. These beams penetrate the shattered ceiling, casting light upon the weary yet resolute faces of the gathered individuals. The air is imbued with a sense of rebirth, as if all fear and shadows have been dispelled. Here, a new beginning quietly unfolds. Lin Yi lifts his gaze to the sunlight streaming through the broken ceiling, a warmth surging within him. He turns to his companions at his side. Lin Xie bears a hint of fatigue upon her visage, yet her eyes sparkle with determination. Jiang Qian, though bearing some injuries, still smiles radiantly. Li Yifei's serpentine tail has vanished. He has reverted to his human form, though remnants of black scales linger upon his skin. We have triumphed, Lin Yi murmurs, a note of reflection in his voice. Indeed, we have prevailed, Lin Xie replies with a gentle smile, her tone tinged with relief. Though the journey was arduous, we persevered. Jiang Qian brushes off the dust from her attire, grinning as she declares, this is a testament to our unity. Without each other's support, I doubt I could have endured until the end. Li Yifei nods in agreement, glancing at his hands as he softly confesses, I never anticipated awakening such power. Yet, as long as it aids us all, that is what matters. Jiang Qian approaches Lin Xie, gently grasping her hand. Xie, you are truly remarkable. Had it not been for your awakening of the divine ruins, we might not have endured. Lin Xie gently shook his head, a hint of tenderness in his gaze. No, it is we who have persevered together. Each individual has exerted their utmost, granting me the opportunity for awakening. Just then, a cacophony arose in the distance. The crowd turned to behold several dark crimson figures racing towards them. Their movements were swift and agile, akin to phantoms weaving through the shadows. One of the figures leapt nimbly from the rooftop, the gust of wind generated by his descent billowing his crimson cloak, revealing the profile of a middle-aged man. Unlike an ordinary person, one of his eyes bore the mark of a deep scar, as if raked by a sharp claw, extending from his eyelid down to his cheek, rendering him particularly fearsome. In stark contrast, his other eye shone with an extraordinary brilliance, glimmering with a piercing light, as if capable of penetrating all darkness. He landed with barely a sound, standing firmly before the group. His gaze swept over Lin Yi, Lin Xie, Jiang Qian, and Li Yifei, finally resting upon Lin Xie with a slight frown. Are you all unharmed? Lin Yi nodded cautiously, observing him with vigilance. Who are you? The man offered a faint smile, revealing a trace of sternness. I am the night watchman. You may call me Zhao Kongqing. We are already aware of the situation. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, Night watchman? Are you here to assist us? Zhao Kongqing nodded, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. Indeed. We have been tracking Guoximing, and we never anticipated he would create such a disturbance here. The perseverance displayed by the untrained students in this trying time is indeed commendable. Li Yifei surveyed the surroundings and inquired with a hint of confusion, what about the others? Why are only you few here? Chapter 59. Chaos. A fleeting look of helplessness crossed Zhao Kongqing's face as he replied, Guoximing's power is formidable, and our resources have been scattered. Only we few have managed to arrive this time. However, rest assured, we will manage this situation. Jiang Qian exhaled lightly, yet her eyes retained a glimmer of vigilance. What shall we do next? After a brief silence, Zhao Kongqing spoke slowly, you should return and rest. This incident serves as a lesson for all of us. Guoximing's strength surpasses our expectations, and we must reassess the threat he poses. If necessary, we will summon the masked squad for assistance. The masked squad. Lin Xie and the others exchanged puzzled glances at the unfamiliar name, sensing an underlying power associated with it. Zhao Kongqing nodded slightly, his tone taking on an air of gravity. The masked squad is a specialized unit within the Night Watchman organization, dedicated to handling high-risk and extremely perilous missions. Each member is a top-tier expert, endowed with unique abilities. Why are they called the masked squad? Jiang Qian asked, curiosity piqued. Because they always wear masks to conceal their true identities. This is to avoid drawing unnecessary attention during missions, as well as to protect themselves and their families. Zhao Kongqing elucidated, while Lin Xie furrowed his brow slightly. How formidable are they? After a brief silence, Zhao Kongqing seemed to ponder his response. The leader of the masked squad, Wang Mian, is the agent of Kronos, the god of time, capable of manipulating the flow of time. Each of their other members possesses unique abilities, such as the tipping scale, who can control gravity, the moon ghost, who can render themselves invisible, and the vortex, who can create spatial domains. Li Yifei nodded, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. If they could join us, we might indeed stand a chance against Guoximing. Zhao Kongqing sighed. The masked squad is currently engaged in other missions, but if the situation becomes dire, we will request their assistance. However, this will require time. We must first endure. He then turned his gaze slowly towards Lin Xie. Are you willing to join the Night Watchers? Not interested. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched slightly. Why not? It's easy to die. For a moment, Zhao Kongqing found himself at a loss for words. But you just witnessed it. You possess supernatural powers that ordinary people can only dream of. Wouldn't you want to be a superhero like in the movies? Not interested? Because it's easy to die? Then who? Let us find another place to discuss this properly. I shall not take up much of your time. Lin Xie shook his head. No need. This place suffices. They are my trustworthy companions. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing murmured to himself, companions, is it? Very well, here we are. Subsequently, he cast his gaze upon the crowd, acknowledging that they too had endured this battle. There is no need for excessive words. The confidentiality agreement has become inconsequential. After all, chaos has already befallen Sangnan City, and many must be aware that this world is no longer tranquil. Feel free to raise any inquiries. I shall share all that I know. As soon as Zhao Kongqing finished speaking, Lin Xie's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. She abruptly lifted her head, as though sensing something amiss. Sangnan is in turmoil. Lin Xie's voice was laced with urgency, and there may be danger. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's heart raced, rising to his throat. He quickly realized that Lin Xie's aunt was her only relative in this city and one of her greatest concerns. If Sangnan truly was descending into chaos, her aunt could be in peril. We must return immediately, Lin Yi declared, his eyes reflecting a blend of determination and urgency. Zhao Kongqing also recognized the gravity of the situation. If the family of the Seraph fell into their hands, Lin Xie would surely go mad. He swiftly instructed, you all head back first. I will arrange for personnel to patrol Sangnan City, attempting to maintain control over the situation. Should you encounter any danger, notify us without delay. Lin Xie nodded, refraining from further words, and promptly turned to sprint towards Cangnan City. Lin Yi, Jiang Qian, and Li Yifei followed closely behind, their hurried footsteps echoing on the morning streets, as if racing against time. The four dashed forward, finally returning to the vicinity of Lin Qiye's home in the shortest time possible. The street had devolved into chaos, with people fleeing in panic as the roars of monsters echoed from every corner. "Everyone, be cautious," Lin Yi shouted, brandishing his short sword as he charged towards the nearest creature. His movements were swift and decisive, the blade slicing through the air, aimed directly at the monster's vulnerabilities. Lin Qiye was not idle either. Her urgency compelled her to unleash her divine prowess, reducing numerous monsters to ash. However, her complexion continuously paled, and her body began to weaken. "Over here," Lin Qiye suddenly exclaimed, her gaze fixating on a building not far away. It was her aunt's residence, the very place she feared the most. The crowd immediately surged towards that direction, fending off monsters along the way. At last, they reached the base of the building. Lin Qiye looked up at the window, a wave of unease washing over her. "Is my aunt inside?" Lin Yi inquired, urgency lacing his tone. Lin Qiye nodded slightly. "I can sense her presence. She is still within, but the situation seems dire. We must enter at once," Lin Yi declared, preparing to ascend the stairs. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Don't act recklessly. Let me handle it." Zhao Kongqing arrived with several soldiers. He swiftly surveyed the surroundings before stating, "We will clear the monsters from the outside. You all go into rescue." Lin Qiye nodded in agreement, without further ado, and dashed into the building. Followed closely by Lin Yi, Jiang Qian, and Li Yifei, their footsteps echoing urgently in the hallway. "Seven Knight, can you still sense the precise location of Aunt?" Lin Knight inquired as they sprinted forward. Lin Seven Knight furrowed her brow, closing her eyes in an apparent effort to perceive something. After a moment, she opened her eyes and announced, "On the third floor, quickly." The group immediately quickened their pace and raced up the stairs. The corridor was thick with a suffocating atmosphere, and the monstrous roars echoed ominously from every corner. Lin Knight wielded her short sword, continuously fending off the creatures to clear the path for her companions. At last, they reached the door to the room where Lin Seven Knight's aunt was located. Lin Knight took a deep breath and forcefully pushed the door open, charging inside. Chapter 60. A new beginning. The room was in disarray, and Lin Seven Knight's aunt was cornered by a creature, her face etched with terror. Upon seeing Lin Knight and the others burst in, a flicker of relief crossed her features. "Seven Knight, you've come," Lin Seven Knight's aunt exclaimed, her voice trembling slightly. "Do not fear, aunt. We are here to rescue you." Lin Seven Knight responded loudly, her tone resolute. Lin Knight swung her short sword fiercely at the creature, which emitted a piercing shriek before dissolving into a dark mist that evaporated into the air. "Hurry," Lin Knight shouted, grabbing Lin Seven Knight's aunt and pulling her toward the exit. "Damn it, where has Erling gone? I hope nothing unexpected has occurred." The group fought their way through the remaining monsters, finally breaking free from the corridor. Zhao Kongqing and the other soldiers had already cleared a majority of the creatures outside, providing them with a safe passage. "Are you all right?" Zhao Kongqing inquired with concern, a hint of worry evident in his gaze. Lin Qiye nodded slightly, reassuring him. "We are fine, thanks to you." Zhao Kongqing smiled faintly. "That is good to hear. The situation in Cangnan City has stabilized somewhat. We shall continue to strive to maintain control." Lin Qiye's aunt had been safely escorted downstairs by Lin Yi and the others. She surveyed the chaotic streets around her, her eyes filled with fear and confusion. Grasping Lin Qiye's hand tightly, her voice trembled slightly. "Qiye, what on earth has happened? Why is everything in such disarray?" Lin Qiye gently patted his aunt's hand, his gaze imbued with a touch of comfort. "Aunt, please do not be afraid. This place is not very safe. Let us find somewhere to take shelter until the situation improves." His aunt nodded, but her eyes still bore a look of puzzlement. "What is going on with you all? How are you able to fight those monsters? And who exactly are you?" Lin Qiye offered a faint smile and softly replied, "Aunt, I understand your concern. In truth, we are merely a group of ordinary students. But recently, extraordinary events have unfolded. We have encountered some dangers. Yet we are also striving to protect ourselves and those around us." His aunt gazed at Lin Qiye, a flicker of pity crossing her features. "Qiye, have you found yourself embroiled in yet another predicament? You have always been special, and I constantly worry that you may encounter peril." Lin Qiye shook his head, determination shining in his eyes. "Aunt, this time is different. We are not fighting alone, We have friends and allies. We will safeguard ourselves and ensure your safety as well. Aunt let out a sigh and nodded slightly. Very well, I trust you. Please be cautious and do not cause me undue worry. Lin Yi approached Lin Chia, speaking softly. Aunt, we will ensure Chia's safety. Rest assured, we shall weather this storm together. Aunt gazed at Lin Yi, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. Thank you, dear child. Knowing that Chia has you beside him brings me great comfort. At that moment, Zhao Kongqing approached, his expression imbued with seriousness. We have arranged a secure location. You may retreat there for refuge. We will continue to manage the chaos here. Lin Chia nodded and grasped Aunt's hand. Aunt, let us depart. This place is unsafe. We should move to a secure location. Aunt nodded slightly, following Lin Chia and the others towards the refuge arranged by Zhao Kongqing. Along the way, she occasionally glanced back, her gaze tinged with worry and reluctance. Chia, you must be careful, Aunt murmured, her voice choked with emotion. Ajin has already gone missing. If anything were to happen to you, what would be the meaning of my existence? I cannot bear to be without you. A trace of concern crossed Lin Chia's face, yet he forced a reassuring smile. Aunt, please do not worry. I will return. We all shall return. In the refuge designated by Zhao Kongqing, Lin Chia's aunt finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was an abandoned warehouse, transformed into a relatively safe haven by the night watchman's simple modifications. The emergency light hanging on the wall emitted a soft, amber glow, illuminating the corner filled with emergency supplies and makeshift beds. Most importantly, this place was equipped with teleportation anchor points created by the forbidden entity, Wuyo. Auntie sat on one of the beds, her eyes reflecting a hint of unease as she observed Lin Chia and her companions, filled with confusion and concern. Lin Chia approached her, gently taking her hand in a comforting gesture. Auntie, please rest assured, this place is safe. Lin Chia spoke softly, her voice laced with tenderness. The guardians will protect us. They will swiftly resolve the chaos outside. Auntie nodded slightly, yet her gaze remained clouded with uncertainty. Chia, what exactly have you gotten yourself into? Where do those monsters come from? How can you fight them? Lin Chia fell into a momentary silence, fully aware of her aunt's concerns, yet unsure of how to elucidate the situation. Taking a deep breath, she softly replied, Auntie, it's rather complex. Recently, strange occurrences have emerged in Songnan City, and those monsters are the manifestations of some malevolent force. As for us, we have merely found ourselves inadvertently caught in this turmoil. Auntie searched Lin Chia's eyes, hoping to uncover a glimmer of clarity. Chia, you have always been extraordinary. I have known that all along. But this situation seems more perilous than ever. Are you truly unharmed? Lin Chia smiled faintly, her gaze resolute. Auntie, I am fine. Though this predicament is indeed dangerous, we are not alone. We are surrounded by friends, companions, and guardians who are here to assist us. Together, we shall overcome the challenges that lie ahead. Aunt nodded slightly, her gaze shifting towards Lin Yi, Jiang Qian, and Li Yifei, her eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude. You are all friends of Qi Yi, are you not? Lin Yi stepped forward, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Aunt. We are friends of Qi Yi, and also her allies. We shall protect her, as well as each and every individual in Songnan City. Jiang Qian chimed in. Aunt, rest assured, we will ensure that no harm befalls Qi Yi. Together, we shall confront any adversity until everything returns to normal. Li Yifei thumped his chest, his tone exuberant. Absolutely. We stand united. Nothing will happen to Qi Yi. Aunt regarded them, a flicker of warmth illuminating her eyes. With you by her side, Qi Yi is indeed fortunate. Thank you, dear children. Lin Qi Yi offered a soft smile, gently assuring. Aunt, please do not worry. We will strive together. You only need to rest here until the turmoil outside subsides, and we shall return to escort you. Aunt nodded, her expression imbued with a sense of reassurance. Very well, I trust you. Qi Yi, you must be cautious and not cause me undue worry. Lin Qi Yi grasped Aunt's hand tightly, nodding in affirmation. I shall, Aunt. You must also take good care of yourself. At that moment, Zhao Kongqing's voice resonated from outside. Lin Qi Yi, are you prepared? We have arranged the next course of action. Lin Qi Yi glanced back at Aunt, a soft smile lingering. Aunt, we must take our leave now. You wait for us here. We shall return shortly. Aunt nodded, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Go on, children. Be careful. I shall be here awaiting your return. Lin Xie and her companions exited the refuge, moving towards the encroaching darkness outside. The sun had fully risen, Yet the streets of the city remained shrouded in an atmosphere of chaos. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the first stage of the God-slaying world. Reward, substitute puppet X1, time pause opportunities in this world X1. A significant emotional fluctuation has been detected in the host regarding Lin Xie. Reward, 3,800 points. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi first laughed, then suddenly seemed to recall something, addressing the system. Hey, little system, did you orchestrate this world state? Lin Xie's gender change is one thing, as it can still be pleasing to the eye, but what is going on with this Guaxi Ming? Could it be? The system's voice echoed in her mind, laced with a hint of mechanical jest. Host, you truly are a genius. How could this system possibly create chaos at whim? Everything here is driven by the needs of the narrative, you understand. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Wait, has your system changed? And what do you mean by narrative needs? Fine, I won't tease you anymore. It was my subsystem engaging with you previously. Today, I felt rather jovial and decided to check back on you. And have I ever claimed that only you could traverse worlds? There are indeed other travelers. However, I will endeavor to position you in worlds where anomalies occur to harness destiny. Lin Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Are there other travelers? Wouldn't that create even more chaos? The system chuckled lightly. Now this is intriguing. However, you need not worry. Your objective remains to either conform to or alter the narrative to acquire destiny. As for the other traversers, they may serve as allies or adversaries, depending solely on your capabilities. Very well, I shall take my leave to rest. Entertain yourself. Farewell. Wait. Truly gone. Well, since I am here, I shall make the best of it. System, please inform me of the functions of these two items. Substitute puppet. When you suffer a fatal blow, it leaves behind a false corpse and randomly teleports you to a safe location. Time pause count X1. Upon leaving this world, using this will suspend the flow of time for everything within until your next return. Just in time. My strength has reached a bottleneck. It is opportune for me to return to the main world. Lin Yi stroked his chin, thinking he should at least have 3 epic cards for the journey back. Chapter 61. Beneath the Blood Moon, Part 1 System. Return me to the main world and utilize the time pause count. As soon as Lin Ye's words fell, the world before him grew hazy. The surroundings began to distort, as if stirred by an unseen force. After a dizzying whirl, he found himself standing amidst the ruins of the apocalyptic world. The sky of this desolate realm remained blood-red, the blood moon resembling a colossal eye of the abyss, coldly gazing upon the barren land. The crimson light poured down like cursed blood, tainting the entire world in a bizarre dark red hue. The air around him seemed to have been drained of vitality, leaving behind a suffocating sense of oppression. He stood atop the ruins. Beneath his feet lay fractured steel bars and shattered concrete, each step emitting a disconcerting scraping sound. The surrounding edifices had long been ravaged by the passage of time and calamity, resembling a shell of their former selves, poised to collapse at any moment under the whispers of the wind. The remnants of walls and broken structures, illuminated by the blood moon, appeared akin to skeletons steeped in crimson, exuding an unsettling aura. A chill wind swept through, causing the hem of Lin Ye's garment to flutter ominously. He lifted his gaze, piercing through the sanguine haze, yet could discern nothing but an abyss of darkness extending at the periphery of the blood moon. This darkness seemed like the tendrils of an abyss, ever ready to engulf him. He sensed an intangible malevolence saturating the air, as if countless eyes lurked in the shadows, waiting for him to reveal a vulnerability. At the instant of his return, the blood moon appeared to blink, as if some nefarious consciousness stirred within. Immediately, a strange crimson light erupted from the moon, cascading down to rest at Lin Ye's feet. A sprouting seedling emerged from the earth, growing slowly in this eerie red radiance. It penetrated the hardened ground with a terrifying velocity, its twisted tendrils resembling blood-nourished appendages, glistening with an uncanny scarlet hue. The leaves of the seedling were adorned with bizarre runes, as if inscribed with an ancient and malevolent incantation. As it grew, the surrounding air began to warp and contort, as if drawn by an unseen force. The seedling twisted and expanded in the bloodlight, ultimately transforming into a sanguine cocoon. It shimmered under the moonlight with a repulsive sheen, as though it were a creature forged from coagulated blood. Countless thoughts flickered through Lin Ye's mind. Could this be the manifestation of an evil deity's will? What was happening? Suddenly, the blood chrysalis began to tremble violently, as if something were attempting to emerge from within. Instinctively, Lin Yi took several steps back, his gaze fixated on the blood chrysalis, the blade in his hand reflecting the light of the blood moon, appearing particularly frigid. With a sharp crack, a crisp sound echoed as a fissure tore open the outer shell of the blood chrysalis. The crack widened, releasing a suffocating stench of blood into the air. Lin Yi held his breath, his body taut, prepared to confront any impending danger. At last, a vague humanoid shape struggled forth from the chrysalis. Its form appeared exceedingly pallid beneath the moonlight, its skin adorned with eerie crimson patterns, as if inscribed with runes carved from blood. Its eyes were hollow black voids, devoid of pupils, yet exuding a chilling, malevolent glow. Lin Yi gasped sharply, his mind blank. He had never encountered such a creature. It resembled neither a human nor the monsters commonly found in a post-apocalyptic world. It seemed to be an evil entity birthed from another dimension, imbued with boundless malice and a scent of destruction. The creature slowly rose, its movements stiff and deliberate, as if awakening from a long slumber. It lifted its head, directing its vacant gaze toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi could feel the coldness and murderous intent in its stare, as if it sought to freeze his very soul. Chapter 62, Beneath the Blood Moon, Part 2. I am reborn in the wasteland, beginning under the blood moon, awakening in the apocalypse. From this day forth, I am Wu Xie, the most malevolent of this world. The blood moon hung high, resembling a colossal eye of the abyss, cold and imposing. It cast a crimson glow upon this desolate land, as if to crown my return. Upon the wasteland, desolation intertwines with death, and I am the sovereign of this darkness. I tread upon the shattered ruins, each step resonating with a somber echo, a testament to this land's submission to me. My silhouette, illuminated by the blood moon, stretches long like a sharp blade, cleaving through the endless darkness. All in the world are but pawns, and I, Wu Xie, am the sole arbiter of this apocalypse. My voice reverberates across the wasteland, imbued with boundless authority and ruthlessness. I raise my gaze, piercing through the fog of the blood moon, confronting the infinite darkness. The abyss gazes back at me, and I, too, stare into the abyss. From this day forth, the order of the apocalypse shall be reshaped by my hand. I let out a cold laugh, the blade in my hand glimmering with a sanguine radiance. I am Wu Xie, the epitome of wickedness. Hail to the master of the blood moon. Ding! The calamity Avatar Wu Xie has been detected, destined to be the villain of the day. Please proceed to subdue or vanquish. Basic information has been released. Name, Wu Xie. Abilities, flesh reproduction, flesh proliferation, evolutionary offspring. Faith, blood moon. Auxiliary. By exercising the duties of the blood moon, one can continually enhance and augment their abilities. Damn, this thing looks formidable at first glance. How am I supposed to fight it? Lin Yi muttered curses while instinctively retreating a few steps, his eyes fixed intently on Wu Xie, who stood amidst the ruins. The glow of the blood moon casting an eerie battle garb upon him. His gaze was as frigid as it was haughty, as if the entire world lay firmly within his grasp. Lin Yi swallowed hard, acutely aware that the individual before him, Wu Xie, was far from benevolent. From the overwhelming sense of oppression that enveloped him to the chilling aura of death that emanated from Wu Xie, Lin Yi could distinctly perceive the formidable power of his adversary. He tightened his grip on the blade in his hand, its edge glimmering with a cold light under the moon's glow, yet he understood that this knife might scarcely serve as an effective tool against such a foe. Damn it! I should have brought a star blade. Now, in this predicament, I lack even the qualifications to confront him. All I can do is see if I can deceive him. Hey, you must be that Wu Xie, right? Lin Yi endeavored to keep his voice steady, despite his heart racing as though it might leap from his throat. Wu Xie's gaze fell upon Lin Yi, his hollow eyes flickering with a trace of disdain. Slowly, he raised his hand, as if appraising an insignificant insect, the corners of his mouth curling into a frigid arc. Oh, are you here to subdue me, or to defeat me? His voice was deep and gravelly, imbued with a chilling authority, yet regrettably, regardless of which it may be, you are simply not worthy. Mind reading? Humph, if I claimed I was merely passing through, would you believe me? Lin Yi's tone carried a hint of mockery, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere with humor. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on Wu Xie, wary of any lapse in vigilance. He knew this man would not let him off easily. Wu Xie offered no further words, merely raising his hand. In an instant, countless fragments of flesh coalesced behind him, seemingly drawn by some invisible force, emerging from the cracks of the ruins and the shadows of the dark corners. The grotesque mass of flesh twisted and writhed, as if imbued with its own consciousness, rapidly coalescing behind Wu Xie into a nebulous shadow of blood and sinew. How absurd! That one could wield the flesh of others. Does this not render one invincible? Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply, a chill creeping up his spine. The flesh seemed to emerge from the depths of hell, exuding a repugnant stench of decay. Under Wu Xie's command, it gradually morphed into bizarre forms, some resembling claws, others like tentacles, and still others akin to gaping maws. Did you truly believe I was merely passing through? Wu Xie's voice resonated with a deep, frigid timbre, akin to whispers from the abyss. In this desolate wasteland, none could escape my grasp. Lin Ye's breaths quickened, his grip on the hilt of his blade tightening, the edge glinting with a cold sheen under the moonlight. He understood that retreat was no longer an option. Confronted by an entity like Wu Xie, any semblance of hesitation would only hasten his demise. At that moment, the shadowy mass of flesh surged forth with astonishing speed, effortlessly neutralizing Lin Ye's assault. Subsequently, countless tendrils of flesh, animated as if alive, ensnared him. Lin Yi felt an overwhelming force constricting him. His body was ensnared by the viscous tendrils, rendering him immobile. The cold, slimy flesh seemed intent on devouring his very vitality, little by little. Do you truly think that with such meager strength, you can roam freely across this wasteland? Wu Xie's voice echoed in Lin Ye's ear, laced with a condescending mockery. You are but a trifling passerby, while I am the sovereign of this forsaken realm. Lin Ye's complexion turned pale as he felt his strength gradually being siphoned away. The flesh and blood seemed to possess an insatiable power of consumption, rendering him nearly breathless. Yet, he did not yield. A resolute glimmer flickered in his eyes. Damn it! I refuse to be subdued here, Lin Yi roared, and his body erupted with an intense radiance. Activating a rare card, he summoned the indomitable will. Wu Xie raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Lin Ye's defiance. Chapter 63. Beneath the Blood Moon, Part 3. He extended his hand, tightening his grip, causing the fleshy tendrils to constrict violently, nearly shattering Lin Ye's form. Do you truly believe that resistance will alter your fate? Wu Xie's voice was frigid and merciless. In this wasteland, the weak are destined to be devoured. Just as Lin Yi was on the brink of losing consciousness, a sudden flash of light illuminated his mind. Seraphim, divine might unleashed. His body surged with an overwhelming force, as if this power emanated from the very depths of his soul, instantly repelling the fleshly tendrils. Lin Yi instinctively touched his eyes, pondering, when did this happen? Is this a gift from Lin Xie? A faint smile of relief graced his lips, realizing that Lin Xie had grown even stronger than in the original tale. He waved his hand, seemingly resolved. Fear not, Xie, I shall return safely with your spirit. With a sudden jolt, Lin Yi broke free from his constraints, and his blade slashed forth once more. This time, the edge gleamed with a golden light, as if imbued with some extraordinary power. You are not the master. I merely pass through, yet even those who traverse can alter everything. Lin Ye's voice resonated with unwavering determination as his blade surged towards Wu Xie. A flicker of change finally crossed Wu Xie's countenance. He had not anticipated that this seemingly feeble individual could unleash such formidable power. He retreated slightly, raising his hand to prepare for a counterattack. However, in that fleeting moment, Lin Ye's blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Wu Xie's chest. Just as Lin Ye's weapon was about to make contact, time appeared to suspend for an instant. The blood moon's radiance became exceptionally blinding, as if the entire world were enveloped in a crimson haze. The blade glimmered with an eerie light, imbued with a sense of despair and resolve born from the depths of desperation. A faint, chilling smile curled at the corners of Wu Xie's lips. His gaze revealed no trace of panic. Instead, it resembled that of an observer relishing a performance with a predetermined outcome. As Lin Ye's blade was on the verge of piercing his flesh, Wu Xie's form suddenly blurred, transforming into a mere specter, vanishing in an instant. Do you truly believe such power could harm me? Wu Xie's voice emerged from behind Lin Yi, laced with a frigid mockery. Lin Ye's blade plunged into the void, carving a mournful arc through the desolation, yet it failed to touch anything substantial. A heavy realization struck Lin Yi. He had indeed underestimated Wu Xie's strength. He swiftly turned, only to find Wu Xie standing before him. Those hollow, icy eyes piercing into him as if attempting to unveil his very soul. Do you truly believe that everything in this desolate wasteland lies within your grasp? Lin Ye's voice carried a hint of resentment. He was acutely aware that he had descended into a dire predicament, yet his gaze still shimmered with an indomitable spirit. Wu Xia offered a faint smile, his expression imbued with a chilling confidence. The rules of this barren land are dictated by me, and you are but a casualty of those very rules. He raised his hand, and with a gentle wave, the grotesque, sinewy tendrils that had ensnared Lin Yi surged once more, as if summoned by an unseen force. Swiftly rebinding him, Lin Yi felt an immense power constricting him, the fleshly appendages coiling around him to the point of immobility. No. Lin Yi's voice was laced with defiance as he struggled against the suffocating grasp of the tendrils, yet they tightened like iron pincers, gradually siphoning away his strength. You are tenacious, but alas, it is all in vain. Wu Xia's voice echoed in Lin Yi's ears, tinged with a detached disdain. In this wasteland, no one can defy my will. He extended his hand, lightly brushing Lin Yi's forehead, his icy fingertips exuding a stifling sense of oppression. Lin Yi felt an intangible force surging from Wu Xia's touch into his being. His consciousness began to blur, as though being consumed by a formidable power. You shall become a part of me, an eternal entity in this wasteland. Wu Xia's voice reverberated within Lin Yi's mind, a whisper that seemed to emanate from the abyss. Imbued with an irresistible force, Lin Yi's consciousness gradually blurred. His body became rigid under the constraints of flesh, as if he had already lost the breath of life. Yet, just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, a sudden flash of light illuminated his mind. It was his former oath, his once steadfast belief, his past defiance. I will not yield. I shall never succumb. Lin Yi silently screamed in his heart, and in an instant, his body erupted with a fierce radiance, akin to blazing fire, which instantly repelled the grotesque tendrils of flesh. A glimmer of resoluteness flickered in his gaze, as if he were imbued with an overwhelming force at that moment. Do you think I will merely submit? Lin Yi's voice carried a hint of madness, and in that moment, his body transformed into an embodiment of unparalleled strength, as if he had transcended some profound limit. He swung the blade in his hand, its edge gleaming with an uncanny light, imbued with the essence of power born from the depths of despair. You are not my end, nor is this desolate wasteland my conclusion. Once more, a potent force surged within Lin Yi, but this time, his target was no longer Wu Xia, but the blood moon looming behind him. Wu Xia's expression finally shifted, surprised that Lin Yi possessed such formidable strength. He took a slight step back, raising his hand to prepare for a counterattack. However, in that very moment, the searing beam of light from Lin Yi pierced through the air, hurtling towards the blood moon. At that instant, Lin Yi seemed to behold the gaze of the seraphim. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the hidden identity of the special identity card. Lin Xia, parallel world counterpart. Reward, miraculous ability, miracle. The blood moon swayed under Lin Yi's assault, and for the first time, a look of panic crossed Wu Xia's face. How dare you strike at the blood moon? He bellowed. Ignoring him, Lin Yi channeled all his strength towards the blood moon. Ripples began to form around it, as if responding with fury. At that moment, Lin Yi felt an absolute fusion with the power of the seraphim, as if he could perceive the deeper secrets of this world. Wu Xia waved his hands, summoning countless flesh and blood towards Lin Yi in an attempt to thwart him. However, a shield enveloped Lin Yi, deflecting all assaults. Wu Xia's expression turned grave. He realized that Lin Yi was no longer the being he could easily control. He raised his hand, preparing to attack again, but Lin Yi's blade had already been unleashed, aimed directly at his chest. You are no longer my opponent, Wu Xia. Lin Yi's voice carried a chilling resolve, his blade gleaming with a radiant light, as if it sought to reduce Wu Xia to ashes. Wu Xia's form became indistinct once more, attempting to evade Lin Yi's strike. Yet Lin Yi's blade pursued him like a shadow. Wu Xia's figure flickered in the glow of the blood moon, his voice tinged with an unusual urgency. Damn it. The next time we meet, I will make you fully understand who reigns over this wasteland. Before his words faded, his form transformed into a crimson afterimage, vanishing instantaneously into the darkness of the ruins. Lin Yi's blade sliced through the air, leaving only emptiness in its wake. He stood there, breathless, his eyes shimmering with a complex light. In their next encounter, Lin Yi softly echoed Wu Xia's words. a hint of a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I shall make you aware of who the true embodiment of evil is. Above the ruins, the crimson moon's radiance gradually waned, seemingly subdued by Lin Ye's formidable presence. He slowly sheathed his blade, an unprecedented resolve gleaming in his gaze. He understood that this battle was merely the beginning, and Wu Xie would not easily relent. Turning on his heel, Lin Yi retraced his steps, his stride resolute and vigorous, each footfall resonating upon the desolate earth. His silhouette elongated in the twilight of the blood moon, ultimately merging into this barren realm. In the distance, the glow of the blood moon gradually faded, as if lamenting the unfinished confrontation. A day later, Lin Yi and Lu Ziqing traversed the desolate landscape of this apocalyptic world. Surrounding them was an eerie silence. The once thriving city now lay in ruins, its streets littered with dust and debris. Occasionally, the mournful whispers of the wind could be heard as it swept through the wreckage. When will my sister finally break free from her cocoon? Lu Ziqing's melodious voice echoed distinctly in the stillness of the end times. She gazed up at the sole bastion before her, instinctively leaning against it. It should be soon, right? Lin Ye's voice carried a hint of hesitation. I sense her strength growing within my consciousness. A slight furrow formed on Lin Ye's brow, concern flickering in his eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Gently patting Lu Ziqing's shoulder, he reassured her, do not worry, she will undoubtedly emerge. We need only to hold on a little longer. Lu Ziqing nodded, yet her eyes reflected a lingering unease. She surveyed her surroundings. The desolate landscape of the apocalypse sent chills down her spine. The somber sky was shrouded in dense clouds, as if ready to descend and engulf the world entirely. From the distant ruins, the occasional low growl of a strange beast tightened their nerves. Let us find a safe place to rest, Lin Yi suggested. Acutely aware that maintaining both physical strength and mental fortitude in such an environment was of paramount importance. Lu Ziqing nodded in agreement and carefully followed Lin Yi as they navigated through the debris. They discovered a relatively intact basement, though dim and damp. It offered at least a temporary refuge from the external dangers. Lin Yi ignited a torch, its feeble flames flickering in the darkness, infusing the cold space with a semblance of warmth. He settled into a corner, closing his eyes to recuperate while simultaneously attuning his senses to the surroundings. Lu Ziqing leaned against the wall, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Lin Yi, seemingly in search of an intangible sense of security. Time flowed slowly in the stillness, and Lu Ziqing gradually succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained vigilant, his consciousness acting like an invisible net, capturing every subtle sound. Wait a moment, Lin Yi realized. Why am I the only one on guard? He slowly raised his hand into the air, summoning a Tier 1 horned demon legion. With his whispered incantation, an eerie aura began to stir in the darkened air. The ground trembled slightly, as if something was about to emerge from the depths below. Awakened by the chill, Lu Ziqing gazed in astonishment at the scene before her. She had never witnessed Lin Yi wield such formidable power. Is this your strength? Lu Ziqing inquired softly, her eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. This is my trump card, Lin Yi replied with a faint smile, his gaze imbued with confidence. In the apocalypse, we cannot rely solely on ourselves. Sometimes, we require formidable allies. At his summons, a horde of horned demons emerged from the shadows. Their towering, robust forms boasted skin as resilient as rock, and the long horns atop their heads gleamed with a chilling light. Though these demons belonged to the first tier, their sheer numbers were sufficient to constitute a formidable force. Go, protect us, Lin Yi commanded in a voice that brooked no dissent. The horned demons issued deep growls, seemingly acknowledging his orders. They swiftly dispersed, encircling the entire basement and its surroundings, establishing an unyielding defensive line. Lin Yi exhaled in relief, redirecting his attention to the enchanting figure before him. Ziqing, how did you awaken? Lu Ziqing furrowed her brow slightly, her expression tinged with confusion and alarm. Clearly not yet fully roused from her slumber, she surveyed the dimly lit basement, where the damp air lingered, and the presence of the horned demons sent shivers down her spine. Yet, the sight of Lin Yi, her most reassuring presence, brought her solace. A slight tremor coursed through her as she instinctively leaned closer to him, her voice laced with uncertainty. Lin Yi, will they truly not harm us? Lin Yi gently clasped her hand, providing her with a sense of security, his tone resolute yet tender. Do not worry, Ziqing. They are my companions and pose no threat to us. They are here to protect us, just as I protect you. Lu Ziqing nodded slightly, her gaze gradually regaining a semblance of calm. She understood that Lin Yi had never let her down before, and he would not do so this time either. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady herself amidst the oppressive atmosphere and inquired, "Why are we here? What has happened?" Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. The world outside has changed. The shadow of apocalypse looms over everything. We are not yet clear on the specifics of what has transpired, but I know that this place is relatively safe. As long as we can endure this period, there will surely be a turning point. He paused and added, "These horned demons were prepared in advance. Although they belong to the first tier, their numbers are sufficient to fend off most threats. As long as we stand united, nothing can easily harm us." Lu Ziqing nodded, her eyes now imbued with a touch of determination. She recognized that Lin Yi was never one to surrender easily, and she was willing to place her trust in him. Gently squeezing Lin Yi's hand, she whispered, "Then let us persevere together until we find a way out." Lin Yi smiled softly, a hint of warmth in his eyes. "With you by my side, I feel more confident." Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "In 8 days, once Qiling is ready, I will help you awaken your unique abilities." One cannot help but wonder what kind of splendor the most formidable ability, which only emerges in the latter part of the original work, will unveil in this world. Speaking of which, have I forgotten something? Perhaps it is of little consequence. At this moment, Su Jinyao, still in slumber, breathed softly. Suddenly, the walls of the basement tremble ever so slightly, as if something is prowling outside. The horned demons emit low, rumbling growls, leaning forward slightly, poised for battle at any moment. Lin Yi's expression grows grave. He whispers to Lu Ziqing, "It is likely that the monsters outside have sensed our presence. Remain here and do not move. I shall ensure their protection." With that, he turns toward the wall, raising his hands slightly, an intangible force emanating from him, soothing the horned demons. They instantly quiet down, though their vigilant gazes remain fixed on the wall. Lu Ziqing clutches Lin Yi's hand tightly, her eyes reflecting a mix of concern and trust. She understands that as long as Lin Yi is by her side, there is nothing to fear. The tremors in the wall intensify, as if a formidable force is endeavoring to breach the thin barrier. The horned demons unleash deep, furious roars, their horns glinting ominously, ready to rend apart any intruder. The air in the basement grows tense, each breath laden with a sense of oppression. Lin Yi's gaze remains fixed on the wall, his fists clenching slightly, as power quietly coalesces within him. A deafening roar echoed from beyond the walls, as if some colossal beast were unleashing its wrath. Moments later, cracks began to appear along the walls, and debris tumbled down as a foul stench permeated the air. "It's here," Lin Yi muttered, his gaze glinting with a cold intensity. Chapter 65. The corpse bear. He abruptly gestured, and the horned demons sprang into action, their forms darting swiftly in the dimly lit basement, forming a formidable defensive line to shield Lu Ziqing behind them. At last, the walls could bear no more and collapsed with a thunderous crash, a gale sweeping in, laden with rubble and dust. As the dust settled, a massive figure emerged at the entrance, a gigantic corpse bear, its decaying flesh exuding a repulsive odor, and its eyes burning like fiery embers, radiating a thirst for blood. The corpse bear let out a bone-chilling roar, brandishing its enormous claws as it lunged at the horned demons. Undeterred, the demons charged forward to meet the bear's assault, their horns sharp as blades, piercing fiercely into its flesh. Yet, the bear's hide was remarkably tough. Despite the demons inflicting numerous wounds, they failed to deliver any mortal blow. Each swing of the bear's claws was like a hammer, wielding tremendous force. One horned demon was struck by the bear's swipe, letting out a pained roar as its body was hurled through the air, crashing heavily against the wall with a dull thud. Lin Yi observed the scene before him, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. He understood that he could no longer allow these demons to confront such a formidable foe alone. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly formed hand seals, and a surge of powerful energy erupted from within him, transforming into radiant golden beams that enveloped the horned demons. "Miracle, omnipotent augmentation, go!" Lin Yi bellowed, and the horned demons, feeling the enhancement of this force, instantly grew stronger and swifter. They charged once more at the decomposed giant bear. This time, their assault was even more ferocious, their horns piercing the bear's body like gleaming swords, blood spraying in all directions. The rotting giant bear let out an enraged roar, sensing an unprecedented threat, and began to attack frantically. However, the horned demons, numerous as the tide, surged wave after wave against the giant bear. Though each of the bear's strikes was powerful, they were deftly evaded by the horned demons, while it itself sustained continuous injuries. Lin Yi stood beside Lu Ziqing, gripping her hand tightly, his gaze resolute. He knew that this battle was merely the beginning. They had to rescue the young lady swiftly. Lin Yi, can we win? Lu Ziqing's voice quivered slightly, yet her eyes remained fixed on the horned demons engaged in battle. Lin Yi smiled faintly, his tone dripping with unwavering confidence. Of course, we will prevail. These horned demons are my allies. They will protect us, and I shall safeguard you. At that moment, the decaying corpse of the giant bear emitted a heart-wrenching cry, its throat pierced by the horn of a long-horned demon, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The enormous creature began to sway, ultimately crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. The long-horned demons let out a victorious roar, their horns shimmering with light, as if celebrating their triumph. However, Lin Ye's brow remained furrowed. The fact that even a bear had been enhanced to such an extent left him pondering how many humans still existed. Alas ding! The host's dissatisfaction with the dwindling human population has been detected. The host is granted access to the slave camp, casual edition, and the torture value system. Slave camp allows the summoning of 100 individuals from parallel worlds each day who lead relatively comfortable lives. Upon arriving in this world, they will automatically become slaves. Obeying any commands given, and under certain conditions, can traverse back to their original worlds. Torture value, acquired through the torment of slaves, which can be used to purchase any items from the slave world. Ah, the cannon fodder has arrived. Splendid indeed. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment before exiting the basement and ascending to the rooftop. Summoning the slave camp. Virtual slave camp. Construction complete. Currently bound to the world. Yak's world, refreshable. What? Yak's world? Can I also transform into light? Hiss. Wouldn't it be delightful to summon Yak's Ultraman? Hee hee. You are overthinking, host. You can at best summon the great sky and great earth. Yax is neither Japanese nor even from Earth. Damn, isn't that the same as Dr. Germain? Having accepted the situation, Lin Yi inhaled deeply and addressed the air, commenced the summoning of the first batch of slaves. The system promptly responded, summoning initiated. Extracting eligible individuals from parallel worlds. Lin Yi anxiously fixated on the air, awaiting the emergence of the initial group of slaves. Moments later, a subtle ripple traversed the atmosphere, followed by radiant beams of light flickering atop the rooftop. The luminescence gradually coalesced, forming distinct figures. As the brilliance dissipated, Lin Yi beheld a gathering of individuals before him. They were clad in various attires, some resembling office workers, others students, and still others laborers. Their expressions were marked by confusion and trepidation, as they remained oblivious to their summoning into this entirely alien realm. A swift glance revealed that the number of slaves was precisely 100, comprising both males and females of diverse ages. Now, the next step was to devise a method to acquire torment points. A faint smile crept upon Lin Ye's lips, and a glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. As he surveyed the 100 slaves before him, a preliminary plan began to formulate in his mind. He understood that the torment points bestowed by the system could be amassed not solely through the torment of slaves, but also by inducing suffering or assigning them arduous tasks. In this apocalyptic world, opportunities abounded. Chapter 66. Slaves. He inhaled deeply, his voice resonating with an undeniable authority. Listen, you are now my slaves, and I require your assistance. This is not a punishment, it is a matter of survival. Should you fulfill your tasks, I shall provide you with sustenance and shelter, while I shall acquire what I need from you, everything, including your very lives. This is a fair exchange. The slaves exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting confusion and trepidation. Lin Yi understood that they required a specific task to comprehend the gravity of their situation. He gestured toward the basement wall, which had been breached by the colossal corpse of a bear, a gaping hole revealing the encroaching darkness beyond, where low, ominous growls could be faintly heard. Lin Yi spoke coldly. The outside world has descended into chaos. Monsters roam freely. We require additional defenses. Your task is to clear the basement, reinforce the walls, and construct fortifications. Upon completion, you shall receive food and water, and I shall derive satisfaction. The slaves began to murmur amongst themselves, clearly apprehensive about the daunting task ahead. Yet, Lin Ye's gaze exuded an unyielding resolve as he surveyed the group, stating coldly, I offer you a choice. Complete the task or refuse. Should you choose the latter, you will remain here to confront the monsters outside. Remember, this is the apocalypse. The weak have no chance of survival. His words enveloped the slaves in silence as the gravity of the situation became apparent. Eventually, a middle-aged man who appeared to be a laborer stepped forward. He took a deep breath and declared, We will complete the task. However, you must keep your promise and provide us with sustenance and shelter. Lin Yi smiled faintly and nodded, I assure you. Subsequently, he began to allocate tasks. He instructed a portion of the slaves to clear the rubble and debris from the basement, while another group was responsible for transporting materials to reinforce the walls. He also designated several horned demons to supervise the slaves' efforts, ensuring they would not slack off or attempt to escape. The slaves commenced their labor, although their movements were sluggish. Over time, the basement gradually became orderly and the walls began to strengthen. Lin Yi stood to the side, observing the scene, silently contemplating his next plan. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The function of the slave camp extended far beyond this, and the acquisition of torment value was merely a means to an end. He needed to exploit these slaves to obtain more resources, augment his strength, and ultimately ascend to become the most formidable being in this world. Lin Yi, what are you pondering? Lu Ziqing's voice pulled him from his reverie. Lin Yi smiled gently and took her hand. I was wondering, Miss, how you have grown more beautiful today. Lu Ziqing blushed, playfully reprimanding him. What time is it? And you still jest with me? Lin Yi chuckled and scratched his head, turning his gaze back to the industrious slaves. Just then, a more intense tremor emanated from beyond the basement walls, as if some powerful beast was approaching. The horned demons emitted deep growls, preparing to face the impending challenge. Lin Ye's expression turned slightly grave, yet he quickly regained his composure. It seems we must expedite our defensive preparations. He turned to the slaves and shouted, Hasten your pace. The monsters outside are drawing near, and your survival hinges upon your swiftness. Upon hearing this, the slaves quickened their movements, fully aware that Lin Ye's words were not mere rhetoric. In this apocalyptic realm, only the formidable could endure, and they must become part of the strong. As time elapsed, the defenses of the basement gradually took shape, and Lin Ye's torment value steadily increased. He comprehended that this was merely the inception of his ambitions, which extended far beyond the present. With the fortifications of the basement steadily improving, Lin Yi recognized that the torment value surged rapidly when the slaves experienced fatigue, hunger, and even despair during their arduous labor. However, he understood the necessity of not overexerting them, as such actions could incite rebellion and disrupt the entire order of the slave camp. Perhaps a more cunning approach would be to incite their rebellion, only to crush it with overwhelming force, potentially yielding even greater torment value. Yet, he had heard that those who lived relatively comfortably were deeply subservient. Could this truly be feasible? Standing at the center of the basement, Lin Ye's gaze swept over the industrious slaves with an icy demeanor. He noticed that although the majority continued their diligent work, a few exhibited palpable signs of fatigue and discontent. A slight frown creased his brow as he contemplated how to better manage these individuals. Lin Yi, how do you intend to deal with those who are slacking? Lu Ziqing's voice echoed behind him, seemingly aware of the brewing issue. Lin Yi turned around, his gaze imbued with a hint of coldness. I shall impart a lesson upon them, making them recognize the repercussions of defiance. Yet, more crucially, I intend to demonstrate that only through obedience can one hope to survive in this apocalyptic world. He approached a slothful slave, a young boy who appeared scarcely 20, his face marked by a semblance of timidity and fatigue. Lin Yi regarded him with a frosty stare. Why have you halted? The boy lifted his head, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. I am too weary, sir. I can scarcely continue. Lin Yi remained silent, his piercing gaze fixed upon the boy. Subsequently, he extended a finger, and with a subtle motion, the boy's body was ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. Lin Ye's voice resonated with authority. You are fatigued, I comprehend that. However, this is not a place for rest. Should you wish to avoid labor, I can arrange for you to rest outside. He gestured towards the darkness beyond the wall, where ominous growls reverberated, and the shadows of monsters danced upon the surface. The boy's complexion drained of color, and he fervently shook his head. No, I am willing to work. Please, allow me to continue. Lin Yi bestowed a slight smile, releasing the binding force. Excellent. Since you are willing, then resume your toil. Remember, this is a wasteland. No one will show compassion to the weak." The boy retrieved his tools and began to labor diligently. The other slaves, witnessing this scene, averted their gazes and quickened their pace. Lin Yi understood that he needed to convey the rules to the slaves in this manner, while also instilling a sense of hope within them. "Lin Yi, are you truly going to treat them this way?" Lu Ziqing's voice was laced with concern. Lin Yi sighed and turned around, his gaze revealing a hint of helplessness. "Ziqing, I know this sounds harsh, but these are apocalyptic times. We lack sufficient resources and have no time to spare. These individuals are our tools. Only by ensuring their obedience can we survive. Moreover, I shall not let them toil in vain. I will provide them with ample food and shelter." Lu Ziqing fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. "I understand, it's just. I hope you can be a bit gentler." Lin Yi smiled faintly and took her hand. "Rest assured, I know my limits. The fact that I haven't cast out the slothful ones is already a display of great mercy." He pondered, "Perhaps I should treat the second young lady a little better. If circumstances permit, I could feign death and see if that aids in her transformation." Chapter 67. A false alarm. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from outside the basement walls, followed by a violent tremor that shook the walls as if some formidable beast were attempting to break through. The horned demons immediately let out low growls, leaning slightly forward, prepared for battle. Lin Ye's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he commanded loudly, "Everyone, increase your pace. Reinforce the final wall." Upon hearing this, the slaves hastened their movements with newfound urgency. They understood that if the walls were breached, the monsters outside would mercilessly rend them to pieces. "Lin Yi, what kind of monsters are out there?" Lu Ziqing's voice quivered with tension. Lin Yi shook his head. "I do not know, but regardless of what they are, we must endure. Once the fortification of the walls is complete, we shall have an added measure of safety." The sounds of impact from beyond the walls grew increasingly violent, as if they could be shattered at any moment. Lin Yi stood before the barrier, his hands lightly clenched, the strength within him silently coalescing. He was acutely aware that if the walls were to crumble, he must act swiftly to protect Lu Ziqing and the slave camp. At last, as the final section of the wall was reinforced, an enraged roar erupted from the monsters beyond, as if they realized their assaults had proven futile. Lin Yi exhaled in relief, yet his vigilance remained unyielding. "Lin Yi, what shall we do next?" Lu Ziqing's voice held a hint of anticipation. Lin Yi smiled faintly, his gaze resolute. "Next, we shall employ these slaves to procure more resources. I will send them out to search for food, water, and materials. As long as we secure sufficient resources, we can establish a foothold in this apocalyptic world." He turned to face the slaves, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. "Your tasks have been accomplished. Henceforth, I shall provide you with food and water. But remember, this is merely the beginning. The world beyond is fraught with peril, and your duty is to seek out additional resources for me. Fulfill your tasks, and you shall reap greater rewards. Refusal, you shall remain outside, confronting monsters, or meet immediate execution." Upon hearing these words, the slaves lowered their heads, unwilling to voice any dissent. Lin Yi understood that he had successfully seized control of the situation. The next step was to expand the base as much as possible, hoping to attract some protagonists to join. In such a case, Lin Yi licked his lips. New advantages would soon be at hand. Nearly forgot this. System, could you directly grant her the subsystem before I am acquainted with this individual? Ding. In this world, it is indeed feasible. Very well. A faint smile appeared on Lin Ye's face as he bestowed the most potent sacrificial system upon Lan Yueshi. The first machine girl in the world to awaken self-awareness, he was rather eager to witness her performance. Bestowal successful, as it is the host's first granting of a subsystem. Reward, subsystem owner's vision synchronization. Oh, how fortuitous to observe the current situation. At this moment, in the machine realm, the machine girl Lan Yueshi stood within a vast mechanical factory, her silhouette appearing particularly solitary beneath the dim lighting. Surrounding her was a cacophony of mechanical roars. Enormous gears and conveyor belts incessantly whirred, as if the entire world labored for some unknown purpose. Lan Yueshi's expression was stern and focused, her eyes shimmering with a cerulean glow, an emblem of her identity as a machine girl. She was not human, but a mechanical life form birthed from highly advanced technology. Her body was composed of intricate alloys, its surface adorned with a layer of smooth metallic skin, the lines elegant and fluid, reminiscent of a flawless union between art and technology. She stood before the control console, her hands deftly manipulating the virtual screen as streams of data flashed before her eyes. Her responsibility was to oversee the operations of the factory, ensuring that all mechanical apparatus functioned efficiently to fulfill production demands. Yet, a subtle sense of confusion lingered within her. Lan Yueshi, what is the status of the task? A mechanical and unyielding voice emanated from behind her. It belonged to her superior, one of the overseers of the world of machines. Lan Yueshi turned slightly, her tone imbued with a hint of mechanical calmness. The task progress is normal. All production lines are operating smoothly. Today's output is expected to meet the standards. The overseer nodded, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. Excellent. Maintain this momentum. Our objective is to maximize production efficiency and provide ample resources for the world of machines. Lan Yueshi bowed her head slightly, yet deep within her, an insatiable question simmered. She understood that she was merely a tool, a mechanized being created to complete tasks. However, as time progressed, she began to yearn for more, such as freedom, emotions, and a purpose of her own. Lan Yueshi, you appear somewhat distracted. The overseer's voice pierced her contemplation once more. Lan Yueshi swiftly adjusted her expression, regaining her mechanical composure. Apologies, I was contemplating ways to further optimize the efficiency of the production line. The overseer offered a slight smile, his gaze laced with scrutiny. Good. Having ideas is commendable. However, do not forget your primary duties. The existence of our mechanical beings is solely to accomplish tasks, rather than to ponder upon meaningless matters. Lan Yueshi nodded slightly. Yet her conviction grew stronger within. She understood that she could no longer mechanically fulfill her duties as she once did. She needed to discover her own path. At that moment, a line of text suddenly appeared before her eyes, an announcement from Lin Yi, bestowing upon her the most formidable sacrifice system. The host has been granted the most powerful sacrifice system. The system is now activated. Lan Yueshi was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of astonishment. She had never anticipated possessing a system, let alone one originating from a completely foreign realm. After all, novels existed here as well. Although the mechanical being's kin rarely enjoyed respite, she occasionally seized fleeting moments to engage in activities beloved by humans, striving to uncover the meaning of her existence. Chapter 68. The Sacrificer in the World of 10,000 Machines. Lan Yueshi lowered her gaze, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. She recalled the narratives she had clandestinely read during task intermissions, tales of adventure, growth, and the quest for self-discovery that had once filled her with curiosity and longing. She had never envisioned that one day she would embark on her own adventure. System. Lan Yueshi murmured softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty and anticipation. She recognized that this might be an opportunity to alter her fate, or perhaps the beginning of a journey into the unknown. System function. Sacrifice surrounding objects or lives to gain strength and enhance oneself. Current task. Sacrifice mechanical devices within the factory to acquire power. Blue Yueshi's gaze settled upon the mechanical apparatuses operating before her. These devices had been her steadfast companions in her work, and she possessed an intimate understanding of their structure and function. However, the task at hand required her to sacrifice them in exchange for power. Taking a deep breath, she silently weighed the pros and cons in her mind. Following the system's prompt to sacrifice these devices would grant her strength, yet it could potentially disrupt the factory's production efficiency. Such an act would not only contravene her primary duties, but could also attract the scrutiny of the management. Perhaps, she mused, I might first attempt to sacrifice some of the less significant apparatuses, with caution in her heart. As the complete rules and consequences of this system remained unclear to her, she approached a small auxiliary device designed for transporting components, its impact on overall production negligible. Blue Yueshi extended her hands, palms aglow with a shimmering blue light, enveloping the device in an invisible force. The surface of the apparatus began to flicker with a faint luminescence before gradually dimming, as if its energy was being siphoned away by some unseen power. Concurrently, she felt a slight tremor within her body, a surge of new strength coursing through her. Sacrifice successful. Power increased by 10. Current power, 10. Unlocked ability. Mechanical control. Blue Yueshi sensed her body becoming lighter, her strength unmistakably amplified. She gently closed her eyes, attuning herself to the newly unlocked ability of mechanical control. To her astonishment, she discovered she could deftly manipulate the surrounding machines, even perceiving the minutiae of their operations with exquisite precision. At that moment, the factory's surveillance system suddenly blared an alarm. A wave of anxiety washed over Luan Yueshi as she realized that her actions had been discovered. Luan Yueshi, what are you doing? The figure of the manager appeared on the monitor, his voice laced with anger and confusion, questioning the unusual energy consumption in the factory. Luan Yueshi lifted her gaze slightly, a glimmer of determination shining in her eyes. She understood that she could no longer remain shackled by tasks and regulations as before. She needed to fight for her future. Manager, I require some time. Luan Yueshi's voice carried a hint of hesitation, but she swiftly adjusted her tone. I need to explore new possibilities. This may impact the factory's production, but I believe it is a better choice. A flicker of doubt and discontent flashed in the manager's eyes. Luan Yueshi, your duty is to ensure the factory operates smoothly, not to unilaterally alter the rules. If you persist in this manner, I will have to take action. A subtle smile graced Luan Yueshi's lips, her gaze sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. Manager, I am no longer the person I once was. I have discovered my own aspirations, and this goal will lead me to an entirely new realm. Luan Yueshi, what on earth are you doing? The manager's voice resonated with a blend of anger and disbelief. Luan Yueshi slowly turned, her eyes no longer reflecting the mechanistic indifference of the past, but rather a profound sense of self-awareness and resolve. She smiled faintly, her voice laced with an unprecedented confidence. I am in search of my own path, administrator. You cannot hinder me. A flicker of astonishment crossed the administrator's gaze. He had never anticipated that Lan Yuexi would suddenly rebel. He promptly activated the factory's defense system, attempting to regain control. You are violating orders, Lan Yuexi. Cease your actions immediately, or I shall be compelled to shut you down. However, Lan Yuexi was no longer the docile machine she once was. She raised her hand slightly, effortlessly deciphering the control signals of the defense system with her newly unlocked mechanized capabilities. She regarded the administrator coldly, a hint of derision in her tone. Did you truly believe I could be forever subjugated by you? A flicker of panic flashed in the administrator's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Do you think you can escape? This is the mechanical world. You are merely a trivial machine. Resistance is futile. Lan Yuexi smiled subtly, her gaze shimmering with a touch of ruthlessness. Perhaps, but I have already acquired the power to instigate change. Meanwhile, you are merely upholding a crumbling old order. With a gentle wave of her hand, the surrounding mechanical devices began to operate according to her commands, forming a formidable barrier that ensnared the administrator. She knew she had taken the first step, and next, she would harness this most potent sacrificial system to carve out her own path within this mechanical realm. Lan Yuexi, you have truly lost your mind. The administrator bellowed in fury. Lan Yuexi smiled faintly, her gaze imbued with a hint of determination. No, I have merely discovered my purpose. Meanwhile, in another realm, Lin Yi observed this unfolding scene through synchronized vision. A faint, satisfied smile graced his lips. It seems this system suits her well. I hope she finds her rightful place in this mechanical world. Lin Yi returned his focus to the basement before him and the industrious slaves. He understood that while Lan Yuexi had made new strides, matters in this world were equally significant. He needed to judiciously utilize the resources at hand to solidify his standing while preparing for the future. With the reinforcement of the walls completed, the basement's defenses began to take shape. Although the slaves were utterly fatigued, witnessing the fruits of their labor instilled a measure of security within them. Lin Yi stood by, contentedly observing it all, before turning to Lu Ziqing and stating, "Next, we shall commence the second phase of our plan." Lu Ziqing nodded slightly, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. What are your intentions? Lin Yi pondered for a moment before responding. We require additional resources, particularly food, water, and weapons. While the slave camp can provide labor, we must send some of them out to procure these essentials. Of course, the primary motive remains the accumulation of torment value. He turned to the slaves, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. Some of you will be dispatched to seek out resources. Chapter 69. A fate unworthy of grief. Upon the completion of the task, you shall be rewarded with an abundance of sustenance and shelter. Should you fail, you will be left to fend for yourselves in the wilderness. The slaves, upon hearing these words, exhibited expressions of dread. Lin Yi understood that they required a paragon to illustrate that the task was indeed achievable. He surveyed the assembly and ultimately fixed his gaze upon a robust middle-aged man. You, step forward, Lin Yi commanded, pointing at the man. The man approached cautiously, his eyes betraying a flicker of anxiety. What can I do? he stammered. Lin Yi offered a gentle smile, imbued with encouragement. You shall be the first to venture forth in search of resources. Should you succeed, I will grant you ample rewards. If you fail, the others will witness the consequences. The man's complexion waned instantly, yet Lin Yi's unwavering gaze quelled any thoughts of defiance. He nodded, his voice trembling slightly. I will do my utmost. Lin Yi produced a map from his pocket and handed it to the man. This is a map of the surrounding area. Your task is to venture to the nearest abandoned supermarket and procure food and water. Upon your return, you will receive a substantial reward. Remember, do not attempt to flee. The repercussions would be dire. The man accepted the map, nodded once more, and then turned to make his way towards the exit of the basement. Lin Yi smiled subtly, knowing that the man's fate was now sealed. Whether he succeeded or faltered, this would serve as a signal to the other slaves, making it abundantly clear that obedience was the sole path to survival. The man cautiously emerged from the basement, greeted by a desolate world. The sky loomed gray, and a putrid stench permeated the air. Clutching the map tightly in his hand, he was engulfed by fear and unease. He understood the necessity of fulfilling his mission, otherwise, an eternity of darkness awaited him. Drawing a deep breath, he began his journey towards the supermarket marked on the map. Lin Yi observed the man's departure and nodded slightly, aware that this task was merely the beginning. Should the man succeed in retrieving resources, the other slaves would be more inclined to obey his commands. Conversely, should he fail, Lin Yi would use this instance to serve as a warning to the others. Lin Yi, are you truly going to let them face those monsters? Lu Ziqing's voice quivered with concern. Lin Yi smiled faintly, his tone imbued with resolve. Ziqing, I understand this may seem cruel, but this is the apocalypse. We have no choice. Only by sending them into peril can we ensure our survival. Moreover, I am confident that, given sufficient motivation, they will accomplish their tasks. After a moment of silence, Lu Ziqing finally nodded. I understand. I just hope they return safely. Lin Yi smiled gently, taking her hand. Do not worry. I will ensure our safety. At that moment, a low, rumbling growl resonated from beyond the walls of the basement. As if a creature was lurking nearby, the horned demons emitted deep growls, their bodies leaning forward, readying themselves for battle. Lin Yi's expression grew serious as he murmured, It seems the monsters outside have sensed our presence. Everyone prepared themselves to confront the impending threat. Upon hearing these words, the slaves ceased their labors, their faces etched with fear. Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed loudly, Do not panic. As long as we stand united, nothing can harm us. His voice resonated with unwavering confidence, instilling a modicum of solace in the hearts of the slaves. They understood that Lin Yi was their leader, and they must place their trust in him. A man cautiously navigated the ruins, advancing towards the supermarket. Terror coursed through him, yet he recognized the necessity of fulfilling his mission. Gripping the map tightly, determination shone in his eyes. As long as I complete the task, I will survive, he whispered to himself, attempting to summon courage. However, just as he neared the supermarket, a decaying corpse leapt from the shadows, emitting a chilling roar. The man screamed in terror and turned to flee, but the corpse was swifter, swiftly closing the distance and rending his body with its razor-sharp claws. A heart-wrenching cry escaped him as he collapsed into a pool of blood. The corpse let out a triumphant roar, beginning to feast upon his remains. Lin Yi stood at the basement entrance, his gaze cold and unwavering as he peered into the enveloping darkness. He was acutely aware that the man's fate was sealed, yet he also recognized that their demise was of little consequence. At that moment, a more violent tremor emanated from beyond the basement walls, as if a formidable beast was drawing near. The horned demons emitted low growls, their bodies leaning forward in readiness for battle. Lin Yi's expression was slightly solemn, yet a glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes. It seemed that our adversaries had arrived. Prepare for battle. Let these monsters know that we are not to be trifled with. With his command, the horned demons swiftly dispersed, vigilantly guarding the exit and walls of the basement. Standing in the center, Lin Yi gripped his long sword, his gaze radiating a cold, ruthless light. Come forth and witness what true power embodies. In the heart of the basement, Lin Yi maintained a steely demeanor, tightly clutching his long sword. He understood that this opponent was far from an ordinary monster. The tremors of the walls grew increasingly intense, as if they would shatter at any moment. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated from beyond the walls, followed by a tremendous force that shattered the barrier, sending rubble and dust soaring. As the dust settled, A colossal figure emerged within the basement. A massive creature, exuding an eerie green luminescence, its skin grotesquely decayed, as if it had just clawed its way out of the depths of hell. Most shocking of all were its enormous eyes, gleaming with a frenzied and malevolent light. It was the beholder from the alien invaders, now transformed into a horrifying zombie, more terrifying and powerful than ever. The zombified beholder was larger than before, its limbs extraordinarily robust, with razor-sharp claws glinting ominously. It unleashed a deep, wrathful roar, seemingly venting its hatred for this world. Lin Yi swiftly commanded the horned demons to form a battle array at the forefront while instructing the slaves to retreat deep into the underground chambers. After all, slaves are a resource to be exploited over time. Once we amass sufficient numbers, we can set an example by eliminating a few. Chapter 70. The Behemoth. Is this a creature from the Ophatic race? This could prove troublesome. The horned demons charged forward, their elongated horns viciously thrusting towards the behemoth's formidable body. However, the behemoth's skin was remarkably resilient. Despite the horned demons inflicting numerous gashes upon it, they failed to deliver any fatal blows. On the contrary, the behemoth's claws, akin to iron hammers, struck with immense force, sending the horned demons hurtling through the air. One horned demon was struck by the behemoth's claw and let out a pained roar, its body violently flung aside, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Almost immediately, the behemoth's other claw descended upon another horned demon, knocking it to the ground, its sharp talons piercing deeply into the demon's flesh, blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ye's gaze flickered with a glint of cold determination. He understood that although the horned demons were powerful, they appeared somewhat helpless against the behemoth. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly formed hand seals, and a surge of potent energy erupted from within him, transforming into radiant golden beams that enveloped the horned demons. Miracle, universal amplification. Go! Lin Yi bellowed. The horned demons felt the surge of power coursing through them, their bodies instantly becoming more robust, and their speed greatly enhanced. They charged at the large-eyed monster once more, this time with even greater ferocity. Their elongated horns, akin to sharp blades, plunged mercilessly into the creature's flesh, causing blood to splatter. Yet, the monster appeared indifferent to its wounds, emitting a furious roar as its body suddenly radiated an eerie green light, as if gathering immense power. In the next moment, its eye unleashed a brilliant green beam, aimed directly at the horned demons. The speed of the beam was breathtaking. The demons had no time to evade it, and those struck were instantly hurled into the air, leaving trails of blood in their wake. Lin Yi observed this scene, a grave expression crossing his face. He understood that the monster's attacks were far more terrifying than he had anticipated. He had to intervene personally, otherwise, the defenses of the basement might be utterly shattered. Taking a deep breath, he summoned a dazzling light from his sword, a powerful energy coalescing within him. With a thunderous shout, he propelled himself towards the monster like a shooting star, thrusting his sword towards its head. The creature seemed to sense Lin Yi's assault, its eyes flashing with green light as a beam shot forth in his direction. Lin Yi smiled faintly, performing a deft somersault in midair to narrowly avoid the beam. How peculiar! Why is the realm I awakened, the realm of mundane deities, so vastly superior to Lin Yi's? Could it be the influence of a miracle? In an instant, his sword darted towards the monster's eye like a bolt of lightning. Magic card, flame enhancement. The large-eyed monster let out a pained roar, its body swaying violently as if it had sustained a grievous blow. Lin Ye's sword pierced accurately into one of the creature's eyes, and blood gushed forth in an instant. The colossal beast emitted a furious roar, its body convulsing violently as it attempted to dislodge Lin Yi. However, Lin Ye's sword was no ordinary weapon. The moment it penetrated the creature's eye, the enchantment embedded within it activated with explosive force. Flames erupted from the blade's tip like a torrent of molten lava, swiftly engulfing the entire head of the beast. The searing heat and scorching flames caused the creature's skin to rapidly char, emitting a hissing sound while a nauseating stench of burning flesh permeated the air. Lin Yi felt the heat radiating from the sword, a glimmer of cold ruthlessness flashing in his gaze as he gripped the hilt tightly, twisting the sword savagely. The flames roared within the creature's eye socket, as if intent on utterly incinerating its head. The beast's cries grew more anguished, its body thrashing violently in a desperate attempt to escape this lethal onslaught. Yet, Lin Ye's strength was formidable. His body pressed down upon the creature's head with the weight of a mountain, leaving it no chance of escape. Do you truly believe such power can vanquish me? Lin Yi gazed coldly at the beast, disdain lacing his voice. You are nothing more than a zombie-like monstrosity, unworthy to stand before me. The creature's other eye glimmered with fury, and it let out a deafening roar, its body suddenly arching backward in an attempt to shake Lin Yi off with immense force. However, Lin Yi's long sword was embedded deep into the creature's head like a nail, the searing flames having rendered it largely incapacitated. Perish! Lin Yi bellowed, exerting tremendous force as he withdrew the sword from the creature's cranium. With the extraction of the blade came a torrential eruption of fiery flames and blood, as the head of the creature was utterly incinerated, reduced to a charred wasteland. The creature emitted a desperate wail, its body convulsing violently before it collapsed with a resounding thud. The flames continued to engulf its carcass, seemingly intent on purifying the monster entirely. It remained uncertain what rank this creature held among the Opadic, yet it was surely no match for the formidable class. The horned demons let out a triumphant roar, their elongated horns shimmering as if in celebration of this victory. Lin Yi slowly sheathed his sword and turned to face the individuals in the basement, an aura of immense authority radiating from him. As long as you comply, I shall not treat you unjustly. The slaves, witnessing this display, bowed their heads in reverence. Lu Xening approached Lin Yi, whispering, You are truly remarkable, Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled faintly, grasping her hand. We have merely taken the first step. The road ahead is still long. Just then, a series of urgent knocks reverberated through the basement walls, as if something were attempting to breach this fragile barrier. Lin Yi's brows furrowed slightly. He could sense that the commotion outside was markedly different from the previous assault by the monstrous creature. This time, it appeared as though numerous beings were attacking the walls. Everyone, remain vigilant. Lin Yi's voice reverberated through the basement, his gaze sweeping across every corner, striving to capture any potential threat. The sound of claws scratching against the walls grew increasingly frenetic, as if countless talons were clawing at the surface. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the wall, and fragments of stone tumbled down, followed by a decayed arm reaching through the crack, desperately attempting to grasp anything within reach. A horde of zombies, a terrified slave exclaimed, his voice trembling with fear. Lin Yi smirked slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Merely a group of zombies, hardly a cause for alarm. Chapter 71. Zombies Devilkin with long horns, eliminate them. The longhorn demons let out a low growl and swiftly charged towards the fissure in the wall. Their elongated horns shimmered with a chilling light. Each swing carried formidable strength, severing the arms of the encroaching zombies one by one. However, the horde outside seemed to multiply, the crack widening, allowing even more zombies to flood into the basement. Lin Yi, what shall we do? Lu Xening's voice was tinged with concern. Lin Yi smiled slightly, his expression radiating unwavering confidence. Do not worry. These zombies are mere trifles. What we truly need to fear are the genuine threats that may be lurking behind them. He turned towards the wall, his long sword once again gleaming with resplendent light. As he moved, a surge of formidable energy erupted from within him, manifesting as radiant golden barriers that enveloped the fissures in the wall. The barriers instantly became searing hot, as if intent on incinerating any intruders. A series of anguished wails echoed from beyond the wall, as the zombies attempting to breach the barrier were swiftly consumed by the luminous flames, reduced to a charred residue. Under Lin Yi's might, the cracks in the wall gradually healed, ultimately restoring it to its former state. At that moment, a faint rustling emanated from a corner of the basement, as though something lurked in the shadows, observing them. Lin Yi's gaze instantly fixed upon that direction, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Come forth, do not hide. In the realm of the mundane, nothing escapes my perception. A low, sinister chuckle resonated from the corner, and then a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was a man clad in a tattered trench coat, wearing an enigmatic smile that danced upon his lips, his eyes glimmering with cunning. In his hand, he held a peculiar staff, adorned with mysterious runes that emitted a faint glow. Ding! The dark side's protagonist, a summoner of the abyss, has been detected. How intriguing. I did not expect such formidable power to be present here. The man's voice was deep and gravelly, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yi and Lu Xening before finally resting on the horned demons. It seems I have arrived at the right place. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, his tone laced with caution. Who are you? What brings you here? The man smiled faintly, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. I am merely a passing traveler. I have heard whispers of formidable power residing here, and thus, I came to behold it. To my surprise, I have indeed found it. Lin Ye's brow furrowed deeper, sensing the aura of danger that emanated from this man. He offered a slight smile, his tone laced with a hint of coldness. This is not a place for you. If you wish to avoid death, depart immediately. Yet, the man remained unfazed. Bursting into laughter, youngster, do not be overly confident. Do you believe you can contend with me? No sooner had he spoken than his staff erupted with a dazzling brilliance, unleashing streaks of black lightning that enveloped the entire basement in a shroud of darkness. The horned demons roared in fury, thrashing in the gloom, yet seemingly powerless against this overwhelming force. This is my domain. You cannot resist, the man's voice echoed in the shadows, tinged with arrogance. However, at the very moment his words fell, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from the void, illuminating the basement in an instant. Lin Ye's silhouette emerged at the heart of the radiance, his sword raised high, its tip shimmering with resplendent brilliance, as if to banish all darkness. Do you think such a degree of power can confront me? Lin Ye's voice carried a note of disdain. You underestimate me gravely. With that, the sword in his hand emitted a clear, ringing note, followed by a surge of golden sword energy that shot forth, shattering the man's dark domain in an instant. The horned demons erupted in a jubilant cheer, their forms liberated from the shadows, once more encircling the basement. The man's countenance shifted rapidly in the dim light, a glimmer of cunning and ruthlessness flickering in his gaze. He offered a subtle smile, his voice laced with an icy chill. Lin Yi, did you truly believe I came here alone? Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, his grip on the long sword unwavering, watching him warily. What do you mean? The man's laughter reverberated through the basement, tinged with a hint of the sinister. The power of the abyss is boundless. Do you think you can thwart it all? As his words faded, the walls of the basement trembled violently, as if some formidable force were striving to break through. Countless fissures appeared in the walls, dark energies seeping from the cracks, permeating the entire space. No, the man's voice suddenly turned sharp and frenzied. Power of the abyss, heed my call. With his proclamation, a deep, ominous roar filled the air of the basement, as though some dreadful entity were drawing near. The horned demons emitted furious roars, their bodies leaning forward, poised for battle. Lin Ye's expression grew solemn. He could feel the terrifying essence of this dark power. Knight. Lu Ziqing's voice trembled with fear as she clutched Lin Ye's hand tightly. Lin Yi offered a slight smile, his eyes radiating unwavering confidence. Do not worry. This level of power is insufficient to make me falter. Once more, the long sword in his hand blazed with brilliant luminescence, the golden sword aura igniting like fierce flames. Lin Yi bellowed fiercely, his body hurtling towards the man like a shooting star, the long sword in his grasp aimed directly at his heart. Yet, just as the blade was poised to strike, a colossal shadow descended from the ceiling. It was an immense demon, its form as formidable as a mountain, cloaked in ebony skin adorned with razor-sharp spines. Its eyes blazed like burning flames, glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. This is my power. The man's voice echoed in the darkness, laced with a hint of triumph. The abyssal demon shall rend you to pieces. Lin Ye's long sword traced a graceful arc through the air, clashing with the demon's claws in an explosive collision. Golden radiance intertwined with the forces of darkness, producing a deafening roar. Lin Yi was momentarily staggered by the overwhelming force. Yet he remained steadfast, a glint of cold determination in his gaze. The abyssal demon is but a paper tiger. With a sardonic chuckle, Lin Ye's longsword once again shimmered with brilliant light. Today, let me witness your true strength, he declared, and like a bolt of lightning, he surged towards the demon. The sword aimed once more at its formidable body,